The first day I reincarnated as an evil dragon. I even want to eat the dragon mother. I don't even intend to spare my 2 dragon egg sisters. All because I have a skill called feast to strengthen myself through continuous eating. The stronger the creature, the better the enhancement effect. But now I'm just a newly born dragon, looking at the huge dragon mother in front of me. Even as a young dragon, I can only swallow my saliva. Dismiss this thought. After all, I don't want to be slapped to death by my own mother just after being reincarnated. The dragon mother seems to realize something. Then, with her claws, she pulled out a rotting hole from the nearby mud pit, covered with wriggling maggots. It seems this is the dragon mother's first meal prepared for her child. But I have just been reborn. This is a bit too heavy for my own taste. I thought about it. I'll just eat my garlic with eggshells. The taste is not bad either. After finishing all the eggshells, but I still feel very hungry. The drive of hunger made me unconsciously look at the dragon mother again, but when I saw the huge body and claws, I still suppressed the desire of hunger with reason. No, how could I eat the mother and unborn sister? So I had to turn my attention to the rotting animal beside me. Took a bite. The taste is actually quite good. The mouthful of maggots are still bursting with juice. It really crunches. The dragon mother beside me no longer paid attention when she saw me eating. I turned and walked into the depths of my own cave. When I had eaten almost enough, I felt a shiver run through my whole body. Then it seemed like I entered a pitch-black space. I watched as my body grew stronger before my very eyes. In no time, I opened my eyes and looked at my body. My original 2-meter body had grown to over 3 meters. My wings also became stronger and more powerful. I looked at the information in front of me. The 70 layers of the Feast of Life. A feast cooldown time. Activate the carnivore talent for 3 days. I can restore life and energy by killing enemies. After reading it, I breathed a sigh of relief. It's a good thing the feast has a cooldown time. Otherwise, the continuous hunger it brings really scares dragons. After all, this made me think of dragon hunting. Although there is no love between evil dragons, but once it knows the newborn, but wants to eat itself, then I'm definitely finished. Then I began to research the talent feast. It seems that I can prepare food in advance. When the talent feast cooldown time arrives, I can eat to my heart's content at once, achieving the talent feast to the fullest. Thinking about this, I look at the rotting animal that was just eaten. This is my own growth food, so I'll save a piece to eat well. Suddenly, I smelled a more fragrant smell coming from deep inside the cave. I tiptoed in, only to see a treasure entering my sight. The mountain dragon mother was lying on it with her eyes closed. I can feel that this is a completely different scent from the dragon mother's. It's even more fragrant than hers. At this moment, the dragon mother opened her eyes, staring coldly at me. I was startled. Then I slowly backed away. He's warning me not to have any ideas about its treasure. For a dragon, treasure is like a second life. It wouldn't even spare its own offspring. The next day, I found that 2 more dragon eggs were slowly hatching. 2 small black dragons just hatched. Then they each called out their true dragon name. I glanced at the 2 little female dragons, about 2 meters in length. Small, pointed horns, soft, droopy wings. There's still eggshell mucus on me, but I didn't feel disgusted. Instead, it felt even more fragrant. The dragon mother saw them all shouting out the true dragon name. The mood seemed to improve. Snorting, I walked into the depths of the cave. After I saw her leave, I went to the 2 dragon sisters. Seeing them still eating their own eggshells, I unceremoniously reached out my claws and snatched their eggshell fragments. Preparing for the second feast, Allie looked at the shell in front of her, which was several circles larger than her own. She felt very resistant inside. This guy actually stole her things, and I casually pushed Ollie's dragon head to the ground and poked her. I casually picked up the largest piece of eggshell in my mouth. Listen and let Big Brother taste it. I comforted the dragon girl. Ellie wants to resist. Unfortunately, the difference in size makes it impossible to move at all. The despicable guy dares to treat the future Black Dragon Queen like this. Hannah, on the other side, saw the situation, hastily gathered her eggshells together, started to devour wildly. I can't let this happen. Then I released the dragon claw that was suppressing Ellie, picked up Hannah by the neck, put her aside, also picked up the biggest eggshell. Fairness between sisters is necessary, given the recent lesson. Hannah did not make futile resistance, letting me take the eggshells and leave proudly. I put the eggshells together with the previous half-rotten animal. Then I lay down next to it, waiting for the feast to begin. Actually, I didn't mean to bully the 2 sisters just now. I just have to make sure of my position as the big brother. so that I can take the lead when the dragon mother feeds. And just now, I also left some room. I didn't take all of the eggshells. Otherwise, the dragon mother wouldn't have made it through. Because the eggshells contain special substances, it can rapidly harden the scales and bones of the young dragons. Without her, it would take at least 10 days. Very soon, the two sisters finished eating the eggshells. Then it stared at the decaying animal next to me, drooling. Arya couldn't help it. She pounced and was about to start biting, but I picked her up in one go. This is prepared for us by mother. You can't hog it all to yourself. Ali roared and stared at me, while Hannah on the side looked at me pitifully, hoping to get some so mother won't mind. I didn't care about her threat at all. Hearing this, Ali also fell silent. The relationship between evil dragons has always been indifferent. This kind of thing probably won't be taken into account. I thought for a moment. I feel like I might have gone too far. So I tore off 2 pieces of meat and threw them to them. Let's consider this as an exchange for the eggshells. Then I continued to rest with my eyes closed. Although the 2 dragon sisters were still a bit dissatisfied, but they could only resign themselves for now. One day later, finally, the feast begins. I quickly pounced on the rotting animal and started eating voraciously. When I finished eating all the meat, the progress of the feast was still stuck at 90%. Couldn't reach 100%. My hunger grew even stronger. At this moment, I turned to look at the 2 dragon sisters behind me. The aroma emanating from them seemed to be teasing me. Seeing my greedy eyes, Ali and Hannah instinctively shrank their necks, emitting threatening low growls from their mouths. In their eyes, it seemed like I could eat them at any moment. I could only resist the temptation of their scent. I then started picking up the regurgitated animal bones to devour. Sound of crunching after I finish eating all the bones. Finally, the feast progress has reached 100%. And then, I found a place in the cave, avoiding the gaze of the dragon mother and sister. In the familiar pitch-black space, I watched as my body slowly grew larger. The scales became harder and harder. My claws and teeth also became sharper. My limbs also became incredibly strong, full of a sense of power. Every upgrade completed. It's done. I opened my eyes and looked at my current body. This time, the size didn't increase significantly, but the length is close to 4 meters. I could feel that my bone and muscle density had doubled by now. My current weight is probably heavier than the combined weight of the 2 little dragon sisters. 95 feast levels, 2 feast cooldown time, 4 days of talent. The cooldown time for the carnivore's feast this time didn't decrease but increased, and there were no new talents generated, but the life value increased by 95. After a while, I became familiar with the changes in my body. I walked out slowly. At this time, Ellie and Hannah were gnawing on a bone I had just finished eating. I shook my head at the silly look of the 2 sisters. I don't know who to blame for this silly look. How long did I sleep? I looked at the 2 little dragon sisters and asked. Ellie ignored me. Instead, she snorted coldly, turned her head away. You've been asleep for a day, while Hannah answered honestly. I nodded at the words. It seems that the transformation time of this feast is longer than the first time. I bowed my head. I bit the bone that Hannah was holding. Hannah unconsciously let go of her mouth. Darn it, you're not even leaving us the bones? There are clearly so many more. Ellie on the side exploded directly, and I ignored it. I directly bit through the bone, revealing the marrow inside, handed it to Hannah, said, "This is your reward," then walked towards the remaining bones in the distance. Although the feast is cooling down, but after all, I am a real dragon. Normal development can also lead to growth. It's just much slower compared to the feast's speed, and the growth of a true dragon has its limits. Even the mighty ancient dragon cannot escape the limit of life. But the feast is different. She can infinitely stack her life value, which includes life. I thought, maybe I'd be invincible after stacking a few thousand layers. Hannah still stared blankly at my back. Then she looked down at the bone I had bitten open. Suddenly felt that being a big brother wasn't bad. So I started to lower my head and suck the marrow. Ellie looked at Hannah eating with relish, and I was already eating the remaining bones. She looked again at the bone in her palm, suddenly felt annoyed. This is despicable. How dare they treat the future Black Dragon Queen like this? They didn't even leave the bones. It's enraging the dragon, and I was still busy eating the remaining bones. My gaze turned towards the depths of the cave. Why hasn't the dragon mother come out yet? I can see this meal is about to be finished. As a dragon mother, it's time to go hunting, but she hasn't shown up even after I finished eating. I suddenly felt a little uneasy, but I dare not go look for the dragon mother myself. After thinking for a moment, I looked at the 2 dragon sisters. Do you think the mother brought back a ferocious species or a monster this time? It should be a monster. After all, the mother is an adult black dragon. Hannah said thoughtfully. No need to think about it. It must be a powerful monster. Speaking of which, Ellie is getting closer. But it seems like Mother doesn't intend to go hunting. Hannah weakly said a word. Mother may have forgotten. I remember seeing her lying on her treasure mountain before. I said calmly. Treasure mountain. Hearing this, Ellie and Hannah's eyes seemed to be shining. As a true dragon, not having treasure is simply torture. It would be nice to go and see others. I watched the two take the bait. I shook my head secretly. It seems the true dragons really have no resistance to treasure. Ellie and Hannah walked unsteadily towards the depths of the cave. I then lay down in place. Pay close attention to the movement inside. Only a few minutes passed. With a furious roar, Ellie flew out directly and heavily landed on the ground. Some of the scales on her body were shattered. Then panicked Hannah also ran out. Seeing this situation, I feel a bit strange. Isn't it just asking for a meal? How did it end up like this? Ellie stood up grumbling, pitifully found a corner and lay down. We can't wake up Mother. Ellie thought she was asleep, then wanted to steal a coin. Beside her, Hannah stuttered and said. At this, I looked at Ellie a bit speechless. Isn't this just looking for trouble on purpose? Who gave you the courage to steal under the nose of the adult Jun? Even if it's just a gold coin. Seeing this scene, I sighed deeply. Looks like I have to catch food myself. Because the cave is located in a huge swamp, so to get out, I have to go underwater. But black dragons are natural swimming experts. They can breathe underwater. In no time, I easily left the cave. However, looking around, it's filled with miasma everywhere. Ordinary people can't stay here, and the surroundings are filled with dragon power. Even ordinary or magical beasts dare not approach, so I can only go to the distant forest on the bank to hunt. I slowly swam to the shore. Then I restrained my own dragon power, quietly sensing everything around me. The black scales covered in mud blended perfectly with the surrounding land. The perception of a true dragon is exceptionally sharp. And because my vitality is very high, I have a perception far superior to that of a jungle dragon. Soon, I sensed a sound coming from afar, and a faint smell of blood. I slowly walked towards the depths of the jungle. I saw a dense jungle, where 5 direwolves were feasting on the carcass of a stag. I hid behind the bushes and watched the scene. Direwolves are known for their ferocity. Even though they don't have magic, the direwolves in front of me are not to be underestimated. The sharp teeth of the terror wolves kept tearing at the corpse. I weighed the combat power of both sides. I feel like there's no big issue. With that in mind, I slowly began to approach. I fixed my gaze on the largest of the terror wolves. Looks like it's the leader. Just as the terror wolf leader stuffed its head into the corner's belly, I launched an attack on the terror wolf closest to me. I directly bit off its neck. The remaining terror wolves, including the leader, were suddenly shocked by my sneak attack. The leader didn't attack right away. He kept howling at me, while also weighing the combat power of both sides. As the leader, he immediately recognized me as a young black dragon. The moment he determined the difference between both sides, I commanded the other 3 wolves to surround me. At this moment, I still had a dead wolf in my mouth. The warm blood flowed into my stomach. I could feel the excitement of this slaughter. It seemed like something inside me was awakening. Looking at the wolves surrounding me without the slightest fear, I let go of the corpse in my mouth. I faced them head-on, except for the leader. The other 3 all attacked at once, and were knocked down by the force of their claws. At this moment, the leader tried to take advantage and launch a sneak attack, and pounced directly at my throat. I coldly raised my head. A stream of acid sprayed from my mouth, directly covering the entire face of the leader. In an instant, it was corroded and smoke rose. Even the eyes couldn't open due to corrosion. I took the opportunity to search, and killed it. Watching, I was very excited about the results of the battle in front of me, although they were relatively low-level dinosaurs. But I was able to deal with them by using the body of the lure dragon, which was very powerful. In this case, the 2 sisters would only end up being torn apart. Afterwards, I started directly devouring the body of the terror wolf. Unfortunately, the feast cooling down hasn't arrived yet, but I reckon the food in front of me is not enough to complete the 3rd level of the feast. After all, compared to the meat of the beasts, the energy of these terror wolf meats is too low. Just as I was eating, but then, a deep roar came from behind. Can't believe there's still a foolish flower leopard trying to get a piece of the action. I was so angry that I gave him a slap in the face. The flower leopard scampered away in fear. I couldn't be bothered to chase after it. I turned back to continue enjoying my wolf meat feast, but I didn't finish eating all the dire wolves. Instead, I stored the rest away, in preparation for the feast on the 3rd level. Then I took a stroll nearby to familiarize myself with the surroundings. When I returned to the dragon's lair, Hannah and Ellie both looked listless. They didn't even acknowledge me when I returned, occasionally glancing towards the depths of the cave. It seems that the dragon mother really didn't go out hunting. I had originally thought of coming back to eat some high-level monster meat. After all, the prey hunted by the dragon mother is of a higher level, bringing in more energy as well. But fortunately, I can hunt for food now. I won't go hungry, at least. As for the two dragon sisters, it's none of my business whether they eat or not. At this moment, Hannah walked over to me. Did you go out hunting? Excitement gleamed in her eyes. Looking at Hannah's appearance, I immediately knew what she was scheming. So what? I lazily replied to her. If Hannah wants to beg for food, it's right at her fingertips. But I forcefully pushed it back. Actually, I also went out quietly yesterday. Then Hannah hesitated for a moment, said, I also found a good place. There are many hunts there. I want to open a temporary nest there with you, Hannah explained. He also knows that there is no future in staying here. After all, there is no affection between evil dragons. Only him. They still need the protection of the dragon mother. I'm not interested in prey. I'm interested. Looked at Hannah timidly. Don't you want to eat monster meat either? Hannah said in astonishment. What? The mention of monsters piqued my interest immediately. After all, the dragon mother should have lived here for a long time, so there are hardly any monsters daring to approach. I reckon most of it must have been eaten by him. I was following you and accidentally lost track, then unexpectedly came across a fierce beast, the lady bear. Hannah stammered. Goodness, he actually dared to track me. Hannah, look at the look in my eyes. It's not right. You'd better explain quickly. I didn't catch up with you because of the cave. I don't want to argue with him, but the fierce bear I hunted last year was only a level 5 beast. Our young dragon can't handle it, but that lady bear is injured. I can see it has lost a lot of blood, and it looks like it hasn't reached level 5 yet. Hannah cleared her throat and said, I listened and pondered for a while. After all, I just advanced to the 3rd level of the sacred feast. This means I must be prepared in advance. So this fiery bear is obviously a good opportunity. Let's go. I stood up. I stretched and flapped my wings. Hannah happily followed behind, while Ellie lay on the side. Drooping her eyelids, she glanced at me. The two young dragons still fantasized about hunting monsters. Don't get eaten by the monsters. The dragon calculated the perimeter of a forest. Hannah, quietly walked behind. I walked up the hill. Nothing but trees. Occasionally, we would encounter some wild beasts. But are you sure it's here? I meant here. I've been looking for so long. Hannah was getting a little impatient. Then I thought for a moment, gazing at a distant moose. Under my sudden attack, the moose hadn't reacted yet, and its neck was bitten off. Hannah looked at my neat appearance, swallowing some saliva. Is this for us to eat? Wishful thinking. This is for the grizzly bear to eat. I looked at him, then I searched around. I cut open the moose's belly. Instantly, a strong smell of blood spread all around. The grizzly bear's sense of smell is very sensitive. It will definitely come if it smells the scent. All right, you can eat here, I said, looking at Hannah's hungry look. After speaking, I hid in the nearby bushes. Hannah suddenly understood what I meant. Are you asking me to be the bait? Then I'll be the bait. You come to kill the hunting bear, I said without looking back. Hearing this, Hannah shook her head like a tambourine. Let me do it. Then Hannah began to eat heartily. He ate while keeping a vigilant eye on his surroundings. I watched her with a focused look, thinking that I could bring this dragon sister along more often in the future. Before long, I noticed a black giant bear approaching in the distance, but his condition doesn't seem too good. Covered in scattered knife wounds all over his body, and half a black sword was stuck in his neck. I carefully sensed it. It seems this fierce earth bear is indeed injured. Probably encountered a human mercenary team, and that earth bear is now staring fiercely at Hannah's creature. Instinct tells him that eating the little dragon not only can heal his injuries, but also greatly increase his strength. Finally, he couldn't resist. He crouched down and charged forward like a tank. Hannah, who had just taken a few bites, was suddenly frightened. She didn't even have time to swallow what was in her mouth. She ran away in an instant. Only then did she realize she wasn't prepared to retreat just now. As a result, she was forced to a rock wall while running. The earth bear stood up directly. Its massive body stood over 5 meters tall. It looked very imposing. Big brother, hurry and save me. At this moment, Hannah felt so small and helpless, while the earth splitter bear looked excited. Attacked by humans along the way. He's been holding it in for a long time. Now it's all coming out. Just then, I took advantage of his attention being on Hannah. I leaped directly onto the earth splitter bear's back with my wings, and bit down on one of the earth splitter bear's eyes. The intense pain made the earth splitter bear howl loudly. He tried to pull me off with his massive bear paw, but my sharp claws were already firmly embedded in his body. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull me off. Seeing this, Hannah hastily moved away from the battlefield. If he accidentally gets hit, I'm afraid it'll be over. The ground-splitting bear's sword swings couldn't shake me off, and then directly slammed slammed into the stone wall. I then took the opportunity to jump down. The ground-splitting bear's strong blood flowed out, with a ferocious look on his face, and in my mouth, I still held one of his eyeballs. I chewed it for a moment and swallowed it. The flesh of the beast is the same. I don't know if it's influenced by the dragon nature. I feel like my personality is becoming more and more brutal. This scene in the ground-splitting bear's one eye almost made him lose his sanity. Roar! Doctor. Some earthy yellow magic energy appeared around him. Suddenly, the earthy yellow spikes rolled rapidly from the ground beneath me. I couldn't dodge in time. Got stabbed by a ground bear spike. A yellow halo flashed over the surface of my body. I felt my body suddenly become heavy after being stabbed. Then my movements slowed down as well. I suddenly realized, this bear can actually use the breath-holding technique. But I didn't panic. Just didn't expect its level to be so high. It can even use this kind of magic. Seeing me being restricted, the ground bear applied a food-covering spell on itself. Then it charged straight at me. Seeing this, I used up almost all of my magic to cast the bright spell. This is the first dragon maiden magic I've used since coming to this world. The sudden brightness made him briefly lose his vision. The fierce bear roared with its mouth wide open. I spat venom directly into the fierce bear's mouth. The acid instantly corroded its throat. It fell to the ground without even a whimper. Don't blame me. Survival of the fittest. The survival of the fittest. I sighed, and ended its suffering. After the fierce bear's death, its carnivorous ability trembled. Its wounds healed at a visible speed. Hannah ran over from somewhere, all excited. Big brother, you're really amazing. You killed the fierce bear. Hannah, are you happy looking at the fierce bear's corpse? I didn't respond. Instead, it's to stretch the front claws into the cracked bear's brain. Pull out a crystal. Sure enough, such a powerful monster must have a magic crystal inside. At this moment, Hannah slowly shakes my brain. I glanced at him. After I finish eating, the rest is all yours. What if the feast is not enough? Okay. Looking at the huge cracked bear in front of me, Hannah's heart is filled with joy. Such a big cracked bear, even if Big Brother can eat again, I doubt he can eat half of it. So the rest is mine. And as I looked at the feast on the panel in front of me, it finally cooled down. Start the feast. A familiar feeling of hunger sweeps over me. I start eating the corpse of the rift earth bear. As the eating begins, the percentage of the feast's level also begins to change. After eating half of it, the third level of the feast reaches 50% only after. At this point, I turn my gaze to the magic crystal in my hand. It has a richer aroma on it. Without hesitation, I swallow it directly. Then the level of the third layer of the feast finally reaches 100%. I leave the remaining monster meat to Hannah, then quickly head towards the Stonebone Marsh. I didn't return to Dragon Blood. Instead, I casually opened up a small cave in the Stonebone Marsh and lay down. In the familiar dark space, I quietly watch as my body becomes stronger step by step, continuously growing. This time seems different. I focus on the earthy yellow spot appearing in my body. Just as I undergo metamorphosis, a pair of mercenaries quietly arrived in a forest on the outskirts of Stonebone Marsh. They cautiously observe everything around them. Before long, I finally completed my own transformation. Life value 120. Feast level 3. Feast cooldown time 5 days. Talent 1. The carnivorous host can restore life and energy by killing enemies. The recovery value is determined by the enemy's life energy. Talent 2. The lineage magic element affinity host has obtained powerful earth magic talent. This evolution has added an earth magic element compared to the last time. Qinghai is not bad either. I just don't know how strong this earth elemental fusion is. At this moment, I can indeed feel countless earthy yellow elemental light spots seemingly in the air. You should know, this is the Stonebone Marsh. I can actually feel so many earth elements. But in my inherited memory, there isn't much inheritance of earth magic. After all, black dragons generally don't intentionally study any kind of magic. Just lying down can make you stronger. Who still goes to train? I went to the water's edge to see my body. At this point, the length should be over 4 meters, and the body is even more robust. The 2 dragon horns on my head seem ferocious, as if they're going to break through the sky. I have no doubt about their sharpness. Even more handsome now. I looked at myself with self-blame. I wonder how Hannah is doing over there. Little did they know, Hannah has already been targeted by the mercenary group. They didn't realize they were just following the trail of the Earthsplitter bear. They unexpectedly found a black dragon whelp, yet Hannah was still eating the Earthsplitter bear's carcass without any awareness. This monster meat hasn't decayed, doesn't feel very appetizing. Should add some acid to corrode it before eating. Hannah chewed on while thinking. Seems like too much to finish eating. Should I bring some to Ellie? He was scolded by the dragon mother last time. The injury hasn't fully healed yet. Just at this moment, a swordsman suddenly shot out from the bushes. Hannah couldn't help but let out a mournful cry. she didn't look in the direction of the attack. Instead, she quickly ran in the direction I had left earlier. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. 4 or 5 stone pillars rose from the ground, trapping Hannah inside. The mercenaries knew that the baby dragon couldn't fly, so as long as it lost its ability to move, it would be fine. Quickly, several people rushed out. They took out a huge net and threw it over Hannah. Hannah struggled several times, but it only made the net tighter. Now Hannah was completely desperate. "Big brother, come and save me." Hannah was very clear about her situation. She hurriedly shouted for help around her. "Hurry and leave." Speaking of which, the mercenary team lifted Hannah and ran. When I returned to the corpse of the ground bear, Hannah was already gone. I took a sniff. The smell doesn't feel right. The sense of smell of dragons is inherently sensitive. Apart from the smell of Hannah and the ground bear here, there are also many other strong and miscellaneous smells. There are also some human footprints on the ground. In this case, Hannah must be in trouble. A hint of danger flashed in my eyes. Although Hannah is a bit silly, but after all, she is a true dragon. She will still be very powerful after growing up. I intend to treat it as my own base. The Dragon Mom's cave is a few kilometers away from here. Hannah doesn't know where to go back and forth. But these people dare to intrude into the territory of an adult black dragon. Just don't know how strong they are. What is it? I cautiously looked at a nearby place. It's my little sister Ellie's tiny figure that popped out from behind the bushes. She looked at me in surprise, muttered in her heart, "This guy has grown up again. There are almost 3 or 4 of its own size. They are all young dragons. Why do you grow so fast?" "Ellie, Hannah was captured by humans. Hurry and inform the Dragon Mom." "I'll go find Hannah first. It's obvious that I just saw Emily." So I immediately said, "What? Hannah was captured by humans?" Arya was shocked. I gave her a cold look. "Say it. If we don't hurry, Hannah may never come back." Then I flapped my wings and quickly followed the previous scent. Although I still can't fly, my wings can help to glide and speed up. Arya looked in the direction I left and then looked at the ground dragon and gritted her teeth. She ran towards the dragon mother's cave. The mercenaries are still frantically fleeing. They never expected to encounter a fully grown black dragon. The territory of the adult black dragon was invaded and his offspring were taken. They dare not rest for a moment. They all know the seriousness of the situation. After being blocked by the adult black dragon, their fate can be imagined. Hannah has just been heavily drugged with magic sedatives by them, completely falling into a deep sleep. Once this is done, we will truly become superior beings. The few people are determined in their hearts. After chasing for a while, I finally saw the few people. At this point, I'm probably about 500 meters away from them. Protected by dense jungle, the other party did not notice. According to the appraisal technique in the inherited memory, I have obtained the strength levels of several people. A level 4 earth mage, a level 5 warrior, 2 level 4 warriors, and also an elven archer. To think that they would come to the lair of an adult dragon with this level of skill. They even dare to steal dragon hatchlings around here. After carefully assessing the difference in strength between the two sides, I feel like we can give it a go. Although for safety's sake, it would be better to wait for the Black Dragon Lady. But I know, if the Black Dragon Lady takes action, then the spoils on the others won't be ours. Don't underestimate the importance of treasure to dragons. No matter how much we've contributed, the Dragon Mom won't give us a single silver coin. Thinking of this, the footsteps of several people slowed down slightly. I knew the opportunity had come. The next second, I flew towards the mercenary group directly. In just an instant, I appeared above the mage's head and bit his neck directly before the rest of them could react. Blood had already sprayed on the faces of several people. They didn't expect. The mage was actually killed by a suddenly appearing baby dragon. "Humans, you have such audacity," I said in the common language of the continent. The mercenary captain came to his senses, thinking of the mage's miserable appearance. His heart filled with grief, he wielded a huge shield and charged. I shook my head in resignation. "Then go and die." I didn't dodge. I faced it head-on. Sharp teeth bit through the shield. The mercenary captain was surprised. He forcibly suppressed the sorrow. "The creature in front, resembling a young dragon, is not something we can handle." Then said to the people behind him, "We'll go first. I'll cover the rear. Every man for himself." And just as the mercenary captain looked to the side, he found his teammates behind had already fled with the young dragon. The mercenary captain was instantly filled with sorrow and indignation. He never expected that in the most dangerous moment, his closest comrades would abandon him, and I looked on mockingly. The mercenary captain glared at me angrily, rushed towards me again, raised the long sword and slashed at me. I directly thrust a palm forward. The sharp dragon claw instantly pierced through his body, only to see blood flowing continuously from his mouth, intermittently saying that we shouldn't be greedy. Then the color in his eyes gradually faded. I looked at the fallen mercenary captain, without the slightest trace of compassion. If I hadn't had the strength just now, it would have been myself lying on the ground. Then I shook off the body in my hand, and walked towards the body of the magician, because he seemed quite wealthy. Before long, I found a jade pendant and a ring on him. When I probed with my mental power, I found out that this ring is actually a sword storage magic device, and the things inside seem quite abundant. But now is not the time to sort things out. Just at this moment, an angry dragon roar echoed throughout the entire Stonebone Marsh and the nearby forest. I knew it was the dragon mother getting angry. I quickly hid the magic device in my mouth, waiting quietly in place, intentionally followed by a huge black figure descending from the sky. The dragon mother's massive figure appeared in front of me. The tens of meters long body and the unrestrained release of dragon power were full of oppression. Hannah, the dragon mother, looked at the bodies on the ground and said they were taken away by a few mercenaries. I fought with all my might and killed two. Still didn't stop me. Looks like a struggle. Stupid dragon mother is extremely angry. A tale swept me away. She even ignored how I killed the level 5 mercenary. Then Dragon Mother's tracking spell quickly flew in one direction. I only stood up after she left. Fortunately, Dragon Mother only vented her anger, and didn't use heavy force. Otherwise, I would have been half dead from that. At this time, the mercenary carrying Hannah is still fleeing madly. We are almost at the city of Kalini. We will be safe soon. But with a roar of the dragon, both of their minds went blank instantly. The boundless power of the dragon completely deterred the two. It's too late for them to come to their senses. The enormous wings seem to cover the entire sky. The distant city wall is now filled with the sound of intermittent alarm. They were already petrified at the sight of the adult black dragon in the sky. Before they could react, it directly opened its gaping mouth and bit down in one gulp. In an instant, they didn't even have time to scream before being bitten into two. She paid no attention to the bewildered man at her feet, but instead turned her gaze towards the distant city wall. At this moment, the soldiers on the walls of Kalini were already in a panic due to the fright. The dragon mother looked on mockingly at all of this, then flew up into the sky above the city, and looked down at the ground with a cruel smile. The corrosive acid spewed out from the dragon mother's mouth, and quickly spread out. The city of Carnabane was suddenly hit by a rainstorm, and the rain instantly covered the entire area. At this moment, a white light flashed. A middle-aged man in a white robe flew to the dragon mother's vicinity, holding a staff. He is the lord of the city of Carnabane, and an 8th level light mage named Rio. At this moment, he looked on with a grim expression. Great Black Dragon Queen, have you forgotten our agreement? You humans are indeed two-faced. The kingdom of Del dared to send someone to steal my child. The dragon mother angrily pointed at the foolish-looking Hannah on the ground and demanded. Watching the professional binding technique on Hannah's body, Leo's face turned ugly. Looks like this time it will come at a cost. This guy's appetite is not easily satisfied. And at this time, I quietly retreated. What happens next has nothing to do with me. So I came to the place where Hannah said to build a nest. I don't know how many monsters are around, but I quite like this place. Then I opened the magician's magic ring and carefully examined what was inside. There are roughly over 300 gold coins, several dozen silver coins, and some gems. Most importantly, there are some magic scrolls and some earth magic books. This magician is really wealthy. So many earth elemental skill books. I feel like I could become an earth elemental dragon. And I also have an affinity for earth elements. It shouldn't be too difficult to learn. Thinking about this, I take out these magic books and start to browse through them. It's never wrong to learn more skills. A few hours later, while I was still immersed in studying the magic books, a magical creature suddenly barged in. At the same time, I also sensed something unusual. It swung its tail hard, and a creature over 3 meters long was directly flung away. I turned around to look, and the creature lying on the ground was a ground spider. This is a 7th class magical creature. There's something on all the hairs on its body. There's no meat either, so I don't want to eat this. Are you hunting again? Suddenly, Hannah ran over. I looked at him. Here, this is for you. I pointed to the spider next to me and said. Hearing this, Hannah suddenly became energetic. She pounced on it and started gnawing on it directly. While eating, she looked at me and said, "Don't leave yet, okay?" Hannah's eyes were pleading. He remembered the last time he was ambushed while eating alone. "Don't worry, I won't leave." My eyes lit up at this moment. Because I had just rested, I could feel the pulsation of the Earth Magic Emperor. I could clearly feel that there were creatures approaching Hannah underground at this moment. Sure enough, just as Hannah was gnawing on the spider's head, 2 45-meter-long tentacles instantly broke through the ground, rushing towards Hannah's feet. Big brother, Hannah was scared and jumped 3 meters high, rolling and crawling towards me. Make way. I went straight up, bit off a tentacle in one bite, followed by an angry roar. A huge creature directly directly broke through the ground, appeared in front of everyone. It turned out to be a bottom 7 demon fish. I didn't expect such a big fish to come. Big brother, we can't beat it, can we? Hannah beside me weakly said. Yes, I'm not. Let's stay here for a while. Upon hearing this, Hannah walked dejectedly to the side. I swallowed the broken tentacle of the primer devil fish directly. Tastes good. I wonder if there's any magic essence. I looked at the primer devil fish. Now she doesn't seem fierce at all. Then I directly activated the feast talent after cooling down. Suddenly, a strong sense of hunger came over me. I pounced on it like a hungry tiger. I pounced directly at the primer devil fish. Without showing any weakness, it drew its remaining 3 tentacles towards me. Driven by hunger, I grabbed one of the primer devil fish's tentacles and started eating it directly. The progress of the feast is slowly rising from 0%. The bottom 7 devil fish writhes in pain, trying to pull out its tentacles. But I didn't give it the chance. I devour its tentacles in one gulp. The bottom 7 devil fish lets out a furious cry of pain. The remaining 2 tentacles ruthlessly slap my back, but I pay no attention. I'm just focused on gnawing at it. At this point, the bottom 7 devil fish realizes the situation is not good. It wants to retreat back underground. I immediately lie on the back of the bottom 7 devil fish and start eating. Big brother, how ferocious. Hannah didn't expect me to actually eat this bottom 7 devil fish alive. As I eat more and more, the bottom 7 devil fish's resistance becomes weaker and weaker. After eating for a while, I also stopped eating. Its feast progress also got stuck at 80%. I found that the feast progress is quite slow as I eat. The rest is for you. Then I said to Hannah, who was drooling on the side. After hearing that, Hannah eagerly pounced on me. I then entered the cave I had carved out while enduring hunger. I opened the Earth Mage's magic device from earlier. I grabbed a handful of coins and tossed them directly into my mouth. Crunch, crunch. The feast progress increased by about 1 point. Then I also ate a more fragrant wand. I also grabbed some silver coins and tasted them. Unknowingly, I had almost finished eating the coins, and my feast progress has finally reached 100%. I quietly wait in the cave, carrying the transformation. As the evolution is completed, I open my eyes and stand up. This time, there are no new talents added. It seems that new talents are added by devouring the characteristics of certain objects. Unfortunately, this time the confidence and the strength of the magic fish is higher than that of the ground bear. But there is no magic mirror. It looks like the ingredients must be more diverse in the future. And it seems that both gold coins and silver coins are used to increase my dragon scale defense. This is not bad. I look at my body. It's already close to 6 meters. The wingspan is almost 9 meters. I try to flap my wings. It seems like I can fly. I walked out slowly. Hannah and Ellie were actually at the entrance of my cave together. Sorry, die. I couldn't finish eating the corpse of the bottomless demon fish, so I gave some to Ellie, Hannah said cautiously. Last time Ellie helped her, she couldn't bear to see Ellie struggling to survive. Ellie didn't say anything at this time, because she was already shocked by my size. How did you get so big again? Ellie blurted out. I ignored the 2 dragon sisters, just some leftovers. I tried to take a run up, then quickly flapped my huge wings. I actually flew up directly with the help of the wind. Watching Hannah and Ellie getting smaller below, I also got excited. Whether in this life or past lives, this is the first time I've flown with my own power. Feeling the wind blowing past my ears, watching things on the ground getting smaller, a surge of pride rises in my heart. I must set a small goal, a grand feast of 1,000 layers. Thinking of this, I continue to fly. Hannah and Ellie watch me flying. The mouth opens wider and wider. My head also rises higher and higher with my flight until I can't see the cage anymore. Is this still a cage? Ellie murmurs to herself. Big brother, he's different. Just say this D7 devil fish, he can easily slaughter it. But the D7 devil fish can easily slaughter the 2 of us. This is the difference. Big brother, I guess he's blessed by the dragon god. Hannah shakes her head and says, he's used to me looking different after a nap. Ellie isn't talking. She's busy gnawing on the decaying flesh of the 7 devil's fish. Then she started chewing on the bones again. Big brother, don't you like eating bones? He does too. Meanwhile, Carleni City looks a bit different. Rio, the lord of the city, is surprisingly bowing humbly to a young man in golden clothes and golden hair above. The young man took out 2 scrolls from the magic device and said, this time, that Black Dragon will die. Seeing this, Lord Rio's face was full of shock. He actually respects the magic scrolls. Meanwhile, in the Stonebone Marsh, Dragon Mom is guarding her pile of treasure and sleeping. I stayed in my cave studying magic. Outside, there's Hannah, the tagalong, and Aiying. But the intermittent roars in the mountains disrupted my thoughts. I irritably walked out of the cave. Big brother, there are a lot of human armies outside. They're shouting the dragon-slaying slogan outside. They've already entered the forest. Hannah looks extremely nervous. Dragon slaying. I'm a bit puzzled. These people dare to shout this slogan. It means they should have some confidence in defeating the Dragon Mother. This is not a good thing for me. Once I lose the Dragon Mother's protection, my safety becomes an issue. While the human soldiers are still shouting their slogan, the enraged Dragon Mother flew out of the cave. Damn humans! How dare you come to disturb the great Black Dragon Mother again? Having said that, endless acid sprayed from the Dragon Mother's mouth, dripped down from the sky. In just an instant, a large number of human soldiers fell. Their armor was no match for the adult Black Dragon's breath. The Dragon Mother looked down at the soldiers' misery, cruelly opened its huge mouth, released a cloud mist spell. Under the effect of the cloud mist spell, poison staff emanated from the marsh, spreading towards all the soldiers, instantly enveloped the soldiers. Many goblins rushed out from the poison mist, and also kobolds and direwolves. Ferocious. These dragon matriarchs' relatives have already become accustomed to the poison staff of the Stonebone Marsh, so they are like fish in water in the poison staff, ruthlessly slaughtering lives. And the dragon matriarch flew above Lord Rio and his men. Humans, you will pay the price. In his view, the situation is already decided. The endless might of the dragon presses down on Rio and the others. This is a suppression from the bloodline. The two warriors by Rio's side, though they want to escape, but still guard the young man with blonde hair. This is their duty. And the young man with blonde hair is almost scared to death. Prince Laville quickly used the mirror on the young man. The woman on the side, Laura, quickly reminded. Facing the mirror, the blonde young man quickly took out a tan-colored scroll, activating with his own magic. As magic is infused, the surrounding earth elements are being mobilized. Meanwhile, the Dragon Mother sensed something amiss. He began to exhale towards the others, but the acid was blocked by a semi-transparent wall in front of them. At this moment, Ravel's expensive enchanted weapon came into play. Meanwhile, I suddenly looked up at the sky. Hannah and Ellie also looked up, but they didn't see anything. Big brother, what's wrong with you? Hannah asked in confusion. The earth elements around are acting strange. It seems like some kind of magic. I haven't finished speaking yet. Suddenly, countless meteorites with firelight poured down from the sky. The entire Stonebone Marsh, including the adjacent forest, was completely shrouded in it. This is the cursed magic meteor shower. Run, I see trouble ahead. Start directly evading towards the distance. Wait, Hannah and Eli hurried to catch up. In the forest, the ongoing battle, whether it's human soldiers or the Dragon Mother's kin, all showed expressions of despair. They didn't have time to evade at all. After the Dragon Mother shattered a meteorite with a claw, her eyes stared firmly at Leo and the others in the distance. Damn, humans actually have competitive curse magic. Your forbidden curse magic is the area effect meteor shower. Why not say it earlier? Lord Rio watched in sorrow as the soldiers were smashed into pieces by the meteors. You should know it's this kind of curse magic. He won't bring any soldiers with him. This is clearly sending them to their deaths for no reason. Rio, how dare you question my decision? Laville looked at the irritable Rio. His expression was not good. Just a small lord. It's just sacrificing a few soldiers. After we slay the dragon, take his treasure. Recruit as many soldiers as you want. Laville looked at the black dragon in the distance resisting the meteor shower and said, Rio is really angry, but he has no one by his side. But meteor shower is an area of effect spell. Seems unable to kill the black dragon, only able to inflict a little damage on him. On the side, Laura hurriedly started to ease the atmosphere. Don't forget I still have another competitive curse magic scroll, Ravel said and released the remaining competitive curse magic scroll, high-level fire elemental summoning. As Ravel's curse scroll is released, several people felt the endless light and heat. The Dragon Mother in the distance just rushed to the front of several people, instantly knocked away by a large fireball, fiercely smashed into the stone wall. Then, a huge humanoid creature made entirely of flames appeared in the air. Well done, kill them for me, Ravel excitedly said. The Dragon Mother angrily whipped at the fire element, but the fire element was almost immune to all physical attacks. The Dragon Mother's attack did not have much effect, and beside, there was Rio and two other level 8 warriors watching closely. This way, it's highly likely to lose, but he was not willing to give up his protection like this, and Rio and others also noticed the fatigue of the Black Dragon. Everyone, be careful not to let him escape. The black dragon only needs you to submit to me and sign a contract with me. You will have a brighter future," Ravel proudly said. The dragon mother looked at Ravel as if he was a fool. In the eyes of the rainbow dragon, humans are just ants on the ground. How could we possibly recognize humans as the master? The dragon mother looked at more and more wounds on her body, finally made a decision. He began to fly towards the corpse marsh. There is a lot of water element over there. This fire element will be subject to a lot of restrictions. The fire element also followed up. "Don't let him escape. Chase after him." Seeing this, Laville hurriedly said. Several people quickly chased towards the distance. At this time, a piece of ground next to the stone bone marsh suddenly burst open. Hannah, Ellie, and I climbed out from inside. At the first moment of the meteorite landing, I knew I couldn't escape the meteorite's range, so I decisively used earth magic to quickly dig a deep hole. Hannah and Ellie also squeezed in desperately. I know this time it's going to be more bad than good for the dragon mother. Just at the moment we showed up, in the distant stonebone marsh, the dragon mother rose into the sky with wounds all over her body, soaring into the clouds, followed by the much smaller fire elemental lord. Looking at the shrunken fire elemental lord, the dragon mother revealed a sly smile. She just used water magic in the marsh to severely damage the fire elemental. Now this guy is seriously injured, but it's also thanks to that foolish human. Otherwise, fire elementals wouldn't normally choose to fight in such a disadvantageous place, but that foolish human insisted on ordering it to go deep into the marshland. "Humans, you can just wait for my wrath, Del Kingdom." After talking tough, the dragon mom left without looking back. I watched from afar as the dragon mom left. I sighed. Obviously, she didn't care about us. That's too irresponsible of her. At that moment, the shrinking fire element suddenly looked at me. I felt a sense of unease. Not good. Laville and the fire elemental shared a telepathic connection, and he also learned about the discovery of the fire elemental. "Black dragon hatchlings, quickly catch them for me," Laville exclaimed in excitement. True dragon hatchlings. They were invaluable and could even become the foundation of a kingdom. "Split up and run," Salon said to the fire elemental that inexplicably charged towards them. "Salon, Hannah wanted to say something. No time for talk, let's split up and go," Salon said as he flew up first. He had a much higher chance of escaping by flying compared to the two dragon sisters who couldn't fly. Hannah and Emily had no choice but to flee towards the bone-eating swamp. "Catch the bigger one," Laville shouted at Salon among the three small dragons. He felt that Salon looked the most handsome, which was the only way to match him. "Damn it!" Salon looked at the fire elemental flying towards him. Crackling sounds, several fireballs exploded towards Salon. Although Salon managed to dodge a few, one still hit him. "Ha!" Salon looked at his scales, and his yellow vertical pupils lit up. There were only some black burn marks on them. The damage wasn't as high as he had imagined. It broke through his defense, but he could still withstand it. He didn't need the carnivorous talent to recover from this minor injury with his true dragon physique. He looked at the fire elemental, realizing that its power seemed to have decreased significantly. The fire elemental once again swung two flame chains and collided with Salon. Boom! Salon's body was directly slammed into the ground, creating a large pit. "Ha, you can't escape now. Obediently become my mount," Laville exclaimed in excitement. It was more cost-effective to catch the bigger one and then capture the smaller ones. The smaller ones were easier to tame. "Who gave you the illusion that you caught me?" Salon climbed up from the ground. His yellow vertical pupils stared firmly at Laville and Lola. Although his size wasn't as big as the black dragon mother, his huge wings made him look massive. It was only now that Laville remembered that he didn't seem to have any other guards besides Lola. "Quickly, severely injure him for me." Laville felt that the time for the fire elemental lord's existence seemed to be running out. The fire elemental lord continued to attack Salon. Salon spat out some acid, but the damage it caused was limited. Salon knew that physical attacks were very limited against the fire elemental lord, so he didn't foolishly go up and bite with his sharp teeth and claws. Instead, he looked at Laville and Lola beside him. It seemed that they understood Salon's thoughts, and the two quickly hid behind the fire elemental. "Laville, you and the fire elemental deal with this black dragon together, he's not simple," Lola suddenly said. "But I'm a prince, how can I do such violent things?" Laville quickly shook his head. Lola cursed Laville in her heart. If it weren't for the fact that the king only had one son, and the rest were daughters, she wouldn't let him become the heir. Salon turned around and focused on the fire elemental in front of him. He silently said, "The feast begins." Suddenly, a strong sense of hunger swept through his body. Salon realized that as the layers of the feast stacked, the hunger became stronger and stronger. It made him have an impulse to devour everything. Moreover, an incredibly rich fragrance came from the fire elemental in front of him, making Salong salivate uncontrollably. He couldn't resist and flew directly towards the fire elemental lord. The fire elemental extended 4 fiery red chains towards Salong, trying to bind him, but Salong completely ignored the 4 chains and devoured the fire elemental lord. Is this black dragon stupid? Does he really want to bite the fire elemental to death? Laville wondered. It shouldn't be that simple. Lola looked at Salong's ferocious appearance and felt a bit uncertain. She looked at Laville beside her and slowly took a step back. Just then, Salong bit off one of the fire elemental's small arms and swallowed it. How is this possible? Laville was dumbfounded. The fire element is simply a ball of flames. How could it bite off an arm and still be eaten? Salong felt an even stronger hunger in his heart as he sensed the progress of the feast. Feasts like this are very powerful, and generally, even if Salong bites the fire, it is useless. But with the feast's blessing, he can directly inflict real damage on the fire element, rendering his physical attacks immune. The fire element roared, and the flames on its body quickly surged to the position of the severed arm, restoring its own arm. But its size also shrank a bit. Seeing this, Salong went straight to tear it apart, and the fire element hurriedly ascended into the air to avoid him, but Salong followed suit and flew up as well. Roar in a roar, Salong ate the fire element bite by bite, and the size of the fire element decreased more and more. His feast progress also increased, 80%, 82%, 83%. Lavelle, we can't go on like this. If the fire element loses, we won't be able to escape. Lola looked at the fire element, from initially having the upper hand to now being weak and powerless, feeling a bit helpless. If it weren't for this idiot's reckless command at the beginning, the fire element wouldn't be like this. Lola, don't worry, I have a spatial teleportation magic scroll, it's for my survival. Lavelle continued to watch the battle between the black dragon and the fire element in the distance. A teleportation magic scroll, Lola exclaimed. Spatial magic is already rare compared to other types of magic, let alone being made into a scroll. Even their Duke family doesn't have one. Can I see it? Lola said gently. Of course. Lavelle noticed the admiration and envy in Lola's eyes. By now, the fire element had shrunk to its limit. Salong looked at the fire element, which was about 1/3 of his own size, and grabbed it directly. Then, he stuffed it into his mouth like eating a marshmallow. Countless flames surged all over the fire element, trying to burn Salong's huge mouth. But in the end, Salong slowly ate it bit by bit. After finishing, he burped and then looked at the 2 people present. Lavelle was directly stunned. Lola, we need to. When he turned around, he suddenly found that Lola had long been more than 10 meters behind him, and she had already activated the spatial teleportation scroll. Lola, what are you doing? Let's go together. Lavelle rushed over frantically. But Lola's eyes were full of indifference. Lavelle, this spatial teleportation scroll is of low quality. It can only teleport one person, more than that may cause unexpected situations. I'm sorry, Lavelle, I know you love me. Didn't you say you would do anything for me? Damn it, you bitch, stop. Lavelle's eyes turned red. Meanwhile, after eating the fire element, Salong's feast was also coming to an end. He immediately rushed towards Lola, his speed much faster than Lavelle's. But he was still a step too late. With ripples appearing in space, Lola's figure became more and more blurred. But at the last moment, Salong rushed to Lola's face and swung his claws fiercely. Ah! Accompanied by a scream, Lola's body disappeared, leaving behind a white and tender arm. Salong exhaled 2 white breaths, letting this woman escape again. Meanwhile, Lavelle beside him was already dumbfounded. He stood there blankly, completely hopeless. It wasn't until Salong's shadow enveloped him that he reacted. Lord Black Dragon, I was wrong. Please give me a chance for revenge. Lavelle's eyes showed a crazy expression. Oh, what can I get if I give you a chance to live? Salong looked at the other party's posture. It seems that the lapdog has truly awakened, but it seems a bit late. I am the only prince of the Del Kingdom, also the only heir. I can find a way to kill the king, and after I become the king, I can devote all the resources of the entire kingdom to serve you. Lavelle slowly calmed down. A cold light flashed in Salong's eyes. You said it very well. Sauron looked up. There was a hint of joy in Ravel's eyes. But then Sauron's words plunged him into despair. But why should I believe someone who wants to kill his own father? Sauron said coldly. No, why? Aren't you a dragon? Isn't this what you dragons love the most? Ravel shouted in despair. Sauron did not answer him, but instead sprayed a mouthful of acid. Ah! Ravel was corroded into powder in despair. Sauron lowered his head and took Ravel's magic device, then quickly flew away into the distance. After flying for dozens of minutes, Sauron found a cave. With a breath, he killed the original owner of the cave, a fierce black bear, and blocked the entrance of the cave. Then he couldn't help but close his eyes. Then came the familiar dark space. He had just forcibly suppressed his desire to transform after the feast. This feast was mostly provided by the Lord of Fire element, so Sauron was also looking forward to what changes he would undergo. Sauron once again witnessed his own growth from the perspective of an observer. First, his body slowly grew larger. Then, some fiery red dots gathered around his body, and there were many of them. They slowly merged with Sauron's body, and at the same time, Sauron noticed some dark red patterns on the base of his dragon horns. Then Sauron opened his eyes in the darkness and examined the changes on his body. This time, Sauron's eyes turned crimson. His body grew to 7 meters, and the scales on his body became even darker and deeper. Then he looked at the panel. Sauron, HP 175, Feast Level 5, Feast Cooldown, 4 days, Talent 1, Carnivore, you can restore HP and energy by killing enemies, the amount restored depends on the enemy's life energy. Talent 2, Earth Magic Element Affinity, you have a powerful talent for Earth Magic. Talent 3, Fire Magic Element Affinity, you have a powerful talent for Fire Magic. This time, the increase in HP seemed to be less than last time, and the cooldown time for the feast became 4 days. He wasn't too surprised by the addition of the 3 talents, as the talent for Earth Magic came from the last time as well. Unfortunately, there were no other talents generated. Sauron knew very well that his fundamental ability was still the feast, and things like magic were just auxiliary. He had some speculations about HP and cooldown time, but he wasn't certain and needed to continue experimenting. With that in mind, Sauron breathed out again. It was the corrosive acid unique to black dragons, but it seemed even more powerful. He was a bit disappointed that he didn't have a fire breath. He had always wanted to be a fire-breathing dragon. Among the 5-colored dragons, the breath of the red dragon was Dragon Flame, which was quite domineering. Its power would become stronger as it grew older. Even some ancient red dragon's flames could not be resisted by fire elementals from other planes. This showed the dominance of that kind of breath. However, fire breath and fire magic were not the same. The former was instinctive, while the latter required casting spells. Several days later, the kingdom of Del was in chaos. The king's only son, Ravel, was killed by a dragon during the dragon slaying, and it was said that his body was exceptionally gruesome when found. The king initially didn't believe that those corroded bones that didn't look like anything were his son Ravel. But after repeated inspections and confirmations by the court magicians, it was proven that it was Prince Ravel, who had died in agony from being hit by the black dragon's acid breath. The king fainted on the spot and, upon waking up, was furious. He directly executed the 2 level 8 warriors who had accompanied Prince Ravel that day. When it came to killing the Lord of Kalini City, Leo's master, a semi-holy domain light magic mage, stepped forward, saving Leo's life. After Duke Orla's daughter, Laura, was found, things became clear. According to Laura, there was actually another young black dragon there, not just the mother black dragon. While all the warriors were dealing with the mother black dragon, the cunning young black dragon took the opportunity to ambush Laura, causing her to lose an arm. Prince Lavelle gave Laura the teleportation scroll to save herself. He faced the black dragon alone. After telling all this, Laura fainted in sadness, even calling out Lavelle's name in her dreams. It is truly a sincere love between them. Prince Lavelle is really dead. In a luxurious mansion, a blonde woman dressed as a maid said to a beautiful woman with red hair, "Are you sure?" The redhead stood up, raised an eyebrow, and had a beauty mark on each corner of her eyes. She had a good figure and was tall, with a special aura, looking down on the maid, giving her great pressure. Yes, it's true. The court magicians have confirmed it many times. Prince Lavelle only left a few corroded bones after saving Lady Laura. The maid said tremblingly, "Do you believe that Lavelle is the kind of person who sacrifices himself for others?" Sophia sneered. Sophia looked in the direction of the palace. "Father, I wonder what you will do." The redhead woman is Princess Sophia of the Del Kingdom. She is very talented and has reached the level 7 spellcaster this year. However, she is a woman and cannot inherit the throne, and now the king's only son is dead. The surface of the entire kingdom is calm, but in reality, there are hidden currents. Salon carefully watched the movements next to the bone-eater swamp in the forest. Hundreds of well-equipped soldiers guarded nearby, and the masks they wore seemed to isolate the surrounding miasma. Salon watched as carts of gold coins and treasures were escorted onto carriages by these soldiers. After all, not everyone has a spatial magic device. He looked carefully and found that there seemed to be no powerful enchanted weapons like the ones he had seen in the dragon's lair before. It seemed that the black dragon mother took away some treasures. It was not easy for these soldiers to transport the treasures. The black dragon mother's lair was underground in the swamp, and the soldiers who entered had to be strong enough because the lair still had the dragon's power. Ordinary soldiers would be scared to death when they entered, so it took several days for them to transport the treasures. Salong's crimson eyes stared at the last carriage, which had a huge black package on it, and the outline of an axe could be vaguely seen inside. Salong patiently waited like an experienced hunter. There were two powerful level 9 spellcasters guarding the convoy, and Salong noticed that these two guys secretly hid some treasures, while the nearby soldiers turned a blind eye. There were also some stronger warriors equipped with huge crossbows, obviously guarding against the Black Dragon Mother's counterattack. With his current strength, Salong had no way to confront them head-on, so he decided to use his wits. After all, in the people's perception on the continent, the Black Dragon was the most despicable and cunning true dragon, and they would stop at nothing to hunt or obtain treasures. Soon, night fell slowly, and they still hadn't left the Bone-Eater Swamp. The carriage was too heavy, and the road here was difficult to traverse. Although the horses pulling the carriage had some Earth Dragon bloodline and were much stronger than ordinary horses, it was still very difficult. Let's take a break. This place is really annoying. Road, one of the level 9 spellcasters of the wood element, wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, "But this Bone-Eater Swamp is too dangerous, especially at night. Let's first get out of this dense forest." Bran, the water element spellcaster, shook his head. "Do you think the warriors still have the strength now?" Road smiled bitterly and pointed to the convoy. From a distance, Bran could see that all the soldiers were panting heavily, with some of the carriages stuck in the mud while others were desperately trying to pull them out. The heavy armor and weapons on the soldiers had become a burden. "All right," Bran sighed. "Everyone, set up camp and rest." Road shouted loudly. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They couldn't hold on any longer. It was more exhausting than fighting several battles. While everyone was gathering firewood and cooking, they didn't notice a pair of crimson eyes in the jungle that had already set their sights on them. Seeing how exhausted these guys were, Salong knew his opportunity had come. Just as a soldier had just taken off his heavy armor and was about to rest, a claw suddenly reached out from the darkness and crushed his head. Salong followed suit and took care of the remaining soldiers before approaching the last carriage. He spat out the ring-shaped magic device that belonged to Laville from his mouth. There was nothing special in Laville's magic device, but it had a dozen or so compartments. Under the drive of his mental power, the items on the carriage were directly sucked into the magic device. But just as Salong had successfully collected everything, a furious shout came from afar. "Who?" Salong knew that he must have triggered the alarm magic on the carriage, but his goal had already been achieved. The remaining treasures didn't matter anymore. Before anyone arrived, Salong exhaled a sour breath that enveloped 7 or 8 carriages, then took advantage of the night to leave. When the 2 spellcasters arrived with the soldiers, all that was left was a mess on the ground. Salong carried his spoils and left the bone-eating swamp, continuing northward. There were many jungles there, and the land was vast and sparsely populated. It was suitable for his growth. Salong also looked for Emily and Hannah, the 2 little dragon sisters, but found nothing. He didn't know where they had escaped to. Good luck to them. Thinking of this, Salong casually found a cave on a cliff and went in. There were no creatures inside, only some scattered feathers, indicating that some kind of bird had previously nested here. After finding a clean spot to sit down, Salong began to examine today's harvest. When he opened the magic device, a pile of things appeared before his eyes. First, there were some gold and silver coins, among which Salong valued the huge battle axe the most. Previously, in the Dragon Mother's cave, Salong had wanted to use it as a feast ingredient, but he temporarily gave up that idea due to the intimidation of the Black Dragon Mother. But now it belonged to him. These gold and silver coins, along with other weapons and this powerful battle axe, should be enough for him to have another feast. However, more is always better. Salong decided to go out and fill the gap in ingredients with some magical beasts. Thinking about it, Salong spread his wings and flew out, starting to search for magical beasts in the surrounding area. Some magical beasts emitted a certain intimidating aura to show their territory, which was the most obvious target for Salong. It didn't take much effort for Salong to catch a swift-winged wolf and a scorpion-tailed lion. These 2 magical beasts were kings in their territory, but there were almost no natural enemies for Salong in this area. He was at the top of the food chain. Looking at the corpses of the magical beasts, the gold and silver coins, and the weapons in front of him, Salong's crimson eyes revealed anticipation. Then let the feast begin. Salong first gnawed on the 2 magical beasts, skin and bones, and then moved on to the battle axe. The quality of the battle axe should be very high, but under the blessing of the feast, Salong's teeth were unbelievably sharp, and he slowly devoured the battle axe. While eating, Salong would also swallow some gold and silver coins as side dishes. In Salong's perception, gold and silver coins were more suitable for the feast than magical beast meat. As Salong ate the weapons and the gold and silver coins, he couldn't help but feel like he was having a grand feast. Unknowingly, when he finished eating all the ingredients, the feast finally came to an end. In that dark space, Salong once again witnessed his own growth. This feast seemed to focus on transforming teeth and claws, in addition to body size. Salong watched as his dragon claws became thicker and stronger, with a more prominent metallic sheen. The muscles in his facial muscles and arms increased, and his entire body grew larger. After all, muscles meant strength. Finally, when his body size reached 9 meters, it stopped. Salong, HP 210, Feast Level 6, Feast Cooldown, 7 days, Talent 1, Carnivore, you can restore HP and energy by killing enemies, the amount restored depends on the enemy's life energy. Talent 2, Earth Magic Affinity, you have a powerful talent for Earth Magic. Talent 3, Fire Magic Affinity, you have a powerful talent for Fire Magic. Talent 4, Armor Break, your claws and teeth will cause more damage to enemies. Salong looked at his panel and as he expected, the unknown weapon's attribute should be Armor Break. The feast added this characteristic to his body. Salong swung his claws and the nearby stone wall was cut like tofu. Even before the feast started, I could easily cut through the stone wall, but now it's even easier. He spread his wings and slowly walked out of the temporary cave. Looking at the small groves and some small beasts below, Salong felt a surge of pride. Now he finally had some self-defense power in this world. I have arrived in this world. Elves, fairies, just wait. Salong spread his wings and flew into the sky. Standing on the ground, Salong used earth magic and sensed the underground through the pulsation of the earth. It had been several days, and Salong didn't know where he had come to. Besides trees, there were only more trees around. He had been flying for 3 days and still hadn't flown out of the forest. This made him feel annoyed. The damn inherited memories didn't even give him a map. After killing a few unknown flying birds, Salong landed on the ground and drank some of their blood to quench his thirst. For safety reasons, Salong would always use the earth pulsation after landing to check the situation underground and prevent unknown creatures from ambushing him, like the bottom-dwelling demon fish. But this time, it seemed that he had discovered something good. To confirm, he also used detection magic. Detection magic was a kind of dragon inheritance magic that could identify most substances. It's actually topaz stone. Salong was pleasantly surprised. Topaz stone looked like yellow jade, with a blue and yellow appearance, high transparency, and extremely hard texture, which was loved by dragons. There was a whole vein of topaz stone underground here, roughly estimated to be able to mine hundreds of tons. For any true dragon, this was a huge fortune. Salong wanted to roar to the sky. This kind of stone should be good as an ingredient. Every time during the feast, Salong couldn't wait to use it. It was like watching his own HP skyrocket in the game, while the enemy's face was full of despair. That feeling was so enjoyable. Although Salong was a true dragon and valued treasures, he wouldn't hoard them in his cave like other dragons to gain immense psychological satisfaction. For him, the only good treasure was the one that went into his stomach. Just then, Salong felt a fluctuation of magic. He sighed, not expecting that while he was focused on exploring the treasures underground, he didn't pay much attention to the surroundings. He had actually been targeted as prey by other creatures. Lowly reptiles, come out. Salong's gaze burned as he looked around. Under Salong's gaze, the surrounding air slowly began to change. A group of creatures over 2 meters tall appeared in front of him and surrounded him. They had various weapons, including bone clubs and wood. Some of them even had crude armor. Forest trolls. Salong recognized this kind of life form. The tall stature, small fur on their bodies, and blue-green skin were all distinctive features of forest trolls. It really is a dragon, exclaimed a troll holding a huge bone club. It was a dragon that didn't seem to have reached adulthood yet, and it was the hope of their Fangtooth tribe. If they accepted the baptism of dragon blood, the strength of their Fangtooth tribe would undergo a tremendous change. Salong surveyed the forest troll tribe, which consisted of more than 80 individuals. Forest trolls looked similar to green-skinned orcs, but they were completely different. Forest trolls had blue skin, and the green color was mainly due to the moss that grew on their bodies. Salong looked at 3 female trolls who were noticeably smaller in stature than the others in the distance. While the spellcasters of the green-skinned orc tribe were shamans, the spellcasters of the forest trolls were talented female trolls, while male trolls were generally warriors. Salong didn't attempt to take flight because these female trolls had just cast some kind of forbidden air magic. If he wanted to take flight, it would require a lot of effort, and during that time, the other trolls would have enough time to attack him. Besides, Salong didn't want to leave just like that, as he needed miners for this huge vein of ore. He didn't have the intention to mine it himself. Foolish trolls, are you really prepared to face a true dragon? Salong's deep voice resounded once again, completely different from the immature voices of other young dragons. He spread his wings, which were even larger than those of ordinary dragons, making himself appear more intimidating. Then, he raised his head and released his dragon's might without any restraint. Some of the troll warriors nearby felt a sense of oppression, and some even couldn't hold on to their weapons. The troll chieftain, Shadar, looked at the dragon in front of him and a thought emerged in his mind. Could their tribe really handle such an existence? Shadar, this might be our Fangtooth tribe's only opportunity to grow stronger, sighed an elderly one-eyed troll beside him. I won't give up. Shadar's yellow eyes instantly filled with determination upon hearing this. Dragons were full of treasures. Their scales could be made into the toughest armor, their teeth and dragon horns could be used to make powerful weapons. Dragon meat could strengthen the body, and dragon blood could turn ordinary warriors into powerful dragon vein warriors. Warriors, for our tribe, let's kill this dragon together. Once we obtain dragon blood, we can become true dragon vein warriors and never go hungry again. Encouraged by Shadar, some trolls gathered their courage. Shalaman, start casting your spells. Under Shadar's command, the female trolls began to cast their magic. Weakness spell. Voodoo spell. Various negative spells were cast on Salong, while some enhancement spells were cast on other troll warriors. This made them even more excited. Creak. Several troll warriors in front threw their bone spears. These spears were made from the sharpest bones of magical beasts. They were sharper than iron and were also enchanted. They seemed to have already imagined this black dragon being pierced through its scales, with fresh blood flowing out, so they could drink the dragon blood to their heart's content. However, Salong didn't dodge any of these spears. Just to be safe, he secretly cast a stone skin spell on himself. He wanted to conquer these trolls in the most powerful manner. Bang! In the expectant eyes of the trolls, Salong didn't dodge at all. Countless spears didn't even pierce his scales and fell to the ground. Is that all? Sauron looked disdainfully at these trolls. These negative magics had an effect, but for him, it was nothing special. Shadar pulled out his spear, which he had made from a metal he had carried with him since he killed a human adventurer last time. Swish, the spear stabbed towards Sauron's head, but Sauron casually opened his mouth and bit down on the incoming spear. His crimson eyes stared firmly at Shadar. Crack, the spear was directly crushed by Sauron and swallowed. Is that all? Reptiles, I'll give you another chance, show me your true strength. Shadar and the trolls were all shocked. Under the influence of various negative magics, plus the fact that their spears were completely ineffective against their opponent, they wondered how their ancestors had really slain dragons hundreds of years ago. Shadar now seriously doubted the claim that the trolls' ancestors had slain dragons. It seems you can't keep me entertained any longer, so go and die, Sauron impatiently said as he saw these guys standing still. I'll fight you. Finally, under this pressure, a few troll warriors couldn't help themselves. Roaring, they rushed forward with bone clubs, but Sauron ignored their attacks and caught each one in his claws. No! Shadar watched this scene with pain in his heart. Sauron glanced at Shadar and then crushed the upper bodies of the troll warriors. It was as simple as crushing a tomato. Didn't you just say no? Sauron asked after throwing down the bodies. He's not a black dragon. Black dragons aren't like this. One troll warrior said loudly. Respected black dragon, this time our Fangtooth tribe has offended your dignity. We will offer all the tribe's treasures and beg for your forgiveness, Shadar humbly said, putting down his weapon. As the leader of the tribe, he was not only physically stronger than other trolls, but also more intelligent. The black dragon in front of him did not directly come to exterminate them, but only killed a few trolls who had offended him. This meant that there was still room for reconciliation. All creatures knew that true dragons loved treasures the most, so he would offer all the treasures they had accumulated over the years, even though there wasn't much left. They could just steal some more from elsewhere in the future. Treasures? I can kill all of you, and your treasures will still be mine. Do you think that can offset the price of offending a true dragon? Sauron mocked. Shadar felt a bit helpless. Black dragons were known for being cunning and despicable among the chromatic dragons. Red dragons could still be fooled, but there was no way to communicate with black dragons. So, what do you want, Lord Black Dragon? Shadar said with a brave face. It's not about what I want, it's about what you want. Do you want to live or do you want to die? Sauron spread his wings and said chillingly. Lord Black Dragon, we want to live. Shadar clenched his fist. There was no creature in this world that didn't want to live. He knew that this black dragon in front of him was about to show his fangs. It seems you are a clever troll. I want you to become my vassals. Sauron looked at the troll leader in front of him. We are willing to become your vassals, Lord, Shadar said, patting his chest. Did they agree so readily because they had a trick up their sleeves? Sauron felt a bit uneasy looking at these guys. In his opinion, they should have chosen death over submission. He could have killed this troll leader and then supported a new group of trolls. But this guy agreed too readily. He had just killed their kin, so this guy wouldn't be thinking of biding his time, would he? Then tell me, why do you want to become my vassals? Sauron said mockingly. Well, Shadar had long heard that chromatic dragons were capricious, but today, he truly experienced this capriciousness. Wasn't it him who made the Fangtooth tribe his followers? Sir, your majestic figure, mighty appearance, and powerful strength have conquered our Fangtooth tribe. Shadar praised Sauron with his meager vocabulary. They forest trolls were originally part of the evil faction, so it was only natural for them to join more powerful creatures. After all, they were not the strongest in their Fangtooth tribe. They had been engaged in battles with other tribes, which had led to a sharp decline in their warrior numbers. Now that such a powerful black dragon had come here, it wasn't a bad idea to consider him as their leader. At least it would protect their people from harm by other creatures. However, black dragons were inherently cruel, so they had to make sure not to anger their people and prevent them from getting hurt. Sir, I apologize for our offense just now. Shadar made up his mind. He directly reached out and plucked out one of his own eyeballs, placing it in his palm before kneeling down and raising his eyeball above his head with both hands. Then I accept your loyalty, troll. Tell me your name. Sauron looked at Shadar and said, admiring his determination. After all, this kind of pain was extraordinary. Shadar breathed a sigh of relief and gestured to the other tribe members. The female spellcasters released the ban on the airspace, while the male trolls put down their weapons and knelt down together. Shadar, the leader of the Fangtooth tribe of forest trolls, leads all the tribe members to pledge allegiance to you, sir. Shadar said loudly while kneeling. Shadar? Sauron was a little surprised, as he had heard this name before. Yes, sir, my name is Shadar. Shadar said. All right then. Shadar it is, nothing wrong with that. Now take me to your tribe's territory. Sauron said. Yes, my master, as you command. Shadar lowered his posture. Sauron followed a group of trolls to a valley, which was the territory of the Fangtooth tribe. Shadar had already sent his subordinates to explain everything to the tribe members who stayed here, so there were many weak and elderly trolls gathered on the side. A blue-skinned young troll curiously looked at Sauron. This black dragon seems different from the black dragons we usually talk about. A female troll next to him slapped the young troll's head upon hearing this and knelt down together with him. They knew that the black dragon in front of them was the one they all had to pledge allegiance to, and they must not anger him. Sauron surveyed the tribe. There were about 100 adult warriors in total, and the remaining weak and elderly numbered over 300. Of course, trolls could all be warriors. When the tribe suffered a devastating blow, these weak and elderly trolls would become warriors. After all, a young troll could easily kill several adult humans. Sir, I will quickly prepare your residence, and I will also send food over. Shadar looked at Sauron's gaze fixed on the young trolls and quickly changed the subject, fearing that Sauron would use the young trolls as sacrifices. That can wait for now. Shadar, why does your Fangtooth tribe have so few warriors? Sauron only learned on the way here that Shadar was not a fool. However, the ratio of over 300 weak and elderly trolls to only 100 adult trolls in a forest troll tribe was very abnormal. Sir Sauron, our forest troll tribe used to have many warriors, but recently we have had severe conflicts with a neighboring half-orc tribe, resulting in the loss of many tribe members. Shadar sighed. It was only through his explanation that Sauron learned that the area known as the Sunset Forest was the territory of their forest troll tribe. They had developed quite well there, with abundant prey, and occasionally raiding merchant caravans made their lives quite comfortable. There was a half-orc tribe next to the Sunset Forest, and their strength was similar to that of the Fangtooth tribe. However, the two tribes had never had major conflicts and had maintained a peaceful coexistence. But recently, the half-orc tribe has been invading their territory for some reason. There have been many major conflicts, and both sides have suffered losses. Sauron was thinking that they seemed to be short of miners, and unexpectedly, a discovery was made. Sauron was arranged by Shadar to live in a huge cave deep in the valley. This was originally a refuge cave for the trolls, which had been cleaned very clean by Shadar's subordinates. Sauron was quite satisfied. Shadar also brought treasures collected by the forest troll tribe over the years. Sauron took a look. There were about 100 gold coins, most of which were gemstone armor and weapons, with bloodstains on them. They should have been left behind by robbed caravans or adventurers. Is this all the troll tribe's treasure? Sauron was a little disappointed. It was simply poor compared to the black dragon lady. What is this? Sauron picked up a blue necklace. The magical elements on this necklace were very strong. It consisted of 7 objects that looked like blue gems, with a white seashell at the bottom, which looked beautiful. Lord Sauron, we found this when we robbed a caravan before. According to the person in charge of that caravan, this thing is called the Tear of the Sea Nymph. It is a magical weapon, but we can't find a way to use it. Shadar replied, blaming those brats for killing too quickly. Tear of the Sea Nymph. Selon looked at this necklace and felt that this thing should be very important to him. Shadar, send someone to our previous underground location. There are some veins there. I hope you can mine a batch as soon as possible. Selon put away the Tear of the Sea Nymph. He needed to prepare for the upcoming feast. Lord Selon, our forest trolls are not good at mining. Shadar was a little embarrassed. They could fight and kill, but mining was a bit difficult for them. What? You're telling me you can't complete your first task after becoming my follower? Selon's eyes carried a dangerous scent. Lord Selon, rest assured, we promise to mine as soon as possible. Shadar quickly said. Then go and do it. Yes, sir. After Shadar left the cave, he met the old troll, Sharman, the oldest troll in the tribe. Shadar, how is it going? Sharman asked anxiously when he saw Shadar's worried look. After Shadar repeated Selon's orders, Sharman also fell into deep thought. Shadar, prepare the warriors, get ready with weapons, I have an idea. Sharman's cloudy yellow eyes lit up. What do you mean? Shadar asked excitedly. You forgot about our 2 reserve food warehouses. Sharman laughed. Right, why didn't I think of that? Goblins and kobolds are the best at doing these things. Shadar slapped his head. In the Sunset Forest, there were 2 small tribes. One was a goblin tribe and the other was a kobold tribe. These 2 tribes were actually left by the Fongtooth tribe as granaries. During difficult hunting seasons, the Fongtooth tribe would send warriors to capture some goblins and kobolds for food. The Fongtooth tribe would not eat young goblins and kobolds. They also understood the importance of sustainable development. Selon didn't pay attention to Shadar's hurried appearance. He didn't care how Shadar did it, as long as the ore was mined for him when the time came. He was never careless when it came to the feast. Thinking of this, he looked at the Tear of the Sea Nymph beside him. This thing gave him a stronger feeling than the giant axe before. Without a doubt, the Tear of the Sea Nymph would be the main ingredient this time. With some ores and gold coins, the feast should be barely enough. Hurry up, you disgusting creatures. The forest troll warriors drove some green-skinned goblins with long ears to the location of the topaz stone vein that Selon had discovered before. Another group of warriors escorted some kobolds behind them. The skin of the kobolds is scaly, ranging in color from dark brown to black. They have 2 small light-colored horns, glowing eyes, and a straight tail like a rat. Respected Lord Shadol, what is this about? A goblin warrior, who is obviously the leader, nervously looks at Shadol. He is wearing tattered leather armor. Could it be that these guys are going to eat them all this time? Shadol ignores him and stands on a high ground. Listen up, whether you are kobolds or goblins, from now on, our Fongtooth tribe will no longer eat you. Shadol's words immediately cause a commotion. The forest trolls won't eat them anymore? Is it true or not? Now, there is a huge vein of ore beneath your feet. I need you to mine a batch of it for me in the shortest time possible. This is the time to prove your worth. If you can't do it, Shadol pauses here. Rest assured, Lord, mining is our talent. We will complete it in the shortest time. The goblins are excited. So these guys really won't eat them anymore. These are your tools. Shadol points to a pile of bones on the ground. These are the bones of the ferocious creatures hunted by their tribe. And one more thing, you can exchange the mine ore for meat. 1 portion of meat for 10 times the amount of ore. Shadol says with a heavy heart. This is what Sherman asked him to say. In his opinion, how can these lowly creatures deserve to eat the fruits of their hunting? But there is no other way. He can't let these guys work on an empty stomach. If they delay the time requested by Lord Selon, Shadol can't imagine the consequences. The goblins and kobolds rush towards the vein. Some of them come back to grab bone tools. The goblins and kobolds fight fiercely. They can finally eat meat, and it's the meat given by the forest trolls. The forest trolls have to maintain order as they watch the chaotic scene. What excites the forest trolls is that the goblins and kobolds are indeed experts at mining. In no time, pits appear on the ground. The goblins can accurately explore where it is easiest to mine and how to prevent collapses. In a short while, the goblin leader comes to Shadol with several pieces of yellow transparent topaz ore on his back. Shadol looks at the glowing transparent ore and is also excited. This beautiful ore must be very valuable. No wonder Lord Selong attaches so much importance to it. Lord, I have also mined some ore. A kobold gasps for breath as he comes to Shadol with a large piece of ore on his back. Very good. Bring the ore with you and follow me. Shadol happily says, waving his hand. Yes, sir. While Selong is organizing ingredients, he sees Shadol bringing 2 short guys into his cave. His attention is focused on the ore on their backs. Shadol, I didn't expect you to mine it so quickly. Salong nods approvingly. Lord, we brought goblins and kobolds to mine together. Shadol bows respectfully. The goblin leader, Vix, and the kobold, Doug, are stunned. They didn't expect to meet a dragon with the forest trolls. Doug, the kobold, is even more overwhelmed. He directly prostrates himself on the ground, showing his respect to Salong. Great true dragon, Doug pledges his loyalty to you. Ha! He's speaking dragon language. Salong realizes that this kobold is speaking dragon language. Great true dragon, your majesty, your figure is more majestic than any creature, and your majesty is unparalleled. Please accept my humble loyalty. Doug humbly says, Good, I accept your loyalty. Salong is very pleased. It is said that kobolds have a trace of dragon blood, so some of them can speak a little dragon language. Salong doesn't believe that these guys have dragon blood in them. And whenever kobolds encounter any true dragon, they will unhesitatingly pledge their loyalty, very fanatical. They are born as the descendants of dragons. And they are different from the kind of goblins and trolls who only know how to fight, kill, and rob. They are born miners. Great Dragon Majesty, Vex pledges loyalty to you, and I have important news. At this moment, the goblin Vex hurriedly said. He saw that even mere goblins could pledge loyalty to the true dragon, so he also had the idea. What news? Sauron's crimson eyes stared at Vex. Vex was not as big as one of Sauron's claws, which put a lot of pressure on him. We previously discovered a fell iron or vein next to the Twilight Forest, but it was not mined because it is located next to the Orc tribe. Vex quickly said, Fell iron or vein? Are you sure? Sauron became excited. Could it be that he was truly blessed by luck? Great Dragon Majesty, I used to be a slave in human society, helping them mine ores. I learned various methods of mining and identifying ores, so it must be a fell iron or vein with a considerable reserve. Vex calmed himself down. Sardar's face looked a bit unpleasant. How dare this guy not tell him? The fell iron or vein was one of the most attractive veins on the continent. Unlike ordinary iron ore, fell iron ore could be directly enchanted, and its original hardness was several times harder than regular iron ore. Weapons, armor, and various other things all relied on fell iron ore. Very well, Goblin, tell me your name. Sauron was even happier to see that this was a knowledgeable goblin. These were high-end talents. Great Dragon Majesty, my name is Vex. The goblin lowered his head in fear. But in his heart, he was ecstatic, feeling that he had finally changed his destiny. We will set off in 2 days to see the iron or vein. Sauron exclaimed excitedly. He planned to go after the feast. He selectively ignored the fact that there was an orc tribe in that area. Not allowing him to mine the ore was like not giving him ingredients, and without ingredients, the feast could not continue. If the feast could not continue, he would grow old and die. So why bother with all that? Just get it done. It's fell iron. Vex justified in his heart. With the relentless efforts of the goblins and trolls, they finally mined over 5,000 pounds of ore. At Sauron's request, Sardar led the troll warriors to hunt 3 magical beasts. Hunting magical beasts was a dangerous task, and Sardar and his team succeeded with the help of almost half of the warriors and female spellcasters. In the cave, Sauron used earth magic to seal the entire cave entrance and gave the order for Sardar and his team not to disturb him before starting the feast. The main course was the Tears of the Sea Nymph, which indeed had a strong aroma after the feast began, and it tasted salty, with a hint of the sea. Sauron judged the quality of things based on the aroma of the feast. The more fragrant it was, the higher the quality. Next was the topaz ore, and Sauron devoured over 3,000 pounds of it, as well as gnawing on the 3 magical beast carcasses, skin and bones included. After eating a bit of gold as seasoning, the feast reached 100%, as Sauron eagerly anticipated. In Sauron's perception, the feast mainly transformed his throat area. It seemed to be a spitting organ, but it also didn't quite look like it. Sauron shook his head and silently watched his body undergo changes. Finally, accompanied by Sauron opening his eyes, the feast transformation was declared over. Sauron, HP 235, Feast Level 7, Feast Cooldown, 5 days, Talent 1, Carnivore, you can restore HP and energy by killing enemies, the amount restored depends on the enemy's life energy. Talent 2, Earth Magic Elemental Affinity, you have a powerful talent for Earth Magic. Talent 3, Fire Magic Elemental Affinity, you have a powerful talent for Fire Magic. Talent 4, Armor Break, your claws and teeth will cause more damage to enemies. Talent 5, Wild Roar, your roar will cause more damage to enemies, and interrupt their casting state. Your voice is the bane of the world. Kogas has indeed gained new talents, one of which is a major skill of the Big Bug. This thing is a divine technique in this world, capable of interrupting casting. For example, the previous Forest Troll's Forbidden Sky formation required the caster to keep casting, but one roar can interrupt their casting and break the formation. He is the natural enemy of mages, and warriors using chi should also be able to interrupt. Thinking of this, Sauron wanted to roar a couple of times, but he held back. Breaking through the soil and rocks covering the cave, Sauron walked out of the cave. This time, his size didn't increase much, close to 10 meters. Sauron tapped his claws on the scales on his chest, and sparks burst out, as if the thickness of the scales had increased a lot. Now he was completely black, with only 2 crimson eyes and a bit of red ripple at the base of his dragon horns. Completely different from the scales of a typical black dragon, the scales of a black dragon gradually turn gray-black as they age, which helps them survive in swamps. Just like the scales of a white dragon hatchling can be used as a mirror, but as they age, the scales turn gray-white. Sauron's scales, on the other hand, have always been a deep black. Shadar, go find some spellcasters from your tribe. I want to conduct an experiment. Sauron looked at Shadar's dumbfounded expression and said, Master, your majestic figure is truly unparalleled. I can no longer express my admiration for you in words. Shadar bowed and said. Sauron smiled, this guy can actually speak so well, and it sounds so good. Well, not bad. Go find the spellcasters quickly. Sauron rarely softened his tone. The dragon's pat was indeed comfortable. Yes, my master. Shadar happily ran off to find the female trolls. He couldn't understand why Lord Sauron could undergo such a huge transformation in just half a day. Is this what a true dragon is like? If he couldn't understand, he wouldn't think about it. Just be loyal in the future. With the cooperation of several female trolls from the forest troll tribe, Sauron gained a further understanding of the wild roar. When he initiates the wild roar, the sound waves will spread and interrupt all casting nearby. However, the specific range depends on his own endurance. Currently, he can directly interrupt the casting actions of enemies within a range of 150 meters. But the cost is that his throat needs to rest for a while, or he can use the carnivore talent to restore it. However, if he limits the range to around 50 meters, he can use it multiple times. As his feast level increases in the future, the range will gradually expand. Sauron nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. You all go rest. Looking at the exhausted appearance of the 3 female trolls beside him, Sauron said. Yes, master. The 3 female trolls wiped their sweat and quickly left. Shadar, take the goblin leader Vix to see our iron ore veins. Sauron said. The feeling of becoming stronger time after time was too wonderful. Yes, my master. Shadar exclaimed excitedly. Bad news, Chief Shadar. That group of half-orcs is coming. At this moment, a troll warrior ran over in a panic. He respectfully glanced at Sauron and saluted. What? Those damn half-orcs dare to provoke us. Sandar exclaimed angrily. It had always been the trolls who started trouble, but this time the half-orcs were the ones who initiated it. And they even had the audacity to come to our doorstep. Lord Sauron, let me take care of those guys. Sandar bowed to Sauron. Go ahead, our iron ore vein is right next to the half-orcs tribe. We will have to deal with them sooner or later. Sauron granted Sandar's request. He was also quite curious about the half-orcs. Outside the forest troll tribe, hundreds of humanoid creatures were waiting in formation. Cook, thank you for the help from your Ironhoof tribe. A cat-eared girl said crisply. No need to thank us, Wenny. We half-orcs should stick together, or else we'll be bullied to death by these guys. Cook said boldly. Cook was a Tauron, with a pair of huge horns on his head, strong hooves under his feet, and a swinging cowtail behind him. They're here. Wenny looked at the billowing smoke in the distance. Damn half-orcs, so you found some help. Sandar stared at Cook with his one eye. This guy was not an ordinary half-orc tribe, and things were going to get a bit troublesome. Sandar, we don't want to go to war with you, we just want a temporary place to settle. Wenny said. Humph. The entire Sunset Forest belongs to our forest troll clan, don't even think about occupying it. Sandar stood his ground. Sandar, it seems you're ready. Cook waved his hand, and the Ironhoof warriors around him prepared to attack. Cook was also over 2 meters tall, not much shorter than Sandar. He exhaled 2 thick white breaths from his big nostrils. Cook, do you dare to fight me one-on-one? Sandar took out his huge bone club from behind him. Heh, you dare to be so arrogant with just one eye. Cook fearlessly took off his double-bladed axe from behind him. Sandar's one eye showed seriousness. He seemed to not care about Cook, but only he knew how tough this guy in front of him was. His strength was not weaker than his own, and his bullhide defense was equally strong. Moreover, the Tauren had a very powerful talent, which was Ironhoof Stomp. It could cause massive damage, especially in siege warfare. This talent was terrifying in large-scale battles. In the past, when humans and half-orcs were at war, human cities were basically useless when faced with Tauren warriors. Not to mention that there were dozens of elite Tauron warriors here. If they all used Iron Hoof Stomp together, the troll warriors on his side would be fine, but the elderly, weak, and children would definitely suffer heavy losses. That's why he provoked Cook and challenged him to a one-on-one fight. Sandar, you only have one eye, I'll let you make the first move, Cook said confidently. You asked for it. Sandar didn't hold back. He used all his strength to swing the bone club towards Cook. Cook countered with his giant axe, blocking Sandar's attack. Boom! Cook was pushed back 4 or 5 steps by Sandar's strike. Sandar, your strength has increased again. The two of them had a similar fighting style, so they were engaging in a fierce battle face to face. There was nothing fancy, just the most primitive collision of strength. After splitting Sandar with another axe strike, Cook moved his ankle. Looks like I have to get serious. Sardar did not back down and said, come on. In fact, he didn't believe he could win. Fortunately, he had been adapting to fighting with one eye these past few days, otherwise he would have lost earlier. Iron Hoof Stomp. Cook's right hoof stomped heavily on the ground. Boom! Visible ripples appeared on the ground and attacked Sardar. Sardar knew the Tauren's ultimate move, so he jumped up in advance. But Cook didn't care. Double Iron Hoof Stomp. His left hoof also stomped heavily, and a stronger force than before was transmitted to Sardar, who had just landed. Sardar was hit hard and flew and fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Sardar, you lost, Cook said calmly. I lost. Sardar wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Winnie and Cook smiled at each other. It seemed that their goal had been achieved. But you still can't get the right to live in the Sunset Forest. Sardar continued. Do you want to go back on your word? Cook's eyes became dangerous. Just as the atmosphere became tense, a deep voice sounded. A huge shadow enveloped everyone's heads. Winnie looked up and saw a hideous black dragon with its wings spread behind them. Master, you're here. Sardar struggled to stand up. He felt like his bones were about to break. The Tauren's Iron Hoof Stomp was indeed not to be underestimated. Dragon, Sardar, you actually worship a dragon? Winnie exclaimed. Cook and all the Tauron looked at Saron as if facing a formidable enemy. The aura of this black dragon was too powerful, and his appearance seemed different from the commonly known black dragon. At this moment, Saron was staring at Winnie in the distance. She was actually a beast-eared girl, and a cat girl. Saron felt his dead otaku heart come back to life. Her perfect figure, blue-purple eyes, waist-length purple hair like silk, exquisite features, and 2 black cat ears on her head. There was also a tail swaying behind her. What surprised Saron even more was that she was wearing black stockings. This made Saron's heart flutter. Cook, seeing the black dragon staring at Winnie from the beginning until now, couldn't help but use his large stature to protect Winnie behind him. Legend has it that chromatic dragons like to eat beautiful girls. Could this black dragon want to eat Winnie? Saron withdrew his gaze and looked at the other half-beast people. He wasn't that easily swayed by lust, but his dragon nature was inherently lustful. What did the black dragon want? Cook looked at Saron as if facing a formidable enemy. Judging by his size, this black dragon in front of him was already a young dragon and had considerable strength. Do you really want to be our enemy, Black Dragon? We have so many warriors here, and you're not yet fully grown. If we really fight, you will definitely die, Cook said. No one would willingly choose to fight a black dragon without any benefits. Saron looked at the well-equipped Tauron warriors behind him. Their strength was indeed impressive. If it were an ordinary young black dragon, fighting against these guys might really result in death. But Saron was not an ordinary black dragon. His current strength was even stronger than any young red dragon. It seems like I need to teach you a lesson. Sauron didn't pay attention to Cook's threat. If he got scared so easily, he wouldn't have grown so big. If he didn't want more followers, he would have killed these guys and taken the beast-ear girl with him. Be careful, prepare to attack, Cook decisively commanded. Meanwhile, Winnie's figure slowly became transparent and disappeared into the air. Sauron, be careful of the sneak attack. That half-beast woman can hide her body in the surrounding space. Shadar loudly reminded Sauron. Many warriors from their tribe had been killed this way before. Sauron curiously glanced at the spot where the beast-ear girl disappeared. She hid herself thoroughly. Without paying attention to the situation over there, Sauron focused on dealing with the Minotaur warriors in front of him. Shadar, don't join in, let me handle this myself. Sauron stopped the eager Shadar. The miners had come a long way, and he didn't want to lose them here. Kill! Cook raised his double-bladed axe high and jumped. Sauron couldn't resist hitting such a big target. He flicked his tail and sent Cook flying. Cook screamed and crashed to the ground. Fortunately, several Minotaur warriors on the ground caught him, preventing him from suffering more serious injuries. But even so, several of Cook's bones were broken. However, he gritted his teeth and stood up. Is this the power of a dragon? Let's attack together. Cook didn't hesitate and ordered all the elite warriors of the Iron Hoof tribe to use Iron Hoof Stomp. Boom! Under the stomping of countless minotaurs, shockwaves swept towards Sauron. The most crucial thing was that a black figure suddenly appeared around Sauron's neck. It was Catwoman Winnie, trying to restrain Sauron and prevent him from taking off. Two claw-shaped weapons appeared in Catwoman's hands, slashing towards Sauron's eyes. Is that all? Sauron said disappointedly. Actually, he could quickly take off and avoid the Minotaur warriors' attacks, and he didn't care about Winnie's attack. It's a good opportunity to test the hardness of the modified scales. A red light flashed in Sauron's eyes, and he casually swung his head, sending Winnie flying. In fact, the defense of his eyes was no worse than his scales. The double eyelids were enough for protection, and although the eye lens was soft, its hardness was no worse than the scales. Winnie immediately spurted blood and quickly hid her figure again. A natural assassin. Sauron no longer paid attention to this little cat. After all, no matter how many cats there were, they were still harmless to him. Winnie! Cook glanced at Winnie and said, "Continue the attack." Just as they adjusted their formation and rushed forward, Sauron slowly opened his mouth and said, "Rupture." Suddenly, countless spikes appeared on the ground within a radius of 30 meters, and the ground became soft. There was a force that prevented the Minotaur warriors from leaving quickly, and they could only be attacked by the spikes. Several Minotaur warriors were directly pierced into hedgehogs and showed no signs of life. The scene was extremely bloody. No! Cook's eyes turned red. These were all the elite warriors of the Iron Hoof tribe. Just like that, 7 or 8 of them were lost. Double Iron Hoof Stomp. Cook used his strongest attack technique. Then he picked up his giant axe and charged again. Split the air. Sauron had an idea. Iron Hoof Stomp was suitable for attacking cities or clearing out cannon fodder. It didn't seem to work well against him. Roar! Sauron opened his big mouth and unleashed a wild roar. Suddenly, both the Minotaur warriors around him and the Troll warriors felt the surge of magic power within their bodies, completely beyond their control. Winnie was forced to reveal herself, and before she could react, Sauron grabbed her in his claws. "Little kitty, I've got you." Sauron held Winnie in front of him and examined her carefully. How is this possible? Winnie couldn't believe it. She is a member of the Shadow Cat clan, able to perfectly conceal herself in the surrounding space through her magical powers. Her heartbeat, scent, and body temperature are all hidden, unless she attacks. However, just now, the roar of the black dragon in front of her completely disrupted her control over her magic and forced her out of stealth mode. This is her natural enemy. Seizing this opportunity, Sauron once again used a large-scale rupture skill, including all the Tauron warriors. This consumed a lot of his magic power. Boom! The Tauron warriors had just experienced a wild scream and had not yet calmed their magic power when they were heavily injured again. Cook was pressed to the ground by Salong's claw and couldn't move. "Dragon, release Winnie." Cook spat blood and looked at Winnie in Salong's claw. "She is my spoils of war." Salong ignored his anger. "I'm sorry, Cook, I have caused trouble for your tribe." Winnie, covered in dust and tears, said at this moment, "Shadar, lock these guys up for me." Salong looked at Shadar, who was dumbfounded beside him. "Yes, my master, your power has deeply impressed me," Shadar said with fanatical eyes. "All right, hurry up." Salong turned around and said. He couldn't wait to study the beast ear girl in his hand. Salong spread his wings and flew away, flying to his cave mouth in no time. He held the hopeless Winnie and walked into the cave, then let her go. "Black Dragon, please release Cook and the others, it's all my fault." Winnie stood up as soon as she let go of Winnie. She felt like she was falling apart after being held in Salong's palm just now. But since Salong didn't eat her or kill her right away, there was still a chance for everything. Looking at Winnie's pitiful appearance, Salong said without hesitation, "I won't let them go." "Then what do you want?" Winnie asked softly. "I want you to become my servant and serve me." Salong didn't hide his thoughts. "Black Dragon, I can let the Rose tribe join your ranks, but Cook and the others are Tauron, they have stubborn temperaments, Winnie stuttered. In this world, the strong are respected, and Salong has already proven his strength, so she would rather submit than die. "But Cook, how can you, who are so weak, decide the future of your tribe?" Salong looked at the beast ear girl. Actually, I'm not weak," Winnie said in frustration. Her talent in the tribe was among the best, and her assassination talent made her the most terrifying assassin. So she temporarily took over as the leader after the previous leader unexpectedly died. But she didn't expect Salong to be able to restrain her, unable to launch a surprise attack, and even broke her talent skill with a roar. Salong didn't expect her to have so much to say. He actually quite liked those Tauren. These guys turned out to be a bunch of stubborn bulls. Hee hee, I used to love eating braised beef. Salong chuckled. Braised beef indeed tasted good. Black Dragon, please don't eat them. I will do my best to persuade Cook. Winnie was scared when she heard Salong's words and knelt directly on the ground. She was afraid of Cook and the others being eaten one by one. The five-colored dragon was indeed the most terrifying. Salong found it quite interesting to see her like this. He actually didn't have much appetite for this kind of humanoid creature. After all, he was human in his previous life. Just like some people in his previous life felt nauseous when they saw monkeys being eaten, unless it was necessary to eat. He lay down and looked at Winnie like this. Call me Lord Salong, and I can give you this opportunity. Thank you, Lord Salong. Winnie felt the hot breath blowing on her and didn't dare to lift her head. Then take me to your tribe tomorrow. Salong wanted to see the other half-beast people. Lord Sauron, the situation in our tribe is not good. With Winnie's explanation, Sauron finally understood why the half-orc tribe, which had always had a peaceful relationship with the forest troll tribe, would want to invade the Sunset Forest. According to Winnie, the place where their half-orc tribe was located used to be beautiful, with abundant prey. However, 6 months ago, some meteors fell from the sky and landed in the mountains. The half-orc tribe was familiar with this situation, as it was recorded in their tribe's history as meteor landings. There may also be some rare materials, so they sent some warriors to investigate. However, before those warriors reached the landing site, they began vomiting uncontrollably, as if they were sick. Their skin also suffered severe ulceration. When they returned, they died in agonizing pain. The tribe's physicians couldn't determine the cause of the illness, only that their body tissues had necrotized due to some toxin. Seeing this, Winnie decided not to send anyone else to investigate, thinking that the matter might end there. But after some time, the surrounding beasts became more aggressive, some even disappeared or fled. This left the half-orc tribe in a situation of food shortage. Winnie instructed the tribe members to gather plants to alleviate hunger. She thought that things would improve after some time, but she didn't expect that a month later, the plants around the tribe began to wither. Moreover, some of the tribe members started getting sick, with ulcerated skin and symptoms like hair loss, just like the previous warriors. If this continues, the half-orc tribe may perish without even understanding what is happening. So they had no choice but to seek a new place to survive in the Sunset Forest. After hearing her explanation, Sauron felt like it was a viral infection. After all, the meteor or something similar might have carried some strange viruses when it landed on the ground. But it was strange that it could also cause the death of plants. Unable to understand, he decided not to dwell on it, but there was also his own magic iron or vein there. Dealing with that wouldn't be easy. Well, he should go and see for himself. With his constitution, he shouldn't be killed by a virus. Why did you have to come to the Sunset Forest? Sauron curiously asked. Because to the south is the territory of the half-orc empire, and to the east is a powerful human city-state. The impact range of those meteors is too large, so we can only come here, Winnie honestly replied. The half-orc empire? Why didn't you go to the half-orc empire? Winnie hesitated for a moment and said, because we are all descendants of criminals, going back means death. It turned out that several decades ago, there was a coup in the half-orc empire, which ended in failure. Some powerful members were all killed, and Winnie and her people were descendants of those members. They were supposed to be killed too. However, for some unknown reason, some people within the half-orc empire deliberately spared them, the weak. So after escaping, they established a tribe. Since they were mostly old, weak, women, and children, they named it the Rose Tribe, but outsiders still referred to them as the half-orc tribe. Sauron felt that power struggles and such were a bit foolish. This was a supernatural world, and individual strength was important. For him, family members were tools to make himself stronger. Otherwise, he would have nothing to do with them. Of course, for some true dragons, family members had many uses. They could be used to show off, to fight, and when necessary, even as food. Then let's go to your tribe tomorrow, Sauron said. By the way, the black stockings you're wearing, the black silk clothing, did you make them yourself? Sauron suddenly asked. This is black membrane silk, made from a magical plant. It can assist in the transmission of magic power on the surface of the body, allowing my innate skills to last longer. Winnie explained. Black membrane silk? Let's just call it black silk from now on. Sauron reached out with a claw and hooked the black silk membrane on Winnie's arm, but his claw was too big compared to her body and it tore instantly. Sauron looked at the strand of black silk on the ground, feeling a bit speechless. It was too fragile. The atmosphere quieted down for a moment, and Winnie instinctively touched the torn spot. But it's called black silk membrane. Winnie quietly defended herself, not quite understanding why it needed a name change. Listen to me. Saron decisively interrupted. Oh. Winnie nodded her head. Saron looked at Winnie with a hint of helplessness. He couldn't do what he wanted to do now. According to his age, he should still be a young dragon, but judging from his size, he should be a teenage dragon. Generally, teenage dragons can use transformation magic to turn into humanoid forms, such as humans or half-dragon elves. Most dragons, however, do not like to transform into humanoid forms unless necessary, because true dragons can only unleash their full power in their original form. If they transform into humanoid forms, their power will be greatly limited. There have been instances in history where some dragons transformed into humanoid forms and were ambushed by their opponents. But there are also some true dragons who enjoy transforming into humanoid creatures like humans. For example, the silver dragons among the metallic dragons. Some silver dragons can maintain their human form and live in human cities for more than a decade. During this process, they would even form partnerships with humans they like, and when their partners die, they would leave. Winnie, from now on, you will be my maid, Saron suddenly said, not wanting to waste the opportunity of having a bestier girl. Ah, a maid? Winnie widened her eyes. What? Don't want to? Saron looked at Winnie with a slightly dangerous gaze. I want to. Winnie breathed a sigh of relief. She had heard that the five-colored dragon had a fickle temperament and a fluctuating personality, and now she truly experienced it. Alright, prepare some clothes for a maid outfit, and come help me clean my scales. Saron continued lying on the ground. Winnie was stunned for a moment. Then she reacted and brought out a large stone basin from the corner, pouring some spring water from the cave into it. She then moved the basin next to Saron and began cleaning. Saron felt something was off. Use your little cat paws. Weren't they quite powerful when you scratched before? Yes, sir. Winnie blushed, and 3 sharp cat-like claws popped out from the back of each hand. She started scratching slowly. Not bad. Saron nodded in satisfaction. It felt ticklish. Bestier girls were indeed comfortable. Just as Saron was enjoying himself, Shadar rushed in with great urgency. Lord Saron, that cook has been clamoring to see you. What's the matter, Lord? Shadar was puzzled. Why did the half-beast person reach out with his claws and lie on Lord Saron's back? Don't mind her, she's helping me clean my scales. Saron opened his eyes. Lord Saron, should I arrange for the female trolls of our troll clan to help you? They are definitely faster and stronger than her, Shadar suggested. Saron thought of the female trolls with their tiger-like backs and bear-like waists, and their yellow teeth. Suddenly, he felt it wouldn't be good. Let her help you, Saron said lightly. Alright, Shadar scratched his head. Why didn't Lord Saron like the female trolls in their clan who had such a unique flavor? Didn't true dragons appreciate the beauty of every race? Bring that cook up here. Saron remembered what Shadar had just said. Yes, sir. In a short while, under the escort of 4 troll warriors, the Tauren cook was brought up. Clank, clank, his hands and feet were bound with thick chains that blocked the flow of magic in his body. It was quite difficult for him to walk. Lord Halong, we have offended you this time, but Winnie is a good girl. I hope you won't hurt her, Cook immediately said when he saw Salong. She is already mine, I won't hurt her, Salong said with interest. What did you do to her? Cook suddenly saw a black piece of fabric on the ground. He recognized it as Winnie's clothing. Brother Cook, I'm fine. Winnie poked her head out from behind Salong. She wiped the sweat off her face and happily walked up to Cook. I'm glad you're okay. Cook breathed a sigh of relief seeing Winnie like this. Brother Cook, I have decided to make our Rose tribe a part of Lord Salon's followers, Winnie said seriously. What? But he's a dragon. Cook panicked. How could a pure girl like Winnie work under a dragon? As soon as Cook finished speaking, Sardar slapped him and knocked him to the ground. Master is merciful, how dare you? Sardar said expressionlessly. Blood flowed from the corner of Cook's mouth. Brother Cook. Winnie wanted to go forward and help Cook up, but Salong directly blocked her with his claw. Indeed, you are a stubborn cow. Sardar, make all the Tauren warriors, including this cook, go mining. Their workload will be 10 times that of goblins and kobolds. If they can't complete it, they won't have food to eat, and the food will be worse than goblins. Tell them this is the price of Cook's arrogance, Salong said coldly. Yes, sir. Sardar picked up Cook's 2 horns and took him away from there. Master, please. As soon as Sardar left, Winnie knelt down. She even changed her address to Master. This is the price they should pay. Get ready, tomorrow we will go to your tribe. Salong glanced at her and closed his eyes. Winnie's crying slowly came from the side, but Salong ignored her. Salong grabbed Winnie and flew quickly in the sky. Winnie, how much longer until we reach your tribe? Salong asked. We're almost there. Winnie curiously looked at the surrounding scenery. This was her first time flying so high in the sky. Although she was being held like this, she could understand that true dragons generally wouldn't let anyone sit on their backs. The back was a forbidden area for any creature because it would be easy for someone to harm them. Salong suddenly stopped and landed on a high cliff. "What's wrong, Lord Salong?" Winnie asked in confusion. "There are humans ahead," Salong explained. The perception and vision of true dragons were superior to all creatures, and Winnie couldn't detect them, but Salong had already seen them. A human caravan appeared in their field of vision a few minutes later. "Something seems wrong." Salong looked at the human caravan. There were cages made of metal, and inside were many humanoid creatures with animal ears and tails. "Misha, Layla, Olsen, Lord Salong, they are all from our tribe," Winnie said anxiously. "Don't panic, Winnie." Salong looked at the heavily guarded caravan below. "It seems like a human slave hunting group." Winnie calmed down. "Lord Salong, please help me, save them." In the past, when they were strong, humans would occasionally come to harass them, but they never succeeded. However, many warriors from the half-orc tribe had died this time, and Winnie happened to be away. This gave humans an opportunity. Half-orcs were in high demand in human cities, especially bunny girls and cat girls. "Damn it!" Salong, who had long regarded half-orcs as his personal property, was furious. These guys actually captured so many beautiful bestiar girls. "Winnie, these humans are not weak. We need the right opportunity." Sauron's crimson eyes stared below. "Lados, this time we've captured so many half-orcs, we're definitely going to make a lot of money." A black-haired, silver-armored knight carrying a huge sword grinned at a warrior next to him who was holding a battle axe. "That's right, and this time there are several top-quality ones." The axe-wielding warrior looked at several trembling female orcs in an iron cage behind them and said, "Usually, you can only find this kind of merchandise in the orc capital. I didn't expect there to be so many gathered in this rundown place." "Indeed, but we've also lost quite a few men. These guys are really tough." The two casually chatted back and forth. "Miss Misha, I'm scared. I don't want to be sold." A young orc girl with brown raccoon ears hugged the arm of a rabbit-eared girl and said fearfully. Both of them had thick chains on their hands and feet. "Bella, don't be afraid. Winnie will come to save us." The rabbit-eared girl had eyes like rubies, giving her an exceptionally lively appearance. She seemed relaxed on the surface, but deep down, she was worried. "Wait, I'll launch a frontal attack, and you use your talent to sneak around and take care of the guards of those caravans from behind. Can you do it?" Sauron looked at Winnie at his feet. He had originally planned to wait until nightfall to launch a surprise attack, but judging by the progress of these guys, they would probably leave the forest before night. "No problem." Winnie extended 3 sharp claws from each hand, her eyes filled with killing intent. Sauron didn't say anything more, but flew directly towards the caravan. Taking advantage of the cover of the dense forest, Sauron reached the highest level of the treetops. This primitive forest had trees over 100 meters tall, perfect for hiding. Looking at the two warriors at the front of the caravan, Sauron knew that they were probably the main escorts. Rupture. When the two warriors were chatting with ease, Sauron directly activated the rupture skill. "Who's there?" Countless sharp spikes instantly rose from the ground. The two reacted quickly and jumped into the air, but this played right into Sauron's hands. He sprayed a mouthful of acid down, and just as the two were about to cover their bodies with chi to defend against it, a dragon roar sounded. The two felt the chi in their bodies go into chaos, momentarily losing control. But it was too late. The acid instantly burned the body of the sword-wielding warrior, almost corroding it beyond recognition. His body, which was stronger than that of an ordinary warrior, became a tool to prolong his suffering. The axe-wielding warrior next to him used the wide axe blade to block the acid. "It's a black dragon. Lados, save me." The sword-wielding warrior knew he couldn't survive, but he didn't want to die. He reached out his hand in despair towards the axe-wielding warrior, but Sauron wouldn't give them a chance. He bit down directly. Splurt, the sword-wielding warrior, holding a huge sword, watched helplessly as his body was bitten in half by Sauron. Sauron's teeth easily pierced through his expensive armor and his tough body. Ugh! His world instantly turned dark, and at the last moment, he didn't experience too much pain. The axe-wielding warrior Lados looked at Sauron in shock and anger. Why was there a black dragon here, and such a strange one at that? An 8th-level warrior was instantly killed like this. Quick, get closer and attack him. The spellcaster should control his movements. Other warriors in the caravan immediately surrounded Sauron and launched an attack under Lados' command. Sauron didn't pay attention to these people. Their armor-piercing attacks couldn't penetrate his scales. This attack went even more smoothly than he had imagined. 2 8th-level warriors instantly died, and the remaining one was terrified. He only dared to let these ordinary warriors go to their deaths. Crackling, several thick vines lashed out at Sauron. It was the wood element mage from the slave hunting group attacking. Sauron followed the direction of the magical energy fluctuations and locked onto a tall and thin man. Just as he was about to rush over to deal with this guy, the air around the wood element mage fluctuated. A sound of breaking through the air rang out, and 3 fatal claw marks appeared on the wood element mage's neck. No, damn it. Lathos didn't expect there to be an ambush, and that the most crucial person would be killed. It was Catwoman Winnie who made the move. Don't be afraid, everyone. He's just a teenage black dragon. With so many warriors, we can definitely defeat him. Today is the day we become legends. Think about it, we will be dragon slayers, Lathos said loudly. The other warriors snapped out of the chaos. Yeah, this black dragon isn't that big. We can kill him. We will all be dragon slayers. Just as all the warriors rushed forward, Lathos threw his giant axe at Sauron. Then he ran away without looking back. Just kidding, this is obviously a mutated black dragon, with a strong body and crimson eyes. It just killed another level 8 warrior in an instant. There's no way my own strength can defeat it. I hope those warriors can delay it for a while. Sauron looked at the guy running away with a bit of speechlessness. He thought he had encountered another mercenary captain-level character. The vice-captain ran away. He abandoned us. Sauron landed directly on the ground from the air and activated the rupture again, causing countless earth spikes to emerge from the ground. These warriors didn't have Lathos reflexes and strength. They were pierced through their bodies amidst screams. Sauron had no sympathy for them. This slave-catching group was no different from bandits. They captured not only humanoid races but also other humans. Sometimes they even slaughtered a village to kill and rob. Sauron charged out again, his claws and fangs the most terrifying weapons. The power of the dragon was unleashed without restraint. These warriors, who had long been terrified, had no resistance in their hearts. After a while, there were no living creatures left on the scene except for the half-orcs in cages and Winnie. Sauron looked in the direction Lathos had escaped and then glanced at Winnie before chasing after him. He wouldn't let that guy escape, or it would definitely be trouble. He can't get away. Click, click. Winnie used the key she found on the bodies to unlock the iron cages one by one. A white-haired girl with a pair of snow-white rabbit ears ran over with long legs. Winnie sis. Tears flowed from her red eyes as she hugged Winnie. Misa, you've suffered. Winnie gently stroked the other's long ears. Winnie sis, let's leave quickly, that black dragon. The escaped half-orcs gathered around Winnie, still in a state of shock. Bang! Only a broken and battered body was thrown to the ground. It was Lathos who had just escaped. Sauron landed on the ground, flapping his wings. He took a few steps forward. There are so many beautiful bestiar girls here. Especially that bunny girl, she's simply top-notch, with her snow-white ears and hair. And those red pupils look incredibly enticing. Sauron felt that they could all be cultivated well. Just looking at them was so comfortable. If they were properly trained and made to dance like in those live streaming apps from their past lives, wouldn't they be invincible? It's a dragon. Black dragon. He's back. Suddenly, a commotion broke out, and the nerves of the half-orcs instantly tightened. The image of the black dragon wreaking havoc was deeply engraved in their hearts. Please don't be angry, Lord Sauron. Winnie first bowed to Sauron. Sauron casually waved his dragon claw, still holding great tolerance for the bestiar girls. Winnie stood on a big tree and spoke loudly, "Listen to me, everyone." She calmed everyone's emotions. This is Lord Sauron, a very powerful true dragon. I have now decided to become Lord Sauron's subordinate. If there are those who are unwilling to join me, I can offer them some wealth to leave the Rose tribe, Winnie said loudly. The people below looked at each other in confusion. The situation of our Rose tribe should be clear to everyone now. Without the protection of the strong, there is always the danger of destruction in this forest, Winnie said seriously. Sauron felt that she indeed had some leadership qualities. Winnie is right. We have no other options now. Joining forces with the strong is the best way. A half-beast woman with black hair and gray ears stepped forward and spoke. Sauron carefully identified her and realized that she was a young wolf girl. I am also willing to follow Winnie forever. Misha looked at Sauron curiously and also stood up. We are willing too. Sauron nodded silently. It seemed that Winnie had a high reputation here. Winnie, Shadar will send someone here later. You can take your people to temporarily reside in the Sunset Forest. Now, tell me the location of the meteor from earlier, Sauron said, temporarily ignoring the other half-beast people. Lord Sauron, the location is quite complicated. Shall I take you there? Winnie hesitated and said. Before Sauron could respond, the rabbit girl next to her stood up. Winnie, let me take Lord Sauron there. Everyone needs you now. Misha, it's dangerous there. Don't forget, I am the most powerful healer in our tribe. I will protect myself, Misha said sweetly. Only she knew how strange it was there. Winnie was a bit hesitant. Winnie, don't worry. With Lord Salong by my side, nothing will happen. Misha smiled sweetly at Salong, and her two rabbit ears twitched. Winnie, you go back to your tribe first. Salong finally decided to go with the rabbit girl, Misha. As they flew deeper into the forest, it became more desolate. Dead plants and animal corpses were everywhere. It used to be so beautiful here. Misha looked at the scene from high above with a hint of sadness. She held Salong's claw tightly. Suddenly, Salong stopped. He keenly felt that something was not right around him, like some kind of radiation. He descended and landed on the ground. As soon as he touched the ground, Salong felt that something was off. Everything around him seemed lifeless. He grabbed a handful of soil with his claw. He had a very powerful talent for earth magic, but at this moment, he sensed an extremely scarce amount of earth element in the surrounding land, almost none. The basic structure of this land had been completely destroyed. What could have done this? Misha, wait for me here, or you can go back by yourself. Salong felt that it was not safe inside. Lord Salong. Misha wanted to say something. Hurry back and stay safe on the way, Salong said and flew away from Misha. Misha watched Salong's figure and was a bit mesmerized. The legends were indeed unreliable. The black dragon was actually quite good. After setting Misha down, Salong flew alone towards the deeper part. The more he went in, the more animal corpses he saw. It seemed that they had all died on their way forward. Salong also felt increasingly oppressed. Finally, Salong flew to the side of a huge meteor crater. When he saw what was inside, his crimson eyes widened instantly. How is this possible? Winnie led the people to a black thicket and took out something similar to a whistle. She blew it in a certain pattern. After a while, rustling sounds could be heard. Some half-goat and half-deer like half-beast people ran out. Winnie! Layla! After listening to Winnie's words, some of the half-beast people sighed. Winnie, that's the black dragon, the most cunning and treacherous among the 5-colored dragons. Before a half-beast person could finish speaking, Winnie, the cat girl, interrupted. Since you all know that dragons are petty creatures, be careful not to provoke them. Since we have all decided to become followers of the black dragon, we must fully commit to it. If anyone is unwilling to follow, I will provide them with food and gold coins to leave this place. Seeing Winnie's serious expression, the others stopped talking. After all, in this world, the strong are respected. On the other side, Salong finally noticed something wrong when he reached the center of the meteor crater. There were more demon corpses here, all of them dead. In the middle of the corpses was an egg, to be precise, a dragon egg. The black eggshell had golden patterns on it, and it was more than twice the size of a normal dragon egg. Salong felt that this dragon egg was the source of radiation. He realized that some of his scales had already started to fall off due to the radiation. Salong walked forward, becoming more interested. What kind of dragon's egg could cause such consequences? After collecting some inherited memories, Salong finally knew what kind of dragon egg it was. Plutonium dragon egg. Yes, this dragon egg in front of him was indeed a plutonium dragon egg. Plutonium dragons were famous creatures in the entire multiverse. In the multiverse, there were the illusionary dragons among the colorful dragons, the plutonium dragons among the metallic dragon clan, the blue diamond dragons among the gem dragons, and the stellar dragons among the enchanting dragons, and so on. There were also time dragons and power dragons. These were all exceptionally powerful dragon species. In simple terms, they were hanging dragons, possessing talents and sizes far beyond ordinary dragons, making them feared by ancient gods. And in the entire multiverse, there were less than 10 plutonium dragons. Plutonium dragons belonged to the fire subspecies and were immune to fire and heat damage as adults. Unlike other metallic dragons, plutonium dragons were explicitly part of the evil faction. Plutonium dragons had black, opaque metallic scales and equally dark almond-shaped pupils. In addition, there was a gold border on the edge of their scales and irises, causing a shimmering golden light to flicker with every movement and gaze of the plutonium dragon. As a member of the metallic dragon clan, over 80% of the plutonium dragon's scales were composed of plutonium elements. Therefore, the entire body of the plutonium dragon emitted lethal nuclear radiation intentionally or unintentionally, equivalent to a huge walking nuclear reactor. So the plutonium dragon had another title, the nuclear bomb dragon. Any land the plutonium dragon passed through would be barren for 3 years due to intense nuclear radiation. Humans or other creatures who encountered them would develop cancer and not survive for long. And when an adult plutonium dragon attacked in rage, its scales would no longer be black but covered by a golden glow, shining as brightly as the sun, making it impossible for anyone to look directly at it. Of course, no living being could survive after witnessing this sight. The bodily fluids of the plutonium dragon also contained deadly toxins. Just a drop could kill the population of a large to medium-sized city and render the land within several kilometers devoid of life for decades or even centuries. It's no wonder they belong to the evil faction. With such abilities, they cannot be considered righteous. The eyes of the plutonium dragon had X-ray-like vision, allowing them to see through many things. Like the colorful dragons, plutonium dragons were also evil dragons, with even deeper schemes than black dragons. Like most evil dragons, plutonium dragons were fierce, brutal, cunning, possessive, extremely selfish, and self-serving. Salong carefully examined the plutonium dragon egg in front of him. Unfortunately, it was a dead egg. But even if it wasn't a stillborn, Salong still felt a bit uneasy. These things were born strong. There was a hole on the surface of the eggshell, about the thickness of a human pinky finger, piercing through the dragon egg. Through the small hole, one could sense the stillborn inside. For the entire dragon egg, this wound was small but deadly. This shouldn't be. Salong was a bit puzzled. Generally, these types of dragons would choose to be born among the metallic dragon clan and then go through their juvenile period. And it is difficult to distinguish the dragon eggs of the plutonium dragon from other dragons. After all, when the plutonium dragon was young, apart from the color of its scales, it was the same as a normal metal dragon in every other aspect. It is only when the radiation on their bodies becomes too obvious to hide as they grow older that they can be distinguished from other metal dragons. Salong didn't know how this unborn plutonium dragon was discovered. Such precise strikes. The reason why this place has become like this is because some of the plutonium dragon's bodily fluids flowed out through this small hole after it fell. The reason why so many monsters are rushing towards this place is also due to the instinct of creatures. After all, dragons represent power, and the blood of a true dragon can evolve the bloodline of most monsters, not to mention the remnants of the plutonium dragon. But no monster can survive in front of a dragon egg. It is also fortunate that it is the radiation produced by an unborn plutonium dragon. If it were a drop of blood from an adult plutonium dragon that fell here, not to mention such a small area, even the sunset forest would be covered in radiation and nothing would grow. Although this plutonium dragon egg has already decayed, its value is still very high. If placed in the hands of some alchemists, it can be used to create incredibly powerful magical artifacts. Salong thought for a moment and decided to try it as an ingredient after opening the feast later. Swallowing the plutonium dragon egg directly would be the most foolish decision, even if Salong's current physical condition could result in death if he swallowed the egg. It's just a different way to die, either being killed by radiation or exploding directly. Thinking of this, Salong immediately began to use earth magic, slowly wrapping the dragon egg in the surrounding rocks under his control. These rocks carried some substances from inside the plutonium dragon egg, and Salong decided to eat them together later. Salong had a premonition that if he succeeded this time, he would undergo a huge transformation. After finishing all this, Salong spread his wings and temporarily left this place. He found that his body seemed to have some problems after staying here for a long time. The master would actually save you? Sandal and the Rose tribe looked at the half-orcs in front of him with doubt. He thought they were powerful, but it turned out they were just old, weak, sick, and disabled. Sandal, don't forget what your mission is. Winnie ignored Sandal's mockery. The Rose tribe was never afraid of these forest trolls when they were at their peak. Now they were even more proud. Ha ha ha. Of course, I know what my mission is. Isn't it to find the iron or vein? Vix has already found it. Sandal pointed to the goblin leader next to him. The goblin leader could only smile apologetically at the few people. Just at this moment, the sky seemed to darken, and Salong's huge figure descended from the sky. There was still a bit of a bloody smell on his body. Just now, Salong killed a few ferocious monsters on his way here to heal the wounds on his scales. What's going on? Salong looked at the people present and casually placed Misha on the ground. Lord Salong, we have found the mithril or vein. Sandal hurriedly approached. How much reserves are there? Salong looked at Vix. To the great true dragon, the reserves are extremely astonishing, at least more abundant than the topaz or vein. Vix humbly said. Very good. This should be enough to eat for a long time. Lord Salong. Winnie saluted Salong. Winnie, I have already found the reason for the changes around your tribe's land. Sandal, quickly have people start mining the iron ore here. Salong gave a simple order. Yes, sir. Sandal patted his chest and said. Winnie, quickly take your people to the sunset forest to find a place to live. Sandal can help you, Salong said. From now on, I need to find a place to hibernate, and you all need to do your own things. Sandal, where are the things I asked you to bring? Salong asked. Lord Sauron, they are here. Sandal took out a magic device. It was the loot obtained when Sauron killed that prince before. After Sauron's spirit sank into it, he saw that it was filled with topaz ore. Very good. Sauron nodded in satisfaction and then flew into the sky. He was going to the dragon egg to start the feast. After flying for a while, Sauron finally arrived at the place where he had found the plutonium dragon egg before. He dug a cave in the meteorite crater that could accommodate his body. Then he brought the dragon egg inside. In the pitch-black cave, Sauron's crimson eyes looked at the main course in front of him. The feast begins. A familiar hunger came, and the dragon egg in front of him suddenly filled with fragrance. This fragrance was richer than ever before. Sauron didn't hesitate and started devouring it. Crunch, crunch, he ate the eggshell along with the surrounding soil. Whether it was Sauron's illusion or not, he felt even hungrier this time. After eating the plutonium dragon egg, Sauron ate some more and then the feast was over. In that dark space, Sauron watched as his body slowly transformed. A golden energy substance slowly flowed into his heart. Then the golden energy exited the heart and slowly constructed a new organ beside it. Under the construction of the golden energy, a heart-like organ gradually formed. Golden lines radiated throughout his body, like newly formed blood vessels. This transformation was quite slow, and Sauron felt that the previous feasts combined were not as long as this one. Finally, after the core transformation was completed, a new change occurred. His body slowly grew, becoming stronger and more robust. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Salorania, the city of Volvan, the Volvan family, a strong and muscular old man with golden hair looked at the map in front of him. He was Victor Volvan, the current head of the Volvan family. Our family's slave hunting team has been missing for several days, and there is still no news, but we can't search too openly. Another middle-aged man rubbed his temples. Their family had several slave hunting teams, but this one was the most powerful, and they always managed to capture some good commodities. Buying and selling slaves was normal, but their Volvan family's slave hunting team didn't just capture slaves from other races. Sometimes they would also capture others, such as common-born warriors or beautiful girls who were famous among the people. These were all valuable commodities in high demand in certain places, but they couldn't do these things in the name of the Volvan family. Moreover, the slave hunting team was very powerful and could do many things, such as helping to deal with people who shouldn't exist. It doesn't matter if they're dead, we've already made enough profit from them. But that guy Lathos said he found a large-scale mithril or vein before. If it's true, it would be of great significance to our entire family. But the intelligence they sent back last time clearly marked low profile. Lathos wouldn't dare to deceive us. Victor's eyes flickered with a wolf-like light. If there is so much mithril ore, our family's army can expand, and we can bury that rotten royal family. Taram, go there personally with people to investigate. This is crucial for our family. Victor said coldly. Yes. Taram saluted. 10 days later, a fierce black dragon emerged from a flat ground with a loud rumble. This was Sauron after his transformation was complete. At this time, he was 12 meters long and extremely robust, with a metallic sheen all over his body. Upon closer inspection, there were small golden threads on every scale on Sauron's body. These golden threads radiated in a radial pattern on the surface of the scales, and many spikes have grown on the back, with some fine golden threads on top. Sauron was a little excited because these features were unique to the plutonium dragon. When an adult plutonium dragon attacks, energy flows through these golden threads to the surface of its body. Their bodies become brighter than the sun. Sauron looked at his panel. Sauron, HP 280, Feast Level 8, Feast Cooldown, 30 days, Talent 1, Carnivore, you can restore HP and energy by killing enemies, the amount restored depends on the enemy's HP, Talent 2, Earth Magic Affinity, you have powerful Earth Magic talents, Talent 3, Fire Magic Affinity, you have powerful Fire Magic talents, Talent 4, Armor Break, your claws and teeth will cause more damage to enemies, Talent 5, Wild Roar, your roar will cause more damage to enemies and interrupt their casting. Talent 6, Atomic Furnace, it can absorb and convert more energy for your body. Maybe you can attempt nuclear fusion in the atomic furnace after reaching a certain level. The cooldown time this time is actually a full 30 days, and there is only one new talent, the Atomic Furnace, which hasn't been introduced yet. Sauron felt that there was indeed a golden sack-like organ next to his heart. This should be the Atomic Furnace. He felt a continuous surge of energy coming out of the Atomic Furnace. His body seemed to be filled with power at this moment, and he urgently wanted to release it. He thought about it and did it. Sauron felt a heat in his chest, and energy began to accumulate in his mouth. A large white breath spewed directly from Sauron's mouth, directly melting the surrounding withered trees and the ground. After 2 seconds, Sauron stopped. The ground was melted into a hole about 10 meters deep, covered with crystals. Salong was stunned. Why did this breath resemble a certain brother from his previous life? Because what he spewed out was not flames or other lasers. It was just pure heat, and this heat could be increased in temperature by the atomic furnace. It was more domineering than the flames of a red dragon. With the atomic furnace, he was now like a winged Godzilla. It's just that due to the limitations of his body, he couldn't release more powerful energy through nuclear fusion for the time being. When his body becomes stronger in the future, he will be even more formidable than the legendary Godzilla. The atomic furnace is like his second heart, even more powerful. With this blessing, not only his strength but all aspects of his body's functions will become stronger. And it seems that there have been other changes in his body that are not reflected on the panel. Salong needs to discover them himself. Suddenly, Salong realized that he seemed to be able to absorb something in the surroundings. With a thought, all the surrounding radioactive energy rushed into his body. Salong found that these substances were transformed and synthesized by the atomic furnace and stored in the secondary spitting organ in his body, which could erupt when needed. After spending some time absorbing the remaining radioactive substances in this area, Salong left. After all, it was a plutonium dragon egg, and the energy of the dragon egg before it landed was unknown. There wasn't much left on the ground. Looking at the barren ground below, Salong knew that once the radioactive contamination was gone, this land would quickly regain its former vitality. From then on, all traces left by the plutonium dragon egg in this place disappeared. Salong needed to be very cautious about whatever killed this unborn plutonium dragon. The old camp of the Rose tribe has been transformed into a storage place for magic iron ore. All the mined magic iron ore will be temporarily placed here and then transported to the Fangtooth tribe. The process of mining ore has finally been put on the right track thanks to the efforts of goblins and gnomes. Since learning about the strong mining abilities of goblins and gnomes, Sardal no longer dares to let his forest trolls eat them. On the contrary, he now values these goblins greatly. If the goblins were to disappear, it would be a disaster for Sardal if he had to rely on his forest trolls to mine the ore. They can't even understand how to prevent the mining pits from collapsing. When Sardal returned to the Rose tribe, he saw everyone working enthusiastically to transport the ore. "Respected master, you have arrived. Your presence shines like the sun in the sky." Sardal was the first to notice Sardal, and he noticed that Sardal had grown larger in size and appeared more ferocious. The other goblins and gnomes stopped their actions and looked at Sardal with fanaticism. Now they all know that it is because Sardal rules the Fangtooth tribe that they have avoided becoming food. They are sincerely grateful to Sardal, and this majestic figure deeply impressed them. "You all continue working." Sardal walked to the side of the ore cart and used a magic device to load hundreds of kilograms of ore. Unfortunately, most magic devices have very limited space. The magic device Sardal took, which belonged to some prince, had a relatively large space. It was about a dozen cubic meters in volume. "Have Winnie and the others gone to the Fangtooth tribe?" Sardal picked up a piece of iron ore and started crunching on it. The feast is still cooling down, but Sardal wants to taste it. And through this feast, Sardal has some ideas about why it is cooling down. They actually don't have many tribe members left. At your request, they have established a settlement next to our tribe. Sardal explained. For now, we need you to guard this place for a long time. We cannot afford to lose the iron ore. Sardal said seriously. Even if the role of iron ore in the feast is limited in the future, Sardal still understands its value. Such a large vein is enough to rival the treasure of several adult dragons. Sardal, you can rest assured. With me here, nothing will go wrong. Sardal patted his chest and said. His true dragon, to which he is loyal, has grown so fast and doesn't have the habit of eating family members at the drop of a hat. He is simply the best object of loyalty. After settling everything, Sardal left the place and returned to the deep canyon of the Fangtooth tribe. When Sardal returned to the cave in the canyon, his eyes lit up. It was truly bright. In front of him, every few meters in the cave, there was a beautifully carved topaz stone. Topaz stones are naturally transparent and appear extremely bright with just a little bit of firelight. It is said that some nobles on the continent use topaz stones as luxurious decoration materials for their houses. The spring water on the left side of the cave was brought down and formed a small pool below. In the center of the cave, a huge stone chair was placed, and various animal skins were arranged on the chair in a certain pattern, forming the image of a dragon. Sardal, you're back. Winnie and Mesa, who were arranging the top of the cave, agilely jumped down from above and landed in front of Sardal. Did you do this? Sardal looked at the two of them and felt a different kind of feeling in his heart. Sardal, don't you like it? Winnie's heart tightened. It is said that black dragons like habitats such as swamps and mud pits. But in Winnie's eyes, Sarong seems to be very different from other black dragons. After coming here last time, observant Winnie noticed that this black dragon seems to prefer clean places. In order to get along better in the future, she decided to do this. "You're doing great." Sarong slowly glanced at the two of them and walked over to the stone chair, lying down on it. "It's surprisingly comfortable. By the way, Winnie, remember to add meow at the end of every sentence when you speak from now on," Sarong suddenly said to Winnie. "It feels like something is missing when the cat girl doesn't meow." Meow. Winnie didn't quite understand. She is a cat girl, but not a cat. Cat girls and cats are two different species, you know. Why does Lord Sarong want me to meow like this? Winnie added a word, feeling a bit embarrassed after speaking. "That's right," Sarong said, satisfied. "This is the cat girl he's familiar with. This feeling is so wonderful. Misa, you should also wear black stockings, that is, black silk." Sarong looked at Misa beside him. The rabbit-eared girl Misa was still a bit stunned at this moment. She didn't know why Sarong would make such a request and let Winnie meow. "Yes, sir." Misa didn't know what fetish this black dragon had, but since she has joined him now, she will follow him all the way. "Can you dance?" Sarong suddenly thought of the hot dance videos he saw on the live streaming apps in his previous life. If Misa, Winnie, and those half-beast girls could form a girl group and dance for him, it would definitely add a lot of interesting things to his dragon life. Otherwise, just eating every day would be too boring. "We're not very good at it." Winnie forced a smile. She felt that her future days might not be as good as she imagined. Sarong, on the other hand, didn't have much psychological pressure. In the special social structure of his previous life, there were too many things suppressing him. The pressure from family, work, and mortgage made it hard to breathe. Some hobbies had to be slowly abandoned, becoming a corporate slave, which was undoubtedly very helpless. But in this world, he is an evil dragon. He can do whatever he wants. Being a dragon ancestor is not a problem. Whether it's the complete release of the evil in human nature due to the lack of constraints, or the influence of the evil dragon's nature on him, Sarong doesn't dislike this feeling. It feels good to do whatever he wants. What is courtesy and righteousness to an evil dragon? As long as I have no morals, you can't restrain me. Of course, I can think about what to do after growing up. At this stage, I'll be a bit lewd. After a while, Winnie and Misa prepared themselves and let Sarong appreciate their dance. Sarong was staring intently. Winnie and Misa were performing a traditional dance of the half-beast people. It looked like a ritual. It gave the illusion of dancing for the gods. This dance was just average in Sarong's eyes, but under the excellent appearance of Winnie and Misa, it still had a certain charm. Unfortunately, there was no music. Sarong felt a bit disappointed. "Stop." Winnie and Misa stopped dancing and bowed to Sarong. "Don't you like it, Lord Sarong?" Winnie wiped the sweat from her forehead. Misa's rabbit ears drooped. "Winnie, you can do this. Twist your hips a bit, and then make some gestures." Sarong's crimson eyes stared at the two of them as he began to give instructions. He told them about the twerking dance and hula dance he saw in a certain video from his previous life. Misa's rabbit ears instantly perked up. Meanwhile, outside the original Rose tribe, a small team of swordsmen wearing lightweight armor were watching everything around them. "Captain Vogue, this used to be the tribe of the half-beast people, but why are there so many evil creatures like forest trolls and goblin kobolds now?" A soldier said, looking at the lively forest trolls and the like in front of them. "Here, not even a half-orc can be seen, which means that the half-orc tribe has been wiped out, and the forest trolls have always had a taste for devouring the bodies of their opponents. These goblins and gnomes should be enslaved by the forest trolls," speculated Captain Walker, who was much stronger than other warriors. "So what do we do now?" "Our orders were to investigate the whereabouts of the previous slave-catching group and the situation of the Fell Iron Ore veins. Let's go to the Fell Iron Ore veins first and see what's going on there," ordered Walker. They were all the most loyal warriors of the Walton family, so they were sent to carry out this special mission. When they came, Lord Taram specifically mentioned that the focus was on the ore veins. The dozen or so people slowly disappeared into the jungle like ghosts. A convoy transporting ore had just arrived at the Rose tribe and happened to pass by Walker and his team. "Hurry up, we need to deliver this batch of ore as soon as possible," shouted Goblin Chief Vix, looking at the ore below. He felt like he had reached the peak of his life. The forest trolls, who used to see him as a slave and food, now respected him exceptionally. He no longer had to worry about being eaten if he displeased them. All of this was because of the great black dragon majesty. The smelting of fell iron ore was extremely difficult and required the construction of special furnaces and the addition of a plant powder in order to successfully smelt the required fell iron. Fortunately, when Vix was enslaved in the human world, he was forced to learn some advanced smelting techniques. He planned to conduct experiments here first, and then present the well-smelted fell iron to the great black dragon majesty. In the cave, Salong watched the dance for a while and satisfiedly let Misha and the others rest. Although for certain reasons, the two of them couldn't let go and their dance was different from the dances of their past lives, it was still pleasing to the eye. Unfortunately, Salong couldn't do anything. From his physique, he was now a standard young dragon, even much stronger than an ordinary young dragon. But unfortunately, he still couldn't use shapeshifting. After relaxing for a while, Salong began to do his work. He couldn't waste the affinity he had gained for fire magic elements. Generally, true dragons rarely learn magic from other elements. It made them uncomfortable. But that didn't mean they couldn't use magic from other elements. Just like Salong could use the spell of radiance before, true dragons could forcefully cast magic from other elements with their strong elemental control. However, they generally wouldn't do so. Just because a water mage couldn't cast fire magic, does that mean they definitely can't? Not necessarily. But casting magic from other elements would consume more than 5 times the energy of their own attribute. However, the affinity for fire magic elements solved this problem. As long as Salong could create a spell model, he could cast this kind of magic using draconic language. Fireball. This was the most basic spell in fire magic, and Salong had this spell in his inherited memory, just like Radiance. Its spell model was relatively simple. Salong began to mobilize the fire elemental elements around him and slowly construct them. This made Salong feel like he was solving geometry problems from his past life. Unlike Radiance, Salong's construction of the fireball spell went exceptionally smoothly. If constructing the spell model of Radiance required Salong to concentrate, then the fireball spell was completely different. It was too simple. These fire elemental elements were like obedient soldiers, moving to where Salong wanted them to go with just a thought. Soon, a 1-meter diameter fireball was generated next to Salong. It wasn't big compared to Salong's size. Boom! Under Salong's conscious manipulation, the fireball fiercely smashed into the ground and then exploded. Salong observed the traces on the ground. This power was already impressive, much stronger than a hand grenade. Suddenly, Salong had a bold idea. He released the fireball spell again, and this time, he released 2 fireballs. But this time, the target was not the ground, but himself. Bang bang! 2 fireballs hit Saron. Looking at the place where the fireballs hit, there was almost no change. Saron's eyes gleamed. He condensed 4 fireballs and threw them at himself again. This time, he clearly felt something different. The damage caused by these fireballs to himself was reduced by about 60%. Saron knew that Pluton was completely immune to fire or heat damage. And he seemed to have this ability too, just not as extreme as Pluton. Lord Saron, Goblin Chief Vix is here. Misha walked in slowly wearing a short skirt and black stockings. Goblin Chief? Let him in. This guy was a highly skilled person that Saron had his eye on. After a while, Vix walked in trembling. He felt that his tattered clothes were out of place in this place, so he hugged the wooden box in his arms. Great Black Dragon Majesty, this is a gift from your humble servant. Vix knelt on the ground humbly and raised the box in his hand. Misha walked up and took the wooden box. Vix didn't even dare to lift his head, a habit he developed when he was a slave in the human world. Misha opened the box in front of Saron, revealing pieces of iron that emitted a blue light. Your Majesty, this is refined magic iron. Vix said. Not bad. Saron's huge eyes stared at the magic iron in front of him. He didn't know much about metallurgy, but the quality seemed good. Actually, for Saron, there was not much difference between eating raw or a refined magic iron. But this stuff was still important to him. Whether it was weapons for his followers or trading for other ingredients, it was a good choice. After all, Saron didn't have the strength to just go and plunder whatever he wanted. From now on, the mining and smelting of magic iron will be your responsibility, and I have only one requirement, and that is production. Whether it's ore or refined magic iron. Saron looked down at Vix from a high position. Yes, sir, Vix said excitedly, then humbly walked out step by step. Misha didn't say a word throughout the whole process. She was just curious about Saron's use of a goblin. Misha, these magic irons are for you. Making 2 short swords should be enough, Saron said. Ah, thank you, Lord Saron. Misha's rabbit ears jumped up and down. Saron knew that this was her way of showing happiness. Misha's thoughts could be seen from her ears. If they drooped, it meant she was sad or depressed. If they jumped like now, it meant she was extremely happy. It's a pity there's no powerful master blacksmith. I can only use magic to polish them myself. Misha looked at the magic iron in her hand. Captain Walk, what should we do? These guys have already mined the magic iron veins. Behind a bush near the magic iron veins, Walk and his team looked at the goblins and kobolds continuously mining the ore with ugly expressions. Let's go back and report to Lord Tarim. We can't deal with just these forest trolls guarding the area. Wok made a decisive decision. Their reconnaissance mission was almost complete. They had also found some remains of the slave hunters, probably the work of the forest trolls. The enemies who could wipe out the slave hunters were not something they could handle. The group quietly left the area under the cover of the bushes. After traveling quickly for a few hours, they met Taram in a camp. Lord Taram, the slave hunters have been completely wiped out, and the magic iron veins have been occupied by the forest trolls. Wok told Taram all the information they had gathered. Taram took a sip of wine and savored the sweetness in his mouth. That means the intelligence about the fell iron or vein is correct. Yes, Lord Taram, the vein has a very abundant reserve. Wok said. The strength of the forest trolls shouldn't be this strong. Taram put down his cup and said. Their family had encountered warriors from that forest troll tribe before. At that time, the strength displayed by the forest trolls was indeed formidable, but they were far from being able to wipe out the entire orc tribe and still have the strength to kill their own slave hunting party. Lord Taram, should I go with my men to probe their strength? Wok suggested. No need, for the vein, our Walton family is determined to obtain it, no matter what hidden means the forest trolls have. Taram's eyes were fierce like a wolf. If it were something else, it would be fine, but this fell iron or vein was of great significance to the Walton family. But with just over 100 of us, Wok hesitated for a moment. Taram glanced at Wok and said, I know what you mean. Regardless of the strength of the forest trolls, our small number of people is indeed insufficient to deal with them. I will have the family send reinforcements. Not just the family guards. The Savage Shield will also intervene this time. Savage Shield. Wok's expression turned serious. He didn't expect the family to attach such importance to it, and the Savage Shield would also intervene. Wok knew what the Savage Shield was. It was a group of monsters. No, to be more precise, they were something even more terrifying than monsters. Taram saw the expression on Wok's face and understood the captain's thoughts. The Walton family had been around for over 200 years. The main cornerstone was the Savage Shield. The Savage Shield was a warrior cultivated by the Walton family. These warriors were trained according to the standards of Death Knights. The Walton family would select several hundred boys aged 3 or 4 from various places. They would then castrate all their male characteristics and regularly brainwash them to eliminate all their personality, emotions, and self. They would then train them in various advanced combat skills, during which some people would be eliminated. The only result of being eliminated was death. Then, when they were around 10 years old, they would be screened again, allowing them to kill each other. Only those who obtained the heads of their companions could survive. Generally, at this time, there would be just over 50 people left out of several hundred. Then came various even more brutal training and modifications. The people of the Walton family would use various special magical potions to strengthen their bodies, which incidentally would eliminate their sense of pain. Then came the demonic transformation, using the demonic transformation method obtained by the ancestors of the Walton family from somewhere. This transformation would continue until adulthood, and at this time, there might be less than 30 people left out of the original 50. Only those who could truly withstand this inhumane training and strengthening could survive. They would be equipped with the best armor and the most powerful weapons for slaughter. Thus, the most powerful trump card of the Walton family, the Savage Shield, was born. Each Savage Shield could take on 100 opponents, even if those 100 were elite troops. Savage Shields born in such an environment would absolutely obey the commands of the Walton family. They were disciplined, powerful in battle, and would not engage in robbery or rape. The only drawback was that Savage Shields consumed their own potential, so their lifespan was only around 30 years. In other words, after the completion of training a Savage Shield, they would only have about a dozen years to serve the Walton family. This was a secret that only the most core members of the Walton family could know. Even loyal captains like Wok didn't know. Take this letter to the family head. Taram wrote a letter with a quill pen and handed it to Wok. Yes, sir. Wok saluted and then left. Fell iron vein. The Walton family is determined to obtain it. Taram's gaze looked into the distance. Selong still didn't know that his vein had already been targeted by someone. He is currently observing a small, almost minuscule animal skin map relative to him. This is an important asset of the half-orc tribe, and maps are crucial in this era. On it, Selong found the Sunset Forest, which is actually a part of the place he is in. The Sunset Forest is located next to the Larkana Mountains, which extend southward into the territory of the half-orc empire. Winnie and her group came from here. To the north are some human towns, and beyond that, there is nothing. Selong found the location of the bone-eating marsh on the map. He remembers flying north all the way, so did he lose his sense of direction? Otherwise, how did he end up in this place? To the east is a powerful human kingdom called the Solarian Kingdom. But the place where he is now is also good, located in the middle of these countries. It is suitable for short-term development, and Salong has an idea. That is, using the magic iron or to maneuver between these major forces. In order to obtain more ingredients he needs, Salong hasn't forgotten his roots. Whether it's his family or the Ors, they all serve the feast. This is the foundation that allows him to compete with those hanging on the wall. Meanwhile, outside the Rose tribe, there is already a hidden turmoil. Over 300 warriors wearing black iron armor have gathered here. Among them are sword and shield soldiers, archers, and spear soldiers. The most eye-catching are the 6 huge figures standing in front, completely different from the other warriors. They are about 3 meters tall, wrapped in silver-white armor with spikes, and covered with dense patterns that indicate that they are enchanted armor. They also have black crystal-like eye masks for protection. Each of them carries a huge double-handed sword and a spear, filled with a chilling aura. They are the most terrifying and brutal holy shields of the Wolton family. Uncle Taram, these are all the reinforcements sent by the family. A young knight in silver-white armor said. He is Agus, a member of the Wolton family, a young knight. The Wolton family stipulates that every time the holy shields go on a mission, they must be accompanied by a member of the Wolton family's direct line. Because the holy shields must always be under the control of the Wolton family. Agus, you have worked hard. With these forces, even if the strength of those forest trolls is 10 times stronger, they are no match for us. Taram laughed. Besides their strong combat power, the reason why the Wolton family has been able to stand for so long is that they never underestimate any opponent. They don't give their opponents any chance. Set off now. Yes, sir. Under Taram's command, this army silently advanced towards the outside of the Rose tribe like a venomous snake. Agus, you take some people to occupy the magic iron vein. I will take the holy shields and other warriors to eliminate those damn forest trolls. Taram assigned tasks on the way. Don't worry, Uncle Taram. Agus patted his chest and said, Walk, you are most familiar with the situation. You take Agus to the magic iron vein. Taram looked at Walk behind him and said, Yes, Lord Taram. Walk saluted. As long as we take down this vein and endure for a while, we will eventually usher in the most glorious moment of the Wolton family. Taram said fanatically. Agus didn't say anything anymore. In name, their Wolton family only rules one Wolton city. But in reality, their strength has long exceeded the number of the kingdom's guard force. All for the preparation of being able to be the masters themselves later. Thinking of this, Agus's heart was filled with excitement. But he is no longer an ordinary person, he is Prince Agus. A few hours later, on the magic iron vein, the battle had already ended. There was no suspense in this battle. It is close to the half-orc tribe, so Shada did not send many guards here. But under the fierce attack of the elite troops led by Agus, the forest trolls guarding the mine were unable to stop them and could only spill their hot blood here. Sir, what about these goblins and kobolds? A soldier asked, looking at the goblins and kobolds in the distance. Agus glanced casually and said, We will still need miners to extract the ore later, so let's keep these ready-made miners for now. But he did not see a stronger kobold among the kobolds, staring at him as if looking at a dead person. This was unexpected for the kobold, Doug. In fact, with his position among the kobolds, he didn't need to come down to mine, but in order to better assist the great black dragon majesty, he decided to personally supervise the mining work. He didn't expect to encounter the human army. Doug didn't irrationally rush up and say things like, We are the followers of the great black dragon majesty. On the contrary, he restrained the other tribesmen and the goblins, not letting them speak out or resist, just waiting for an opportunity. How could these guys be compared to real dragons? Where are the other two? Agus asked irritably. Apart from the 6 soldiers who died when the trolls counterattacked before dying, there were actually 2 missing. Sir Agus, the 2 brothers, Andy, went to chase a half-orc. Half-orc? Agus was a little puzzled. A half-orc girl, it seems to be a wolf girl, so they couldn't resist. Seeing the hesitant look of his subordinates, Agus knew what was going on. Half-orc females were highly valued, and the 3 of them probably wanted to make some extra money. Damn it! Agus knew that the 2 brothers, Andy, whom he personally recruited, were very powerful, and he was very angry now. He was not angry that these 2 went to chase a half-orc, but that these people dared to disobey his orders. It should be noted that these soldiers were his confidants, personally selected by Agus. Agus decided that when these 2 returned, he would definitely teach them a lesson, even directly kill a chicken to warn the monkeys. Let these subordinates remember what is forbidden. In the forest, a petite figure was running fast. Laura did not escape towards the direction of the Rose tribe. She knew that since the enemy could attack the mine so brazenly, they must have been prepared to deal with the forest trolls. Those enemies were well equipped and powerful. Laura believed that even if the Rose tribe and the Fongtooth tribe joined forces, they would still not be a match. Now her only hope was to hurry to the Fongtooth tribe and tell the Black Dragon about this news. Hopefully, she would make it in time. Suddenly, Laura's wolf ears turned and she fell to the other side. Swish, 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 3 arrows flew past her body. Laura turned her head and saw 2 armored warriors surrounding her. Hee, I was right, just a little wolf girl. The 2 men smiled at each other. They had already seen that this little wolf girl was trying to escape, but they didn't make a fuss, instead quietly following her, just wanting to make a fortune on their own. Big brother, can I play with her first? Another soldier took off his helmet and said lewdly, Little brother, we can't play with her. You should know that the intact ones can fetch a high price from those noble gentlemen. I promise she will remain intact, but can't we just play with others? Little brother hesitated a bit. Then hurry up. Big brother waved impatiently. Okay, little girl, surrender obediently. Little brother took out an iron chain and looked at Laura. At this moment, Laura lowered her head, curled up, and seemed frightened. Seeing the little wolf girl scared like this, the 2 men let go of their worries. She was just a 13 or 14-year-old half-orc. Just as little brother reached out to grab the little wolf girl's hair, Laura suddenly burst out. Be careful, third brother. The eldest brother said just as the words left his mouth. Poochie in an instant, the little wolf girl with crimson eyes bit down on third brother's neck and forcefully tore off a bloody trachea. Then, she kicked third brother's body towards the eldest brother and used all 4 limbs to madly flee into the distance. Ho-ho, third brother's eyes were lifeless. He wanted to take in some air, but with his severed trachea, he had no way out. The eldest brother held his brother's corpse in agony. The little wolf girl was too fast, and she took off his helmet without even using her chi. He died in such frustration. Damn beast, I will personally chop off your head. The eldest brother took off his armor to lighten his weight, then wielded his weapon and used his chi to chase after her with all his might. At this moment, Shadar was holding a beast leg and gnawing on it. Salong had Shadar personally lead a group of troll warriors to guard this place, as the ore was crucial for the feast and they couldn't afford to be lax. Shadar was also extremely delighted to see the goblins and kobolds in front of him putting the ore into the warehouse. In fact, life in their Fongtooth tribe was quite simple and primitive, consisting of hunting and looting. This method was not very efficient, and the forest trolls had a notorious reputation. Other caravans would take detours to avoid them, except for some that had no choice but to take this route. Although the forest trolls were still powerful, they were not yet at the point of ignoring all the forces in this area. Originally, trolls ate a lot, and they also had to store some meat and animal skins to exchange for necessary supplies, such as salt. So the trolls didn't have that many hunting targets. Of course, if they let loose, the forest trolls could hunt almost all the prey in the forest. But the forest trolls had lived here for generations and understood the principle of not exhausting their resources. They originally thought that the arrival of the Black Dragon would subject their Fongtooth tribe to unprecedented exploitation. But unexpectedly, it brought new hope to their Fongtooth tribe. Chief Shadar, something bad has happened. A group of human soldiers is coming towards us, and they killed both of the sentries. A male troll ran to Shadar, panting heavily, and said loudly, What? Shadar threw the bone in his hand and his eyes instantly turned red. First, it was Lord Salon, then the half-orcs, and now humans were actively attacking them. Did these guys really think that the forest trolls were pushovers they could bully at will? Gather all the tribesmen. I will make those damn guys pay the price. Shadar took out his big bone club and said fiercely. Immediately, roars echoed throughout the camp. Forest trolls never feared any battle. Shadar took out a set of rough and fierce armor. It was a full-body armor with a helmet and everything. Originally, in Shadar's opinion, the ownership of these ores should belong to Salong. After all, the dark iron was wealth. With the fanaticism of dragons for wealth, especially evil dragons like black dragons, they probably wouldn't even get a piece of ore. But Salong allowed them to use it to make their own armor. Shadar still remembered what Salong had said, You are my subordinates, your present and future belong to me. Consider this as my investment in your future. After all, there are many ore veins. There is still plenty of time in the future. He didn't know what investment meant, but he knew that Salong valued their Fongtooth tribe greatly. The favor of a true dragon was extremely precious. Shadar stopped his thoughts and quickly put on his armor. Then, fearlessly, Shadar and dozens of troll warriors walked out. On the other side, the little wolf girl was still confronting the eldest brother of the Andy brothers. She looked at him with guarded eyes. You bastard. How dare you kill my only brother? They were 3 brothers who set out to make a name for themselves. The second brother was killed, leaving only the 2 of them. They thought it was just a stroke of luck, but they never expected to lose their only brother. In the moment he rushed forward, he felt a chill on his neck and reached out to touch it, only to find fresh red blood. A beautiful figure slowly appeared in the air. The little wolf girl shouted happily, "Sister Winnie." Taram wondered if they had underestimated these forest trolls. They had planned to ambush them, but these guys had set up a perimeter with warning magic. They had no choice but to kill the sentries who came to investigate. They never expected to be discovered so easily. However, Taram wasn't too worried. It wasn't easy for their few hundred people to hide. An ambush was the safest option. Since they couldn't ambush, a frontal attack would do. After all, his army, especially the cruel shield, excelled at frontal attacks. Ha! Taram looked at dozens of forest trolls in crude armor charging out from the half-orc tribe. Prepare the formation. Click, click, hundreds of people began to move in an orderly manner. Sword and shield soldiers held up huge shields, forming a wall of copper and iron. Behind them, spear soldiers thrust their long spears through the gaps in the shields, their 3-meter-long spears incredibly sharp. At the back were archers and a few spellcasters. They looked like a well-trained unit. Taram smiled at the seemingly ragtag forest trolls. He felt that he didn't even need the cruel shield to take action. These elite troops could completely annihilate them. Sadal looked at the humans with an ugly expression. He never expected them to be a regular army. In the past, when human merchant caravans saw so many forest trolls charging at them, they would scatter and flee in fear. But a regular army was different, and this many people were enough to wipe out their entire tribe. "Humans, why are you encroaching on the territory of the forest trolls?" Sadal didn't rush forward in anger. With a gesture, the female troll beside him slowly spread out, ready to cast spells. The male trolls remained vigilant, watching the human army in front of them. "I'll give you a chance to live, sign a master-servant contract with our Vultan family," Taram said slowly. "It would be better to subdue them than to destroy this forest troll tribe. With a little training, these forest trolls would become the most formidable soldiers." Unfortunately, the demonic potion only worked on humans, otherwise, they could try to create a version of the cruel shield for forest trolls. "What?" Sadal looked at Taram as if he were a fool. "Ha, you pigs think you're worthy of being our masters?" Sadal mocked. How could despicable humans be compared to true dragons? Besides, everyone on the continent knew that humans were the most cunning. If you believed their words, death was not far away. Since you don't know what's good for you, then die. Taram wasn't angry either. As a qualified leader, maintaining composure was the most basic requirement. He had already prepared himself for rejection before speaking. As Taram gave the order, the archers behind him immediately released their crossbow bolts. Swish, swish, countless arrows flew towards Sadal and his companions. "Kill them!" Sadal roared. The sound of arrows piercing flesh continued to echo, and several forest trolls at the forefront were instantly turned into hedgehogs, but they didn't fall. The strongest warriors of the evil Fong tribe were at the forefront, and this was one of their tactics. The strongest ones bore the brunt of the pressure. Amplification spell, defense. The female troll behind them quickly cast the forest troll's unique amplification spell on the male trolls on the battlefield. Suddenly, the forest trolls began to emit a green magical light. This gave them a significant boost. Facing the imposing forest troll Taram, he calmly gave the order to use this forest troll to test the sharpness of his army. "Prepare for impact. Sword and shield, hold your ground. Spearmen, take your positions." The spearmen immediately planted the ends of their spears into the ground. The forest trolls were fast. They wanted to jump up and directly charge into the enemy's camp, but they were met with fireballs and ice arrows from the spellcasters. Instantly, the front few forest trolls were hit and lost their lives. The remaining forest trolls dodged the spears and crashed into the shields. Bang, bang, bang. Sardal was especially fierce, breaking through a gap on his own. He sent 2 human soldiers flying behind the shield with a powerful collision. However, there was another defensive shield formation behind them. The other spearmen began attacking Sardal with their spears. Sardal's enchanted iron armor was exceptionally strong. The spears couldn't break through his defense. "Ha, you pigs will die." Sardal grabbed a spear and stabbed a human soldier behind him. Taram naturally noticed Sardal. This troll leader was indeed tenacious. But it didn't matter, the troll leader's strength was indeed formidable, but not strong enough to single-handedly change the entire battle. In other places, troll warriors were being killed continuously. But how could their strength be enough to wipe out the slave hunters? Could it be because the cost of wiping out the slave hunters and the half-orc tribe was too great? Taram couldn't understand. Formation of strangulation. Taram ordered again. The originally arched formation slowly began to surround the remaining 30 or so trolls. The female trolls were protected in the center by the male trolls. The sword and shield soldiers used their shields to continuously push forward with the help of their comrades behind them. the spearmen also kept attacking. Slowly, the movement space of the forest trolls became smaller and smaller. Only Sardell still had the advantage, but the rough armor on his body began to crack. After all, enchanted iron was not invincible. Not to mention, it wasn't enchanted. Taram watched Sardell's rampage and felt that he couldn't waste any more time. Shield 38, Shield 15, attack. Kill him. Taram pointed at Sardell. The two brutal holy shields took off their giant swords from their backs and charged forward. Their huge figures, about 3 meters tall, crashed into Sardell, crushing a troll warrior blocking their path along the way. Just as Sardell had just killed a soldier and hadn't had time to catch his breath, he felt a strong sense of danger. He instinctively held his magic beast bone club in front of his chest. Bang! The two brutal holy shields swung their swords down, and Sardell's bone club only lasted for about a second before it broke into 2 pieces. He himself was thrown up heavily. The brutal holy shields didn't hesitate. One of them punched Sardell in the chest. His iron armor caved in, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out of Sardell's mouth. Leader Sardell! Sardell was caught by 2 troll warriors. Stop! Taram ordered from a distance. The 2 brutal holy shields stopped attacking. Forest troll, I'll give you one last chance. Sign a master-servant contract, and I'll spare you and your tribe. You should be able to see the huge gap between you and us. Taram curiously looked at Sardell. It was rare to see a forest troll who could withstand a blow from 2 brutal holy shields and only be heavily injured. This forest troll was extraordinary. He was starting to like him. With the support of the 2 trolls, Sardell stood up. He ignored Taram's words and stared intently at the 2 brutal holy shields. These 2 guys were really powerful. Although there was an element of surprise in their previous attack, Sardell was prepared for defense. Use fanaticism, Sardell ordered directly. The female trolls behind did not hesitate, they began to chant special spells. Frenzy is a unique way of frenzy for forest trolls. Under the amplification of this magic, the pain of forest trolls will be minimized. Moreover, their speed and strength will be greatly enhanced, becoming extremely aggressive and excited. However, the cost of frenzy is very severe. Whether it is the female trolls casting the spell or the male trolls fighting, their magic and energy will be consumed exponentially over time, until death. So this is a desperate move, and Sadar knows that after this battle, all of their elites will be buried here, and their Fangtooth tribe will be finished. They just hope that Lord Salong can protect the old, weak, and young trolls who are still in the camp, considering the price they paid with their lives. This way, their Fangtooth tribe will prosper again. What is that? At this moment, everyone suddenly felt a sense of oppression. Taram looked up, but before he could react, a terrifying roar came. A ferocious black dragon instantly flew across the sky. Following it were countless acids, corroding the soldier's armor and flesh, causing a scream to erupt. Taram only realized at this moment that they were being attacked by a black dragon. Without time to think about why a black dragon would appear here, Taram realized the seriousness of the situation. Although he had never seen a real dragon before, he knew that the oppressive aura just now was the dragon's might, and this dragon seemed to be almost fully grown. However, its appearance seemed different from what he had known about black dragons. The most important thing was that his army had never had any experience dealing with dragons. Fierce shield, attack, and block the black dragon's attacks. 6 fierce shields drew their giant swords and stood at the forefront of the formation, stabilizing the formation. They were unaffected because they didn't even know what fear was. Seeing the black dragon swooping in from a distance again, Taram took out a huge ballista from his magic device. The arrows on it were over 3 meters long and dark red, with some mysterious runes, indicating that they were enchanted. This scorpion god ballista was more powerful than the ordinary scorpion ballista, specifically designed to deal with large magical beasts like dragons. It had many additional attributes. Taram had bought it at the last auction as a collectible, but unfortunately, he only brought 1 enchanted arrow. He himself was already an 8th level warrior, with immense strength supported by his family's fighting spirit. He was capable of operating this scorpion god ballista. Unfortunately, these spellcasters were too low level and couldn't quickly cast powerful anti-air magic. As long as they could make the black dragon lose its ability to fly and drag it into the quagmire of the army, relying on the strength of the fierce shields and the entire army's attacks, even a dragon would die. But before that, he had to hit the opponent first. Spellcasters, release magic cover, and you archers, shoot with all your might, don't leave a single arrow. Salong looked down at the army on the ground from high in the sky. Generally, if an ordinary army encountered a dragon attack, they would immediately scatter and flee, causing the formation to collapse. Just like when the Black Dragon Mother attacked Kalini City, most of the soldiers in the city didn't have the courage to face a black dragon and trembled under its might. But this army quickly organized its formation and even planned to counterattack, which was a very rare thing. Salon looked at these people with a cold gaze. Their intentions were already very clear, to seize the magic iron ore. And the magic iron ore was related to the progress of his feast. If these people didn't let him stack the feast, they were letting him die. And he didn't want to die, so he could only let these people die. Salon once again swooped down, wanting to use some breath attacks to break through a gap for Sata and the others. Suddenly, several huge fireballs and ice arrows and spears were shot towards Salon. Is that all these attacks are? Saron dodged the ice arrows and some spears by leaning to the side. He directly withstood the remaining fireballs. Got him! Exclaimed a few spellcasters in the distance. They were level 6 spellcasters, and the fireballs they cast together were extraordinary. Being hit by such an attack head-on would definitely be unpleasant. After the flames disappeared, Saron appeared unscathed in the same spot. How is this possible? Not only was this black dragon uninjured, but even its scales were intact. Fire! At that moment, the archers on the ground shot their crossbows. However, Saron was flying too high, and these arrows were ordinary arrows that couldn't penetrate his defenses even if he stood in front of them. Swish! One arrow hidden among the others pierced Saron's right wing at the base. Saron looked closely and saw a middle-aged man in golden armor coldly staring at him and the human army, with a giant crossbow beside him. Obviously, this giant crossbow had just been fired. Saron's flight was inevitably affected by the hit on his right wing, but he could still fly. Since you want me to engage in close combat with you, so be it. Saron folded his wings and dived straight down. Hold your ground, Taram shouted as he watched the black dragon charging towards him. This black dragon actually dared to engage in close combat with them, and Taram seemed to see the dawn of victory. The soldiers, suppressing their fear, picked up their large shields and prepared to face the dragon with all their might. In fact, if it weren't for the 6 towering brutal shields in front of them, it was uncertain whether these soldiers could even stay in place. Boom! Saron fell into the army like a meteor. Imagine the destructive power of a dragon weighing over 10 tons falling from the sky. For a moment, countless screams and the sound of steel and flesh colliding filled the air. The shields of the sword and shield soldiers were instantly torn apart like paper, and blood and steel mixed together. The defense line was instantly broken. One of the 6 brutal shields was hit directly by Saron, and the brutal shield exploded like a can of tomatoes, with blood and steel mixing together. And at this moment, this guy still had a breath left. He slowly raised the hand holding the giant sword, and Saron gave him a claw, tearing him apart completely. The other 5 brutal shields showed no fear. They wielded their giant swords and attacked Saron. Saron, with his crimson eyes, looked indifferently at them. He had noticed these people a long time ago. After all, normal humans didn't have a 3-meter-tall physique and could face the dragon's might without any fear. The golden threads on his scales began to glow, and then the atomic furnace inside his body started to exert its power. In an instant, Saron spewed out a powerful white high-temperature beam from his mouth. Several spear soldiers who had just charged forward were hit directly by the white high-temperature breath. The sword and shield soldiers and archers who followed behind them were not spared either. Ah! 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 Their bodies were roasted and melted. The smell of roasted meat immediately entered Saron's nostrils. Armor could prevent physical attacks, but it couldn't defend against this pure high-temperature attack. Taram's face was no longer calm. Who could tell him why the black dragon had this strange high-temperature breath? It looked a bit like steam. It really is Lord Saron. His powerful figure is unparalleled. Sandal struggled to stand up. He knew it was Lord Saron who had come as soon as he heard the roar of the black dragon. Everyone, follow Lord Saron and kill the enemy with me. Sandal picked up a long knife and shouted loudly. Sandal, Lord Saron ordered you to lead the retreat. At that moment, the air distorted. Winnie's figure appeared in front of Sandal and the others along with her words. What? This is the Master's command. Do you want to defy it? Winnie looked at Sandal and said, these trolls are only good for dying in vain. As followers of Lord Salon, we cannot afford to be so worthless. Shadar turned around and looked at the remaining 30-odd forest trolls behind him, clenching his fists tightly. Let's go! Shadar gritted his teeth and said, looking at the countless dead and injured soldiers, as well as the cruel Sanctum Shield Taram who was still persisting, a red light flashed in his eyes. He crushed a red gem in his hand and said softly, release. At the same time, the 5 Sanctum Shields below began to undergo changes. The heavy armor on their bodies automatically fell off, revealing their true forms. They had dark black skin, red eyes, and black patterns on their bodies. There were also some small red scales on their backs. They were completely inhuman. Their bodies slowly swelled and grew larger, and 2 huge horns slowly emerged from their heads. The nails on their hands grew longer and resembled those of beasts. Taram knew that this was the final form of the Sanctum Shields, and their strength was like night and day compared to their normal state. There was a magical array on the armor on their bodies, which not only provided a certain level of protection for the Sanctum shields but also sealed their power, which was the most important point. The reason for this was that the Sanctum shields could only continue to fight in this form for about 15 minutes before their energy was completely depleted and they died. Salon also noticed the changes in these guys. So they can transform too, huh? The wings that were just injured had already healed after killing 40 or 50 soldiers. The carnivorous talent is quite powerful. Several completed Sanctum shields rushed towards Salon. One of them jumped straight up with its legs bent, trying to attack Salon's back. Salon stared at the opponent and then bit down like lightning. It should be noted that the sharpest part of Salon's body was his teeth, and they were also enhanced with armor-piercing effects. With the sound of bones breaking, the black stripes on the opponent's body fluctuated, but Salon's teeth were too sharp. Without any surprise, this Sanctum shield was directly cut in half. The bite force of a black dragon is so strong? Taram was greatly surprised. This black dragon in front of him made him feel that he had underestimated dragons before. After being unsealed, the Sanctum shield's bodies were not only extremely hard, but he had personally tested it. Steel was far inferior to the bodies of the Sanctum shields. Salon looked at the few remaining people, the soldiers rushing up nearby, and Taram who was watching from a distance, and flew up directly. When the Sanctum shields wanted to stop him, Salon let out an angry roar. He used his wild roar. Suddenly, everyone on the battlefield felt a tremor in their blood. Spellcasters and high-level warriors were particularly aware of it. The magic power and fighting spirit in their bodies became more sensitive, and they instantly felt that their magic power was out of control. Salon took advantage of this opportunity to fly away, because Shadar and the others had already evacuated from here. Moreover, the state of these guys was unstable, indicating that their transformation had a time limit. So, to be on the safe side, Salon decided to wait until their transformation was over before killing them. Stop him! Taram panicked. They had finally brought this black dragon into close combat. And with the release of the Sanctum shields, if they let him leave like this, considering the grudge of a dragon, they would definitely not have a good time. Several Sanctum shields picked up the long spears on the ground and threw them as javelins. But Salon had long been on guard against this move and easily dodged several spears. He also bit down on one of the spears and crunched it down. For him, this non-enchanted weapon was nothing special. It's just that these guys below are really strong. He had already flown 300 meters high, and the long spears not only had good accuracy but also had considerable killing power. Damn it! Taram could only watch helplessly as this monster-like black dragon elegantly flew away. If this guy didn't really have the appearance of a black dragon, Taram would definitely think that it was an unknown monster. How could the black dragon emit such a high-temperature heat ray, and how did the wounds on its wings heal so quickly? After all, the Scorpion God crossbow has attributes such as bleeding and armor penetration. Have the casualty numbers been counted? Taram asked impatiently to his adjutant. Lord Taram, we have lost 98 warriors, 37 severely injured, and 72 lightly injured. This loss is too great, considering that these are elite warriors, each of whom was trained at a great cost. They are not only powerful but also loyal. Most importantly, they are the cruelty shields. This time, they lost 6 cruelty shields. Taram looked at the 5 remaining cruelty shields below, their aura slowly disappearing, and their bodies gradually returning to their original state. Suddenly, Taram thought of something and quickly said, "Hurry and send someone to check the situation on Agus's side." On a cliff, Salong stopped here. Winnie was beside him, reporting the information she had just obtained. "Master, there is no movement from the enemy at the mine. They have already occupied the mine and are controlling the kobolds and goblins to mine ore. These people are really arrogant, already mining ore, indicating that they have taken this place as their own. Mad, they dare to provoke the dragon. They come to my territory, kill my kin, and steal my things. Let's see how it goes. Winnie, I will go to the mine now and kill the 100-man army there. You keep an eye on the army in front of us. If they dare to send messengers for help or anything, you kill the messenger or the flying mount carrying the message." "Yes, sir," Winnie obediently said, and then her figure disappeared into the air. Salong nodded. Winnie's ability should not be underestimated. She is most suitable for this kind of work. Don't be fooled by the fact that Salong easily countered her abilities earlier. That was because Salong's wild roar was unreasonable. Others don't have the wild roar. And what Salong wants to do is to directly annihilate this elite army. First, anyone who dares to covet his treasure is seeking death. Second, Salong doesn't want to reveal himself so early. After all, his black dragon form is indeed too strange. It's easy to attract those dragon slayers who are not mentally stable and make things bigger. Killing the messengers is to make this army isolated and prevent the leakage of information. The reason why he didn't continue to confront them earlier was that he was already in an invincible position, and those strange warriors gave him a bad feeling. According to the thinking of modern people, Salong is a tank warrior, an all-around player. Even more cunning, as long as this army is still in the forest, Salong will occasionally go there to breathe fire or directly grab a few people and fly high to kill them. Even if he gets injured, it doesn't matter, he has the carnivorous talent. This way, they will be worn down sooner or later, and Salong won't spare any of these people. So now, let's go deal with those guys at the mine. Salong flapped his wings and left, his figure covering the sun like a dark cloud. In the Amorg iron mine, Angus was eating and drinking with his captains. "This wine tastes really good," Walker exclaimed. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't be able to enjoy such high-quality wine. Only nobles like Angus can drink it like water. "Ha, I have to thank all of you for helping me take over this mine. When we return to the family, I will definitely reward you all," Angus said with a smile. "Thank you, sir," everyone said happily. Although Lord Angus is strict, he provides many benefits. "What's that?" A soldier took a sip of wine and looked up at the sun. Before he could shout, he was burned to ashes by a powerful white breath. The other soldiers around him were not spared either. Screams filled the air. "Enemy! Defend quickly and prepare to counterattack!" Angus shouted loudly, throwing away his wine glass. "It's a dragon! It's the Black Dragon! We were attacked by an adult black dragon!" Several strong subordinates finally looked towards the distance, only to see a powerful black dragon continuously emitting white rays. More than half of the soldiers they brought had already been killed or injured. Agus felt like he was dreaming. He had only one thought in his mind: why would an adult black dragon appear here? Sauron originally planned to launch a surprise attack with the cover of sunlight. After all, that was the correct way for a black dragon to make an entrance. But he didn't expect these guys to be having a party. They were all sitting in neat rows. Sauron felt that it would be a waste not to take care of them with his breath. So instead of spraying acid to create an acid rain, he used a more powerful heat ray. Through the recent battle, Sauron had gained a clear understanding of his own strength. Except for certain powerful weapons and some extremely strong warriors, these ordinary soldiers couldn't break through his defense even if they stood still. If they couldn't break through, it meant that Sauron could mercilessly slaughter them. Soon, Sauron even landed on the ground and began dealing with these soldiers directly. The moment Doug heard the dragon's roar, he knew that their opportunity had come. He took the chance to pounce and bite the neck of a guard, ending his life, and took the long knife from his hand. "The great true dragon has arrived, everyone follow me and fight our way out. Kill!" It was hard to imagine that a group of goblinoids, who were considered lowly, could have such fierce expressions. They rushed out of the mine in a mighty wave and attacked the panicked human soldiers. Some of the goblins behind them hesitated, but one of them gritted his teeth and picked up the hammer he used for mining and charged out. The other goblins followed suit. "Lord Agus, run away!" Wok, holding a shield, ran to Agus's side and said anxiously. The black dragon in the distance had no way to fight back. He tried throwing 2 spears, but he couldn't even penetrate the dragon's scales. How could this happen? Agus hadn't reacted yet. "Lord Agus, the goblinoids and goblins are coming towards us." A soldier, clutching his arm wound, ran over with difficulty. These lowly creatures dare to. Agus almost couldn't catch his breath. Never mind the goblinoids, even the goblins dared to join in. Agus looked at the short goblinoids in the distance, carrying baskets on their backs, occasionally taking out a piece of ore from inside and throwing it at the surrounding soldiers. These ores were all fell iron ores, which were inherently hard and heavy. When they were thrown down, they caused head injuries and bloodshed. Agus quickly realized one thing: they were surrounded by goblins and goblinoids. On the side, Wok saw that the situation was not good and planned to escape, but when a goblin threw a stone, Wok fell to the ground and didn't move anymore. Agus was a bit confused. Was Wok done for just like that? At this moment, he noticed that there was not a single soldier left by his side. Then a huge shadow enveloped Agus. Sauron looked down at the human swordsman in front of him and knew that this guy should be the leader, because the armor he was wearing was the same style as the person who was commanding earlier. This battle was very easy for Sauron. He had been crushing them from start to finish. Agus took a deep breath and tried to keep his body from trembling. "Respected Black Dragon, I am Agus of the Walton family. It's a pleasure to meet you. Human, how dare you trespass into my territory?" Sauron coldly said in the common language of the continent. "Black Dragon, this is a misunderstanding. If we had known earlier that this was your territory, we would never have chosen to invade," Agus said with righteousness. Damn it, how did Wok mess up the intelligence? Agus wondered if his family knew there was a black dragon here, they would have made better preparations, with various dragon-slaying weapons, more brutal holy shields, and ordinary soldiers. As for giving up, how could they give up? Even the black dragon would submit under the glory of the Wolton family, let alone a young dragon. Moreover, the black dragon itself is the greatest treasure. Wolton family, never heard of it. We are Wolton. Saron couldn't be bothered to ask anymore. Did this guy think he was the main villain? Always bringing up his family. He was already a dragon, why bother with that act? Saron spat a few drops of acid that instantly corroded Aga's feet. Aga's feet were crippled and emitted a piercing scream. He had never suffered such a serious injury before, and for a moment, he felt a bit overwhelmed. Doug, this person is up to you. Extract something valuable through interrogation, and his life or death is up to you. Saron looked towards the nearby goblin, Doug. He noticed that this guy had killed particularly brutally just now, and he was a good seedling that he planned to cultivate. Yes, your greatness, the black dragon. Doug hurriedly knelt down and said, and this one playing dead on the ground, bring him back for interrogation as well. Saron glanced at the fallen Wolk. All the goblins and gnomes immediately looked at Wolk lying on the ground. Was this guy dead? But Wolk remained motionless. Saron extended a claw and swiped it across Wolk's feet. Wolk instantly sprang up, holding a short sword covered in fighting spirit, and stabbed towards Saron's eyes. But Saron's claw was faster and directly swiped across Wolk's feet. Wolk groaned and fell to the ground, but he remained silent. Compared to Agus, he was much stronger. He was just a bit puzzled as to how his feigned death technique was exposed. Agus beside him was even more furious. Damn it, pretending to be dead. Courage is commendable, Saron exclaimed. Unfortunately, he wasn't the protagonist. If he were the protagonist of a warrior fighting evil dragons, this sword would definitely blind his own eyes, and then the protagonist would take the opportunity to kill him and so on. But reality is cruel. From now on, all the invading humans on the Moat Iron Mine were annihilated. After finishing all the tasks, Saron instructed Doug and the others to speed up the mining for safety reasons. He now had to deal with those guys from before. In a forest, Taram rode on his warhorse silently, with an army following behind. However, they were not as spirited as when they set out. Originally, there were over 300 elite warriors, but now there were only about 100 left, each one exhausted. Their armor was tattered, and many had even lost their weapons. When facing the dragon directly, Taram felt that the dragon was just like that, just a bit bigger in size. Have we received any news from the messengers we sent out? Taram withdrew his thoughts and looked at his adjutant beside him and asked. No, I have sent out 3 waves of messengers, but each time, it was like throwing a stone into the sea, no response at all. And there is no news from young Master Agus either, the adjutant said cautiously. This time, their losses were absolutely devastating. In nearly 10 years, the Wolton family had never suffered such heavy losses. Taram sighed. It seemed that things were not looking good for Agus. It seemed that their development had been too smooth in recent years, causing the Wolton family to lose their vigilance. In the past, he would not have been so reckless as to charge in with an army. He thought he could solve everything with the brutal holy shields. But now, the family had lost 6 brutal holy shields, and there were still so many elite warriors. He had to take responsibility for this. Suddenly, the sky was once again covered by a huge shadow. Following that, a white heat ray came. The entire army was instantly crushed by the impact. It's that black dragon, he's here again. Damn it! The mount under Taram was directly frightened by the dragon's might, and no matter how the owner drove it away, it couldn't stand up. Prepare the formation, quickly defend, Taram shouted hoarsely. But after Salong killed about 40 to 50 soldiers with his breath, he flew away from here. Taram breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the soldiers in the field and felt a bit sad at their miserable appearance. Lord Taram, the Black Dragon's intentions are already very clear. He wants to grind us to death here, the deputy officer anxiously said after counting the number of casualties and injuries. Taram clenched his fist. He knew it very well, but what could he do? With the strength of that black dragon, he could easily wipe out all of them in one go. But he didn't take the risk, instead choosing a safer method to slowly torture himself and his subordinates. He had heard before that among the 5-colored dragons, black dragons were the most despicable, shameless, and cunning. This time, he truly experienced it. If he could survive and return this time, he would definitely make the damn black dragon pay the price. Salong flew to a place with a broken stone beach after spewing chaos. This was the place he had agreed upon with Winnie. After a while, Winnie, who smelled of blood, appeared in the air. She had some wounds on her body, but she was sent out to deliver the message at this time, so her strength was not bad. It took some effort for Winnie to deal with them. Lord Salong, they sent 3 waves of messengers, 6 people in total, and they are all here. Then, she threw out 6 bloody heads from the magic device. Salong's eyelids twitched. Was this woman so fierce? Very good, Salong encouraged dryly. Then he said, next time, there's no need to bring their heads back. Yes, Lord Salong. And Shadar and the others are also nearby. Winnie touched her cat ears and felt like she had forgotten something. Shadar? Didn't I tell them to retreat to the Fangtooth tribe? Salong knew that Shadar and the others fought against the enemy with a belief in certain death after knowing the enemy's strength, so he didn't think of blaming them. It's not easy to find such loyal subordinates. They wanted to contribute a little to the Lord. Winnie remembered the miserable appearance of Shadar and the others and shook her head. Let them come to clean up the battlefield later, and seal off the surrounding jungle. I don't want any human soldiers to walk out of here alive. After the previous probing, Salong knew that the remaining army had basically no combat power. He didn't see those inhuman warriors anymore, so he decided to directly deal with those soldiers in the next wave. After all, if they intruded into the territory of the dragon, they should be prepared to pay the price, although they didn't know it was his territory. Yes, Lord Salong, I won't let any human soldiers escape. I will go and inform Shadar and the others now. Winnie saluted and disappeared into the air. Salong looked at where she disappeared and shook his head. Winnie's racial talent was truly powerful. Then Salong yawned and flew up. It was time to send these guys on their way. Salong didn't feel anything wrong about killing so many people. After all, in this life, he was a dragon, not a human. And he didn't have the same belief as some previous transmigrators that humans were superior and had to become pure-blooded humans. This time, Salong flew very high, about 800 meters above the ground, and then slowly descended to a height of 400 meters. With the astonishing vision of the dragon, he spotted the remaining human soldiers on the ground. The atomic furnace inside Salong's body began to glow, to the point that his chest emitted a reddish glow. He hadn't fully released the energy of the atomic furnace in the previous few times, but this time, he wanted to truly release this kind of energy. Taram had a bad premonition today. Sometimes his intuition was very accurate. Spread the word, be on high alert. Taram quickly ordered everyone to be vigilant. But during this period of time, these soldiers were already exhausted. They had been marching quickly and barely had any food. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the sky. Be on high alert, prepare for defense. It's the Black Dragon, he's back. Run. Why won't he spare us? I want to go home, my wife just got pregnant. But this time, some soldiers didn't follow his orders and started running in all directions. After all, they were not heartless and cruel shields. They became soldiers just to have a slightly better life for themselves or their families. After several attacks from the Black Dragon, their nerves finally snapped. But Sauron didn't spare them. He flew over the troops and spewed out a breath that was slightly blue-tinted. This breath was hotter than before, melting the armor of many soldiers. Even the ground crystallized from the intense heat. Sauron ignored the attacks of spears, fireballs, and ice arrows. After all, even if he got injured, he had the constant regeneration of a carnivore. He felt better than ever now, with energy surging out of his body, making him eager to vent. Taram put on his helmet, ignoring his terrified mount. He looked at the Black Dragon slaughtering his men in the sky and said firmly, I am Taram Walton, and I will not lose. He took out a bottle of red potion from his magic device and drank it directly. Taram's eyes flashed crimson. Everything is for the Walton family. As the effect of the red potion fermented, Taram's bloodline slowly began to change. This transformation was somewhat similar to the previous cruel shield, but it seemed to have many more elements. His body inflated and grew to nearly 5 meters, bursting through his armor and piercing his boots with sharp nails. His skin turned red, giant horns grew on his head elongated, and rows of teeth sprouted in his mouth. Another pair of massive arms grew on his back, covered in bone fragments and spikes. But they weren't fingers, they were large pincers like those of a crab. The current Taram, from his appearance, could no longer be recognized as the handsome middle-aged man he once was. Lord Taram, you. The adjutant looked at the current Taram in horror. Taram grabbed the adjutant and said, lead the remaining troops to retreat, take as many as you can. Then he threw him far away with force. The adjutant gritted his teeth, glanced at Taram and the Black Dragon in the distance, and led a few soldiers towards the depths of the jungle. After Taram finished all this, he looked at Sauron madly. Dragon, I will tear you apart. A hoarse voice came from Taram's blood-filled mouth. Sauron had long stopped his killing spree, and his crimson eyes narrowed slightly. Demon's Pawn. In the true dragon's inherited memories, there happened to be memories of this kind, recognizing the other's identity. Yes, the guy in front of him was indeed a demon's pawn, also known as a demon descendant. In the past, there were often powerful demons from other planes who came to the main material world to wage war. In some special cases, some demons would have relationships with humans, giving birth to offspring with bloodlines from both sides. These half-human, half-demon hybrids were called demon spawn. No wonder he felt familiar with the aura of those warriors earlier. Now he realized that those guys had also been implanted with demon blood in some way, which had been triggered. But this person in front of him was different. His ancestors should be a purebred mix of demon and human, and his demon bloodline was not as strong as that of the first-generation demon spawn, so he could fully control his bloodline. However, Sauron was a bit puzzled because the personality of a demon spawn was not like this. The character of these creatures was actually similar to that of the five-colored dragons. They were born believing that they should unquestionably become the rulers of mortals, and all mortals were mere ants. It is said that a bored nobleman conducted an experiment, fostering a demon from birth in the home of a kind human. However, the evil of the demon manifested from a young age, and they would not hesitate to kill their foster parents for their own benefit. Planning riots in the town was also a common occurrence. This person is now willing to sacrifice themselves for the remaining 30 or so human soldiers. It seems that their human bloodline has been suppressed by a potion, and their demonic bloodline has been awakened. However, forcibly triggering the demonic form is very dangerous. During battle, the demon blood within them will be continuously depleted, and over time, their bloodline will wither and they will die. Taram did not speak again, but charged forward. He knew the origins of the Woolton family better than anyone, so what if he was a demon? The warrior's fighting spirit within him transformed into a black energy that attached to his arm, exuding an ominous aura. Sauron let out a deafening roar towards Taram as he charged. He concentrated all of his wild screams onto Taram. Visible sound waves attacked Taram. Instantly, Taram felt the demonic energy within him surge, and the skills accumulated on his body's surface were directly interrupted and disappeared. It seemed as though he had gone deaf. Then, a dragon tail as fast as lightning struck Taram's body. Boom! Taram's body crashed heavily into the nearby jungle, breaking countless trees. Sauron did not give Taram much time to react. The atomic furnace within him began to exert its power. A blue-white beam directly hit Taram. Sauron continued to spew for 10 seconds before finally stopping. The surrounding trees and grass were all charred. After the smoke cleared, Taram's miserable figure appeared in the original spot. One of his eyes had been burned. Only 1.5 of his 4 arms remained, as the others had been used to protect his vital areas. However, Sauron's breath was still too hot, and even though Taram now possessed a demonic physique, he couldn't avoid it. It was within Sauron's expectations that he didn't turn his opponent to ashes. What kind of monster are you? Taram no longer believed that the other party was a black dragon. Black dragons didn't have the ability to interrupt spellcasting, and even though he had seen this breath attack before, Taram was still filled with doubt. If this black dragon could breathe fire, then he might be a hybrid of a red dragon and a black dragon. After all, there have been mixed-blood dragons in history. The Woolton family had heard of an old red dragon mating with a silver dragon to produce a mixed-blood red dragon. But Taram had never heard of this kind of breath attack from a black dragon before. I think you're the monster here. Sauron looked at Taram with interest. In his gaze, the wounds on Taram's body were rapidly healing, and even his broken arms were growing back. It reminded Sauron of the Wolverine from a movie in his past life. Come on! Seeing Taram standing still, Sauron spread his wings and charged directly at him. The brief exchange just now gave him great confidence. This guy's strength seems just like that. Taram's newly grown arm also met Sauron's attack. This time, Sauron did not breathe fire. The heat ray was too intense, and he needed to take a break. Roar! Taram let out an inhuman roar. This black dragon's desire for close combat suited him. He was already the top warrior in the Woolton family, and now, with the enhancement of his demonic physique, his strength was even more formidable. He didn't believe that his combat skills were inferior to the other party. Taram quickly ran, intending to attack Sauron's abdomen with a side swipe. Oh, you're planning to take me down with a slide tackle? It's true that the scales on a true dragon's abdomen are weaker in defense compared to other areas, but that's for other true dragons. His defense has no blind spots. Shatter! Dragon language magic began to unfold. The ground around Taram suddenly sprouted countless earth spikes, and he immediately felt his body become unusually heavy, slowing down his speed. It's actually earth fusion magic. Taram's pupils contracted. How could this be? Fireball! Immediately, Sauron began to cast fireballs with all his might. Around his body appeared more than 10 large fireballs with a diameter of about 4 meters. In Taram's astonished gaze, more than 10 huge fireballs whizzed towards him. Then came a violent explosion. After the fire dissipated, only Taram's half-body remained, struggling to stand up on the ground. The demonic bloodline was also constantly trying to heal itself. Suddenly, a gust of wind sounded, and Salong suddenly appeared behind Taram and bit down. Snap! Taram's body was directly severed. His maimed body was crushed by Salong's teeth with the armor-piercing attribute, and then a mouthful of acid corroded it completely. At this point, Taram was left with only a head, his bloodshot eyes staring at Salong. "Can you still heal yourself? Now, I will fight you up close," Salong slowly said, stepping on Taram's head. Taram calmly looked at Salong. Even with only a head left, he had not completely died. This shows the tenacity of the demonic vitality, but he was not far from death now. "You actually still retain so much strength. I don't regret losing." Taram smiled bitterly. He thought he had already overestimated this black dragon enough, but he didn't expect it to be insufficient. That strange sound wave that interrupted spellcasting, as well as earth and fire magic, and the strange breath. He didn't know what other cards the dragon had. Moreover, this dragon was overly cautious, simply put, afraid of death. Clearly, it could have torn him apart with its powerful body, but it still used some tricks. "Is your entire family of demon descendants?" Salong curiously asked. "Our Volvan family has many direct descendants, each with different awakened demonic bloodlines. The rest is confidential," Taram slowly said. Salong released his grip on Taram's head. He understood Taram's meaning, and about the Volvan family, Salong could only obtain this much information. "I understand you, and I admire you too. Do you have anything else to say?" Salong asked. "Being able to die for the Volvan family in my lifetime is my lifelong wish. Please help me find release." Taram saw everything clearly before his death. Moreover, this black dragon was really strange, making him feel like he was having a conversation with a human, not a dragon. Salong lowered his head and looked at Taram, not saying anything more, but opened his big mouth and sprayed a white high-temperature breath towards Taram's head. Under the influence of the high temperature, the head slowly transformed back into a human appearance, and then melted into black ashes. Taram felt his thoughts gradually returning to the past. "Taram, what is your dream?" In a green field, a 5 or 6-year-old red-haired girl asked the blonde boy next to her. "My dream is to strengthen the Volvan family and make it the most powerful family on the continent." The blonde boy said a sentence he had heard before, thinking it was a cool and lofty statement. "Then my dream is also to strengthen the Volvan family and make it the most powerful family on the continent." The little girl was a bit puzzled, but still clenched her small fist and said seriously, "Then this is our common dream." The blonde boy reached out his hand. The red-haired girl also reached out her hand. Then the two held hands and walked towards the distance under the setting sun. Salong looked at the devastated battlefield and felt that things wouldn't end so easily. Demon descendants were not that simple, especially this kind of crazy guy. Thinking of Taram, Salong had a headache. Generally, those in high positions wouldn't fight so desperately. After all, this is the time to enjoy. Fighting and killing are the things that low-level people do, not to mention the demons, who are extremely selfish and self-serving. At this moment, Sandar, accompanied by several heavily injured forest trolls, rushed over. "Lord Salong, I'm late." Winnie also appeared from the air. "Lord Salong, all 37 escaped humans are here." Sandar and the other trolls were carrying several heads behind them, with Sandar carrying the most. "Very well, next time there's no need to bring enemy heads, now go clean up the battlefield." Salong stopped thinking and looked at Sandar. "Yes, master," Sandar exclaimed excitedly. However, he didn't quite understand why his master didn't like enemy heads. They were a symbol of warrior's glory. Sandar himself had collected many skulls and would wear them on grand festivals. Then Salong watched as a group of troll warriors stripped the armor and clothing from all the bodies. Some even tried to put them on themselves. Salong felt a bit disgusted watching a troll pulling on a corpse's underwear. Winnie, on the other hand, looked disdainful. Compared to their half-beast race, these forest trolls were truly ugly and repulsive. "Just take some armor and weapons, the rest is not important," Salong reminded. "Yes, sir." Sandar patted his chest, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. He was heavily injured this time and almost lost his life. "Lord Salong, should we continue mining the Fell Iron Mine?" Winnie keenly sensed that Salong seemed to have something difficult to say. "For now, let's not mine it. Let the goblins and gnomes seal off the mine and go to the Twilight Forest to mine the topaz veins as soon as possible." Salong quickly made a decision. From their ability to accurately locate the veins in the half-beast tribe, it could be seen that the fell iron ore veins had already been targeted. With the other side's determination to win, this place was a battleground. After a few more feasts, regardless of the strength of the Walton family, they would have to kneel down and sing the Song of Conquest. Unfortunately, good ingredients are hard to find. If it's just a normal feast, it would require a large amount of ore and gold coins to sustain the increase in life value. Salong regretted burning Taram to ashes. Demon ingredients should be powerful, but Taram had already burned to ashes, and there probably wasn't much demon blood left in his body. In this situation, he probably wasn't qualified to be the main course. Right, this guy had a high status, there should be some good things in his magic device. Damn it! I hope it didn't burn to ashes. Salong quickly flew to the place where Taram died and started searching with his claws. Magic devices are not very sturdy, and once they are destroyed, the things inside will be lost in the chaotic space and can never be found again. Walton City. In the Walton family, Victor looked at the statue in front of him and sighed. Taram is dead. Did you feel it? Strangely, there was only Victor, the head of the family, in the room at this time. A slightly mocking voice came from the darkness. If he's dead, he's dead. He deserved it. Don't tell me you're sad because of this? Taram is different. He was the most outstanding talent of our Walton family. Even 10 or 100 Agas can't compare to one Taram. Victor's eyes revealed a murderous intent. You should know that he is what he is today because of you. I never expected that you could brainwash a demon with such a strong bloodline like this. Human emotions are truly strange. You will never understand. Victor turned and walked out. TSK, if you still hold on to this mentality, I guarantee that even if you succeed in transformation, you will be devoured to ashes. After saying that, there was no more sound from the darkness. Victor paused for a moment and then left. Taram, my brother, I won't let your sacrifice be in vain. Victor's eyes slowly underwent a change, with his pupils turning completely black. Victor had already planted a special kind of magic on Taram through some means. Moreover, their human bloodlines were closely related, making it easy to use. This demonic magic allowed Victor to briefly sense some of the images and thoughts that Taram had before his death. As more and more black magic emerged in Victor's eyes, the scenes before him also changed. However, there were only 3 scattered images. The first image was of a ferocious black dragon descending from the sky, wreaking havoc and slaughtering the entire group. The second image was of the black dragon charging into the group, almost wiping them out. Finally, Taram used a secret potion to awaken his bloodline and prepare for a final battle. At that moment, Victor felt a chill in his neck. He knew that Taram had been beheaded. The despair and pain of being beheaded made Victor empathize with him. The third image showed a young boy and girl walking hand in hand in a green field. Seeing this scene, Victor felt an overwhelming sadness, but his strong will quickly brought him back to his senses. Although there were only a few images, Victor was able to analyze some information. First, Taram and his group were attacked by a black dragon, likely multiple times. This could be felt from the exhausted state of the warriors. The black dragon was probably not yet fully grown, as Victor had coincidentally seen an adult black dragon before. However, this black dragon was exceptionally powerful, surpassing an adult black dragon in various aspects and instilling fear in Victor. Furthermore, in the end, Taram didn't even have a single brutal shield by his side, indicating that he had used up all the brutal shields during the enemy's first attack and set them free. Victor speculated that in this situation, the brutal shields must have repelled the enemy in their liberated state. But later, without the protection of the brutal shields, Taram had to fight alone. Even after awakening his bloodline, he was easily defeated and left with no trace. A terrifying killing intent appeared in Victor's eyes. Black Dragon. The image of that black dragon was forever etched in his mind. This time, he not only wanted to obtain the magic iron or vein, but also to kill that black dragon. He would refine its body into a necromantic dragon to serve him. Saron searched for a while but couldn't find the magic device, feeling a bit disappointed. It seemed that he had indeed lost it himself. There was no other way. He had to be more careful next time. After all, there was no difference between killing someone and not killing them if there was no evidence. He decided to go and check the situation at the Orvane. Lord Saron, this is the magic device I obtained from killing that vice captain. Winnie took out a ring-like object from her waist and handed it to Saron with both hands. Saron's eyes lit up when he saw the barely noticeable ring in Winnie's hands. He then used his magic to examine the items inside. There were over 1,000 gold coins, as well as various bottles and jars. There were also scattered armor and a huge sword, which seemed to be the brutal shields from before. This didn't seem like the wealth and items a vice captain could possess. Could this be Taram's magic device? Saron speculated. No wonder he threw that vice captain out. But there didn't seem to be anything special inside. Who knows what those bottles and jars were for? No, someone knows. Didn't they capture that young Master Agas from the Walton family before? Let this young master identify them. And while he's at it, ask for some information. After making up his mind, Saron flew up directly overlooking the people on the ground. According to my previous orders, all the goblin and kobold miners on the magic iron ore vein, including all of you, should return to the Fongtooth tribe and take away all the mined ores. Only a few guards need to stay here. Understood, Lord Sauron. Winnie and shot about and said. Sauron glanced at them and flew away, knowing that he had to be careful from now on. Sauron would not easily give up this mine, unless it was absolutely necessary. For Sauron, as long as he could survive, he would eventually rise to power. He then checked his panel. Sauron, HP 280, Feast level 8, Feast cooldown 9 days, Talent 1, Carnivore. You can restore HP and energy by killing enemies. The amount restored depends on the enemy's life energy. Talent 2, Earth Magic Affinity. You have a strong talent for Earth Magic. Talent 3, Fire Magic Affinity. You have a strong talent for Fire Magic. Talent 4, Armor Break. Your claws and teeth will cause more damage to enemies. Talent 5, Feral Roar. Your roar will cause more damage to enemies and interrupt their spellcasting. Talent 6, Atomic Furnace. It can absorb and convert more energy for your body. Maybe you can attempt nuclear fusion in the atomic furnace after reaching a certain level. The cooldown was almost over. After these feasts, Sauron finally understood why there was a cooldown. It was actually a protection mechanism for Sauron himself during the feast. After all, he was not a void creature that could devour everything without consequences. Each feast brought about a great change to his body, which required a period of adaptation. Hence, the cooldown. Moreover, the adaptation time varied depending on the changes brought about by the ingredients. For example, this time it directly added a new organ, the atomic furnace. So the adaptation period was longer. After this battle, Sauron had a deeper understanding of the role of the atomic furnace. It was truly powerful, not only generating heat for him to breathe fire, but also greatly enhancing his strength, speed, and more while the atomic furnace was active. If his physical condition allowed it, Sauron felt that the benefits provided by the atomic furnace would be even more powerful. Several days later, at the evil Fong tribe, Doug was reporting the results of the previous interrogation to Sauron. Sauron was enjoying the massage from Winnie's small cat paws, while Misa was using a brush to clean the scales on Sauron's body. It had to be said that the massage was very comfortable, although Winnie's paws were a bit small. The bones of that noble young master, Aegus, were not as hard as he had imagined. After a few kobolds ate his 2 arms, Aegus couldn't bear it mentally. He spilled all the information, even revealing his affair with his uncle's lover when he was 13. It was eye-opening. After listening, Sauron closed his eyes and continued to enjoy the massage. The Walton family was indeed not that simple. Their strength was far beyond that of an ordinary duke's family. They even planned to overthrow the royal family and become the rulers themselves. The rest were just some cruel methods of cultivating holy shields. However, the magic potions were personally prepared by the head of the Walton family and were not accessible to ordinary clan members. As for the situation of the family head, Victor, Aegus didn't know much about it. He only knew that the family head was always very mysterious and had formidable strength. Unfortunately, there weren't many good things in the Taram's magic device, only some things that stimulated the bloodline. At this moment, the goblin leader, Vix, walked in with a serious expression. Lord Sauron, there are some problems with the topaz or vein. Vix knelt down and said, "What's the situation?" Sauron opened his eyes and looked at Vix. The mithril or vein couldn't be mined for a while. The other ingredients for the feast relied on topaz ore, so he was very concerned about anything related to topaz veins. Vix and Doug quickly lowered their heads, feeling the violent pressure emanating from Selong. "We were attacked by some unknown monsters while digging down. They stopped us from continuing to mine below," Vix slowly said after calming his pounding heart. "Unknown monsters? What kind?" "They are some kind of insect-like monsters. They come in groups. Many goblins and my people who went down to mine were devoured by them. But we killed a small one, its corpse is outside." Angus continued. "Bring it in." Selong was curious about what kind of monster it was that dared to steal his ore. Doug stood up and brought in a 2-meter-long insect corpse. It had a brown body with segmented segments. This insect looked like an enlarged insect, with 6 long legs and sharp claws at the end of its feet. It had black eyes and 2 huge mandibles on its mouth. Burrower. This thing was indeed a burrower. These insects had powerful jaws that could bite through trees and even stones, so they were very good at digging caves. That's why they were called burrowers. The 6 legs of the burrower were as sharp as swords. They were good at ambushing prey from underground, suddenly pouncing on their prey with their legs and ending their lives with their strong mandibles. Moreover, burrowers usually lived in groups, and some large monsters didn't like encountering them. Because their meat was not only unappetizing but also poisonous, only some alchemists might need certain materials from these insects for experiments. It was not worth fighting them, so most creatures would just avoid them. Salong felt a bit strange. Burrowers were carnivorous burrowing monsters, and they didn't eat stones, so they usually lived in the plains where there were many prey. Only a few of them liked to live in mines and ambush miners, but there were no large animal groups near the topaz veins. Why were they there? And according to Doug's description, there were at least dozens of members in that burrower group. Although burrowers were social creatures, their members were usually in a family-like structure, with at most 7 or 8 members. It was rare to see them gather in such large numbers and be so united. Salong's 2 lifetimes of memories made him more agile in his thinking than others. Perhaps other dragons simply couldn't be bothered with burrowers, as the scarce information about burrowers in the inherited memories indicated. He quickly thought that there must be something unusual happening. Misha, go find Shadar and ask if he's recovered from his injuries. If he has, come with me to the topaz veins. Salong turned to look at the rabbit woman, Misha, behind him. Yes, Lord Salong. Misha hopped away from there. After a while, Shadar rushed in. Lord Salong, I'm here. Shadar looked energetic. He was wearing black armor and carrying his large bone club on his back. He had a giant sword at his waist, the equipment of the savage shield. Coupled with his ruthless temperament, he looked fierce. It seems like you've recovered well. Salong nodded as he looked at Shadar. He valued Shadar very much, so naturally, he had to show more concern. Lord Salong, you can rest assured. The recovery ability of our forest trolls is not weak. Shadar chuckled. Alright, you take some warriors to the topaz area and have the miners temporarily stop mining. I'll join you later. Yes, master. Shadar patted his chest and left. Salong continued to enjoy Winnie's massage, while Misha repeated the name Burrower, as if she had some impression of it. Soon, Sauron flew to the vicinity of the topaz mine, with Winnie and Misha in his claws. This was Sauron's second visit to the mine. In the past, the goblins would directly deliver the topaz to him. Lord Sauron, this is the mining tunnel. These burrow worms seem to have dug many intricate cave routes underground. I went down myself and it's a maze down there. Shadar hurriedly said. And these burrow worms have very keen senses, making it difficult for us to detect them. And it seems like they don't want to fight us, they just want to drive us away. Doug suddenly added. He had just gone down into the mine. Let the Tauren go down and explore. Sauron remembered the stubborn Tauren from before. The goblins and the gnomes were loyal servants, not suitable to be cannon fodder. Lord Sauron. Winnie hurriedly walked up to Sauron, and Misha was also a bit excited. Winnie, you need to understand your position. Sauron glanced at the two of them. At this moment, Winnie suddenly remembered something and hesitated before saying, Lord Sauron, I have some knowledge about these burrow worms. I should know something about their current situation. Tell me, Winnie. Sauron knew the background of Winnie's group of half-orcs. They might have come into contact with some more advanced things. These burrow worms are only level 5 when they reach adulthood, but few people know that these creatures can also undergo metamorphosis. Some burrow worms with potential will choose special places to transform into more powerful burrow demons. Burrow demons? Sauron carefully looked at the mine below. It was quite deep, and with his current size, it wouldn't be easy to go down. Even if he went down, it wouldn't be easy to maneuver. But giving up was not an option. Who knew what would happen after this thing completed its transformation? According to previous investigations, the burrow worms were gathering about 400 meters deep from the surface. This depth was not easy to deal with. Sauron suddenly remembered a certain film or TV series from his previous life, where a certain character effortlessly pierced through the surface and the core of the earth with a single breath. Did he, who also had an atomic furnace, embarrass himself compared to that character? 400 meters. Still too deep. Lord Sauron, the iron-hoof trampling of the Cook clan should be able to shatter the tunnels and force out these burrow worms. Misha's eyes lit up as she spoke. Can the tunnels, which are over 400 meters deep, withstand it? And shattering the tunnels will seriously affect the subsequent mining operations, Vic said, frowning as he looked at the dark mine. He had worked hard to stabilize the mining site during this period, and if it was messed up like this, the difficulty of mining would further increase. One warrior definitely can't do it, but more than 30 Tauren warriors using Ironhoof trampling at the same time should be able to, even if their talents are not as good as Cook's. Are you confident in persuading those stubborn Tauren? Sauron looked down at Misha. Lord Sauron, we are confident. Misha and Winnie exchanged a determined glance and said, good, if they agree, then the original 10-fold mining output can be reduced to 9-fold. Sauron also gave them a little benefit. Reducing the 10-fold mining output to 9-fold would mean he would lose a lot. Winnie and Misha were a bit speechless. This was worse than having nothing, but it was better than nothing. They could only console themselves like this. After a while, Winnie and Misha brought a group of emaciated Tauron warriors here, with traces of whiplashes on their bodies. Cook was among them. During this period, Cook had suffered a lot. As the leader of the Ironhoof tribe and a noble in the Half-Orc Empire, he was actually forced to mine ore. To prevent Cook and the others from rebelling, Shadar had the female trolls use some kind of magic to forcibly suppress the magical power of the Tauron warriors. And they were wearing heavy chains, with 10 people connected together so they couldn't escape. Cook, this time you must listen to me. Winnie looked at the Tauron Cook with a serious expression. Winnie, did he bully you? Cook lowered his head. He didn't want his embarrassed appearance to be seen. Lord Saron is good, Winnie gently said, thinking of Saron's usual appearance. Cook felt something inside him shatter when he saw Winnie's expression. Lord Saron, Cook and the others have agreed. Winnie didn't notice Cook's disappointment and happily ran to Saron. Saron looked at Cook and the other Tauron warriors, his dragon power released. Cook didn't dare to look up at Saron's crimson eyes. After a few breaths, Saron retracted his dragon power. Unlock their shackles. Sardar waved his hand and several troll warriors came forward and unlocked the chains on Cook and the others. He wasn't afraid of these guys causing trouble. With Lord Saron here, unless they really didn't want to live, they had to behave. Do you still have the magic to use Iron Hoof Stomp? Cook moved his stiff limbs and turned to look at the other Tauron warriors behind him. Chief, we have no problem. Several warriors said. Good, then let's begin. Over 30 Tauron warriors stood together and started to use their Iron Hoof Stomp. Boom boom, countless pieces of rock fell from the surrounding mountain walls, and the honeycomb-like mine began to collapse. Saron nodded as he saw Cook and the others working so obediently. If they didn't work, Saron could handle it himself. It would just be a bit troublesome. Thinking of this, Saron felt a bit depressed. His talent for earth magic was very powerful, but time was too tight. Otherwise, if he had time, he could learn advanced earth magic like Earthquake to solve the current problem. He had only been in this world for less than a year, and there was so much to do. Gradually, the mine in front of everyone calmed down. They saw that the original location of the mine had formed a hole with a diameter of about 100 meters, almost bottomless. Saron looked and realized that the cave dug by the burrow worms was like an inverted funnel. The openings above were narrow, but below it was spacious. This large space was enough for Saron to go down. Thinking about it, Saron flew down below. Sardar continued to put shackles on them. Winnie, come with me. Everyone else stay here. Saron grabbed Winnie and then dived down. Cook watched Saron's departing figure and clenched his fists, finally obediently letting the troll warriors put the chains back on him. Saron quickly arrived underground. There was a huge cave sloping upwards, which should be the tunnel dug by the burrow worms. Winnie, you go in and scout the situation first. If you're discovered, escape immediately. Safety first, Saron instructed Winnie. The main reason for bringing Winnie was her powerful reconnaissance ability. Don't worry, Lord Saron. Winnie saluted and then merged her body with the surrounding space. Saron didn't rush down here to kill bugs on a whim. Firstly, these guys seriously affected the mining work. Secondly, the feast was approaching. He wanted to find some suitable main ingredients. The other low-level monsters didn't qualify as the main course, so these rare burrow worms became one of Saron's targets. He hoped that the burrow worm could successfully metamorphose. In fact, Saron was also thinking about trying to obtain the Tauron's Iron Hoof Stomp if there were no suitable ingredients. But that was a last resort. Saron also used the Earth Pulse, an earth-based reconnaissance magic. But he didn't find anything wrong. A few minutes later, Saron suddenly heard a strange roar. His gaze fell upon the tunnel in front of him. What on earth is going on? Within the tunnel, Winnie was fleeing in a panic. She had originally used the talents of the Shadow Cat clan to infiltrate the territory of the burrow worms. She had even passed by some alert burrow worms without being detected. Seeing this, she knew that the burrow worms shouldn't be able to find her, so she boldly lurked inside. Suddenly, with a roar, all the burrow worms seemed to see Winnie. They began attacking the spot where she was. Winnie had no choice but to reveal herself and defend. In the chaos, she could only defend herself while fleeing, and she quickly sustained injuries. As a result, the burrow worms seemed even more excited when they smelled blood. They became even faster. Boom! Suddenly, a dozen or so burrow worms appeared in front of Winnie. The burrow worms on both sides trapped her in the tunnel. Winnie looked at the burrow worms that were slowly surrounding her in confusion. Burrow worms, as insect-like monsters, shouldn't be this intelligent. They even knew how to use tactics. Winnie extended her sharp claws and fiercely collided with one of the approaching burrow worms. The burrow worm's abdomen was directly torn open by the cat's claws, and disgusting slime oozed out. Winnie didn't follow up with another attack, but quickly retreated, taking the opportunity for the other burrow worms to pounce on her. She didn't try to use her talent to blend into space again because she had just tried it, and even though she was invisible, the worms still found her. It was better to conserve her magic power. This was the second time Winnie had encountered a situation where her shadow cat talent was directly countered. And it was quite different from Lord Sarone's method, with significant differences. Lord Sarone used some kind of sound wave to disrupt the flow of magic power within himself, achieving the effect of countering it. But if Winnie had initially hidden herself next to Lord Sarone, he wouldn't have noticed. But these worms could. It was as if someone was guiding them. Just as Winnie continued to flee, a glowing stone wall appeared in front of her, blocking her path. Winnie knew it was a huge raw topaz ore. She knew how hard topaz was. But the other chasing worms quickly retreated as if sensing something. Winnie suddenly bristled, quickly dodging to the side. Boom! The ground cracked open, and the head of a hideous-looking worm emerged from beneath the ground. Its front end stood upright, exceeding 10 meters, with a body length of at least 15 meters. Its yellow carapace was covered in spikes, and its mouth dripped with slime. Its black eyes stared at Winnie as if she were a piece of meat. Burrow Demon Worm. Winnie knew this was the transformed Burrow Demon Worm, with its powerful aura. For a moment, the roles seemed to have reversed, and Winnie now felt like the insect. The Burrow Demon Worm stared at its prey, having eaten many of these humanoid creatures before and knowing how exceptionally delicious they were. The food it had prepared for this transformation had long been consumed. It had been starving, which was why it had dispersed the ordinary burrow worms and intended to enjoy the meal itself. Just as the Burrow Demon Worm lunged forward, it suddenly seemed to sense something and leaped back. "Lord Sarone!" Winnie exclaimed in surprise. She had the confidence to come here because she knew Lord Sarone would definitely come to save her. The Burrow Demon Worm roared furiously. Although it wasn't very intelligent and had never seen a dragon before, it knew that this guy was not to be trifled with. "So this is the Burrow Demon Worm? Looks somewhat interesting." Lord Sarone observed the Burrow Demon Worm. His sneak attack had just been evaded. Moreover, the size of this Burrow Demon Worm had already surpassed Lord Sarone's, although he appeared stronger. Dozens of ordinary burrow worms crawled out from the darkness amidst the Burrow Demon Worm's roar. They surrounded Lord Sarone. Sauron didn't pay attention to these little bugs and unleashed his dragon's might without restraint. Under the influence of Sauron's dragon's might, these ordinary burrowing worms were restless and howling, the bloodline suppression making them uncomfortable. The burrowing worms roared again, despite the unease of the ordinary burrowing worms. They hesitated for a moment before launching an attack on Sauron without hesitation. "Winnie, find a safe place to hide." Sauron ignored the ordinary burrowing worms and focused on the burrowing monster. The jaws and limbs of the ordinary burrowing worms couldn't break through his dragon scales. Winnie looked at both sides and retreated. The burrowing monster was also affected by the dragon's might, but it forcefully suppressed the unpleasant feeling. Boldly, it attacked Sauron head-on. Flame impact. Sauron unleashed another fire magic he had recently learned. Instantly, a surging river of flames rushed towards the burrowing monster. The burrowing monster was caught off guard and got sprayed in the face. With Sauron's increasing size, the magic power inside his body also grew, and the released magic was not to be underestimated. However, the burrowing monster's shell was only charred black, seemingly unharmed. Hiss! After the flames disappeared, Sauron noticed that the burrowing monster had disappeared. Looking at the traces dug up on the ground, Sauron knew that this guy must be underground. Sauron tried to use earth magic to sense the movements underground, but didn't discover much. This guy must have hidden itself in some way. Interesting, planning to ambush? Just as this thought appeared in Sauron's mind, the stone wall beside him suddenly broke open. The burrowing monster suddenly pounced out, firmly grabbing Sauron's body with its strong limbs. The two massive bodies rolled together, crushing countless burrowing worms on the ground. The burrowing monster originally wanted to pierce Sauron's body with its limbs, but found it impossible to break through his defenses for the time being. It could only use its jaws to bite Sauron's neck, intending to deliver a fatal blow. The biting force of the burrowing monster was already powerful, not to mention the burrowing monster itself. Cracks appeared in the burrowing monster's jaws. Hee. Sauron looked at the burrowing monster as if it were an idiot. His neck was short and sturdy, and in order to better defend his vital points, the dragon horns on Sauron's head curved and extended backward during feasts. Just like the skull of a triceratops, it firmly protected his neck. Sauron didn't even know how hard his dragon horns were, but they were definitely tough. Seeing that the situation was not good, the burrowing monster once again tried to pierce Sauron's body with its limbs, but Sauron didn't give it a chance. "If you want to get close, so do I." Sauron exerted all his strength and bit down on the burrowing monster's neck, but this guy's neck was also a bit short. He directly crushed the bone plate on the burrowing monster's neck with one bite. The burrowing monster howled and spat acid at Sauron. Sauron was momentarily sprayed in the face. He almost forgot that this guy also spits acid, but its acid attack was not like a black dragon's. It was only used as a last resort when facing a deadly threat, and it took a long time to recover afterwards. Sauron spat out a mouthful of saliva, almost spitting it into his mouth. Damn, it's disgusting. Is there no decency in spitting everywhere? Annoyed, Sauron grabbed the burrowing monster's jaws and forcefully opened its mouth, ignoring the small wounds left by its limbs on his body. The atomic furnace inside his body rapidly operated, and then a blue-white misty breath shot directly into the burrowing monster's throat. The burrowing monster immediately struggled madly, trying to escape from Sauron's dragon claws. But Sauron wouldn't give it any chance. Its shell is very hard, but its internal organs are fragile. Under this attack, the struggling movements of the burrowing worm became smaller and smaller until it finally became motionless and lost its breath. Sauron threw down the dead burrowing worm, and without magical support, he easily tore off its head. He roared at the remaining ordinary burrowing worms. Swoosh! The burrowing worms scattered. They had gathered together under pressure, but with the death of the burrowing worm, they scattered in all directions. As the carnivorous talent of the burrowing worm was activated, Salong's injuries quickly healed. Salong is so powerful. Winnie jumped to Salong's side and looked at the huge smoking worm corpse on the ground, feeling a bit shocked. This burrowing worm was so fierce and powerful, but it had almost no ability to fight back against Salong. Salong understood Winnie's thoughts. In fact, this burrowing worm was indeed very powerful. Its shell was exceptionally hard, and its biting force was astonishing. It could burrow underground and even spit acid. Insects and monsters already had great strength, and the burrowing worm's huge size gave it tremendous power. Ordinary creatures couldn't handle it. Even a young red dragon could barely match it, but Salong almost completely overwhelmed it. In terms of defense, Salong was stronger than it, and in terms of biting force, Salong surpassed it by far. As for spitting acid, let's not even mention it, and its strength was also much stronger. Salong felt that this was the strongest individual of the burrowing worm clan. After all, such a creature had never appeared in the memories of the true dragon lineage. This showed that the burrowing worm was exceptionally rare. Let's go up first. Salong grabbed the burrowing worm's corpse with his claws and flew upwards. Although the worm's corpse was disgusting, it was currently the best ingredient in Salong's hands. Winnie also flew and landed on the burrowing worm's corpse, planning to catch a ride. As everyone anxiously waited on the ground, Salong flew up with the burrowing worm's corpse. Lord Salong. Satyr and the others saluted respectfully. Boom! Salong directly threw the huge worm corpse on the ground, causing a cloud of dust to rise. Satyr looked at the worm corpse on the ground and knew that it was indeed the burrowing worm's body. Sure enough, Lord Salong was invincible. How could such a small worm pose a threat to Lord Salong? The crisis in the mine has been resolved, and mining operations are proceeding as usual. Satyr, transport all the topaz ore to my cave. Yes, sir. I will do it immediately. After Salong finished speaking, he left with the burrowing worm's corpse. The feast was approaching, and he needed to be fully prepared. Tauron Cook looked at Salong's departing figure and sighed unwillingly. The burrowing worm was recorded in the Ironhoof tribe. It was said that a team of more than 50 elite warriors from the Ironhoof tribe encountered a burrowing worm. They initially thought it was just an ordinary burrowing worm, but they were almost wiped out by the burrowing worm without much effort. If it hadn't been for the timely arrival of the royal army of the Half-Orc Empire, the consequences would have been unimaginable, and that burrowing worm calmly retreated without any harm. Moreover, the black dragon was becoming stronger and stronger. Its aura now made me tremble involuntarily. Clearly, it didn't have this size last time. Isn't it said that dragons grow very slowly? Cook was full of doubts, and time was running out. He didn't come to the Ironhoof tribe from the Half-Orc Empire just to become a mountain king. He had a very important mission, and the most important thing now was to escape. A few days later, in the cave, Salong looked at the ingredients in front of him. The cooling time for the feast had finally arrived. This time, the burrowing worm was the main course, with sparkling topaz ore as the staple food, a few silver and gold coins as seasoning, and potions and other items found on Tarim as condiments. During the feast, Salong was not afraid to consume any poison or similar substances because the feast would perfectly transform all ingested materials into nutrients for his body to grow. Let the feast begin. Familiar hunger struck. The scent of the insect corpse in front of him wafted through the air, and Salong knew that this should be the main course, although the aroma was not as good as the plutonium dragon egg from last time. Salong closed his eyes and began devouring the corpse of the burrowing worm in front of him, ignoring the grotesque expression on the insect's face. Crunch, crunched, the hard shell of the burrowing worm was gradually consumed. Surprisingly, the insect meat was quite delicious, resembling the taste of beef. After eating the insect meat for a while, Salong started eating the topaz ore, sprinkling some gold and silver coins as seasoning. Then he continued gnawing on the burrowing worm's corpse. Soon, Salong devoured the burrowing worm's corpse completely, skin and bones. The progress of the feast reached 94%. Salong swallowed all sorts of miscellaneous ingredients like topaz in one breath. Finally, the feast reached 100%. The transformation began. It was still the familiar pitch-black space, and Salong watched as his body slowly began to grow. After some time, Salong slowly opened his eyes in the cave. He looked at his body and realized that there wasn't much change in size, measuring about 13 meters from head to tail, only growing about half a meter. Salong touched his head, noticing a greater change there. He approached the pool of water in the cave and looked at his reflection, realizing that he had become more handsome. 2 dragon horns had grown on his head. This time, the 2 horns extended forward, smaller than the other 4 horns. In Salong's eyes, the horns were still important. During the battle with the burrowing worm, the horns that extended backward protected his neck from being crushed by the worm's jaws. Of course, even if bitten, it wouldn't be fatal. But there was no denying that the horns were not just for decoration. Did the forward extending horns mean that he could use his head to ram into enemies? Salong withdrew his thoughts and looked directly at the panel. Salong, HP 315, Feast Level 9, Feast Cooldown, 10 days, Talent 1, Carnivore, you can restore HP and energy by killing enemies, the amount restored depends on the enemy's life energy. Talent 2, Earth Magic Element Affinity, you have a powerful talent for Earth Magic. Talent 3, Fire Magic Element Affinity, you have a powerful talent for Fire Magic. Talent 4, Armor Breaker, your claws and teeth will inflict more damage on enemies. Talent 5, Wild Roar, your roar will inflict more damage on enemies and interrupt their spellcasting. Talent 6, Atomic Furnace, it can absorb and convert more energy for your body. Perhaps you can attempt nuclear fusion in the atomic furnace after reaching a certain level. Talent 7, Vibration Perception, you can sense vibrations within a certain range, which greatly helps you discern the enemy's position. As your magical power increases, the sensing range will also expand. The increase in HP was only 35 points, which was acceptable. The cooldown time had indeed been greatly reduced. Salong focused his attention on the newly acquired talents. Upon reading the description of this talent, Salong immediately understood. No wonder the burrowing worm could evade his sneak attacks in advance. It could sense vibrations within its spatial range. Salong knew that burrowing worms could sense vibrations. When they lurked underground, they would place their antennae on the soil to sense movements on the surface, ambushing and attacking their prey. However, ordinary burrowing worms could only sense movements on the ground. But this burrowing worm could sense vibrations in the surrounding space. This was remarkable, equivalent to a 360-degree perception without blind spots. No wonder Winnie's invisibility talent is useless against this digging worm. Sauron instinctively begins to sense vibrations. This feeling is strange, as if entering a completely different world. Sauron's body can easily perceive all the vibrations around him. All the vibrations around him seem to be amplified. The dragon's senses are already very sensitive, especially with the help of the feast. Sauron's body's perception becomes even stronger. Sauron feels that his hearing has also been greatly enhanced this time. And this talent is even stronger on himself than on the digging worm. For example, at this moment, he can sense 2 sources of vibrations outside the cave. He knows these are guards arranged by Shadar. These vibrations are most likely the heartbeats of 2 forest trolls. With this talent, Sauron is not afraid of any ambushes, unless the ambush is so fast that he can't react. But for now, this perception range is relatively limited, and Sauron can perceive vibrations within a radius of 80 meters from himself. Even the slightest movements of insect wings. This talent also requires a high demand on the brain, as it has to process too much information from the vibration sources. Overall, this feast is quite good. This has exceeded Sauron's expectations. He originally thought that this time he might just increase his life value. P.S. I wish everyone a happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Family reunion. Lord Sauron. The 2 guards next to the cave were shocked as soon as Sauron came out. Why does Lord Sauron's image seem even more majestic? At this moment, Sauron sensed a very small vibration source appearing beside him. Lord Sauron. Winnie emerged from the side. Sauron is already familiar with her elusive figure, but this time he clearly sensed Winnie's location. And Sauron also discovered a problem. He seems to be able to roughly remember the characteristics of the vibration sources that appear around him. For example, Winnie, as long as she appears next to him once, he will know that this vibration source is her next time. Thinking about how this silly cat thought he hadn't noticed her feels great. And the vibration perception seems to have a simple lie detection function, because Sauron can clearly sense someone's heartbeat. You should know that the heartbeat is different when someone is lying compared to when they are normal. Is there something wrong? Winnie looked at Sauron's distracted appearance for a moment. Is the dragon growing so fast? How old was he when she first saw the black dragon? Lord Sauron, there seem to be some humans looking for something near the magic iron vein. I didn't alert them. Sauron sighed. It seems that peaceful days are few. Those guys can't hold back anymore. The Walton family, I'm waiting for you. Let Shadar deal with them. Since they are enemies, all their lackeys should be cut off. Sauron doesn't know if he can handle the Walton family. Anyway, let's just do it. If we can't win, we'll run. The dragon seeks revenge. It's never too late. But before that, let's find a way out for ourselves. He can fly away himself, but it won't be easy for Shadar and Winnie. Sauron thinks carefully. This is not being afraid before the battle, it's being prepared in advance. Yes. And be on guard. I don't want to wait until they attack our lair again to realize it. Sauron reminded. Those humans are not simple. No, they are not humans, they are half-humans. Winnie paused for a moment and disappeared from the spot. Sauron knew that Winnie had run far away. Lord Sauron, do you need me to clean your scales? As soon as Winnie left, Misha the rabbit came bouncing over with various cleaning supplies on her back. Her residence is very close to Sauron's. She saw him as soon as he came out. But Sauron didn't speak, he just looked at Misha's appearance. The white stockings covered her slender legs, and the purple-black skirt highlighted her perfect figure. Not for now, Sauron said before entering the cave again. He suddenly remembered that he still needed to study another magic he had tried before, transfiguration. Otherwise, his temper would be too explosive, and it would provide him with another means. Ha! Misha looked puzzled at Sauron's back. She could sense that Lord Sauron didn't dislike her. He had always seemed to enjoy her cleaning his body before. Without understanding the reason, Misha could only return to her own dwelling. She still needed to learn more about healing methods. In the jungle, a sweaty forest troll in armor ran to Shada's side and said, Chief Shada, after we killed a few of those human scouts, they suddenly disappeared. All of them? Shada asked in confusion. They had sent over 20 people this time, but they only managed to kill 4. How could the rest all disappear? What do you think? Shada threw away the piece of meat in his hand and roared in anger. Chief Shada, those guys disappeared like bugs. We didn't even disturb them, and they vanished on their own. Find them, kill them one by one. Shada's one eye emitted a chilling killing intent. Meanwhile, after many attempts, Sauron finally discovered that he seemed to be able to forcibly cast transfiguration. He slowly began to mobilize the magic power within his body to construct the spell model. The spell model for transfiguration was not difficult. The main reason for Sauron's previous failures was that some nodes were always obstructed. But this time, he succeeded. It was somewhat similar to creating an AI face, but transfiguration seemed to only allow for a fixed form. After a while, a black light flashed in place, and a humanoid creature appeared. It stood at a towering height of 2.6 meters, with strong limbs, broad shoulders, a tall chest, and a sturdy body like a steel pillar. Its entire body was filled with explosive muscles. 6 dragon horns on its head reached for the sky like a crown, and its black hair flowed like a black stream down to its waist. Its crimson eyes emitted an inexplicable killing intent. It also had a pair of huge dragon wings spread out behind it. This was Sauron's appearance after using transfiguration. Sauron approached the nearby pool of water and looked at his reflection. In this form, I guess I can be considered a half-dragon, Sauron uncertainly said. However, the image of a half-dragon in his inherited memories seemed quite different from his current appearance. At least, half-dragons didn't have wings. But no matter how he used transfiguration, he couldn't retract his wings. His hands were still black dragon claws, with incredibly sharp nails. When he opened his mouth, his sharp teeth sent shivers down one's spine. His cheeks were also covered with black dragon scales adorned with golden threads, giving him an incredibly sinister appearance. Faintly visible black dragon scales were embedded on his arms and legs. In fact, this was the closest Sauron had come to a humanoid form after using transfiguration. His body, whether in terms of muscle or bone density, far exceeded that of a dragon of his age. The dragon transformation inherited from the dragon race was not suitable for him. Sauron looked down at his own assets, which seemed to have exceeded expectations. He didn't know what Misha and Winnie would think. It wouldn't be good to be so exposed. With a thought, a black suit of armor covered his body. It was an illusion created by dragon scales, modeled after the holy cloth of the previous Dark King's throne in his past life. This was true perfection. Sauron gave himself a thumbs up. Suddenly, Sauron frowned. It seemed that his transfiguration consumed too much magic power. This meant he could only maintain it for about an hour or so. And in this form, it felt like he was bound by shackles, with his strength only able to exert about 30%. Normally, a smaller size would result in greater speed, but Salong's strength and speed were the same, only reaching about 30% in dragon form. This made him feel very insecure. Most importantly, it was not very stable. It is easy to revert to dragon form when excited. Salong thought that if he were to get excited while with Winnie and the others, he might accidentally revert to dragon form. The consequences are unimaginable. Salong decided to revert to dragon form, but he will experiment with the stability of the transformation later. In any case, Salong can accept the results of the transformation. Salong took a deep breath and realized that the dragon form is the most suitable for him, not only because it provides a sense of security but also because it is comfortable. He sighed and thought that being a dragon is still the best. He wondered how those metal dragons could maintain a transformation for decades. It's really bizarre. In the deep jungle, several dark figures gathered here. Have you found any traces of the black dragon? No, we haven't found anything, only a group of forest trolls gathered here, and they killed a few of us. A bunch of useless people. The leader of the black-robed people exclaimed angrily. Their orders were to find a black dragon, not those damn forest trolls. But sir, we carefully surveyed the scene where Lord Taram fought with the black dragon and discovered something important. These forest trolls seem to have fought alongside the black dragon. Forest trolls and the black dragon? Are they related? And some of the equipment on those forest trolls belongs to our family, one of the subordinates added. Yushi carefully pondered and finally understood. No wonder Lord Taram said it was just dealing with a group of forest trolls. But in the end, they lost track of the black dragon. It turns out the black dragon and the forest trolls are working together. The most important thing is that as an intelligence officer of the Walton family, he didn't even think of this. How is this any different from being a fool? Yushi realized that they had underestimated the forest trolls, and he thought of killing the black dragon first before dealing with the forest trolls. But how could the greedy chromatic dragon share its spoils with its subordinates? Putting that aside for now, as an intelligence officer, Yushi naturally understood the situation around him. There is only one forest troll tribe in the vicinity, the Fongtooth tribe. The hiding place of that black dragon is most likely in the Fongtooth tribe, and even if it's not, it is still related to the Fongtooth tribe. Report back to the family head immediately, Yushi said and immediately headed towards the distance. The others took a glance and followed suit. The Walton family. Victor stared at Yushi in front of him and couldn't calm down after hearing the report. He didn't expect that they had been thinking in the wrong direction all along. It makes sense. Who would have thought that a nearly adult black dragon would reside in a small Fongtooth tribe? But Victor was certain that the black dragon had not been in the Fongtooth tribe's world for more than half a year. Because half a year ago, the intelligence personnel of the Walton family had thoroughly investigated the Fongtooth tribe at some cost. A large black dragon like that couldn't hide. Moreover, it is very difficult to sustain a dragon. Not to mention the greed of a dragon for treasures and the like. Just the amount of food a dragon consumes on a regular basis is extraordinary. So initially, Victor didn't connect the black dragon with the forest trolls, he just thought that the black dragon happened to pass by. It seems that we have lost the vigilance we should have had when the Walton family was just starting to grow. Victor's eyes darkened. When the Walton family was just starting to grow, they always had to know their enemies before taking the initiative. But this time, their information about the Sunset Forest and the Fongtooth tribe was still based on half a year ago. All subsequent deductions were based on this incorrect information. Damn it! Taram's death was too unjust, it was the misinformation that caused it. You may leave now, Victor said calmly. Yushi breathed a sigh of relief and slowly backed out. He knew that the calmer the family head, the stronger the anger in his heart. But it seems he won't be torn to pieces by the furious family head. In fact, Victor didn't blame his intelligence personnel. After all, no one would have thought that a forest troll tribe would need to expend so much effort to reinvestigate. This time, you must help me kill this dragon. With your own strength and the heritage of your Wolfen family, it shouldn't be difficult to kill a subadult black dragon, right? A huge figure appeared in the darkness. It was a giant monster standing 6 meters tall. Forearms extended from its towering body, covered in black spikes, and its eerie and ferocious body indicated its extraordinary nature. It was the most deceptive demon, the seductive demon. Tone it down. Victor frowned at the other party. It wouldn't be good if anyone else saw them. He. Mortals always prefer illusions and dislike reality. The seductive demon, Keen, had a glimmer of intelligence and cruelty in its eyes. Its body slowly transformed into a handsome middle-aged man with black robes and black hair. If you want our help, you must be prepared. Dealing with demons comes at a price. Keen chuckled. I know, but my requirement is that the black dragon must be killed without fail. Victor said calmly. Ha, Victor, you know, I like you. In fact, I have always considered you as a brother. Keen said warmly. Victor didn't say anything more. Besides the content of the deal, he couldn't trust a single word from this demon. Seeing that Victor ignored it, Keen didn't get angry. Instead, it turned into a wisp of black smoke and disappeared on the spot. Victor sighed tiredly as he watched the demon disappear. Dealing with this kind of demon was really exhausting. It was a double-edged sword, and one wrong move could leave nothing but bones. This seductive demon was summoned by Victor a long time ago through a summoning spell passed down by his family. The rise of the Wolfen family was also inseparable from the deal with the seductive demon. And now, just as his goal was about to be achieved, a black dragon interrupted all his plans. More importantly, Taran would never come back. In the cave, Salong, who was studying new magic, suddenly had a bad feeling. Who the hell cursed me? Salong cursed casually and continued studying magic. The spell model for this fire magic, Exploding Flame, is really difficult. Exploding Flame was an advanced version of Fireball. Salong had more magic power now, and although Fireball was powerful, it was still a basic magic. Its damage was limited. Like the last time with the burrowing worm, Fireball could only scratch it and couldn't cause any harm to its shell. But Exploding Flame was different. Not only was its temperature higher, but its explosive effect was also outstanding. Its effect couldn't be compared to Fireball. Salong was going for a combination of magic and martial arts, and he couldn't neglect magic. Salong saw himself as a mage plus tank plus warrior plus assassin. He could fight and run. As for the saying that greed leads to ruin, Salong didn't care. After all, he had plenty of time. As he chewed, things would eventually fall apart. Exploding Flame. Salong cast the dragon language magic towards a distant stone. Boom! A deep red fireball with a long tail flame smashed fiercely onto the large stone, causing it to explode. The power is not bad. Salong nodded. He could now release 7 or 8 of these exploding flames at once, which could provide significant help. However, there wasn't much progress in earth attribute magic because he didn't have many spell models. Salong looked towards the door, and Misha, dressed in armor, appeared at the entrance. She was no longer wearing white stockings but had switched to black stockings and a black leather skirt. She also had a pair of short knives made of magic iron that Salong had given her. Lord Salong. Misha bowed solemnly. Salong suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable with Misha's serious demeanor. What's the matter, Misha? I want to go kill the enemy. Misha said seriously with a stern face. You want to go kill the enemy? Who would send a rabbit to fight? Isn't that delivering food? Misha, why do you want to go to war? Saron asked gently. Everyone has their own things to do, and I can only study healing techniques every day. Misha's 2 rabbit ears drooped. But weren't you like this before? Saron was a bit speechless. Isn't that what priests do? It seems like they have too much free time. I want to make some changes. Actually, you don't need to change anything. Just like before in the half-orc tribe, everyone had to come to you for healing when they were injured. Actually, everyone has their own purpose. Saron used some soulful words from his past life to persuade Misha. These words were actually useless, but they sounded reasonable. Misha was successfully fooled. I understand, Lord Saron. Misha regained her confidence. At the same time, a strange forest troll appeared in the Evil Tooth tribe. Is this the Evil Tooth tribe? It's a bit primitive. The forest troll looked around mockingly. This was Keen. The location of the Evil Tooth tribe was not a secret or anything. While he was gathering information, a scar-faced troll with scars on his face approached. Argus, what are you doing here? Have you forgotten the rules? I may have forgotten. It turned out that the forest troll he killed was called Argus. This small valley is the dwelling place of Lord Onyxia. Besides the guards appointed by the leader, no one else can enter, like me. Lord Onyxia? Keen looked at the small valley next to him. This should be the hiding place of that black dragon. Unexpectedly, a subadult black dragon would actually hide in such a small tribe. The soul of a black dragon should be a good harvest. How dare I provoke a real dragon? Keen pretended to be scared and quickly left. The scar-faced troll looked at his companion and felt that he seemed a bit strange today, but he didn't think much of it and left. After he left, Keen's figure reappeared. His appearance slowly changed and finally turned into the appearance of the scar-faced troll. Then he walked towards the valley. Now, let's check the goods. I hope I won't be too disappointed. Meanwhile, Saron was having Misha clean his scales. He was thinking about where to obtain the next ingredients. The help from the Evil Tooth tribe was not as great as before. And what Saron wanted most was the kind of ingredient that could give him special talents. Suddenly, Saron sensed a powerful heartbeat. He stood up and walked out of the cave, ignoring Misha's puzzled gaze behind him. A scar-faced forest troll warrior was approaching from a distance. Although Saron didn't care about other forest trolls, the memory of a dragon was not that simple. Saron clearly remembered that this forest troll was just standing guard at the entrance. Although his heartbeat was strong and powerful, the sound was not like this. Saron narrowed his eyes slightly. Lord Onyxia. Keen didn't expect to come face to face with the black dragon like this. And why did this black dragon look so strange? Did I ask you to find Shadra? Did you find her? The atomic furnace inside Saron's body quietly started to operate. Keen felt a bit wary at the words, and his brain was working rapidly. Lord Onyxia, you didn't ask me to find Shadra, did you? In that instant, Saron let out a piercing dragon roar. Keen felt the magic power inside him tumbling. The body of the scar-faced troll slowly twisted, and Keen's original form, over 6 meters tall, appeared. How is this possible? Keen was dumbfounded. Why did his illusionary body become ineffective with just one roar from the other party? You should know that their ability to create illusions is not comparable to ordinary shapeshifting. This is their most powerful means. But before he could react, a blue mist-like breath sprayed directly onto him. The intense heat caused Keen to feel immense pain. Salon didn't give him much time to react. After finishing the breath attack, he pounced on him. He grabbed the body of the giant monster in front of him and began to bite. The stone wall behind them was shattered by the collision of the two massive creatures. Keen's arm, along with half of his shoulder, was torn off by Salon. He bit towards the opponent's head, but it was dodged. Keen felt that this was the most inexplicable battle he had ever experienced. He had too many doubts, but there was no time to think, because he felt that he might be bitten to death. Black Dragon, stop, I'm not here to fight. But Salon ignored him. He bit down, crushing half of Keen's head in one of his horns. Keen roared in anger. There was a flash of blood on his body. Then his massive body quickly disappeared. Nishat and the nearby forest trolls hurriedly approached. Lord Salon, we. The two forest troll guards were about to say something, but Salon stopped them. Go find Shada and tell them to come back. Abandon everything outside. Yes, Lord True Dragon. The two forest trolls quickly ran out. Looking at the half of the head and the massive arm on the ground, they knew a storm was coming. Lord Salon, what was that just now? Misha looked at the distance in shock. That was a seducer demon, a very cunning demon. Salon remembered the appearance of that guy just now. As he grew older, more and more memories of the true dragon inheritance were unlocked. So in that instant when he saw the opponent's true appearance, he knew the other's identity. Seducer demon? Misha had never heard of such a demon. Like succubi, they corrupt creatures by using tricks to provoke their desires and lust. But unlike succubi, which use deception to manipulate creatures, seducer demons are a different kind of tempter. Although they appear fierce and beast-like, seducer demons are masters of deceit and lies. Their specialty is using schemes to make creatures kill each other. They usually use their illusion abilities to conceal their true nature, and ordinary creatures have no way to discern them. They can only be played with in the palm of their hand. Misha found it hard to imagine that such a powerful and ferocious creature was actually best at scheming and plotting. Salon, on the other hand, was thinking about how that guy suddenly disappeared just now. If it was the teleportation scroll like the one with Prince Lavelle before, the teleportation would take time, and he could interrupt it with a wild roar. But this instant teleportation didn't leave him with many options. A burst of blood suddenly appeared on an open space. A figure covered in blood appeared in the burst of light. It was the seducer demon, Jean. Jean laughed maniacally. He had finally escaped death. The seducer demon from the abyss like him naturally wouldn't have that kind of teleportation. He obtained a teleportation magic from some kind of Yagros demon at a certain cost. This magic was engraved inside his body, but the teleportation conditions were very strict. It would instantly extract half of his magic power and blood. So this kind of teleportation was destined to not be used many times. Just now, not only his blood, but Jean felt that his demonic bloodline inside his body had also been greatly affected. He was not an ordinary black dragon, he was even stronger than an adult black dragon. Jean, as a seducer demon, had been in the human world for who knows how long. He had some understanding of dragons. 10 years ago, he witnessed a battle between a green dragon and a legendary dragon slayer squad. That green dragon and the dragon slayer team fought fiercely for over half a month, and in the end, the green dragon was killed. Its treasure and body became the spoils of war. But the terrifying figure of that black dragon just now still made Jean feel extremely frightened. The most important thing is how was he discovered? The unknown is what makes people most uncomfortable. Over the years, he has been able to thrive in the human world by relying on his innate illusion abilities as a seductive demon. If he doesn't find out the reason, Jean feels like he will never be able to find peace. And that black dragon's decisive personality is truly incredibly ferocious. He didn't give him any chance at all. And his power. Aren't black dragons supposed to spit acid? What is that white mist like high-temperature breath? I've never heard of any dragon having that kind of breath. Jean looked at his severely burned body, and the incredibly powerful body of the black dragon. It all made Jean very difficult to understand. Seductive demons just like to use schemes to harm others, but their combat power is not to be underestimated. But in front of that guy, he had no power to resist, he was simply being mercilessly slaughtered. If it weren't for that teleportation, he would have died in that place. And this time, he suffered a big loss. That guy Victor will have to pay a lot more. After thinking for a moment, Jean endured the discomfort and began to heal. The burned skin and his broken arm slowly grew back. His body, torn apart by Sauron, slowly recovered. From the outside, it looked as if he hadn't been injured at all. Only Jean himself knew how serious his injuries were. These injuries can only be dealt with after this matter is over, by trading with those damn guys. After finishing all this, Jean transformed back into the handsome middle-aged man with black hair. He started walking in one direction. After a little over an hour, Jean stopped next to an open space. Suddenly, this open space changed. It became a heavily guarded large camp. This is the camp of the Walton family. After a while, the figure of Victor, the head of the Walton family, appeared here. Victor was wearing golden armor, his gaze fixed on Jean. Did you find that black dragon? Victor spoke up. Of course. Jean smiled and said, come in. Victor walked in first. Jean looked around at the people of the Walton family with interest, and casually followed. Inside the tent, Victor listened to Jean's intelligence report. That's just an ordinary subadult black dragon. It could also be a hybrid with a red dragon. You don't have to worry too much. Jean looked at Victor and said, if it's just an ordinary subadult black dragon, then you should be able to deal with it using your own means, right? Victor suddenly said. Jean endured the discomfort, but still smiled and said, the price you can't afford is for me to personally fight. Victor fell silent for a moment and didn't say anything more. This time, he brought 45 brutal shields, which is almost 80% of the family's inventory over the years. And there are more than 800 soldiers, all of them elite, and some spellcasters. Unfortunately, due to bloodline issues, the Walton family has a hard time having high-level spellcasters. Recruiting high-level spellcasters is too costly and not trustworthy. Victor looked at the seductive demon in front of him. He carefully considered his words every time. Jean felt a little uncomfortable being looked at by Victor. He spoke directly, first, pay off what you owe me, and then we can talk about other things. There's a village called Seas next to Walton City, with a population of about 6,000. I will publicly announce that the village has encountered a high-level magical beast. You can go and take those mortals anytime, their souls or bodies, you can dispose of them as you wish. I will coordinate with the army, and no news will leak out. Victor said ruthlessly, as if those were not over 6,000 people, but over 6,000 blades of grass. TSK, you humans are truly terrifying, so many compatriots, and you're willing to sell them. Jean couldn't help but mock. Victor, I've said it before, you have great potential to be a demon. Jean, we have been working together for a long time, I hope we can be more sincere with each other. Victor ignored the other's sarcasm. He hadn't collected taxes from that village for 3 years, and there was always a powerful army guarding it. The people in the village had been living happily for these 3 years, without any starvation or anything like that. 3 years of a happy life should be enough. Victor believed that this was his kindness to them. Alright, do as you wish. Jean didn't say anything more. Victor sighed, Talram, my brother. Don't worry, our time has come. I won't let you down. A few days later, in the cave, Salon looked down at the map in front of him. Goblin leader Vix and the dog-headed person Doug stood in front of him. Shadar and Winnie were also here. Lord Salon, the burrowworms have dug a very long underground tunnel beneath our Topa stone mine. I sent some of our people to conduct a thorough investigation and found that this tunnel should lead to the northern part of the Larkana Mountains. Due to the complex environment in the tunnel and the urgency of time, it has not been fully explored. Goblin leader Vix said, pointing to the map on the ground. Salon pondered with his head down. After killing the burrow demon worm last time, he discovered that long tunnel. He casually ordered Vix to pay attention to it and didn't pay much attention to it afterwards. But now it seems to be more complicated. Salon looked at all his kin. You should all be aware of our current situation. That seductive demon is very likely related to the Walton family. It seems that the enemy is very determined this time. Salong had just finished speaking when Shadar expressed his determination. Lord Salong, our forest trolls will do their best against those guys. Lord Salong, our people may be few, but I also have my own determination, Winnie said. She witnessed the transformation of the black dragon in front of her in just a few months, which gave her great confidence in the future. And if she couldn't imagine how powerful Salong would be in another 10 years, this might be the only chance for the Rose tribe. And her personality was like that too. Since she had made a choice, she wouldn't easily change it. As long as they could overcome the current difficulties, it would be a path to heaven for all the tribe members. She would never give up. Shadar, Winnie, you can take the elderly, weak, sick, and pregnant from your respective tribes into that tunnel first. The rest of us will prepare for battle. Lord Salong, our entire forest troll tribe can become warriors to defend our homeland. I know your determination, but we must prepare for the worst in everything. I hope you can leave a foundation for your tribes. Salong looked at the few of them. He spoke sincerely. After all, when it came to the point where nothing could be done, he would definitely choose to save himself. And whether it was Shadar or Winnie, he might be abandoned. Salong had a clear understanding of himself. He knew that he had never been the kind of person who sacrificed himself for others, and besides, he wasn't even human in this life, but the most selfish and self-interested color dragon. At most, he wouldn't let them be treated with any humiliation, and he would definitely avenge them. With the feast he possessed, he would grow up sooner or later and become an unbeatable existence. Yes, sir. Shadar sighed inwardly. This time, the odds were really against them. He hoped that Lord Salong could lead them to continue creating miracles. Outside the Fangtooth tribe, a large group of human soldiers gathered in a jungle. Victor stood behind them with about 40 brutal holy shields. This time, Victor didn't bring too many ordinary soldiers because some things were not suitable for ordinary people to know. This is the Fangtooth tribe, the black dragon is inside, Jean said, looking at the tribe in front of him. Victor's eyes emitted a cold light. How is the preparation for the forbidden air magic? Victor, wearing a dark red robe, looked at the team of spellcasters beside him. Lord Victor, the Fangtooth tribe has a large territory. If we were to set up a complete ban on airspace magic, it would surely alert the forest trolls inside, as they also have spellcasters. And dragons are very sensitive to fluctuations in magical energy, said one of the spellcasters, somewhat troubled. You all follow the cruel shield and spread out. Prepare the ban on airspace magic around the Fangtooth tribe. I will launch the attack the moment you are ready, Victor said, paying no attention. Jean, where are the reinforcements I need? Victor looked at the seductive demon, Jean, beside him. The reinforcements will be here soon, Jean said, unconcerned. Black light began to appear in his hand, and then a black circular summoning array appeared in its place. Victor, this is the best service I can provide you, considering our years of trade. Jean smiled. Of course, demons also have emotions. He was so severely injured that he had to make the black dragon pay a price, but he had to demand more rewards from Victor. Victor, drop your blood into the summoning array. That's how the contract can be established, Jean reminded. Victor didn't hesitate at all and used his dagger to cut his finger. Immediately, a drop of black-red blood dripped into the summoning array. Boom! The array grew larger as if the air exploded. Roar! A terrifying red figure walked out of the array. It stood over 7 meters tall, with 2 black streamlined horns on its head, a pair of huge wings behind it, and a whip-like tail covered in spikes. It also held a trident in its hand. I didn't expect it to be a horned demon. Victor, being a demon descendant, naturally had some knowledge of the various demons in the abyss, and the horned demon was one of them. Horned demons are the most outstanding flying units in the Legion of Hell, and Idris is one of the best. You've hit the jackpot this time, Jean said calmly. Jean, you still haven't settled the soul you promised me last time. The red figure looked at the seductive demon, Jean, beside him. Idris, long time no see. Don't worry, your employer this time owns a vast territory, and he will fulfill your requests, Jean said, unconcerned. Among demons, their currency was not gold or anything like that. Those were human currencies. They only had one currency, which was population, or rather, the souls of living beings. And only high-level intelligent demons knew how to use this currency. The cannon fodder at the bottom, without intelligence, was different. Idris, the horned demon, sensed Victor based on the contract and looked at him. He knew that this human should be his employer. Idris sniffed. You have the scent of a demon. Are you a demon descendant? Idris had lived for a long time. He had naturally seen demon descendants, and the strong scent of a demon from Victor surprised him. Ha, Idris, Victor is not simple. In a little while, he will be one of us, Jean said with a sinister smile. Understood. Idris nodded. So, what is our target this time? Idris didn't ask further. The only connection between demons was interest. He didn't care about all the other details, he only wanted his share of the profits. This summoning was different from a regular summoning. There was no way he could be summoned here through a regular summoning. But Jean, who had lived for who knows how long, naturally had his own methods. Our target is a black dragon. Victor looked at Idris and said, a black dragon? This battle should be interesting. Idris also became interested. After all, it was his first time dealing with a chromatic dragon, and he was quite curious. The Fangtooth tribe was already in a state of alert. Lord Saron, there are many humans outside the tribe now. Winnie appeared in the air. Salon opened his eyes and saw that the cooldown time on his panel for the feast was now 0. His gaze instantly turned icy cold. Let's do this. At this moment, the demon Idris did not personally take action. He looked at the yellow eyes of the evil tooth tribe in front of him, filled with killing intent. His right claw clenched tightly, and he raised the demon steel fork in his hand high. He began to silently recite an abyssal incantation. Suddenly, a crimson demon magic circle appeared behind him. Chirp chirp chirp, countless small demons the size of human heads began to fly towards the evil tooth tribe. Their eyes were filled with madness, densely packed like a massive swarm of bats. These were the cannon fodder of the abyss hell, the small demons at the lowest level. Since there was a contract, Idris intended to take it seriously. However, at the moment when the swarm of small demons appeared above the evil tooth tribe, the protective magic circle of the tribe was activated. A blue light radiated, and some of the small demons were instantly split in half upon contact. But the remaining small demons continued to charge fearlessly. Salon looked at the densely packed small demons in the sky. It seemed that powerful demons had been summoned, because the consumption and oppression across dimensions could not be sustained by just the small demons. Only powerful demons could achieve this, so these small demons must have been brought here. Winnie, protect yourself and Misha. Salon glanced at Winnie and Misha behind him. Misha nervously gripped the 2 short swords in her hands. When Salong had sent away the weak half-beasts earlier, he had wanted Misha to leave with them. But for some reason, she didn't go. Salong didn't blame her either. Lord Salon, I will protect Misha, Winnie said seriously. Then let's begin. Salon's massive figure started to walk out of the cave. At this moment, several large fireballs fell on the defensive magic circle, causing ripples of blue light. Chief Shadar, our magic crystals are being consumed too quickly. We might not be able to hold on for much longer, an anxious female troll with a staff said. One of the foundations of the evil tooth tribe was this protective magic circle. This was also why they had been able to stand their ground here. However, the magic circle consumed too much magic power when activated. It was mainly being constantly bombarded, and the accumulated magic crystals from these years couldn't last much longer. Use your magic power to support it for now. Shadar adjusted his armor and said. He had just fully recovered from his previous injuries. At this moment, a deep voice sounded. Shadar, open the magic circle later. I will take the initiative to attack. If things go wrong, remember to save some living power and go to the topaz mine. Don't die in vain. Salong's figure appeared behind Shadar. Lord Salong. Shadar quickly saluted. Remember what I said. Salong glanced at Shadar and flew into the sky. Shadar gritted his teeth and looked at Salong's back. Open the defense magic circle. Immediately, a small gap appeared in the magic circle. Countless small demons rushed in one after another. They collided with Salong, who had just flown up into the sky. Salong completely ignored these small demons and flew straight through them. Although he didn't intentionally engage in combat, the horns on his head and the spikes on his body still caused a rain of blood. A small demon had just climbed onto Salong's body and excitedly began to bite with its teeth. Snap! The small demon's teeth instantly shattered, and its mouth was dripping with blood. It was then pushed out by the small demons behind it. Salong didn't pay attention to these small demons. For him, they were just tools to help him recover from his injuries later. He couldn't kill them now. Black Dragon, you're quite interesting. At this moment, a huge figure appeared in front of Salong. It was the demon Idris. He looked at Salong with great interest. Idris had seen the most metallic dragons before, but this is the first time I've seen a black dragon. Abyssal Horn Devil. Salong sized up his opponent. It seems that this is the trump card of the Voltan family. Demons of this level are not easily summoned, and summoning them is also very dangerous. The demon offspring are truly reckless. Kill him. Victor, who was far away, recognized Salong the moment he appeared. Horn devils have a simplified telepathy and can communicate with intelligent beings within a certain range. so Victor's voice could be heard by Idris. He didn't waste any time and immediately flapped his huge wings, flying straight towards Salong. Idris was fast, reaching Salong's side in the blink of an eye. The steel fork in his hand attacked Salong's head. Salong agilely dodged the attack with a quick turn in the air. Impressive reaction speed, Idris exclaimed. Boom boom boom. Just then, several large red fireballs landed on Salong. Direct hit. A group of spellcasters underground cheered. After a burst of intense flames, Salong appeared unscathed in the air. Salong turned his fierce gaze towards the few human spellcasters in the distance. It is rare to see demons and human spellcasters team up against a dragon. How is this possible? The human spellcasters couldn't believe their eyes as they looked at Salong. They were advanced fire mages, and this was a black dragon, not a red dragon, so their resistance to fire was not very high. How could they be completely unharmed by the combined force of their flame fusion blast? Salong felt a warm sensation in his body, as if the atomic furnace inside him was absorbing the heat from the surface of his body. It made him feel comfortable. Void lock. At this moment, an invisible net-like ripple passed through Salong's body. Suddenly, Salong felt that his magic power could no longer assist his flight. Voidlock magic again. This voidlock magic was much stronger than the one previously cast by the Shadar tribe. As a result, Salong's body began to descend. In that instant, Idris, who was beside him, didn't miss the opportunity. He threw the steel fork in his hand directly at Salong's head and followed from behind. Salong turned his head to look at the steel fork. The fork pierced directly into Salong's mouth. Idris stopped. He didn't expect this black dragon to be so foolish, to be resolved so easily. No, things weren't that simple. Crack crack. In Idris' shocked gaze, Salong chewed on the fork as if it were a bone and swallowed it. Now the game has just begun. After swallowing the fork, Salong's crimson eyes stared at the horned devil in front of him. I wonder how the horned devil tastes. Suddenly, Idris felt a tightness in his heart. He felt that something was not right. Boom! Salong's body slammed heavily onto the ground. The few soldiers brought by Victor were immediately swept away by this massive creature. Some of the fearless ones even attempted to pierce Salong's scales, which were harder than steel, with their spears. Salong casually swatted these soldiers away as if swatting flies. Attack! Victor ordered the brutal shield bearers beside him to surround Salong with their weapons. Salong shook his head and stood up. This level of impact was nothing to him. With a swipe of his claw, he sent a soldier who was still screaming flying. Salong spread his wings and looked at the horned devil in the sky. Idris' hands emitted a red light, and a new trident appeared in his hand. He was not like those small demons, even though his opponent was more formidable than he had imagined. With a flap of his wings, Idris descended with a deafening roar, his massive size causing a suffocating pressure. The other spellcasters were also prepared, their magical auras constantly flickering. They had already prepared the materials for their spells in their hands. It is necessary to make this black dragon fall here. Overweight technique. Salong suddenly felt his body become heavy, and the ground beneath his feet loosened. Quicksand technique. Several spellcasters combined their intermediate earth magic, overweight technique, and quicksand technique. Because the dragon had high magic resistance, they did not use offensive magic. Instead, they intended to control Salong. These two types of magic were often used to deal with large magical beasts. In their view, there was a forbidden airspace magic in the sky. There was also the aerial attack from the horned demon, Idris. On the ground, there was the formidable warrior, Cruel Shield. They only needed to control this raging dragon, and everything would be settled. In the smoke and dust, only Salong's crimson eyes could be seen. The Cruel Shields raised their giant swords and approached fearlessly. Salong looked at these individuals who wished to devour him, feeling calm. He activated the atomic furnace within his body. Unlike before, this time he did not prepare to breathe fire. Instead, he continuously operated the atomic furnace, until a red light radiated from his chest. Finally, it seemed to reach a limit, and the golden threads on Salong's scales began to glow. The red patterns on his two horns also became brighter. Roar! Salong seemed to transform into a dark golden dragon. This was one of the uses of the atomic furnace that Salong had experimented with. He called it the overload state. In this state, Salong's attributes would be almost 5 times stronger. Whether it was defense, speed, or breath, they would all be greatly enhanced. However, afterwards, the atomic furnace would need time to recover. The massive bat wings began to flap, and the cruel shields were blown back by the raging airflow before they could approach Salong. Boom boom! With the help of this power, Salong broke through the quicksand technique and overweight technique. He charged forward recklessly. The consequences of a dragon charging like this could be imagined. Although the cruel shields continuously attempted to attack Salong, their strength was too weak compared to him. Moreover, their giant swords couldn't even break through Salon's body defense. The cruel shields that Salon collided with burst open like tin cans. His target is us spellcasters, everyone be careful. Suddenly, one of the spellcasters said. Salon almost openly charged towards them. Idris, the horned demon, paid no attention to the humans' cries. To him, these humans were no different from insects. If they died, they died. The key was to complete his own transaction. That was the demon's code. Earth wall technique, mud swamp technique, ice wall technique. In a hurry, the spellcasters could only use a large number of basic magic spells to try to stop Salon. But these were meaningless to Salon, no different from paper. The earth wall collapsed, the ice wall shattered. Finally, Salon reached the spellcasters. Some of them wanted to escape, but how could Salon let them go? His dragon claws reached out directly. The fragile bodies of the spellcasters couldn't stop Salon's attack. Their magic shields were useless. Help! Damn dragon! Salon looked at the small humans in his claws and exerted force. Countless pieces of flesh burst out from between his claws. Meanwhile, Idris's yellow eyes lit up. The opportunity had come. The horned demon thrust his trident directly at Salon's neck. The trident had a certain kind of sea blue water ripple on it. The trident's blade transformed into a huge sea creature's head, tearing and biting at Salon. This trident was different from the previous one. It was the spoils of war he obtained when he was subjugating a small sea realm. It was said to be the weapon of the royal family of that sea realm. It had bonuses such as sharpness, armor piercing, and causing heavy injuries. He was confident that he could directly pierce through the black dragon's neck. Saron had just finished dealing with several spellcasters and looked up at Idris. At that moment, Idris' trident stabbed directly down. Poochie the trident pierced Saron's shoulder and couldn't go any further. How is this possible? Idris looked at Saron in disbelief. He had been gathering power from high above and even used such a powerful weapon, but it didn't deliver a fatal blow. It's my turn. A blue light started to emit from Saron's throat. Idris instantly felt something was wrong. He wanted to retract his trident, but it was too late. A bluish breath directly shot out from Saron's mouth and hit Idris head-on. Idris felt an immensely powerful heat as he was hit head-on. He felt that this heat was even more terrifying than the hellfire he had experienced in the abyss. Even his red scales melted. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Saron grabbed Idris' arms and his sharp dragon claws pierced into Idris' body. Idris forcefully activated a magic spell in abyssal language. Demon sacrifice. Countless small demons still fighting on the battlefield began to wither away. Masses of death. Meanwhile, Idris' aura continued to strengthen. The wounds on his body started to heal continuously, and his muscles kept growing. Black demonic patterns appeared on his body's surface. His size also began to increase until he reached nearly 9 meters. Idris stared at Saron intently. He also grabbed Saron's arm with his claws. Black dragon, don't underestimate me. Idris was starting to go mad. He felt deceived. What was this supposed to be? Just a subadult black dragon? This couldn't be a black dragon, right? Wasn't a black dragon just a big lizard that lived in the mire and only spat acid? Losing so many small demons this time made him instantly heartbroken. It should be noted that it wasn't easy to cultivate small demons that could perform demon sacrifice. According to the terms of that contract, in human terms, he had suffered a huge loss this time. Even if he killed this black dragon and obtained another 5,000 souls, he would still be at a great loss. To think that Idris would be pushed to this extent? Jean, who was watching from the side, was surprised. He didn't expect this black dragon to have so many hidden cards from their previous battle. If he had fought against him in this state last time, he would have died miserably. He might not even have been able to teleport away. Truly worthy of being a cunning chromatic dragon. Looking at Idris' ferocious face and his eyes filled with killing intent, Jean felt a chill in his heart. It seemed that Idris had been thoroughly outplayed this time. There might not be any chance for future cooperation. He had originally thought it would be an easy task. He could get revenge for himself, complete the transaction with Victor, and even take advantage of Idris for some benefits, laying a solid foundation for future transactions. But now, everything had gone down the drain. Victor, this black dragon's strength has far exceeded our expectations. You must pay more. Jean looked at Victor beside him. This old man was not simple. Apart from sending his subordinates to their deaths, he had been sitting calmly without any signs of panic. Our transaction must abide by the contract, and didn't you investigate the strength of this black dragon, Jean? Didn't you say it was at most a hybrid of a black dragon and a red dragon? Did I remember wrong? Victor said calmly. Jean was choked for a moment. He had originally wanted to trick Victor, but he ended up being tricked himself. I won't give you any extra souls, Victor said. He couldn't just give in to these demons' demands. Otherwise, what would they take him, Victor, for? A soul-making machine? He. Victor sneered inwardly. He looked at Idris, who was still fighting Saron in the distance. Keep fighting. It would be best if both of them perished, and he could obtain some pure demonic materials. These stupid demons have such powerful bloodlines but don't know how to harness them. They only know how to fight in a simple and crude manner. The brutal holy shield developed by my own family based on demon bloodline research is much stronger than these low-level demons. Taram and my own research on demon bloodlines surpass these guys as well. The seductive demon Jigen looked at Victor's appearance and knew that this old guy hadn't done anything good. But it doesn't matter, they were originally in a mutually beneficial relationship. Salong and the opposing horned demon have already fought for several rounds. The horned demon is exceptionally tough under the boost of demon sacrifices. Not only has his strength increased significantly, but his defense and self-healing abilities are also extremely powerful. Salong has already bitten off his arm several times, but this guy keeps regenerating it. He even recovered from having his throat torn open by Salong. Salong wanted to kill this horned demon using the same method he used to kill the earthworm demon. But the horned demon is different from those low-intelligence creatures like the earthworm demon. He didn't give Salong too many opportunities. Salong pondered. This won't work. He can't maintain the overloaded state for a long time, even though it seems that the opponent's state is not sustainable either. But he can't gamble. After all, there are still many enemies below. Can you regenerate? Let's see how amazing you are. Feast begins. Salong silently initiated the feast. Immediately, a strong sense of hunger swept through his body. The smell coming from the nearby demons was no longer foul, but incredibly delicious. Salong couldn't help but salivate. Idris, the horned demon on the opposite side, suddenly felt a chill. This guy seems a bit different now. Salong bit Idris' arm again. Useless black dragon, I will soon. Before he could finish speaking, Salong directly tore off his arm and swallowed it alive. Teeth are the sharpest part of Salong's body. After all, he can't have a feast without good teeth. Idris, who has relatively strong defense compared to other creatures, just needs to endure a few more bites. Just as Idris' arm was about to grow back, Salong bit him again. Damn it! Idris, the horned demon, was shocked and angry. This black dragon actually wanted to eat him. Idris got fierce. If you eat me, then I'll eat you too. Let's see who eats faster. As a demon, Idris also has a touch of madness. He also bit Salong's arm. Crack, he bit too hard. Idris' teeth directly shattered. He felt like he had bitten onto divine iron. Looking at Salong's crazy appearance, Idris became a little panicked. He spread his wings and flew directly into the sky. He stared at Salong on the ground, calculating how to deal with this guy. Meanwhile, Salong swallowed Idris' arm directly. He watched Idris in the sky slowly flap his wings. The scent was too enticing for a dragon. The ban on airspace magic is still in effect. He can't fly. Jigen watched Salong flapping his wings. Idris' way of flying is different from the true dragons in the main material world, so he is not affected by the ban on airspace magic. But as Salong's bat wings began to flap incessantly, a strong wind suddenly blew. And Salong actually flew up like this. What? Jigen stared at Salong ascending, without any fluctuations in magic power. So this black dragon is flying solely based on his own strength. But how is that possible? Victor beside him also had a surprised expression. He actually flew up for real. Even if this black dragon's wings are much larger than other true dragons, it's still impossible for him to fly like this. Just like humans, it's impossible to fly just by attaching wings. Even if it's possible, it would only be gliding, not true flight. The dragon's own weight and many other factors need to be considered. While they were contemplating, Salong had already engaged with Idris once again. Saron held onto Idris tightly and didn't let go. His claws firmly grasped the other's body as he gnawed on Idris' flesh. Is Saron always this fierce? Sadal on the ground watched Saron and the powerful enemy fighting in the sky with fanaticism. Sadal, we need to retreat. Winnie looked worriedly at the massive figure in the sky. Saron clearly has the upper hand. Why should we retreat? Sadal questioned. There weren't many human soldiers, and Saron had just easily dealt with some of them. The spellcasters were almost completely wiped out, and Saron had the advantage against the demon he was facing. Why should they retreat at a time like this? Saron told me before that if he used this state, all of our people must retreat. Winnie said directly. Seeing Sadal's disbelief, she took out a black dragon scale from her magic device. Saron had given it to her specifically. Sadal's expression became serious upon seeing the dragon scale because Saron had once said that it was his only proof. All warriors, retreat. Sadal gritted his teeth as he looked at Saron in the sky. Black Dragon, what are you planning? Idris looked at the crimson-eyed Black Dragon with fear. Was he the demon, or was this Black Dragon the demon? He had eaten some creatures himself, but being eaten alive like this was a first. Did this Black Dragon really want to devour him completely? Saron didn't speak, his mouth was filled with the flesh of the demon, and he had no time to pay attention to this guy. Because the time in the overloaded state was running out, he had to seize the time to complete the feast. Idris, the abyssal demon, was really uncomfortable at this moment. He didn't know how much of his flesh and blood this Black Dragon had consumed, and although he had also tried to gnaw on the Black Dragon, his teeth were clearly not as good as the others. It took him more than a dozen bites to break through the defense, and his teeth had suffered damage, but during this time, the Black Dragon had eaten more than a dozen pieces of his flesh. If it weren't for his inherent fierceness as a demon, other creatures would have already collapsed from being eaten alive like this. Whatever, Idris, the abyssal demon, should I be afraid of you? If I can't eat your flesh, can't I drink your blood? I heard that dragon blood is a great tonic, and mortals in this world can become powerful dragon vein warriors by consuming the blood of giant dragons. I should be able to do it too. Idris started to get fierce. He began to suck Saron's blood from the wound he had just bitten, but as soon as he took a sip, smoke started to rise from Idris' mouth. Cough, 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 what is this Black Dragon's blood made of? It's hot and poisonous. Damn it! There's no way to consume it. What kind of monster is this? Saron didn't pay attention to Idris' actions. Since he had the atomic furnace, his blood didn't have the same powerful toxicity and heat as the plutonium dragon, but it was still far beyond what ordinary creatures could compare to. Especially in this overloaded state, his blood contained the radiation energy released by the atomic furnace, so he didn't react much to Idris wanting to eat his flesh and blood. As long as this demon could eat it, what did it matter? He was just afraid that the demon's stomach couldn't handle it. Finally, Idris couldn't take it anymore. He couldn't beat him, and he couldn't eat him, so there was no other way. He extended his newly grown claws, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, but his claws weren't aimed at Saron, they were aimed at his own body. Splurt Idris directly severed his upper and lower body. Only his head, one wing, one arm, and a bit of his remains remained in his upper body. Then a blood-red magic circle appeared behind Idris, and the remaining remains swiftly flew into the magic circle and disappeared. Sauron looked in astonishment at the lower half of the demon he had caught in his claws, then glanced at the spot where Idris had disappeared. Did he run away? Then, driven by instinct, Sauron crunched up the remaining body of Idris and swallowed it. The seductive demon, Jean, on the ground was dumbfounded, looking left and right and taking a few steps back. Only Victor remained in place, watching Sauron in the sky. Sauron had already finished devouring Idris's remains. At this point, his feast progress had reached 96%. Jean, the seductive demon on the ground, had long since disappeared without a trace the moment Idris chose to escape. Jokingly, Jean was good at playing tricks, not at fighting and killing. Once was enough. Victor, on the other hand, did not retreat. The black light in his eyes grew more and more. Indeed, in the end, he had to rely on himself. These hell demons were unreliable. What kind of demon lord? They were more like food delivery demons. Sauron looked down at the ground. At this moment, the Fangtooth tribe was in chaos, with fire and ruins everywhere. The forest trolls had mostly evacuated. Winnie was also protecting the last few half-orcs as they left. However, they encountered several brutal shield blockades. Winnie's magic power had already been depleted by the recent attacks from the small demon group. Misha, what are you doing? Winnie anxiously looked at the rabbit woman. These topaz stones and refined demon iron are important to Lord Sauron. They must be taken away. Misha stuffed 2 magic devices into Winnie's arms. Winnie, you take these and go. With your talent, these guys won't be able to harm you. I'll cover you. Misha had never seen Sauron eat topaz stones and demon iron. But she wasn't stupid. Every time Sauron transformed, the amount of demon iron and topaz stones in the cave would decrease significantly. If these were missing, it would greatly affect Lord Sauron's growth. As for why she was willing to die for him, Misha wasn't sure. Maybe it was because when she was most desperate in the slave hunting group, a black dragon showed her the light. Just as Winnie was preparing to make a difficult decision, Sauron descended from the sky and grabbed both Winnie and Misha in one swoop. Lord Sauron. Winnie and Misha's faces showed a surprised expression. Sauron ignored them. He also bit 2 brutal shields in his mouth, flying and chewing, then swallowed them along with his armor and weapons with a gulp. Then he flew northward. Sauron felt that his overloaded state was about to end. Seeing Winnie and Misha on the ground, as well as the nearby brutal shields, Sauron, driven by hunger, completed the final 2% of the feast. At this point, he felt his body becoming weaker and weaker. And looking at the human on the ground, Victor, he had a bad feeling. So instead of pursuing victory, he chose to leave. Ha! Victor saw the black light in Sauron's eyes slowly disappear after Sauron flew away. Did he sense something? That shouldn't be possible. After flying for a while, Sauron felt his condition worsening. The golden threads on his body slowly darkened, and his once powerful aura subsided. Lord Sauron, are you okay? Winnie asked cautiously. I'm fine. Sauron looked at the forest below, wanting to find a safe place to complete the feast as soon as possible. The desire to evolve in his life essence had become irresistible. Slowly, a feeling of exhaustion enveloped Sauron's body. He looked at the river below and felt his eyelids getting heavier and heavier. At a certain moment, Sauron's wings finally stopped moving and he fell straight down. Lord Sauron. Winnie and Misha hadn't reacted yet when a sense of weightlessness hit them. With a splash, Sauron, along with the two half-orcs, crashed into a turbulent river. In the dark space, Sauron looked at his own body in front of him. It was the familiar space of evolution once again. Sauron watched as his body slowly underwent changes. Compared to previous feasts, this time the ingredients were mostly demons. He didn't know if any new talents had been generated. The main thing was that the horned demon didn't seem to have any outstanding advantages. It had great strength, sharp claws, and good defense. These were all good, but Sauron surpassed it in these aspects by a long shot. And that powerful self-healing ability at the end didn't seem to be his talent. It was a kind of magical state that wouldn't be inherited during the feast. It's just that he didn't seem to find a safe place to undergo the feast transformation. But it didn't matter, he could sense that his body was currently safe. He had this information in his mind a long time ago. If his body was injured, the feast transformation would indeed be interrupted. But Sauron would wake up before getting hurt. There wouldn't be any possession or anything like that. The cost was that this feast wouldn't count towards the layers, and there wouldn't be any bonuses like life points. It was equivalent to starting over and accumulating feast progress again. And although it seemed like the body transformation in the dark space didn't take much time, the time outside and inside were not synchronized. Several hours had passed inside, but outside, it might have been several days. Several days later, Winnie slowly emerged from the water in the lake. She spat out a few mouthfuls of water and looked around. Cats disliked water, but that didn't mean they couldn't swim. Lord Sauron, Mesa, where are you? The river was large and deep, and Winnie roughly estimated that the river's surface was over 300 meters deep. But Sauron was large in size, so he couldn't have disappeared after falling into the water. However, after Winnie dived down, she didn't find any trace of Sauron and Mesa. Winnie had been searching like this for the past few days. And the river was not calm either, with many fierce creatures and monsters. Winnie's talent was not suitable for playing in the water. Meanwhile, more than 5,000 meters away from Winnie, beneath the surface of a river, a huge black dragon, as if made of black steel, was sleeping. It seemed to have lost all signs of life. A huge ferocious species, the emperor crocodile, was greedily looking at the dragon's body from a distance. Its 12-meter-long body exuded a sense of oppression. The black dragon had been carried here by the current for a long time. This was the territory of the emperor crocodile, and it was undoubtedly the ruler of this water area. Although the black dragon didn't move, the unconscious aura of being at the top of the food chain almost scared the emperor crocodile away when it first arrived. It chose to flee immediately. But after escaping hundreds of meters, it realized that the other party didn't chase after it, so it stopped. After thinking for a moment with its limited intelligence, the emperor crocodile made a bold decision. It began to slowly and cautiously approach. Finally, 3 days later, the emperor crocodile approached the black dragon and found that it was still motionless. This excited the emperor crocodile. It instinctively felt that even if it ate a piece of meat from the other's body, it would undergo a tremendous change. The instinct of biological evolution prompted it to slowly approach. Finally, it approached the black dragon's body. Looking at the other's claws, it planned to use its expertise in death rolls to dismember one of the small arms. Finally, its sharp teeth bit down on the small arm. Its body began to roll rapidly, but the sound of cracking teeth followed. Blood flowed out of the emperor crocodile's mouth. After a dozen seconds, immense pain instantly overwhelmed the emperor crocodile's nerves. Although it was a cold-blooded creature, it still felt pain, but the reaction was a bit slower due to the influence of temperature. The emperor crocodile's mouthful of teeth were completely shattered. The immense pain and sense of fear drove the emperor crocodile to flee the water area in madness. It decided never to come back. It disappeared in no time, leaving behind broken teeth scattered on the ground. And Sauron's forearm was intact, without even a trace. After a while, in this pitch-black riverbed, a pair of crimson eyes opened. Sauron, who had awakened, sensed his current state. His body seemed to have grown larger again, now about 14 meters long, and his strength had increased. Moreover, there were more spikes on his back. They extended slowly from the dragon's spine to both sides. Apart from the similarity in skin color to a black dragon, his body was completely different from a black dragon in every other aspect. Sauron began to examine the panel, as the information feedback from the panel was the most important. Sauron, HP 350, Feast Stacks, 10, Feast Cooldown, 13 days, Talent 1, Carnivore, you can restore HP and energy by killing enemies, the amount restored depends on the enemy's life energy. Talent 2, Earth Magic Element Affinity, you have obtained powerful Earth Magic Talent. Talent 3, Fire Magic Element Affinity, you have obtained powerful Fire Magic Talent. Talent 4, Armor Break, your claws and teeth will cause more damage to enemies. Talent 5, Wild Roar, your roar will cause more damage to enemies and interrupt their casting state. Talent 6, Atomic Furnace, it can absorb and convert more energy for your body. Perhaps you can try nuclear fusion in the atomic furnace after reaching a certain level. Talent 7, Vibration Perception, you can sense vibrations within a certain range, which is of great help in discerning the enemy's position. As your magical power increases, the sensing range will also increase. Talent 8, Telepathy, you can communicate with any intelligent creature, regardless of whether they can speak or not, and you can sense the emotions of all intelligent and non-intelligent creatures. If your mental strength is strong enough, you can even vaguely sense the thoughts of some weak creatures. So, he really has new talents? But does that horned demon have such talents? He looks so stupid, how could he have such talents? Sauron couldn't quite understand it. Telepathy? Seems pretty awesome. Sauron carefully analyzed it and realized that he seemed to be able to communicate with any creature without barriers. However, dragons are already proficient in various common languages, and except for extremely obscure languages, they can be considered language masters. Inherited memories are not to be underestimated, and sensing the emotions of creatures seems to be a good method, which can be combined with vibration perception for other purposes. And there's also the ability to sense the thoughts of some weak creatures at the end. That's quite impressive. Although they are just weak creatures, and the sensing is vague, it is still quite powerful. This is mind reading, although it is far from true mind reading. But Sauron is still very happy. Looking around, he seems to be underwater now. But did he forget something? Sauron lowered his head and looked at his own paws. Where are my two big beast ears? Lord Sauron, Winnie, where are you? In a jungle, the rabbit girl Misha looked at the scenery in the distance with a bit of helplessness. She drooped her two rabbit ears and weakly shouted. But the jungle didn't give her any response. Misha looked at the dark forest and felt a little scared. But she still bravely walked forward, leaving behind a long shadow. A fearsome wolf was devouring its freshly caught prey in the forest. Suddenly, the sky seemed to darken, and a black, massive figure flew over the forest. The wolf didn't care about its prey anymore and started to panic and flee. The aura of the top of the food chain was too terrifying. Sauron flew at low altitude, looking at the water surface and the river banks on both sides. If it were in the past when he was weak, Sauron would never dare to fly so openly and conspicuously at low altitude. Because there are many ferocious monsters on the ground, flying at low altitude is like serving them food. But now, in the area where Sauron passed, all the monsters and ferocious creatures in the forest and on the river surface are fleeing, not daring to stay for a moment. He is doing this mainly to find Misha and Winnie. These two beast girls are not only loyal, but also very precious. Because they carry the magic devices containing all the magic iron ore in topaz stones mined during this period, so they must be found. The dragon's vision is very good, but for safety reasons, Sauron still chooses to fly at low altitude. Because this way, the vibration perception can sense some special sources of vibration on the ground. Sauron is already very familiar with the vibration characteristics of Winnie and Misha, so Sauron is fully aware, and his visual, auditory, and vibration senses are all at their limits, ensuring that not a trace is missed. Soon, he had a harvest. On the riverbank in the distance, Winnie was still anxiously searching for any possible traces. Her clothes were already tattered, like a beggar. If it weren't for the durability of the black silk, Sauron would have seen this scene. But finding them is a good thing. Sauron slowly flew over Winnie. When Winnie looked up, she saw Sauron's huge figure. Lord Sauron! Winnie excitedly waved her hand below. Sauron landed on the ground and looked at Winnie, who looked like a little cat in front of him. Winnie didn't care about this, she directly pounced and hugged one of Sauron's claws. Sauron grabbed her in his claw and then flew directly into the air. He still had to find the other one. Misha didn't stay with you? Sauron asked while flying. I searched for a long time and couldn't find Misha. The situation was too urgent when we fell into the water, and we consumed too much magic power and were severely exhausted. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been separated just by falling into the water. In fact, what Winnie didn't say was that Saron's size was too big, and she and Misha were separated the moment they fell into the water. Do you know where this place is? Saron looked at the forest and river below. There was no familiar place to be found. The width of this river alone was at least 500 meters. Moreover, he had been flying north all the time. The transformation of the feast took many days, and who knows how far they had gone. Winnie looked down and shook her head. Lord Saron, I really don't know where this is, because there aren't many distinguishing objects. Saron also looked around. Besides the forest, there was only more forest, and he really didn't know where this was. Ha! Winnie suddenly looked at several strange monsters on the ground. Lord Saron, let's stop first. Saron looked at the 3 monsters on the ground. They seemed to be besieging a giant rhinoceros. These monsters looked a bit like a mix of chickens, lizards, and bats. They were about the size of an ostrich that Saron had seen in his previous life, and at first glance, they looked a bit like bipedal flying dragons. Quite strange. They were agilely attacking the giant rhinoceros, as if playing with it. The giant rhinoceros rampaged, but it was useless. The strange monsters occasionally left bloody wounds on it with their beaks or claws. Saron dived down and landed on the ground, but these monsters didn't immediately flee when they saw Saron. Instead, they flapped their wings frantically and charged towards Saron, trying to peck him with their sharp beaks. Saron had never seen these monsters before, and there seemed to be no such thing in his inherited memories. And even though he didn't release his dragon's aura, the fearless nature of these monsters was quite impressive. He grabbed one of the monsters with his claw and then spat acid at the other 2 monsters. Sizzling, the 2 monsters were instantly drenched in acid, and the acid quickly took their lives. Looking at the warcraft under his claws, Salon squeezed it hard as it continued to squeal. Immediately, the creature became obedient. Lord Salon, this is a snake chicken beast. Snake chicken beast? Salon couldn't see any similarities between this thing and a snake. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that their tongues were forked, just like snakes. Truly strange creatures. Lord Salon, the snake chicken beast is a unique creature in the Silminster forest. They are ferocious and have the ability to petrify their opponents. Once pecked by their beaks, that area will temporarily turn to stone. Salon looked expressionless as he watched the snake chicken beast secretly pecking at his hand claw. Lord Salon, your magic resistance and power are abundant, so they naturally cannot petrify you, explained Winnie. Salon picked up the snake chicken beast with his mouth, chewed it, and swallowed it directly. It tasted awful. So you mean we are in the Silminster forest? Yes, Lord Salon, we are far away from the Fongtooth tribe where we were before, Winnie said. That river should be the Soldith River. Now that the location was confirmed, Salon relaxed. He continued flying along the riverbank with Winnie. After a while, Salon landed next to a thicket. Salon looked down at the thicket, which seemed ordinary. But what hung on it was not ordinary. It was a strand of black film. It's Misha. Winnie also hurried over and sniffed the strand of black film. It had Misha's scent, no doubt. Could something have happened to Misha? Winnie began to imagine the worst. Probably not. Salon sniffed the surroundings and didn't smell any blood. Moreover, Misha's scent was faint, indicating that she hadn't stayed here for long. Let's keep looking inside. Salon looked at the endless forest. This forest was filled with many fierce and violent creatures, as well as various types of food. Generally, such a rich forest would have an owner. He wondered what kind of creatures lurked here. Salon and Winnie had been moving forward in this forest for a long time, but there was still no sign of Misha. Actually, Salon didn't really like forests. This kind of place was not suitable for his huge wings. Flying felt a bit restricted. Only the wings of a green dragon, which were not particularly large, were most suitable for living in this kind of forest. This couldn't go on, they had to find a way. Salon was getting impatient. At this moment, Salon sensed a strange source of vibration. Calmly, he looked towards the distance. There, a creature was rubbing against a tree trunk non-stop, as if scratching an itch. This creature was one of the creatures Salon was quite familiar with, the Earthsplitter bear. He remembered that the paws of the Earthsplitter bear were very elastic. Moreover, this guy had also bestowed him with a talent. Salon had a deep memory of the Earthsplitter bear. And if he remembered correctly, this kind of creature had intelligence. The Earthsplitter bear, who was happily scratching itself, suddenly felt something was wrong. It turned its head and saw a colossal black dragon in the distance, staring at it with crimson eyes. The drool from the corners of its mouth corroded the ground clean. Instantly, a strong sense of fear surged through the Earthsplitter bear's mind. It wanted to escape, but the overwhelming dragon's might enveloped it. The Earthsplitter bear stood up and roared at Salon. However, this roar had a somewhat submissive tone. Tsk Salon felt quite pleased inside. Back then, he had struggled even when facing an injured Earthsplitter bear. But now, an adult Earthsplitter bear wanted nothing more than to tuck its tail and run away when facing him. It gave him a feeling of the river flows east for 30 years, and west for 30 years. No, it should be the river flows east for a few months, and west for a few months. Saron approached the cracked earth bear step by step. He tried to appear friendly, but his fierce expression made the bear's fur stand on end. "Hey there, little guy." Suddenly, a voice echoed in the bear's mind. It looked around but couldn't find the source of the voice. "Stop looking, I'm right in front of you," Saron hinted. He knew this creature had some intelligence, so he communicated with it directly through telepathy. The bear tapped its head with its paw and stared at Saron in confusion. "It's me." Saron gave a definite answer. The bear remained cautious and started growling slowly. "You are a dragon. Powerful. I'm leaving." Saron heard some intermittent sounds. The bear's thoughts were quite clear. No, you can't leave yet. I have some questions for you." Saron couldn't let it go. "Have you seen a rabbit half-human?" "Rabbit? Half-human?" The bear couldn't understand. "Winnie, I remember you have a portrait of Misha, right? Bring it out." Saron looked at Winnie, who looked confused. After all, in Winnie's eyes, Saron was staring at the bear, and the bear occasionally growled. Oh. Winnie took out a piece of animal skin, and there was Misha's portrait on it. Although it was rough, it was still somewhat recognizable. Saron placed the animal skin in front of the bear and began to inquire. "Is this the creature? Have you seen it?" This time, the bear's eyes lit up. "Seen? Horror." She went to a dangerous place. A cave. The bear pointed its head in a direction. Saron understood its meaning this time. Misha had gone to a dangerous place that even the bear dared not go. There was a cave there. The cave was very dangerous. "Alright, thanks, Bear 2. Saron patted the bear's head with his dragon claw and left. He had originally planned to have a meal, but seeing the bear's somewhat foolish expression, he decided to let it go. After all, such an interesting creature was still very intriguing. "Winnie, let's go." Misha went there. Saron grabbed Winnie, who was still in a state of shock, and flew towards the direction the bear had pointed. The bear left behind stood still for a moment, then ran away as fast as it could. This place was too scary. It wanted to stay far away. After flying for several kilometers, Saron finally saw a deep cave. The cave entrance was large, about 40 meters high. Saron could easily enter. "Lord Saron, let me go in first and check the situation." Winnie looked at the dark cave and said, "No need. Hide at the entrance of the cave, I'll go in myself." Saron looked at the cave and slowly walked in. He seemed to smell a very disgusting odor, but he had never smelled it before. Saron didn't fly because although the cave was spacious, it was still a bit small compared to his nearly 40-meter wingspan. In the pitch-black space, Saron's crimson eyes observed everything around him. For humans, a pitch-black place was completely dark, but for a true dragon, it was no different from daylight. Just then, Saron sensed a very special source of vibration. Although the other party tried its best to hide, he still noticed it clearly. And the other party had already reached the cave above his head. Was it planning to ambush him? Saron calmly continued forward. Just then, boom! A huge figure attacked Saron. He quickly turned around and collided with the creature. Bang! Saron and the attacking creature rolled together. Then Saron tore at it, leaving several wounds on its body. After that, Saron leaped and landed next to it, separating himself from the creature that was trying to entangle him. Saron also saw what creature had attacked him. It resembled a combination of a centipede and a crocodile, but also somewhat like a python. There are a pair of black horns on its head. The teeth in its mouth are unusually sharp. It has 6 pairs of short legs on its body. There are many small scales on its body, and its skin seems to be made up of scales. Its skin is blue to dark blue, gradually transitioning to light blue on its belly. Qingzhu Longxi. Salong stared at the opponent's 40-meter-long body and said slowly, "This is a creature in the memory inheritance." The Qingzhu Longxi in front of him continued to roar at Salong. Its eyes were filled with hatred. "Black dragon, how dare you intrude into my territory?" It spoke in pure dragon language. Salong was not surprised that the other party spoke in dragon language. The name Qingzhu Longxi doesn't sound very familiar, but it has a famous title, the enemy of dragons. The origin of Qingzhu Longxi is very ancient, in a distant ancient time and space. Giants and dragons have been engaged in endless wars, although both sides have forgotten why they are at war. Giants have made a lot of efforts to win the war against the dragon clan. They have studied many weapons of war. The first Qingzhu Longxi was created as a weapon of war by the storm giant under these conditions. As a result, this creature has taken root in the main material world. Although the large-scale war between giants and dragons ended who knows how long ago, the Qingzhou Longxi clan still harbors hatred towards the dragon race. They never build nests in areas where dragons reside. If there is a dragon trying to build a nest within dozens of miles of the Qingzhou Longxi's lair, the Qingzhou Longxi will have to go and kill or expel it. Only when the dragon is too powerful to resist will the Qingzhou Longxi give up and go far away to find a new nesting place. Salong looked at the Qingzhou Longxi crawling on the ground and walls of the cave as if it were walking on flat ground. It seems that having more legs is beneficial. Your territory? Does this land have your name on it? Salong said to the sky. Although it is much larger than himself, Salong is not afraid of it. This Qingzhou Longxi keeps crawling on the ground and walls. Its eyes are fixed on Salong, thinking that it has an absolute advantage in this cave. This black dragon is definitely not its opponent. After all, it is a terrifying cave predator. But it couldn't figure out why the ambush just now failed, even though it didn't make any sound. But it doesn't matter, this dragon must die. It is the hatred engraved in its genes, although it doesn't know why it hates the other party. The Qingzhou Longxi opened its huge mouth and spewed out a blue lightning towards Salong. The strength of the Qingzhou Longxi, which can be regarded as a war weapon against dragons by the storm giant, is naturally not weak. The storm giant even simulated the dragon's breath and designed the lightning breath for the Qingzhou Longxi. Its lightning breath can incinerate most creatures. Although Salong is confident in his defense, he doesn't want to receive a breath attack for no reason. Roar! Salong let out a fearful scream directly at the Qingzhou Longxi. The lightning breath that the Qingzhou Longxi had just spewed out became unstable in an instant. The heat ray that Salong had prepared long ago was directly sprayed out. The blue and white breath directly dispersed the Qingzhou Longxi's stuck blue lightning breath. The Qingzhou Longxi retracted its 12 small legs on its side. Then it moved quickly like a snake. But Salong's breath ray still hit its tail. Roar! The Qingzhou Longxi let out an angry roar. In fact, this injury is nothing to the Qingzhou Longxi because of its large size. But for some reason, this Qingzhou Longxi has been guarding here, and no creature has been able to injure it like this for so many years. After a series of snake-like movements, the entire body of the Qingzhou Longxi surrounded Salong in the middle. Saron nodded silently as he looked at the black scorch marks on the opponent's body. It seemed that this guy had quite a high resistance. He sniffed hard and detected the scent of Misha in this place. However, the greenfoot dragon snake in front of him didn't seem to care. It planned to kill the black dragon in front of it, because in the past, it had encountered creatures stronger than itself. But even creatures stronger than it would be entangled and swallowed alive by it. The black dragon in front of it would be no exception. I've already eaten 3 giant bats, 6 cavemen, and 2 giant rhinos today, but it's okay. I think my stomach can still handle you, Black Dragon. Are you done talking? If you are, then go die. A golden light flashed on Saron's body as he entered the overload state. Since Misha's trail had been found, he didn't intend to waste time with this greenfoot dragon snake. The golden light was particularly bright in the dark cave. This overload state was even stronger than before. The greenfoot dragon snake took the opportunity to entangle Saron with force. It was confident that as long as it entangled the opponent, no matter how powerful the opponent was, it would be crushed by its own immense strength. What? After entering the overload state, Saron directly pierced the opponent's body with the claws of both hands, and he bit directly into it. This time, the greenfoot dragon snake's powerful defense did not have the desired effect. Saron's sharp teeth crushed the scales on the surface of the greenfoot dragon snake's body and deeply pierced its flesh. Your internal organs seem quite soft. Saron forcefully tore off a large piece of flesh and swallowed it. With the armor-piercing attribute, Saron's claws and fangs were extremely sharp, not to mention being in the overload state. The painful screams of the greenfoot dragon snake echoed throughout the cave. It tried to inflict some damage on Saron with its sharp claws and huge canine teeth, but under this strangulation, there were only small marks on Saron's body. Saron continued to tear and bite. In this situation, it had to be said that having good teeth was important. Saron felt that he had bitten into something hard. He knew it should be the spine of the greenfoot dragon snake. Crunch, crunch! A sour crunching sound echoed in the cave as the back half of the greenfoot dragon snake slowly softened. It no longer had the strength to entangle. The greenfoot dragon snake did not give up. Lightning seemed to flash in its eyes. There were also blue electric arcs flickering deep in its throat. A more powerful, thick, and sharp lightning directly covered Saron's entire head. Saron closed his eyes, feeling his head tingling and as if being pricked by needles, but other than that, he didn't feel anything special. The high temperature accompanying the lightning breath had no effect on Saron at the moment. He even felt warm. Seeing this, Saron also retaliated with a hot beam of heat breath. Before the greenfoot dragon snake could react, Saron sprayed it in the face. Saron took the opportunity to pounce on the opponent and bit down on the greenfoot dragon snake's throat. Ignoring the opponent's desperate struggle, after 7 or 8 minutes, Saron finally felt the recovery of his carnivorous talent and magic power. Only then did he confirm that the opponent was completely dead and released the massive body of the greenfoot dragon snake. Lord Saron. Winnie's figure emerged from the air on the side. Looking at the body of the greenfoot dragon snake, which was more than twice the size of Saron, Winnie swallowed her saliva. Go check this cave and see if there is any trace of Misha. Saron twisted his neck and said. He found that he seemed to be getting more and more adapted to the overload state, and this time, he could maintain it for more than twice as long as last time. Yes, Lord Saron. Winnie began to agilely inspect the entire cave. Saron looked at the cave. He felt that it was quite good here. If there weren't too many problems, he planned to make this cave his new residence. Moreover, the body of the greenfoot dragon snake couldn't be wasted. This guy is definitely enough for a feast. Lord Sauron, I couldn't find any trace of Misha in this cave. Winnie ran up to Sauron after 10 minutes and said anxiously. Winnie was a little worried. Misha was not very smart, so what if something bad happened to her? I just smelled Misha's scent, she was here. In fact, Sauron had already put a big question mark on Misha's safety. He felt that it was truly a miracle for a rabbit to survive in such a dangerous environment. But Misha had so many resources on her, and her scales had been cleaned so many times. Sauron still wanted to find her within his abilities. He began to use his earth-based detection magic, Earth Pulse. He pushed his vibration perception to the limit, trying to find some clues. After exploring the cave, Sauron finally made some discoveries. He came to a narrow crevice where Misha's scent was also present. Then he dug away the nearby rubble with his claws, revealing a huge hidden cave entrance underneath. This was already the deepest part of the cave. Sauron looked at the entrance, lost in thought. With his current vision, he couldn't see the bottom of this entrance. It seemed to lead all the way underground, and it was obviously intentionally hidden. It seemed to have a great connection with that greenfoot dragon snake. Unfortunately, that guy was already dead, otherwise Sauron might have obtained some useful clues. Sauron looked at the entrance and said to Winnie beside him, keep an eye on this entrance and let me know immediately if anything happens. Winnie, who was sniffing the surrounding stones like a little cat, snapped back to attention. Yes, Lord Sauron, she replied. Sauron glanced at her and then turned and left. Winnie was currently the only subordinate he could command, which made Sauron a little nostalgic for his previous life in the evil Fong tribe. It would be so much easier to just give orders to others. It seemed like a good opportunity to go and find Sandal and the others, and he also needed to subdue some new followers. Sauron thought of the silly bear outside. It was a bit foolish, but much better than other monsters. Although the adult Rift Earth bear was not worth mentioning in front of Sauron now, its combat power was quite strong. Sauron had even given it the name Bear too, so it should have no problem working for him for a lifetime. At the same time, a bear under a big tree yawned while scratching itself. It felt like it had poked its nose into a wasp nest yesterday and it still hadn't recovered. It shook its head and continued scratching itself, feeling really comfortable. Sauron looked at the panel and saw that there were still 5 days left until the feast. He arrived at an open space in a cave. There were scattered armor and weapons everywhere, as well as some human and other creature skulls. It seemed to be the place where that greenfoot dragon snake collected its treasures. Those unlucky human adventurers were probably eaten, leaving only these boring treasures for the greenfoot dragon snake to cherish. Sauron looked at the armor and weapons. The quality was acceptable, but only at this level. They could be considered as side dishes, but the main course had to be that greenfoot dragon snake. Misha felt that she had never been so unlucky before. She had originally wanted to find Lord Sauron and Winnie, but unexpectedly entered an unknown monster's cave. Fortunately, that monster seemed to be asleep. In a panic, she didn't even know where she had run to, but as Misha continued walking, she realized that she was lost. She ended up falling into a huge cavern and almost got eaten by a strange lizard. Luckily, the black-robed woman in front of her saved her. Thank you for saving me. Misha patted her chest with lingering fear and said to the figure hiding under the black robe, You're welcome. What kind of creature are you? I don't think I've ever seen you in the dark abyss before. The person in the black robe took off their hat and asked curiously. Misha looked closely and exclaimed, You're a Zweir elf. She was a female elf with green skin, pointed ears, waist-length white hair, blue eyes, and a slender figure. In addition, her three-dimensional delicate features made her look very beautiful. I am a Zweir elf, you can call me Maya. Zweir elf Maya said nonchalantly. I'm Nisha, from the Rose. Oh no, it should be the Fongtooth tribe. I'm a half-orc. Misha shook her 2 rabbit ears. Where are you from? Maya reached out and curiously pinched Misha's rabbit ears. Then she touched her own pointed ears, looking very lively. However, Misha was not familiar with this kind of enthusiasm. She shrank her body and whispered, I don't know either. I was running and then fell here. You're really unlucky. Maya shook her head. She felt that this little white rabbit probably wouldn't survive for a few days. Maya, aren't your Zwarer elves supposed to live in the underground world? Misha suddenly had a bad feeling. This is the dark domain, which is the underground world you mentioned. Maya adjusted her crossbow and said, This is the underground world. Misha was instantly confused. Did she really run to the underground world? Wasn't it difficult to find the entrance to the underground world? How did she get here? Can Lord Saron and Winnie find her here? Maya, the Zwarer elf, looked at Misha and wondered what background this half-orc had and whether it could be profitable. 4 days later, Saron looked at the body of the greenfoot dragon snake in front of him. This guy's body was really huge. The feast begins. Sure enough, the most fragrant thing was the greenfoot dragon snake in front of him. The smell of weapons and armor was limited, indicating that their quality was not high. Saron was not discouraged that he didn't find any leftovers. He began to devour the massive body of the greenfoot dragon snake. Saron ate it all cleanly. There was not a single bit of waste from the meat to the bones and scales. All the armor and swords on the ground were eaten by Saron without leaving anything behind. A few minutes later, the massive body of the greenfoot dragon snake had disappeared. If someone saw this scene, their jaw would drop, because Saron ate food that was 4 times the size of his body. Even a powerful dragon couldn't eat so much in a short period of time. Soon, Saron fell into a deep sleep, waiting for the transformation of the feast. 2 days later, Saron woke up from his sleep in the original greenfoot dragon snake's cave. Saron stretched his body. His size was now nearly 15 meters, definitely considered an adult dragon based on his size alone. Saron opened his mouth and touched his teeth with his claws. He found that there was a row of teeth behind his original teeth. Saron smacked his lips. Now he didn't even know how strong his bite force was. However, as a qualified foodie, good teeth were still very important. Moreover, teeth were also a very powerful attack method for Saron. Saron flapped his wings and looked at the panel. Saron, HP 380, Feast Level 11, Feast Cooldown 8 days, Talent 1, Carnivore. Talent 2, Earth Magic Element Affinity. Talent 3, Fire Magic Element Affinity. Talent 4, Armor Break. Talent 5, Wild Roar. Talent 6, Atomic Furnace. Talent 7, Vibration Perception. Talent 8, Telepathy. Talent 9, Lightning Breath. You can release the bioelectricity in your body through a unique spout organ, the power of which is determined by the size of the bioelectricity in your body, and your current can cause a certain paralysis effect on opponents. Lightning Breath? Saron began to sense the new spout organ in his body. During the recent transformation, Salong discovered that new organs were being generated in his body, and to his surprise, it turned out to be a spitting organ. This new spitting organ is located next to the acid sac. It feels a bit strange. Without much thought, Salong immediately started using his lightning breath. The newly transformed organs felt completely natural. Suddenly, an unprecedented sensation surged through his body. Zap! A thick, blue electric current in the shape of a cone shot out from Salong's mouth and directly hit the stone wall in front of him. The wall instantly exploded, revealing a large hole. Salong stopped and approached the wall to take a closer look. It was covered in traces of high-temperature burns, but Salong couldn't verify the paralyzing effect just yet. However, the power was already impressive, almost comparable to a normal heat ray, and it seemed to have some kind of penetrating ability. Suddenly, Salong's eyes lit up. He seemed to have discovered another issue. The energy from the atomic furnace inside his body seemed to be able to pass through this new spitting organ. Salong knew what this meant. It meant that the heat ray could be combined with the lightning breath. One breath alone was already powerful, but if these 2 breaths were combined, Salong couldn't even imagine the extent of their power. It wasn't as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Salong began to try channeling the energy from the atomic furnace into the new spitting organ. Instantly, golden electric sparks seemed to flash in Salong's eyes. Boom! A tremendously powerful golden energy beam shot out directly from Salong's mouth. The rocks in front of him first exploded, then melted, and in less than a breath's time, Salong had created a bottomless passage in front of him. Salong was amazed. This was so awesome. What's happening? An earthquake? Winnie, who was guarding the tunnel, was caught off guard and fell on her butt. She was startled. Then she cautiously looked at the bottomless tunnel. Winnie, what are you doing? Salong, who suddenly appeared, startled Winnie. Lord Salong. Just now. Winnie calmed herself down. I was testing a new attack method, Salong casually explained. With this powerful breath, Salong was in a very good mood. Oh, but Winnie's attention was no longer on the previous tremor. She was now focused entirely on Salong's body, because she noticed that Salong had grown bigger again. Just like before, his growth rate was exceptionally fast. Is this black dragon really a dragon in the true sense? Winnie wondered. Let's go down from here to find Mesa later, Salong said. Now, Winnie exclaimed happily. She couldn't wait to find her good sister. We need to find someone to guard this cave first, Salong said. Although the cave was in a precarious location, it could still be discovered by some creatures. Guard? An hour later, to Winnie's astonishment, Salong flew into the cave with a battered and bruised earthcracking bear. Winnie recognized it as the earthcracking bear that had previously guided them, although it had gained a lot of weight. Bang bang bang, Salong roughly threw the earthcracking bear onto the ground, causing it to roll a few times. The loud noise made Winnie wince in pain. Bear 2, you will live here from now on, got it? Salong communicated with the earthcracking bear named Bear 2 through telepathy. The bear, feeling uncomfortable all over, whimpered a few times. Live? Bear 2 whispered. You idiot, it means you can treat this place as your territory. Salong impatiently patted Bear 2's head. The surrounding monsters were either not intelligent enough to communicate telepathically or too weak for Salong to care about. Stood. Bear 2 looked at the surroundings, then at Salong and itself, and managed to say these two words intermittently. Well, Bear 2 is quite smart after all. Saron is a bit nostalgic for Shadar and the forest trolls. Compared to these guys, the forest trolls are much smarter. Saron, how did you tame it? Winnie asked curiously. You see, the Earthsplitter bear is known for being extremely irritable and lacking intelligence. Even young Earthsplitter bears cannot be tamed, let alone adults. Even in desperate situations, they would fight to the death against creatures much stronger than themselves. I just took it for a few jumps. Saron looked at Winnie with malicious intent. Do you want to try? No, thank you. Winnie quickly shook her head. It didn't sound like a good idea at all. Saron felt a sense of accomplishment. At first, Bear 2 refused to yield. Even after being beaten up by Saron, it still wouldn't give in. It continued to angrily try to attack Saron, but Saron grabbed it and lifted it 500 meters off the ground. Then he let go and let Bear 2 experience freefall. In the moment before it would have turned into a pulp, Saron, with his superb flying skills, caught it. Then he increased the altitude and continued the freefall. From 500 meters to 1,000 meters, then 1,500 meters. Bear 2 held on until it reached 4,000 meters, and then it gave in. In a daze, it indicated that Saron could make it do anything, even kill and devour it, as long as it could return to the ground. Saron looked at the pitch-black hole. Since Bear 2, the gatekeeper, had changed, it was time to go down and investigate. Saron, should we break open this hole? Winnie asked. After all, Saron's massive size seemed unable to fit through the hole. No need. Saron knew that the hole was somewhat conical, with a small opening and a larger space below. He didn't plan to destroy this natural protection, as who knew what was below. Shape-shifting. In a burst of black light, Saron transformed into a dragon-like figure standing 2 meters 7 tall. Saron furrowed his brow, feeling that it was becoming increasingly difficult to maintain the transformation as his size increased. He remembered that the last time he used shape-shifting, he became a 2 meters 6 dragon-like figure. This time, it was 2 meters 7, and his appearance was even more ferocious. Saron, what's this? Winnie's mouth hung open as she looked at Saron. Although she had heard that true dragons could use shape-shifting, it was only when she saw it for herself that she realized how incredible it was. Such a large body transforming into something so small. Saron scratched his head uncomfortably. Logically speaking, as someone who was once human, he should be more accustomed to a humanoid form, but Saron felt a bit awkward. He didn't say anything and, amidst Winnie's exclamation, stepped forward and held her in his arms, placing her in his embrace. Winnie was only around 1 meter 6, and being held by Saron felt like being held by a small cat. The softness made him very comfortable, but he resisted the impulse to deal with her on the spot and calmed himself down. Saron felt that this was not safe, both hands were occupied, and it wouldn't do if they encountered danger. He directly supported Winnie's body with one hand and then spread his wings, jumping down from the pitch-black cave. The deeper Saron went, the more he felt that this place was truly bottomless. After descending for about 1,000 meters, Saron finally touched the ground. Winnie felt her heart beating faster. She carefully looked at Saron beside her. Saron looked at the surrounding environment. There were many blue glowing plants here, although not as bright as on the surface, they still illuminated some areas. However, it wasn't very friendly for creatures with poor eyesight. Saron suddenly noticed some petrified animal limbs in place. He was about to examine them carefully when he suddenly stopped. Ha! On one of the remains, he found a strand of black silk and smelled it near his nose. It was the scent of Misha. At this moment, Saron felt that some kind of vibration source seemed to be approaching them. Winnie, on the other hand, was completely unaware, but her cat ears stood up attentively, listening to the sounds around them. Salon directly held Winnie's waist, and the dragon wings fluttered slightly, instantly flying up. Under the ground where Salon had just left, a ferocious head emerged. It had a huge body like an elephant, with dark green skin, blue eyes, red spikes on its back, 8 legs with strong claws, and sharp teeth in its mouth, indicating that this guy was not to be messed with. Roar petrifying lizard. Salon recognized the monster in front of him. This guy was the famous petrifying lizard, which could petrify the bodies of other creatures by making eye contact with them. However, its most famous feature was not this petrification ability, but its value. Petrifying lizards were one of the few magical beasts that could be tamed. However, they had to be raised from a young age, and once tamed, they would obey their master's commands and make eye contact with specific creatures to petrify them. Therefore, this guy was a well-known beast guardian. As a result, petrifying lizard eggs were highly valued in the human world. However, petrification was ineffective against true dragons like Salon. Winnie, don't look into its eyes. Salon reminded Winnie beside him. Although petrification was ineffective against him, it was different for Winnie. Winnie obediently turned her head away. Salon tried to communicate with the petrifying lizard through telepathy, but its thoughts were always chaotic and disordered, making communication impossible. The petrifying lizard even took the opportunity to make eye contact with Salon, attempting to petrify him. Forget it, let's just kill it. Salon shook his head, thinking he was Medusa, staring back and forth. After letting go of Winnie, Salon did not revert to his dragon form but charged at the petrifying lizard in his dragon human form. Salon raised his fist and knocked the petrifying lizard to the ground with one punch. Then, he tore off a piece of its flesh with his claw and swallowed it. The petrifying lizard stood up. It angrily lunged at Salon, trying to swallow him whole. However, Salon grabbed the upper and lower jaws of the petrifying lizard. He pulled with force, tearing the lower jaw of the petrifying lizard apart, causing blood to flow. The blue light in the petrifying lizard's eyes increased, but Salon fearlessly stared back at it. It's over. Salon instantly returned to his original dragon form. The petrifying lizard looked at Salon in horror. Salon extended his dragon claw and crushed the skull of the petrifying lizard. The blue light in the petrifying lizard's eyes dimmed, and its body stopped struggling. Satisfied, Salon breathed a sigh of relief. Damn, he seemed to have forgotten to test the paralysis effect of his lightning breath. Oh well, next time. Salon's main purpose this time was to test his strength in his dragon human form. Although he felt that he would never use this form to fight against enemies, he was just playing around. After eating half of the petrifying lizard, Salon licked his lips. The taste of this lizard was not bad. Winnie, take out the mucus from the secondary stomach of this petrifying lizard and keep it safe. Salon looked at Winnie beside him and said, petrifying lizards have 2 stomachs. Few creatures knew that the mucus in the secondary stomach of a petrifying lizard could restore petrified creatures to their original state. And Salon happened to have this information in his dragon heritage. Yes, Lord Salon. Winnie didn't mind the disgusting smell. She immediately started to clean the petrifying lizard's stomach and also took out the 2 faintly glowing eyeballs of the petrifying lizard. She really liked this. What are you doing here? It's dangerous outside the city. Maya, the elven mage, looked helplessly at the rabbit beside her. After spending these few days together, her impression of this rabbit girl was that she was silly and stubborn. I'm waiting for my friends here. They will come find me. Mesa looked at Maya with determination. She may not be smart, but she's not dumb either. Along the way, she had been tearing off small pieces of her black silk and leaving them on the road, because she firmly believed that Lord Saron and Winnie would definitely find her. And based on her usual communication with Winnie, it seems that Lord Saron really likes black stockings, and even specially renamed them as Black Silk. Mozablay City is the closest city to here for the Zorl Elves. If you don't go in, you will be. Maya was about to say something when suddenly her face changed drastically. She saw a strong male Zorl Elf appear. Unlike the female Zorl Elves, the male Zorl Elf was quite ugly. Gray-black skin, several fierce scars on his bald head. He wore a suit of armor made of animal skins and held a black spear in his hand, with a metal spider at the top. He stared fiercely at the beautiful Misha and Maya in front of him, saying, Maya, you should know why I'm here. Come back with me, I will plead for you based on our training together. Nan, I didn't expect you to catch up so quickly. Maya looked at the male Zorl Elf in front of her with an ugly expression. I believe the mistress will forgive you as long as you come back with me. Nan stared coldly at Maya. Maya took out 2 short swords from behind. Nan, you should know that you are no match for me, Maya said fearlessly. Of course I know, so why do you think I'm the only one who came? Nan waved his hand and a dozen Zorl elves appeared behind him. Maya's heart tightened, this was trouble. As they went deeper underground, the space seemed to get larger, so Saron didn't transform into a dragon form. Instead, he walked in the underground world in his original form, which made him feel safer. Saron felt that this underground world was really amazing. It was comparable to the so-called Hollow Earth in his previous life. The deeper he went, the more amazing it felt. Now the distance from the surface to the top was about 2,000 meters. And Saron had just learned that this was indeed the underground world, the dark abyss that surface creatures often talked about. Lord Saron, where should we go? Winnie said weakly. I don't know, let's find someone to ask. Saron looked around. Then he flew up with Winnie, trying to find some intelligent creatures to understand what was going on in this underground world. Ask someone? Winnie didn't quite understand what ask someone meant, but she roughly understood that Saron meant to find other creatures to ask. Ask someone should be a special term for dragons. After flying for a while, Saron suddenly had a bad feeling. It was as if he was being watched. Lord Saron, I have a bad feeling. Winnie said. You also have a feeling of being watched? Saron asked. Yes, Lord Saron. Winnie hurriedly replied. Saron immediately maximized his sense of vibration, trying to sense the source of the anomaly. Let's see what Willie J has discovered. A big fool and a little fool, la la la. Just as Saron was looking for the anomaly, a strange voice sounded from the depths of his heart. Looking at Winnie's confused face, it was obvious that she didn't hear this voice. Saron was familiar with this method. Telepathy. Ha ha ha, what is the big fool looking for? Looking for Willie J? That mocking voice sounded again. Do you think I can't find you? A crimson light flashed in Saron's eyes. This guy should have no heartbeat and had been motionless all along. Did he really think there was no way for him? Saron opened his mouth wide and let out a deafening dragon roar. Under the enhancement of the wild scream, the sound waves emitted from Saron's throat almost became substantial. Under this indiscriminate sound wave attack, a vibration came from a stone wall at the top. Saron instantly captured the source of the vibration. Found you, bug. Saron spewed out a blue lightning bolt from his mouth. The speed of the lightning breath was extremely fast, instantly hitting the stone wall. A fearful scream came out. Then a strange figure appeared in the same spot. This guy looked very strange, with only a huge green head. On it, there was a terrifying white vertical eye and a gaping mouth. Beside the head, there were 4 eye stalks, each with 4 small eyeballs. It hurts, it hurts. The telepathic message kept echoing in Salong and Winnie's minds. A long tongue with disgusting slime extended from its mouth. Lord Salong, what kind of monster is this? Winnie had never seen such a disgusting and evil creature before. Eye demon. Salong looked at the other person and said. To be precise, it should be an observer eye demon. Eye demons are a very large and complex race with many different types. Observer eye demons are a particularly special existence among them. These creatures do not belong to the main material plane and are summoned from other planes through certain rituals. Observer eye demons are more loyal compared to other eye demons. They will guard a certain area for the summoner for over 100 years and prevent any other creatures from entering that area. However, due to their long periods of solitary existence, these eye demons seem to have developed some mental issues. For example, they may have imaginary enemies or refer to themselves in the third person. Willie Gia is so scared, the big fool is so terrifying. The observer eye demon continued to babble. But this time, it didn't use telepathy, it spoke directly in the common language of the continent. Salong frowned as he looked at the other person. Where is this place? He asked in the common language of the continent. Where is this place? The observer eye demon imitated Salong's voice and said, I hope you can cherish your own life. Salong issued a final warning. I hope you can cherish your own life. The observer eye demon continued to imitate Salong's voice without any concern. Winnie, who was standing aside, was initially a little frightened, but when she saw this ridiculous scene in front of her, she burst into laughter. Salong glanced at her, and Winnie immediately covered her mouth. Observer eye demons have a slight madness due to their long periods of solitude. However, Salong couldn't see any signs of slight madness in the guy in front of him. It seemed that the long period of solitude had made his madness even worse. Otherwise, this guy wouldn't be unaware of the difference between himself and a fully grown dragon, and dare to provoke him like this. It's also possible that this guy has no idea about the terror of dragons at all. Lord Salong, could there be other observer eye demons nearby? No, Demons are a very arrogant race. Each demon believes that they are unique in the race, and other demons are trash among trash. And if two observer demons meet, they will definitely fight each other to the death. Salong's inherited memories of these creatures were very clear. After all, they were even more arrogant than true dragons. There's that too. Although Winnie had seen many creature encyclopedias, she had never come across demons before. And at this moment, the observer demon in front of them continued to babble strange words. Forget it, just go die. Salong looked at this crazy demon and said. He decided to help resolve the situation. But just as Salong was about to attack, the observer demon on the other side attacked first. From its eye, which was over 2 meters in diameter, a gray beam of light shot towards Salong at an extremely fast speed. After all, Salong's size was there. Fear, you foolish creature. Salong looked at his own body, then at the demon in front of him. What was this guy doing? At this moment, the observer demon instinctively felt something was wrong. Why was the fear ray ineffective against him? Then, let's taste the paralyzing effect. Although observer demon Willie Jia's mind was not quite normal, he still remembered his mission. Expel all creatures that enter this land. The eyeballs on its 4 stalks released a black beam together this time, but Salong felt a slight chill in his body, and then returned to normal. Are you kidding me? Salong's crimson eyes looked at the other person maliciously. His wings flapped and he charged straight up. This guy couldn't even scratch himself, so let's deal with him as a backup food source. The demon in the air was still trying to release its final deadly beam. For secondary eyes and one main eye simultaneously released a red beam. At this time, Salong also rushed to the front of the observer demon. A wild scream directly interrupted the demon's beam intermittently. Then, with a swipe of his claw, he directly crushed one of the demon's eyeballs. Is that it? The demon let out a loud roar. It tried to entangle Salong's dragon claw with its long tongue, but Salong gently pulled, and the observer demon's tongue, which was over 4 meters long, was directly torn off. Then a blue lightning breath pierced through the observer demon's main eye. Instantly, all the stalks of the demon drooped down, losing any signs of life. Salong looked at the demon in his dragon claw. Is this thing so weak? No, there must be something wrong. Could it be that I'm too strong? Salong lifted the body of the observer demon. Forget it, if I can't figure it out, I won't think about it. Winnie, collect the body. Salong called out to Winnie in the distance. Winnie ran over and used her magic device to collect the body of the demon. This is Salong's backup food source. Although it's a crazy demon, this special creature might have something that Salong doesn't know about. Maybe it can provide some talent or something and make a big profit. Winnie, let's continue forward. Salong looked at the dark passage in the distance. In the dark tunnel, Nan and 7 or 8 Zorl elf warriors with pale faces looked at the bodies of their comrades. This guy is really powerful. We have so many strong warriors, but we couldn't even leave her behind. Yeah, she even brought along a burden. When did Maya become so kind-hearted, actually helping other creatures? Maya is the only one among us who has received the best title in our batch of Zorl, Nan explained. But this time she can't escape. There are even more powerful warriors waiting for her ahead. Captain Nan, why does the mistress insist on capturing Maya? I heard it's because she blasphemed the Rose Spider Queen. Don't discuss what shouldn't be discussed. Let's just do our duty. Nan put away his weapon and said. Then, the others closed their mouths and stopped discussing these things. In Zorl society, generally speaking, males are always subordinate to females. But Nan's ability to lead this patrol team with his outstanding skills is enough to show his ability. Then, the group disappeared into the darkness. Maya, you can leave me behind. Why did you bring me along? Misha asked while helping Maya heal her wounds. I can control the situation just now. I am confident in taking you away, so I brought you along, Maya said calmly. Misha looked at the hideous scars on her body and was speechless. Thank you, Misha sighed. You're welcome. Maya casually wiped the bloodstains off her weapon. For her, this was a common occurrence. But she felt that this battle seemed somewhat unusual. No, Nan didn't even want to capture me just now. Could it be? Maya stood up directly. Let's leave here quickly. Hee, she really is her descendant, quite clever. A muscular female Zorl walked out of the darkness. She was over 2 meters tall and carried a huge axe on her back. She looked at Maya with a playful expression. Rufa, it's you. Soon, Maya realized that she was surrounded by over 40 Zorl elves. She knew that she might be done for today. After all, Rufa is the captain of the family's guard, and her strength is not something that 10 of herself combined can defeat, so she can only escape. And the elite warriors under her leadership are even more hopeless. Actually, I don't quite understand why you did that. The cause of your mother's death is already very clear. It was because she failed during the blessing from the rose spider due to insincerity. And why do you keep holding on to it? My mother was the most devout follower of the rose spider. There were no problems when so many people received the blessing before. Why did it happen just when it was her turn? Maya said with a hint of madness. A cruel glint flashed in Rufa's eyes as she quickly appeared in front of Maya. This has nothing to do with me. I can give you a chance, and I won't use weapons. Rufa threw her giant axe on the ground behind her. She also threw her dagger on the ground. Maya looked at Rufa's tall figure and drew two short swords from behind, directly moving them to Rufa's side and stabbing towards her eyes. Her weapons were coated with the venom of poisonous spiders, so as long as she hit Rufa, she would win. But Rufa simply held the blades of her short swords with 2 fingers. Maya didn't give up and used the other short sword to slash at Rufa's throat. Rufa grabbed Maya's arm and twisted it lightly. Accompanied by the sound of bones breaking, Maya's arm broke. Maya groaned and suddenly spat out a black needle from her mouth. Rufa quickly turned her head, but the black needle still left a mark on her face. You lose, Maya said with blood in her mouth. Soon, the poison would take effect and Rufa would lose her life. Misa hurriedly went forward to support the staggering Maya. Hee, it's the venom of the devil spider, right? Rufa picked up the black needle inserted into the stone wall and directly stabbed it into her own hand. She even showed an expression of enjoyment. Do you know that I have been training my body with various spider venoms since I was young? I became immune to the venom of the devil spider 5 years ago. Rufa mocked. Maya's heart sank. And this half-orc, I will make her my slave. Rufa looked at Misa's delicate face and said, but you're not qualified. At this moment, there was a fluctuation in the air. Winnie's figure appeared. Winnie! Misa ran excitedly to Winnie and hugged her arm. It's all right now. Winnie touched Misa's rabbit ears. Winnie, these Dole elves are very powerful, Misa quickly said after coming back to her senses. The adults are here too, Winnie said with a smile. Adults? Misa's eyes instantly filled with joy. Another half-orc? Interesting. Rufa looked at Winnie in front of her without any concern. This person seemed to be even more powerful than the rabbit just now. But with her here, and with so many elite Dole warriors, it was enough to deal with any crisis. For her, it was just one more slave. Just as several Dole elves were preparing to take action, suddenly all the creatures present felt their heartbeats accelerate. The surrounding air seemed to become stagnant, and a feeling of facing a top predator came from deep within their blood. Rufa felt as if she was enveloped by a huge shadow. She slowly turned her head, and what came into her sight was a giant black dragon, its huge crimson eyes cruelly staring at Rufa, saliva slowly dripping from the corners of its mouth, corroding the ground and leaving a small pit. Salon looked down at this Dole elf. This was the second time he had seen an elf. The female elf he saw last time was much prettier than this Dole elf. And this guy's pectoral muscles were really strong. It's a black dragon. Rufa screamed. She wanted to escape, but under the overwhelming aura of Salon's dragon might, her legs went weak. The other Dole elves were even worse, directly kneeling on the ground, cold sweat streaming down their bodies. How could there be a black dragon here? Damn it, turns out it's a female's wear. Upon hearing this strange voice, Salon reacted immediately. He suddenly felt offended. Great black dragon, Rufa had a clear understanding of her own strength, so begging for mercy at this moment was the best way. But before she could say anything, Salon directly breathed out a bolt of lightning. Rufa first felt numb all over her body, then came the intense heat. She didn't even have time to scream before losing consciousness. Immediately, the smell of roasted meat came from Rufa's corpse. The other Zweiers present looked at the roasted meat figure and immediately prostrated themselves. It seemed like they wanted to go unnoticed by Salong in this way. Lord Salong. Misha felt a desire for her master like never before. She hopped and skipped over to Salong's side. Maya, who was beside her, was stunned. She also felt a wave of fear in her heart. Luckily she didn't sell the silly rabbit, otherwise she would probably be the next roasted meat. Salong sniffed and thought, the smell of roasted meat is good. It would be even better with some cumin and chili powder. It seemed like he hadn't eaten cooked food since coming to this world. Salong lowered his head and instinctively stuck out his tongue to swallow the roasted meat figure in front of him. The taste is not bad. It seems that the nature of a dragon really does influence him, damn nature. But the taste is indeed good. Salong no longer dwelled on this issue and turned his gaze to the other Zoel elves. Among these warriors, there were both men and women, but their looks were 10 times better than the piece of meat just now. Great true dragon, Zoel elf Maya pays homage to you. Maya endured the pain of her severed arm and crawled to Salong's side. Misha, who was beside her, quickly went over to help Maya stabilize her broken arm. Although the healing ability of elves far surpassed that of humans, this kind of injury still required a long recovery. Salong looked down at the Zwoel elf in front of him. Well, this one is fine, doesn't make me lose my appetite. If I roast it. Maya suddenly had a bad feeling. Lord Salong, Maya saved me, she's good. Misha quickly said when she sensed something was off. Forget it, let's just consider it a tongue. I need you to explain the situation of this place in detail. Salong looked down at Maya and said. Maya swallowed her saliva and nervously grabbed Misha's arm. Previously, the other party relied on her, but now she had to rely on the other party. Great true dragon, we Zwoel. Under Maya's narration, Salong began to have a deeper understanding of the surroundings. The underground world was very large, and Maya hadn't been to many places since she was born. Many creatures lived here, and this group of Zwoel elves had only arrived here a long time ago. So they were actually outsiders, taking over the territory after driving away the indigenous cave dwellers. There were a total of 10 major cities of Zwoel elves here. The closest one to here was the city of Masabulai. This city was built in a cave with abundant water and food. Although the Zwoel elves were dark elves, they still inherited the elegance of the elven race. Their stone carving skills were comparable to the best dwarven craftsmen, and they retained the unique aesthetic sense of the elven race. Great true dragon, I, Maya, swear in the name of the goddess Rose to unconditionally serve you from now on. Maya immediately began to express her loyalty. In the underground world for so many years, she had never heard of a black dragon in this area. So it was obvious that this black dragon was an outsider. And according to the temperament of evil dragons, they would definitely cause trouble. So Maya decided to be the guide. This kind of opportunity might only come once in a lifetime. Salong's huge head approached the Zwoel in front of him. No conditions are the biggest condition, right? Salong said. Maya lowered her head and remained silent. She could no longer bear living with the Zwoel elves. This was her final struggle. Do you have any resources here? Like ores or any rare materials? Salong continued to ask. This area has a lot of precious gold or veins, as well as some ordinary iron or veins. I heard there are also silver or veins near the Charson city. Besides ores, there are various underground medicinal herbs. Precious gold ore? Salong asked. Maya took out a dagger from her body with one hand. The dagger was black, with many runes outlined in silver thread. There was a red spider pattern on the handle. This is a weapon made of precious gold, a supernatural metal. Salong looked at the dagger, which was much smaller than a toothpick to him. This thing should be good. Very well. Maya, tell me more about the information on that city, Masabulai. We need to prepare to take back my city and the precious gold or veins. Winnie and Misha glanced at each other. They understood each other's thoughts through eye contact. Winnie, Lord Salong said to take back his city and the precious gold or veins? Misha, it seems so. Winnie, the problem is, it seems like Lord Salong is here for the first time? Misha, it seems so. Winnie. Maya is not surprised by Salong's words. After all, she knows a little about the 5-colored dragons. These guys are very obsessed with treasures and wealth. They believe they are naturally entitled to possess them and have the right to own all the wealth in the world. And they are born rulers. Masabulai city is mainly controlled by 2 forces. One is the noble Zwoer family, and the other is the Zwoer merchant clan. Actually, we only need to deal with the noble Zwoer family, and the dominant force among them is the Black Magic clan, with Elise as the current matriarch. The Black Magic clan is very powerful. They have occupied Masabulai city for a long time and have many Zwoer mages and elite warriors serving them. It is said that there are also spider-transformed Zwoer elves. Moreover, Masabulai city has a very strong defense, with tall walls built with special materials, and many trained giant spiders as guard forces. These giant spiders spread poisonous webs all over the city. We can first subdue some small clans on the outskirts of the city, and then send spies to infiltrate the city. With inside and outside cooperation, we can. Maya was still talking about the defensive forces of Masabulai city and her plan. But Salong had already grown impatient and interrupted Maya's words directly. I feel like we have a more efficient plan. Lord True Dragon, what is your plan? Maya asked curiously. The plan she just came up with was already the best one she could think of. You tell me where the city is, and I'll go there and tell them that the city is mine. Then I'll just kill all the dissenters. Salong yawned. Maya's idea of surrounding the city with tribes was good, but that was based on the assumption that Salong was weak. But now Salong didn't think of himself as weak, so it would be better to go openly and honestly. Regardless of their clan, as long as they obeyed him, they could stay. Those who didn't obey would be killed. It's as simple as that. After all, this is a supernatural world. Salong doesn't need to be close to his subordinates or make friends. It's completely unnecessary. On the contrary, it might be more effective to make his subordinates fear him. Salong was very clear about this point. And if one attempt is not enough, then try again. Salong didn't believe that if he bombarded that city like a bomber every day, using his breath to blow it up a dozen times, they would still have the strength to resist. And he was more agile than any bomber. His defense was also stronger, and it was difficult for ordinary attacks to harm him. Salong also figured out why the magic of the Observer Eye demon didn't work on him before. That's because their physique is too powerful, directly exempting them from harm and negative effects. Even if they have the talent of a carnivore, they are not afraid of getting hurt, let alone any consumption. But that's their own territory. If it gets damaged, it still needs to be repaired. Anyway, it's not me who will fix it. Salong thinks this plan is perfect. When Maya heard Salong's plan, she felt a bit speechless. It's funny to think about it. She actually believed that a dragon would have some profound plan. But, Lord True Dragon, the defense over there is very strong, Maya said cautiously, afraid of angering the black dragon in front of her and being eaten by him. What? Are you doubting my strength? Salong's crimson eyes directly confronted Maya. I dare not, Your Excellency. Maya hurriedly knelt down. From Salong's perspective, he saw a very beautiful scenery, which made his mood slightly better. I don't want my subordinates to question my decisions. This is my first warning to you, and also the last. Otherwise, I don't mind having an extra meal. Salong's cold voice entered Maya's ears, making her tremble all over. I dare not, Your Excellency. Maya didn't even dare to lift her head. Even Winnie and Misa beside her were frightened by Salong's state. Salong looked around and was satisfied with his performance. There is a dreamlike city by a vast underground river. This is the city of Zoer Elves, Masabulai City. After so many years of development, Masabulai City has become very prosperous. On the 30-meter-high city wall, Zoer warriors riding giant spiders patrol with weapons in hand. A tall tower has been built in the highest position in the city. It is inhabited by the matriarch of the Black Magic clan, Ellis. Ellis looked satisfied at the city below her feet. This is her city. The feeling of holding all the power in her hands is very good. Plesta, thank you for your help over the years, Ellis said to the huge creature behind her. Ellis, I have fulfilled my promise to you. You have become the ultimate winner in this political struggle and the matriarch of the Black Magic clan, gaining supreme power. Plesta's figure slowly approached. It was an incredibly terrifying body. A giant spider larger and more terrifying than an ordinary one walked beside Ellis on its 8 legs. On the spider's head, there was the upper body of a female Zoyer. From the outside, it looked like a combination of a female Zoyer and a giant spider. This is the unique spiderized elf of the Zoyer Elves. In the tradition of the Zoyer Elves, the goddess Rose summons Zoyer Elves with great potential to her magical web abyss for testing. This test is to test their loyalty and strength. Zoyer Elves who pass the test will gain the favor of the goddess Rose. The losers will be transformed into spiderized elves, a hybrid of Zoyer and powerful giant spiders. This is also a symbol of the power of the goddess Rose, because only Zoyer Elves can be transformed into spiderized elves. And only the goddess Rose has this ability. Generally, spiderized elves become extremely crazy after returning to the main material plane. They will wander alone or lead countless giant spiders to hunt. It is rare to see them return to Zoyer Elf society because even Zoyer Elves dislike these disgusting and crazy creatures. Because you can't be sure if the spiderized elf beside you will tear you apart with its claws. Plesta, I still need you. You know that I am the only one in the entire city. Just as Ellis was about to say something, the alarm in the city suddenly sounded. Ellis looked up into the sky. She saw an incredibly huge black dragon hovering above the city. Salong looked at his city and felt very satisfied. The Zoyer Elves are indeed good at arranging things. The spider webs that can be seen everywhere in the city actually have a certain charm. After successfully attracting attention, Sarong let out a deafening roar. In his roar, he possessed the ability to scream like a wild beast. Instantly, tens of thousands of elves in the city, including Ellis, felt a tremor throughout their bodies. It seemed that their magic power was no longer under control. Elves of the city of Mozablay, your master has returned. Sarong shouted loudly in the common language of the continent, making sure that all the elves in the city could hear him. Damn it! Ellis felt like she was going crazy. Why was there a black dragon appearing here? Her ambitions had just begun. After loudly proclaiming his ownership of the city, Sarong noticed that the elves below seemed unhappy. Under the chanting of some elven mages, a protective barrier, like a bubble, enveloped the entire city. Sarong did not stop them because this kind of thing required mages to maintain the barrier continuously, unlike the magic crystals that forest trolls needed to sustain themselves. Of course, the defensive power of the barrier was definitely stronger than that of the forest trolls. But for Sarong, the weakness of this defensive barrier was too obvious. It only needed to interrupt the mage's casting state, which was too simple for him. A wild scream would be enough to solve it. At this moment, a giant bat flew towards Sarong. This kind of giant bat was just an ordinary and ferocious species, without much magic power, and was an aerial mount tamed by the elves. On the back of the giant bat was a young female elf. It stopped about 30 meters away from Sarong. The female elf bowed to Sarong. "Respected Black Dragon, welcome to the city of Mozablay. Our mistress, Elise, pays her respects to you." The young female elf was obviously very nervous. The giant bat she was sitting on was trembling all over. If it weren't for the female elf using her own magic power to calm it down, it would not have dared to fly in front of Sarong. Why doesn't she come herself? Sarong exhaled a hot breath from his nose. He looked down at the city, trying to find Mistress Elise. "Mistress has some matters to attend to and cannot come to greet you. This is a gift from Mistress to you." The female elf took out a necklace-like magic device. Inside are 3,000 gold coins, 5,000 silver coins, and various precious jewels worth more than 5,000 gold coins. Ha! She really thinks I'm just here for the money? The sincerity is decent, but I have an idea. If I obtain this city, I will gain countless times more wealth than this. As soon as Sarong finished speaking, he unleashed his dragon's might without any restraint. The first one to be impacted by the powerful dragon's might was the giant bat in front of him. The giant bat instantly lost control and fell towards the ground. The female elf exerted force and freed herself from the giant bat. The giant bat's body crashed onto the protective barrier, emitting a series of screams, and in a few seconds, it was burned into ashes by the magic barrier. Sarong looked at the miserable state of the giant bat. With this kind of power, he felt that even if he resisted, he should be able to enter, right? Damn Black Dragon, I knew all the chromatic dragons were greedy bastards. How could we hope that it would spare us? Lady Elise gritted her teeth as she looked at the black dragon in the sky. In fact, those gold coins were already a sacrifice she had made. During the coup, she had expended a lot of wealth and benefits to eliminate the rival family and secure her position as lady. She had never expected a black dragon to appear just as she had succeeded. Elise had hoped to unify the 10 major cities in this region and become the first queen in the history of the High Elves. All the High Elf warriors, prepare yourselves. Today, we shall slay the dragon, Elise said with a serious expression. Since they couldn't send it away, and the black dragon was clearly their enemy, they had no choice but to go to war. And it was just a black dragon. As lady, Elise had the authority to make such a decision. Elise, after helping you repel this black dragon, I will return to the wilderness. Plesta, the spiderkin elf, said to Elise. Elise looked at Plesta, and if it weren't for the fact that they had formed a bond at the right time and Plesta had made a vow, she wouldn't have been able to command a spiderkin high elf. She didn't want to lose this ally. But given the current situation, Plesta, after this, you will be free, Elise said earnestly. The spiderkin elf looked at Elise as she walked towards the outside, and Elise was prepared to take action. Being lady wasn't just about having means, but also required great strength. Generally, the lady was the strongest in a high elf family, and Elise was not only the strongest of the Black Magic clan, but also the Rose Priestess of the Black Magic clan. The Rose Priestess was an extension of the will of the Rose Spider Queen, and Elise had been destined to become the Rose Priestess since birth, undergoing countless training. She was loyal to her own clan and the Rose Goddess, but her position as a priestess was awkward, as only she knew that the Rose Goddess had never responded to her. The High Elf warriors and mages received the lady's command. Although they were fearful facing a dragon for the first time, they also felt a sense of excitement. Slaying a dragon. Some High Elves began to push out massive city defense ballistas, while others prepared crossbows and spears. Selon looked at the situation below and saw that they were ready to attack. He flew up high into the sky. Then, a louder dragon roar than before directly echoed through the city below. The High Elf mages who were maintaining the protective barrier felt their magical power suddenly stagnate. This kind of stagnation might have been fine under normal circumstances, but it interrupted their spellcasting at this critical moment. The protective barrier instantly rippled. What's going on? Elise felt her own physical condition. Although her magical power had become unstable due to the previous roar of the black dragon, she had thought it was because she was too nervous. Now it seemed that wasn't the reason at all. Explosive fireball. Seeing that the protective shield was about to shatter, Selon directly used dragon magic. 17 or 18 enormous fireballs fell from the sky towards the city. The protective shield, which had already reached its limit, instantly disintegrated. With the increased magical power within Selon's body, the destructive power of the explosive fireball had become even stronger. Boom! The fireballs exploded upon hitting the ground, causing some high elf warriors riding giant lizards and spiders to be directly hit and explode along with their mounts. Blood rained down in an instant, and Salong continued to release explosive fireballs without stopping. After killing some high elves, the carnivorous talent within him would restore some magical power. Although it wasn't much, with Salong's abundant magical power support, it was quite formidable. He could use 50% of his magical power to release 17 or 18, or even more, explosive fireballs at once, killing even more high elves. Then the magic would recover, and then release the explosive fireball. Damn, it feels so good. This made Salong feel like he was playing a game in his previous life. It's like an unlimited firepower mode. However, Salong's aim was the dwarven elves, not the city's buildings. In his eyes, this city already belonged to him. It's not worth it to destroy it. On the ground, dwarven warriors struggled to shoot enchanted giant crossbows towards the sky at the city walls. Some bewildered dwarven warriors quickly launched their own hand crossbows and spears, trying to bring down the black dragon. But Salong just casually flapped his wings and avoided these attacks. Besides, he was flying at a high altitude, and there was still gravity even in the transcendent world. Those arrows couldn't harm him at all. Ellis watched her hard-won city being ravaged like this. She looked up at the black dragon frolicking in the air with an ugly expression on her face. Is this a black dragon? Is this killing and arson really not a red dragon disguised as a black dragon? Moreover, this guy is different from the red dragon she knows. As far as she knows, red dragons are all muscle dragons. Even if they can use fire magic, they wouldn't hide in the sky so sneakily. And this guy is as despicable as a black dragon. He's simply a combination of a black dragon and a red dragon. The mind of a black dragon and the body of a red dragon. Web spell. Ava Black Tentacles. Just as Salong was having a great time, there was a violent magical fluctuation nearby. Salong looked down and saw a female dwarven elf wearing a black robe, accompanied by 7 or 8 dwarven mages, launching an attack on him. Suddenly, a spider web 5 or 6 times larger than Salong enveloped him. There were also some huge black tentacles in the shape of chains binding towards Salong. The one launching the attack was Ellis. For her, the first thing to do now was to drag this damn black dragon down from the sky. Otherwise, they would always be on the defensive. Hee. Salong directly crashed into the spider web. Great, there are many deadly toxins on the spider web, even if he is a black dragon. Before a dwarven mage could finish speaking, Salong tore open the huge spider web with one claw. Those so-called toxins didn't even damage his scales. Then the black tentacles behind him were directly shattered by an explosive fireball. Is that all? Salong looked at the people in front of him. Ellis didn't say anything anymore, but directly used levitation to fly up. The several dwarven mages behind her followed suit. Demon Fire Spell. Under the joint spellcasting of the dwarven mages, a huge black fireball of immense size came towards Salong. Feeling the astonishing heat on it, Salong's eyes glowed even redder. He began to actively operate the atomic furnace inside his body. A magical scene appeared. The black fireball formed by the demon fire spell became slower and smaller as it approached Salong. Finally, it was caught and crushed by Salong's claw. Is that it? Salong looked mockingly at the dwarven elves in front of him. Ellis looked at Salong in front of her. What kind of monster is this guy? Why did the demon fire spell inexplicably fail? Even the red dragon, who was proficient in fire magic, couldn't do this. Ellis's face turned ugly. Just then, Salong felt a strange vibration on his upper right side. It turned out that the spider elf Plesta had quietly climbed to Salong's right side along the cave wall. Plesta looked at the powerful black dragon and showed a determined expression on her face. Her 8 sharp chelicerae were extremely poisonous. If she could pierce the black dragon's body, they would have won half the battle, but she would definitely be killed by the enraged black dragon. She was tired of living like this, so she might as well die. Plesta slowly spits out spider silk, trying to approach Salong. Just as Plesta is about to attack, she suddenly notices that the black dragon turns its head and looks at her curiously. Oh no! She has been discovered. Plesta immediately feels uneasy and quickly tightens the spider silk to escape. She doesn't want to live, but she also doesn't want to die in vain. Stop him. Ellis watches Plesta being discovered and quickly gives orders. Web spell. Freezing ray. Dark magic. Suddenly, magic of all sizes and shapes begins to be cast. Salong completely ignores these magic spells and charges towards Plesta. The spider elf uses her agile 8 legs to crawl in the complex cave, trying to avoid Salong. But Salong's flying speed is fast, and those so-called magic spells have no effect on him at all. Just when Plesta thinks she has escaped, a voice appears behind her. Got you! Suddenly, the spider elf feels that half of her 8 legs have lost their senses. Salong looks at the spider elf and his dragon claw with some curiosity. This kind of creature is rare. Anyway, he adheres to one principle, that is, the more bizarre the creature, the more talented it may be, and it can be used as a special ingredient. Snap! Salong cuts off the spider elf's 8 long legs with his dragon claw and throws her to the ground. While Salong is dealing with the spider elf, Elise on the side has already started casting new magic spells. As the mother, her strength is naturally powerful. But in front of this black dragon, her strength is useless, completely unable to defeat him, which makes her no different from ordinary Zoral mages when facing the black dragon. Since she can't win, let someone who can win come. Variant summoning. Originally, Salong wanted to use Wild Roar to interrupt Elise's spellcasting, but he stopped after seeing her actions. This familiar smell. It seems that the other party is summoning some kind of creature? Because he had seen the summoning action of that enchantress, Jian, on the surface before. So Salong has some impression. Finally, a black summoning diagram appears behind Elise. A mass of black fluff walks out of the summoning diagram. It looks like a wriggling monster, with many strange faces inside. Shadow Demon. Is this your reliance? Salong looks at this strange creature and says, Hee, this is not an ordinary shadow demon. In Salong's dragon heritage, there is an introduction about this kind of shadow demon. The most common saying is that these shadow demons are actually some demons in the abyss who have lost their physical bodies and cannot return to the abyss, so they can only be trapped in the material world. In order to survive, these demons absorb the emotions of other creatures and so on, so as not to disappear. But in this process, some demons become very powerful. They have even evolved other talents. And at this point, the shadow demon is born. They can completely disappear in the darkness, and they can perceive the bodies of some creatures or non-living things as difficult terrain to pass through. So this guy is basically immune to physical attacks. Thanks to this guy, I can come up with using this guy to deal with myself. In this way, Salong's strong physical advantage is not so strong. But demons are good ingredients. Fortunately, the spellcasting was not interrupted, otherwise, where can I find such good ingredients? Salong's eyes shine as he looks at the shadow demon. P.S. The author suggests that when reading, do not use the settings of other books. It is best to follow the settings of the book being read. The shadow demon quickly floats towards Salong after receiving the command. Because it has no physical form, its speed is very fast. This reminds Salong of a certain superhero from his previous life. That guy could also change his body density to pass through solid objects, although changing body density is a bit ridiculous. Since there are memories of shadow demons in the inherited memories, it means that this thing does have its merits, and Salong happened to know a way to restrain them. Light magic. This was the first dragon language magic that Salong used. Supported by his powerful magic, it appeared in the underground world. Like a white sun, a ball of light suddenly appeared in the air. Both the dwarven elves and their mounts let out a scream. Creatures that had lived underground for a long time couldn't adapt to such bright light. Salong didn't care about these dwarven elves. He looked at the shadow demon next to him. This guy also let out a scream, but it seemed that he wasn't too badly hurt. According to Salong's inherited memories, light magic was this guy's nemesis. And the shadow demon finally revealed its true form. Its body was completely black, humanoid in shape. The most striking features were its huge claws that seemed capable of tearing souls apart. It had tattered wings like traditional demons, white eyes, long horns, and sharp teeth. However, its lower body was in a state of nothingness. It looked very eerie. This shadow demon was born after devouring dozens of ordinary shadow demons, so although it instinctively fears light magic cannot harm it. And your true dragon body may not be able to exempt it from harm. Elise regained her senses from the previous light magic and looked at Salong. In fact, she was a bit nervous because when shadow demons face true dragons, their abilities would be directly exempted by the true dragon's powerful physique. She wasn't sure if this special shadow demon could harm the black dragon, so she hoped that this foolish black dragon would know its limits and retreat. Salong was also a bit curious. Although shadow demons had the title of demons, in reality, these creatures were no longer classified as demons. They couldn't advance like ordinary demons. They could only be continuously summoned by some creatures to achieve certain special purposes. It was said that they could devour the memories, doubts, and fears in the hearts of their prey. But this one in front of them could actually become immune to light magic. However, according to Salong's inherited memories of the dragon race, no matter what the abilities of shadow demons were, their attacks seemed to be unable to cause any harm to true dragons. Salong took the initiative to rush towards the shadow demon. He wanted to personally test the quality of this thing and see if it could satisfy him. The shadow demon let out a piercing scream, and its two ethereal claws reached out towards Salong. As its body blurred, Salong's body actually passed through this guy's body. Salong recalled that he didn't feel much just now. It was like passing through the air. No, Salong turned his head to look at the state of the shadow demon. This guy didn't seem to be unscathed. There seemed to be black mist emanating from its body, as if it had suffered some kind of injury. After thinking for a moment, Salong let out a wild scream towards it. This time, Salong controlled the range of the sound waves to only target this shadow demon. The substantial sound waves enveloped the shadow demon. Instantly, the already blurry body of the shadow demon seemed even more blurred. Seeing this, Salong stopped and started thinking about how to capture this guy and make it obediently become his food. Thinking of this, he didn't attack the shadow demon again, but instead looked at Elise, the dwarven elf matriarch, beside him. Elise's palms were sweating. She didn't expect that this black dragon actually had a way to harm the shadow demon. As a contract holder, she could always sense the state of the shadow demon. Just now, when the shadow demon penetrated the body of the black dragon, it seemed that some extremely strange heat had harmed the shadow demon, and the sound waves just now caused even greater damage to the shadow demon. Suddenly, Alice felt a chill all over her body. Oh no! The black dragon's target was her. Stop him! Alice pointed at Salong in shock and anger. Other Zoral mages floated in the air using levitation spells and positioned themselves in front of Salong. However, their binding spells, like spider webs, were no different from paper for Salong. He easily broke through these bindings. Even a few Zoral mages were directly crushed into pieces. Seizing this opportunity, Alice gritted her teeth and unleashed her highest level spell. A bloodline, her own blood, was expelled from her mouth. Under the influence of magic, the blood gradually expanded and transformed. Death Spider Bite. A gigantic red spider took shape in midair. Its ferocious appearance, blood-red fur clearly visible, and its size even surpassed Salong. Alice's body merged into the giant blood spider like flowing water. This spell formed very quickly. Alice knew that Salong had the ability to interrupt spellcasting, so she used a lot of blood and magic to quickly form the spell. Death Spider Bite was a combination of Alice's Death Spider art and Spider Bite art. It imitated one of the servants of the goddess Rose, the wax-melting demon. Not only could it condense a powerful death spider, but it also had a powerful spider bite attack. The most important thing was that the casting material was her own blood, so she could perfectly control the giant blood spider. This was also Alice's pride. Hiss! The pincers of the giant blood spider made a hissing sound like a real spider. Several blood-colored spider webs were spat out from its mouth, entangling Salong. Salong didn't waste any time and, supported by the atomic furnace within his body, instantly shattered the blood webs with an immensely powerful blue laser-like breath, hitting the giant blood spider. Inside the giant blood spider, Alice felt it going into a frenzy of collapse. How is this possible? Alice was even more shocked than when the shadow demon was defeated just now. After all, Death Spider Bite was not that simple. Just at that moment, Alice felt a tremor throughout her body, a paralyzing sensation spreading from all over. She couldn't move. Got you, insect. At this moment, a huge dragon claw reached into the helpless giant blood spider and grabbed Alice's body. Alice knew she was finished. P.S. There will be only one update today due to something at home. 3 updates will be made up for tomorrow. The mistress has been captured. The other Zoral elves saw their mistress being held by the black dragon and despair filled their faces. If the mistress was gone, would they still need to fight? Moreover, this black dragon was so powerful. Thinking about how they had just foolishly decided to slay the dragon, it was almost like being slaughtered by a dragon. After all, Salong had killed dozens of Zoral elves with just a dozen fireball spells. Seeing that Salong didn't kill her immediately, Alice felt that she had some chance. She knew that it was useless to say anything to this evil dragon now. Only by demonstrating her value could she survive. Black Dragon, I control the entire city now. No one knows the wealth of this city better than me, and I can still make money. With my talent, I can even occupy other Zoral cities and offer more wealth to you, my lord. Can you summon that shadow demon at any time? Salong looked at the Zoral elf and the dragon claw. The shadow demon had disappeared just now, not sure if it was hiding or what happened. But he understood now that he could directly kill that shadow demon. However, it was meaningless. But he couldn't catch the demon. Since he couldn't catch it, then capturing Alice, who could summon that creature, would be the right move. Yes, I have a summoning contract with it that allows me to summon it at any time. But it was injured just now, so I have to wait until it recovers a bit before I can summon it again. During this time, I usually summon other creatures to assist me. Elise spilled everything out like pouring beans from a bamboo tube. Other demons? Salong's crimson eyes lit up. He had originally planned to kill this arrogant elven queen once he dealt with the shadow demon. Because things can change overnight, who knows if this guy has any ulterior motives. so killing him would be the best choice, but for now, it seems that not killing him is also an option. Elise seemed to understand Salong's intention. I can sign a servant contract with you and never betray you again. Salong looked at this guy who could be easily killed with a little force. It seems that he has a strong will to survive. Salong began to search in his mind for a powerful slave contract. There are many of these things in the Black Dragon's inherited memories, and they are quite common on the continent. But all contracts have one thing in common: both parties must willingly enter into the contract for it to take effect. Since Elise was tightly held by Salong, she struggled to take out a scroll from her magic device, intending to sign it. This is a scroll belonging to the Just Goddess sect, usually used as a witness. Wait! Salong stopped Elise. Use this! Salong used his magic power to construct a pattern in the air. This is a contract method of the dragon race and Salong's inherited memories. Elise didn't say anything, but focused her mind on it. Immediately, her face changed slightly. The conditions on it were extremely harsh. It was as if she was being treated as a slave among slaves. However, she did not resist and calmly left her magic power, bloodline imprint, and name on it. In the moment the contract was signed, the magical pattern turned into a light and entered Salong's body. Salong felt that he seemed to have some kind of connection with Elise in front of him. So this is the power of a contract, it feels pretty good. Let the guards of the city surrender. Salong released Elise from his dragon claws. Yes, my master. Elise put on a very humble look. Salong also landed on the highest position in the city. At this moment, there was a wounded spider elf waiting for her fate. Plesta. Elise opened her mouth but only called out the other's name. Elise, our agreement is complete. The spider elf, without fear, looked at the black dragon in front of her, who was many times larger than her. For her, she had already died when she became like this. She is Plesta, an elven queen, not this half-elf, half-spider ghost. Salong brought his huge head close to the spider elf and sniffed hard. This ingredient seems pretty good too. I just don't know what her taste will be like at the feast. Winnie, bring Mesa and Maya over. I have now reclaimed my city. Salong's voice suddenly sounded in Winnie's mind, startling her. This was the first time Salong had communicated with her through telepathy while she was in stealth mode. Without time to think about why this happened, Winnie slowly appeared from the air. Yes, my lord Salong. Elise, who was beside her, wisely did not ask any questions about the reason. She just felt that the talent of this half-orc in front of her was somewhat familiar. Elise, your elven architectural talent is quite good. Build a palace for me first, Salong said to Elise after Winnie disappeared. Yes, master. He. Elise sneered in her heart. Indeed, all 5 colored dragons are the same. They start enjoying themselves as soon as they win. But don't black dragons like swampy and muddy habitats? Later, she can speculate on the intelligence of this black dragon. If it's the kind of stupid and ambitious evil dragon, then it would be great. This kind of dragon has a typical characteristic, which is being greedy and lustful. But now it seems that this black dragon in front of her has some characteristics of a stupid dragon. With her intelligence and wit, she can definitely do well under him. And 5-colored dragons are generally lazy. As long as they have treasures or the like, they basically won't pay attention to their own family members. Maybe this incident is not a good thing, but a rare opportunity. Imagine if this black dragon is controlled by one's own intelligence and talent. Then oneself would have a powerful true dragon henchman. Although there is a slave contract, Elise is confident that she will gain this guy's trust. And then remove this thing, by then. Isn't it about greed and lust? The treasure will be stored with him. As for lust, I am a high elf after all, and most of those powerful adult female high elves have dozens of lovers. It's just that I haven't had a lover yet because I am the priestess of the rose goddess. Thinking about it, I won't lose out anyway. It's just like having a black dragon lover. Saron, who was on the side, looked at Elise's drooling and absent-minded appearance with some confusion. Could it be that he was going crazy because he saw his friend about to be eaten? That won't do, this guy is still useful for now. Hurry up and prepare the palace for me. Saron flipped the absent-minded high elf matriarch with one claw. Elise was snapped out of her fantasy. She knelt on the ground humbly and said, "Yes, my master." After speaking, she left here to clean up the ruined city and inform the high elves that they had changed masters. Saron looked at Elise's departing figure, then looked at the spider elf lying on the ground. What happened to that deep and meaningful look just now? Is this the legendary plastic sisterhood? In less than a day, a huge and magnificent palace was built in the city of Mozobre. In the middle of the palace, Saron was in the central position of the palace. There was a huge stone throne here, adorned with colorful gems and the like. It looked like sitting on a huge mountain of gems. It seems that this guy really put in effort. And the extraordinary world is different. In the previous life, such a huge palace would not be easy to build, but now it can rise from the ground. However, what Saron didn't know was that Elis took advantage of his intimidation to directly extort the high elf merchants in the city. Previously, Elis didn't dare to pressure them too much, but this time, with the help of Saron's frontal attack on the high elf nobles, Elis naturally consolidated the wealth. Even most of the manpower, resources, and finances of this palace were contributed by the high elf merchants. After all, Elis' own strength was quite good, and no high elf merchant would want a huge black dragon to suddenly come and eat them up. This also accelerated the footsteps of the high elf merchants fleeing from the city of Mozobrae. The most outrageous thing was that Elis actually collected city fees at this time. She extorted those high elf merchants again. And after these high elf merchants left, the benefits of the city of Mozobrae decreased significantly. However, Elis wouldn't tell Saron about this. In her opinion, as long as she can bring treasures for this black dragon, it's fine. Although Saron knew that this guy had some ulterior motives, he didn't care. After all, this is the extraordinary world, and being strong is truly being strong. Wealth and such are all fleeting, transforming into one's own strength is the best. After all, he is not a farming dragon that needs to develop the economy of a city or something. Great true dragon, I salute you, Maya. The high elf Maya really didn't expect that this black dragon would actually attack and capture the entire city of Mozobrae single-handedly. You should know that although the strength of the city of Mozobrae is not the strongest among the top 10 high elf cities, it is not too weak either. And it was taken down by this black dragon so easily? When Maya knelt down, she glanced at the high elf matriarch Elis beside her. She had seen this guy before, back when Elis was the priestess and matriarch. She was so glorious. It made Maya envy, jealous, and hate her. But now this guy is also kneeling on the ground like himself. Alicia keenly felt the gaze of this fellow clan member. She looked at the other creatures in the palace. 2 half-orcs. One looked cool, like a little wildcat. The other was silly and obviously a dumb rabbit. But the common characteristic of the two was that they were beautiful, confirming one of the black dragon's traits. These two came with the black dragon, so she could try to get close to them later. Maybe she could get some useful information or bring them to the same side. As for her own clan, she had to be cautious. Based on her years of experience, these guys were not ordinary. Alicia, you did well. Salon looked at the elf queen below and said, "Thank you for the praise, master." For Salon, his subordinates were just a means to enhance his own strength. It didn't matter if they schemed against each other, as long as they didn't delay him. Now take me to see your treasury. Salon planned to select some items for the feast. Hopefully, the high elf's treasury would give him some surprises. After all, the Dragon Mother's treasury had already given him some surprises, and there were also the forest trolls of the evil Tooth tribe with the tears of the sea nymph. The high elves should have much more than these two combined, right? Salon felt that opening the treasury was like playing a game and opening loot boxes, full of anticipation. Oh, I don't know how the evil Tooth tribe is doing. I need to find a chance to bring them back. After all, they are my most loyal servants. One thing, can you only summon shadow demons? Salon suddenly asked. If he could only summon shadow demons, then when the shadow demons were eaten, this queen would. Master, I can summon a demon every day. It's just that I can't determine the type of demon. The shadow demon I summoned before was also a coincidence. Summon a demon every day. Salon's eyes lit up. Demons were good. Demons were fragrant. Demons were really fragrant. The taste of that horned demon last time was really good, and it even provided talents. Yes, but there are limitations on the summoning time. The demons summoned can only exist in our world for less than 15 minutes. Alicia didn't understand why this black dragon suddenly became excited. Then summon a demon for me now. Salon said he wanted a demon right now. And in his eyes, Alicia was no longer someone he could kill at any time. She was a qualified summoner. By the way, what is the highest level of demon you can summon? Salon didn't want this guy to summon a demon lord or something and swallow him whole. If we go by the human system, it should be equivalent to a level 12 mage. According to the demon's algorithm, it should be at most an intermediate demon, Alicia said uncertainly. Salon understood what she meant. After all, there were too many races in different planes. Each race might have its own unique power system, so there was no clear power division in the multiverse. Some different races would be classified according to the most numerous and widespread human mages in the multiverse, but this was only the case below legendary. After reaching legendary, regardless of the race, they were called legendary. It's just that there were strong and weak legends. 5 or 6 human legendary mages might not be able to defeat a legendary red dragon. Salon nodded. He wasn't afraid of a level 12 human mage at all. He was just here to deliver food. Then let's begin. Alicia nodded and then started the summoning. Black magic surged out of her body. Gradually, it formed a magic summoning array. After a while, a 2-foot-tall humanoid creature with spiked tail and long horns walked out of the summoning array. Its head resembled that of a bat, with big ears and black eyes. You summoned this thing for me? Cellon looked at the small creature, standing at 2 feet tall, with a bit of anger. Quasimodo. Despite its cool-sounding name, it was just cannon fodder and food. These kinds of demons were abundant in the lower planes. They had weak bodies and were usually used as messengers for other demons or as food for demon armies. Some demons would tear apart Quasimodos to pass the time. The summoned Quasimodo turned its gaze towards its summoner, Elise. Suddenly, its gaze shifted towards Cellon, who was sitting on a huge stone chair. The Quasimodo immediately felt uneasy and ran towards the still existing summoning circle, but Cellon wouldn't give it a chance. No matter how small the demon, it was still a demon. A black chain, the size of a human thumb, locked the Quasimodo in place, and a massive spider web enveloped it, rendering it immobile. It was Elise who made the move. She looked at the helpless Quasimodo and explained to Cellon, Master, although Quasimodos are weak, they have their unique qualities. Compared to other demons, they are easy to summon and actively serve their summoners. They can form a mental link with their summoners, and once the link is established, the summoner can share their vision with the Quasimodo within a 1-kilometer range. Ha! Cellon only started to carefully observe this thing after hearing these words. It seemed like it wasn't simple at all. Can it exist indefinitely? Cellon asked. I can sustain its existence with a large amount of magic power, but in that case, I won't be able to summon other demons anymore. Elise expressed her doubts. Generally, demons are summoned to assist in battles. No one would want this creature to exist indefinitely. On one hand, it was not allowed by magic power, and most importantly, if demons stayed in the material world for too long, unforeseen problems would arise. Cellon didn't care. After all, the Walton family had turned into a demon nest, and nothing seemed to go wrong. It showed that the material plane had a strong capacity to withstand it. There shouldn't be any problems. Let it exist for a few days first. I need to use it to verify some things. As for the treasure vault, I'll go take a look now, Cellon said. He wasn't sure if this mind-based ability would still exist after the Quasimodo died, so it was better to have it alive. Yes, my master. Elise blinked her eyes. It was just a Quasimodo. With her magic power, she could make it exist in the material plane for more than 10 days. Cellon followed Elise into a massive palace. As soon as they entered, there were piles and piles of gold and silver coins, far more than what Dragon Mom had. But Cellon remained indifferent. It was just stuff, like seeing piles of potatoes in his previous life. His heart was unaffected. Elise had been paying attention to Cellon's expression. She was a bit puzzled. Ordinary true dragons would have already pounced on these treasures and rolled around in them. Wasn't this black dragon moved by them? Could it be that he had more treasures than these? Master, this is Mithril. After passing the piles of coins, Cellon looked at a large pile of black metal. He picked up a piece and chewed on it before swallowing it. The quality of this thing was good, even stronger than demon iron. It was a decent food. After inspecting the treasure vault of the Arachne elves, Cellon was a bit disappointed. Besides mithril and some gold coins, the rest, such as staves, were completely useless. After all, as a true dragon who loved treasures, he had a natural ability to appraise them. Cellon had a rough idea in his mind. The ingredients were almost ready. The corpse of an observer-eye demon, a living Quasimodo, a transformed Arachne elf, and mithril and the like. It should be almost time for the next feast. As Saron's body grows larger, ordinary ingredients are no longer enough to satisfy him. Although some key ingredients are important, we still need hard currency like ores and gold coins. Fortunately, we have these precious metals from the city of Muddlebrae to supplement a lot. Elise, which is the nearest elven city to our city? After attacking Muddlebrae, Saron has a clear understanding of his own strength. Previously, he didn't even pay attention to ordinary dangers. So now is the perfect opportunity to plunder resources for the upcoming feast. Sigh, it's really pitiful that I have to work so hard just for food. Master, the nearest city is Charles City, and it is much richer than our city. Elise is very clever. She had already guessed that the goal of this dragon was definitely not just one city. Is it time to show my fangs so soon? But that's exactly what she wants. You should quickly organize your city guard and let them know who they truly serve, Saron said. Although those guys' combat power is mediocre in Saron's eyes, it's better than nothing. At least they can be used as cannon fodder. And as a true dragon, it's embarrassing not to have any followers. Thinking about this, Saron understands why the followers of the Black Dragon Mother had no dignity. After all, the weak followers can be dealt with, but so can the Black Dragon Mother. And the strong opponents are beyond the reach of those followers, so in the end, the Black Dragon Mother has to personally take action. So the role of those followers is just to maintain appearances. But Master, if we want to attack Charles City, we have to pass through Death Canyon, and there is a Death Knight in the canyon. That guy is a bit crazy. Death Knight? Under Elisa's explanation, Saron finally understands that Muddlebrae City and Charles City are not far apart. Therefore, trade between the two cities is frequent. But at some point, a powerful Death Knight appeared in a canyon between them. He directly occupied the canyon. In the underworld, this canyon is a necessary passage between the two cities, so we must reclaim this place called Death Canyon. After all, reopening a road is not that simple. Considering that the Death Knight actually has intelligence and can communicate, at that time, Elise was not the ruling mother of Muddlebrae City. It was another family, the Isin family's ruling mother. At first, the ruling mother of the Isin family sent some envoys to communicate with the Death Knight and prepared generous gifts in an attempt to cooperate with him. But unexpectedly, as soon as the envoys arrived, the Death Knight ignored everything and slaughtered them all. None of them survived. The bodies were infected by the death aura emanating from the Death Knight and turned into some low-level undead creatures. Finally, the ruling mother became furious and personally led a part of the army to try to expel or destroy the Death Knight. But something strange happened. After the ruling mother and the army entered Death Canyon, they disappeared. It is said that the other elves guarding outside the canyon heard the sounds of battle at first, but then all the sounds suddenly disappeared. The guards sent some subordinates to investigate, but they never came out. Meanwhile, Elise took advantage of the weakened Isin family to gather her own strength. After half a year, the ruling mother of the Isin family still hadn't appeared. Elise knew that the time was right, so she wiped out all the members of her family and took over Muddlebrae City, planning to show off her skills. But then Saron came and took the peach. Saron suddenly understood why the defensive strength of this city was so weak. It was his own doing. Sauron sympathetically glanced at Elise. How should he put it? She was quite lucky to meet him. As for the Death Knight, Sauron began to ponder. Do you know what that Death Knight looks like? Sauron asked. He needed to confirm something. I didn't get a clear look at his appearance, but it seemed like he was riding a steed with flames swirling around all four hooves. Elise recalled. Because at that time, only a few guards stationed outside the canyon took a quick glance and were scared away. Elise naturally didn't dare to provoke that guy again, so she wasn't really sure about his exact appearance. For hooves with swirling flames, he seemed to understand what it was. Death Knights are a general term for undead creatures. Ordinary people think that a skeleton riding a skeletal horse is a Death Knight. But this is a misconception. Even if a skeleton frame is riding a skeletal horse, it's still just a skeleton. True Death Knights are not that simple. Their birth is extremely harsh. They are formed when fallen paladins are influenced by dark forces upon death. Moreover, paladins must have extremely strong negative emotions before they can successfully transform. This is generally guided by some powerful demons. It includes intentionally guiding the paladin's fall and the final successful transformation. Because the power of faith within a paladin is very strong, that kind of holy power cannot be easily broken by ordinary demons. And because the strength of a Death Knight is determined by their strength in life, some Death Knights are very powerful. They retain the ability to cast divine spells using strange powers from their previous lives. However, the magic of paladins, after being transformed into undead creatures and gaining the characteristics of undeath, can no longer possess healing properties. Instead, it is all transformed into powerful attacks. This makes them even more dangerous than when they were paladins. And generally, the steeds of Death Knights are some powerful skeletal horses. But for those very powerful Death Knights, their steeds are not just any skeletal horses. They are nightmares. Nightmares are also known as demon steeds or hellish warhorses. These creatures also possess intelligence. And nightmares are not naturally occurring, they are created. They are transformed from celestial creatures called flying horses. The ritual to create nightmares requires the flying horses to experience extreme pain. Then, in this pain, their wings are cruelly removed. Afterward, powerful dark magic is used to transform these noble celestial creatures into evil creatures, nightmares. It's the same routine as Death Knights. According to Elisa's description, the steed of that Death Knight should be a nightmare, and that Death Knight's strength should be formidable. Otherwise, the nightmare wouldn't submit to him. After much consideration, Sauron decided to investigate the situation of this Death Knight. This even surpassed his interest in the city of Charles. After all, Death Knights should be edible, right? Especially such a powerful Death Knight. Just thinking about it feels exciting. But before that, let's have a feast. After all, a feast is not to be missed. Just thinking about when he was in the dragon's lair, he had to steal 2 dragon eggs to have a feast. Now he must go plunder something else. Ordinary Warcraft meat is no longer satisfying. All this coming and going is just for the feast. It's a laborious life. Meanwhile, in a muddy swamp in the plains, Hannah, who was gnawing on a dead fish, yawned. She looked at the bored Emily next to her and asked, "Emily, when do you think we can have some Warcraft meat? I can't eat fish every day anymore." "What's wrong with fish meat? Fish meat is still meat. It's much better than eating dirt." Emily smeared herself with black mud, which could conceal their scent and make their bodies feel comfortable. She also rolled around, looking at the 2 shiny little stones in her dragon claw, feeling exceptionally comfortable. Although it is just an ordinary stone with no magical power, this is the first treasure of the future Great Black Dragon Queen. But at that time, Salong used to feed me Warcraft meat. Hannah chewed on the fish and felt that it was becoming tasteless. She began to miss the taste of the bottom-dwelling demon fish and the earth-cracking bear. "You don't want to eat? Fine, give it to me." Emily angrily pounced on Hannah and started snatching the half-dead fish. Hannah quickly swallowed the half of the fish, including the skin and bones. Emily was still not satisfied and kept scratching Hannah's mouth with her claws, trying to dig out some meat residue. After a while, the 2 small black dragons covered in mud lay in the mud pool. If you didn't look closely, you would think they were 2 piles of mud. "Salong must be living comfortably," Hannah suddenly said. This time, Emily didn't play around with her anymore, but said seriously, "We saw Salong being chased by that fire elemental with our own eyes. You should know that even our mother lost to the fire elemental lord. But Salong is very powerful." Hannah sighed. "Hannah, don't deceive yourself. You can't imagine Salong's fate, and we are true dragons. There is no such thing as life and death separation. And Salong may not be dead, he might have been captured as a mount." Emily looked at Hannah and comforted her, which was rare. She was still upset about Salong stealing her eggshell in the past. "He must be alive, and he hasn't been used as a mount." Hannah didn't say anything anymore, but said firmly in her heart. In the palace of the city of Mozobre, Salong ordered all members to leave. He looked at the corpse of the observer-eyed demon in front of him. There was also the ashen-faced spider-eyed elf, and the constantly rolling quasi-demon and the piles of mithril and gold coins beside them. "Let's begin then." Salong silently started the feast. The familiar feeling of hunger came over him, and Salong endured the hunger and smelled the fragrance in front of him. The fragrance of the feast was the most obvious judgment of the quality of the items for Salong. Unexpectedly, the most fragrant was the inconspicuous quasi-demon and the observer-eyed demon's corpse. Salong couldn't understand. Then came the mithril and gold coins. Finally, it was the spider-eyed elf. In other words, according to the judgment of the feast, this spider-eyed elf was even less valuable than a gold coin. How worthless. "Forget it, let's start eating." Salong picked up the quasi-demon and swallowed it, instantly ending its life. It didn't feel any pain. Then came the observer-eyed demon's corpse, and the feeling of its big eyeballs bursting at the end was also exciting. Then he ate the mithril and gold coins. The spider-eyed elf beside him was dumbfounded. Although she had long put life and death aside, she still couldn't understand what she saw in front of her. Was this black dragon's preference so strange? He actually liked to eat strange things. And most importantly, he ate gold and silver coins. For a true dragon, this was no different from eating their own vital parts. Was he so bizarre? She even ignored the fact that she was going to be eaten too. She just curiously watched the black dragon in front of her. Salong shook his head at the curious look of the spider-eyed elf. "Let's give her a good time." This silly appearance, he hoped that he wouldn't become as silly as her after eating her. Salong decisively bit through the hard body of the spider-eyed elf. The upper half of the humanoid calmly watched Salong's actions, seemingly without any fear of being eaten. In the state of the feast, this spider-eyed elf ended her miserable life. But what Salong didn't notice was that this spider-eyed elf was abnormally calm. After eating the spider-eyed elf, Salong looked at the feast and saw that the progress was already complete. Then he slowly entered the transformation phase. Meanwhile, Winnie and Misha outside quietly guarded. They had long known that their Lord Salong was different from other true dragons. He only sleeps for a few days each time, but when he wakes up, he becomes incredibly powerful. Alicia tried several times to get some information from Misha, but Misha completely ignored her. Alicia had no choice but to give up because she still had to deal with another member of their clan, that damn Maya. A day later, Salong woke up. This feast went even more smoothly. He looked at his body and saw that he had grown to a length of 16 meters, the same length as the black dragon at that time. Although they were the same length, Salong looked completely different from the black dragon. In simple terms, he was filled with a violent beauty. Selong, HP 415, Feast level, 12, Feast cooldown, 9 days, Talent 1, Carnivore. Talent 2, Earth Magic Element Affinity. Talent 3, Fire Magic Element Affinity. Talent 4, Armor Break. Talent 5, Wild Roar. Talent 6, Atomic Furnace. Talent 7, Vibration Sense. Talent 8, Telepathy. Talent 9, Lightning Breath. Talent 10, Mind Link. You can voluntarily connect a mind link with another creature. Note, the other party must consent. Once linked, the other party cannot terminate it, only you can, and terminating it will cause significant mental damage to the other party. The number of mind links and the range of communication with the other party are determined by your own mental endurance. It turned out that this talent was real. It came from the little demon from the deepest level of the abyss. This talent was already very good for Selong. Having experienced the importance of information transmission in the previous technological era, Selong understood it even more than others. And it was also important for a force, as it was like having an incredibly powerful monitor on his subordinates. He would never be afraid of losing them again. It could also prevent his subordinates from making any moves, which was far more reliable than a contract. As for the fact that terminating it would cause mental damage to the other party, Selong simply ignored it. After all, it wasn't his own mental damage. Looking around the empty surroundings, Selong sighed. His appetite for this feast was getting bigger and bigger. He needed more and more resources each time. He didn't want to reach a point where he didn't have enough ingredients and had to eat dirt to advance the feast. He wondered how much dirt he would have to eat to advance the feast. Selong got up and walked out. Lord Selong. Misha and Winnie, who were bored at the door, hurried over when they saw Selong coming out. Seeing the two of them, Selong had an idea. I have obtained a new dragon skill this time, and I need both of you to cooperate. Selong said. Lord Selong, we're ready. Misha looked up at Selong with her head held high, like a warrior about to go to battle. Selong gently tapped Misha's head with a claw and activated the mind link. Misha felt a coolness spread throughout her body from the top of her head. And Selong felt as if a white dot appeared in his mind. He focused his mind on it. In an instant, he appeared in another perspective, just like watching TV in his previous life. A black behemoth stood before him. It was himself. So this was Misha's perspective. From Misha's perspective, he looked so imposing, and damn handsome, truly worthy of me. Lord Selong? Misha whispered as she saw Selong lost in thought. Very good. Selong nodded. This skill was indeed good. Misha was a bit confused for a moment. What did he mean by very good? Winnie, come over here too. Selong looked at Winnie beside him. Winnie was also a bit puzzled, but she didn't hesitate. She immediately stood beside Selong. Selong did the same and bound Winnie with the mind link. I just don't know how far the limit of the soul chain is. As for the function of the soul chain, Selong is not ready to let others know for now. This thing can play an unexpected role at critical moments. It's a pity that it came too late, otherwise it would be great to bind the fool. Then we would know the specific whereabouts of Shadar and the others. But for now, going back won't bring much improvement, and Selong always feels that the Walton family is not that simple. Last time, facing the Demon Clan Lord, Selong had a bad feeling. Even when facing the Demon Lord Idris, Selong didn't have this feeling. If Selong's feeling is true, it means that the Demon Clan Lord is playing tricks on all the demons. But it doesn't matter, no matter how outrageous they are still just a dish at the feast. Go find Ellis and Maya. Selong looked at Winnie beside him and said, Yes, Lord Selong. Although Winnie was a little puzzled about what Selong had done to them, she didn't ask out of trust. After a while, Lady Ellis and Maya walked over together. Selong looked at the two high elves strangely. They seemed strange today. Not only were their outfits bolder, but their black dresses revealed everything that should be revealed. It reminded Selong of some female anchors from his previous life, and there seemed to be some tension between them. Selong didn't care, love is love, as long as it doesn't affect his grand feast. Soon, Selong also put soul chains on the two high elves. Amidst their puzzled expressions, Selong felt that 4 soul chains were far from his limit. But for now, there weren't many subordinates who needed him to put soul chains on them. After all, in Selong's opinion, these soul chains were not cheap. Only the subordinates he valued more were eligible to receive them. The rest were just extras. Master, the Death Valley is just ahead. After adjusting for a day, Selong had Ellis, the High Elf Mother, bring him to the Death Valley. This valley was huge, with cliffs on both sides hundreds of meters high. It seemed that a lot of effort was indeed spent when it was opened up. This place didn't have a name before, but after the Death Knights occupied it, we called it the Death Valley. Ellis looked at the gloomy valley filled with black mist in the distance and said solemnly, This time, Selong brought about 100 high elf warriors, as well as several high elf mages, in addition to Winnie. The formation looked pretty good. "Lord Salon, let me go in and check the situation first," Winnie said. She found that her talents seemed to be even stronger in the underground world. She had a feeling of being in her element, as if she belonged here. "Winnie, you and Maya stay here." Salon looked at Winnie beside him and said, "It would be more reassuring to have two eyes at the entrance of the valley." Then he led Ellis and the high elf warriors towards the valley. Salon flew directly into the air. Although the Death Knights were powerful, Salon was not to be trifled with either. The black mist in the air looked even more eerie, and Salon found that he couldn't see through this black mist, just like when he was an ordinary person in his previous life. The visibility was only about 70 to 80 meters. It should be noted that the vision of a dragon is not the same as that of an ordinary person. Salon watched as Ellis, the high elf mother, led the high elf warriors into the valley with a brave face. Then Salon followed and flew in as well. He was about 70 to 80 meters away from the high elves in the air. Salon switched to Ellis' perspective and found that she couldn't see his figure from the ground. Even Ellis herself was a little surprised. According to reason, as a high elf, she should have the ability of dark vision. She shouldn't be unable to see this black mist. "Everyone be careful. Watch out for defense," Ellis ordered. She felt a bit regretful for following the black dragon. Snap snap. At this moment, Sauron heard some strange sounds through Ellis's hearing. Faint groans came from the darkness, and a figure dragging a crippled leg, holding swollen arms and damaged palms appeared in their sight under the gaze of the Zorl. Zombies. Ellis recognized these creatures, and they were zombies transformed by Zorl elves. Following closely, countless monsters suddenly rushed out of the black mist. Some skeleton warriors wielding bone knives and bone spears rushed out, followed by a small number of lower-level creatures like ghouls. "Attack!" Ellis ordered directly. There were only some skeleton frames and ghoul zombies, while they had many Zorl elf warriors on their side. Zoom zoom. The Zorl elf warriors started counterattacking with bows and arrows. After all, they were elves, and archery was their specialty. The Zorl had high accuracy with their bows and arrows, and they all aimed for the heads of the enemy. After all, for these undead creatures, besides the soul fire in their skulls, other parts didn't matter. The skeleton warriors fell in droves, but there were still many skeleton warriors and zombies charging forward. However, the Zorl elf warriors had their forbidden zone 20 meters ahead. No zombie or ghoul could break through their defense line. Zorl mages guarded this place with spells. Even if there were any stragglers, Ellis would personally take care of them. Ellis looked at the distant black mist. Things wouldn't be so simple. After a while, some skeleton warriors riding skeleton horses began to charge. These guys were fast, catching the Zorl warriors off guard. Meanwhile, Sauron in the sky observed the battle between the two sides. It seemed that the Zorl elves were currently gaining the upper hand. These zombies and skeleton warriors seemed to be in large numbers, but they didn't have any trace of thought, just constantly moving forward, constantly sacrificing themselves. Just as Ellis corroded several skeleton knights with a spider web spell, a faint and eerie sound seemed to come from the darkness. All the undead creatures began to retreat like receding tides. After a while, only some skeleton bones were left in place. Trot trot trot. A knight slowly walked out of the darkness riding a nightmare steed engulfed in flames. He was wearing blue-black armor, with a helmet on his head, revealing green flames in his eye sockets. He should be over 4 meters tall, and the nightmare steed beneath him was 6 or 7 meters long and over 3 meters tall. Its 4 hooves were stepping on red flames. Its mane, tail, and nostrils were all surrounded by flames. It looked extremely domineering. Sauron looked satisfied at the nightmare. This kind of mount was indeed damn majestic. And just as Sauron observed the Death Knight through 2 perspectives, the Death Knight looked up at the sky. Sauron and the Death Knight locked eyes for a moment. This guy also noticed him. But strangely, the Death Knight only glanced at Sauron and didn't care anymore. Instead, he refocused all his attention on the elven matriarch Ellis. It seemed that for him, this elven matriarch was more attractive than Sauron the Black Dragon. A few indistinct words came from the Death Knight, "Elf, die." Then the Death Knight drew a death greatsword over 3 meters long from behind. The nightmare beneath him, with its eyes glowing with flames, flew up and appeared next to Ellis almost instantly. The Death Knight's greatsword swung down towards Ellis. Ellis quickly dodged the sword, narrowly avoiding being cut in half. At this moment, Ellis was confused. When the Death Knight had just looked up at the sky, she had guessed that he had probably noticed the black dragon in the sky. She originally thought that he would directly confront the black dragon, but she didn't expect this guy to come straight for her. It seemed like there was some deep-seated hatred or grudge. But they are meeting for the first time. Why is that? Spider web technique. A huge spider web bound towards the Death Knight. But with a wave of his hand, the Death Knight tore through the spider web with his sword. The toxins on the spider web had no effect on him. Not only that, with a single swipe of his hand, the Death Knight sent 3 black and red hellfire balls flying towards Ellis. At the same time, a nightmare let out a roar. The Death Knight appeared behind Ellis. "Great Master, save me!" Ellis hurriedly shouted. In the sky, Salong knew that Ellis must have some means of escape. But it didn't matter anymore, since the main character had appeared. It was time to test his level. Salong closed his wings and charged towards the Death Knight. Just as the Death Knight was charging, Salong collided with him. But the Death Knight reacted quickly, and with a movement of his nightmare's hooves, he dodged Salong's attack. Ellis finally breathed a sigh of relief. This Death Knight was putting too much pressure on her. Moreover, this guy seemed to have some restraint against the High Elves. After all, many of the High Elves' attacks relied on toxins and the like. But you can't expect a powerful undead creature to be poisoned to death, right? Especially a powerful Death Knight like this. This guy is basically immune to any toxins. She felt that if the Black Dragon didn't come, she might really be done for here. Dragon. I don't want to be enemies. Target. The elves. The Death Knight looked at Salong's massive figure and slowly spoke. The blue flames of the undead flickered in his eyes. I don't want to be enemies with you either. I think we can be friends. Salong stared at the Death Knight in front of him. Friends? The Death Knight repeated in confusion. Salong sensed through telepathy that this guy was indeed confused. Yes, friends. You're lying to me. The Death Knight suddenly became furious. His nightmare sensed his master's emotions and let out a neigh, its limbs surrounded by flames as it soared into the air at a rapid speed, appearing next to Salong. Salong was a bit confused. Is this guy crazy? He caught the opponent's giant sword with one claw. The Death Knight was stunned. He didn't expect his surefire strike to be blocked like this. A red light flashed in Salong's eyes. This guy is really strong. He was able to easily withstand this attack only because he had been blessed by the feast. If it were the Black Dragon Mother, it definitely wouldn't have been so easy. Salong compared the Death Knight's current strength to the Black Dragon Mother's at that time. This Death Knight should be on par with the Black Dragon Mother. And the Death Knight didn't care that his attack was easily blocked. He formed a 4-meter-long blue sword in his left hand, emitting a blue flame. This was a spell that a Holy Knight would master. Elemental Weapon. Flame Slash. Several blue flames instantly slashed towards Salong. When Salong tried to dodge, he suddenly felt that these blue flames seemed to have eyes and were following him. Forced Confrontation. This was a basic spell of a Holy Knight. Under the effect of this spell, the opponent had to confront his own spell. The Death Knight used this spell to its extreme. On the other side, with a thought, the Death Knight's nightmare moved its 4 hooves and ran above Salong. The Death Knight threw his massive elemental sword towards Salong. Salong stopped in midair. This guy's methods were really endless. He let out a deafening dragon roar. The sound of a wild scream followed the dragon's roar. The black mist beside them churned, and the elemental sword in the Death Knight's hand flickered a few times before turning into blue flames and disappearing. Salong forcibly withstood the flame slashes. His body had a high resistance to fire. The flame slashes hit him, emitting a faint blue light. Soon, the black mist dissipated, and there were no visible wounds on Sauron's black dragon scales except for some signs of corrosion. My friend, I have let you attack many times, now it's my turn. Sauron blurted out. Immediately, the atomic furnace inside him began to spin rapidly. Golden threads on his body started to emit a dazzling light. Red patterns on the dragon horns on top of his head also emitted a red glow. Sauron unleashed a blue lightning breath towards the Death Knight. Crackling, the blue electric serpent kept jumping, and the Death Knight looked at his own body. His body constantly emitted bursting sounds, and the nightmare beneath him restlessly roared. It was also in pain. The Death Knight opened his hands, and the black mist beside him began to gather towards him, as if being in the midst of a black storm. Annihilation Wave. A black energy radiated towards Sauron. Instantly, the lightning breath was pierced through, and Sauron tilted his head down. The Annihilation Wave silently shaved off a piece of the mountain wall behind Sauron. Again, Sauron stopped the lightning breath. Then, a golden energy beam shot at the Death Knight at an extremely fast speed. This was the breath formed by combining the lightning breath and the heat ray. At this moment, the Death Knight felt as if his body was slowly melting. I am already dead, will I die again? At this moment, the black mist beside him rushed to block in front of the Death Knight. The remaining black mist continuously poured into the Death Knight's body, attempting to repair his body. Suddenly, a thick sense of sadness enveloped the Death Knight. At this moment, all of Sauron's attributes were astonishingly enhanced in this state. His telepathic ability sensed the strange emotions of the Death Knight. Sauron looked at the Death Knight in front of him and directly used telepathy to try to perceive the other's thoughts. Boom! Sauron felt a shock in his mind. He seemed to have entered a special world. Everywhere was filled with golden light. And Sauron also saw some strange scenes, the life of a prince named Sost. He was a powerful paladin with legendary potential. Moreover, his identity was not simple, he was a prince of a powerful kingdom, Sost. Extraordinary identity, extraordinary strength, and handsome appearance, elegant and refined. He was the dream lover of countless women. But all of this changed after a journey. When Sost was about to ascend the throne, he saved a beautiful elf named Isolde from the hands of some ogres while traveling in a primitive forest. He did not tell Isolde about his identity. The two began to travel together, and during this process, Sost and Isolde fell in love. But there was one thing, that was Sost already had a princess at this time. She was the princess of another kingdom, and they had been married for several months. Therefore, Sost made a difficult and evil decision. He ordered his most loyal warrior to kill his own wife. The loyal warrior faithfully completed the task. But after the truth was revealed, this warrior found Isolde. He told her everything, including Sost's identity and the task he was given. In the end, Isolde escaped with this warrior, leaving Sost. Sost, alone, traveled far away to find Isolde. But tragedy struck. After Sost left, the father of the princess, the king of another kingdom, became furious. He mobilized all his troops and invaded Sost's kingdom on a large scale. He was determined to seek justice for his daughter. Originally, Sost's kingdom was stronger than the other side. But because of what Sost did, a third party intervened. Another powerful kingdom on the continent and the father of the princess formed a strong alliance, and they decided to divide Sost's country. It only took a little over a month to capture the capital of Sost's homeland. Sost's father killed his own queen and other daughters before the enemy entered the palace. He then committed suicide, using magical flames to burn down the entire palace, leaving no trace of his remains. Sost returned a few days later. Faced with the devastation of his country and the death of all his loved ones, he went completely mad. With his immense power, he fought his way to the capital city. Unbeknownst to Sost, his holy power as a paladin was slowly corrupting, while also making him stronger. After killing all the high-ranking members of the enemy kingdom, Sost had only one obsession, to find Isolde and ask her why she betrayed him. Finally, several months later, Sost found Isolde, who had already gone into hiding in a forest with the warriors sent to kill the prince's wife. Seeing them together, Sost's heart died. He also saw a half-elf girl, Isolde's child. Sost went completely insane. The destruction of his country, the death of his loved ones, and Isolde's betrayal drove this holy knight to madness. In a fit of rage, he bit the warrior to death and demanded to know whose child it really was. Isolde couldn't face the monstrous Sost and told him it was his own child. But at this point, Sost didn't believe her at all. He used his holy power to create a blazing flame and burned Isolde to ashes. He also burned the innocent half-elf girl to ashes. It was then that Sost realized he had lost everything. Finally, he used his holy power to burn himself, and during this process, the flames turned blue. At that moment, a voice echoed in Sost's mind, saying, "Welcome back, my Death Knight." Sost finally understood. "It was all you, demon. I merely guided you. You did all of this yourself, destroying your kingdom, killing your loved ones, slaying your beloved Isolde, and even your own daughter." Sost, filled with immense resentment and intense unwillingness, was enveloped in blue flames. After a while, a Death Knight clad in black armor was born. In the distance, a nightmare with flames swirling around its hooves neighed and ran over. "Your precious one has arrived too. I specially captured a Pegasus from the heavenly realm to create this nightmare for you," the excited voice said. After all, a corrupted holy knight with such potential was extraordinary. "Go, corrupt this continent. All living beings are your prey. Let them become one of us," the seductive voice urged. The Death Knight let out a roar, and the nightmare beneath him also became excited. At this point, he already possessed power surpassing that of an ordinary legend, and sweeping across the continent was no problem. "Demon, you have a lot of nerve." Just then, a figure radiating golden light appeared in the sky. The voice exclaimed in shock and anger, "Divine servant of Brahma." Then the scene disappeared. After a while, Sauron regained his senses and retracted his breath. He looked at the Death Knight before him with a strange expression. He knew the origin of this guy. Just now, he unintentionally entered the long-sealed inner world of the other through telepathy and saw everything. This guy was not from this dimension. He came from another dimension. And how should he put it, he was a standard protagonist template. Not only was he a prince, but he was also powerful and captivated countless beautiful girls. But it was a pity. He was manipulated and corrupted by some demon. From the moment he met Isolde, he could no longer turn back. The demon did not directly manipulate him, including killing his own wife. But at a critical moment, the demon provided some guidance. In the end, when the demon's plan succeeded, a powerful creature from the heavenly realm descended. It must have fought against the demon. And what the demon did not anticipate was that Sos still held a love for Isolde. In the moment of his final loss of consciousness, coupled with the arrival of the celestial being from the heavenly plane, the balance was disrupted. Sos's consciousness returned somewhat. He used the paladin's banishment spell to banish himself. He also took the ashes of Isolde and the half-elf girl with him, and attempted to infuse the ashes with some of the Death Knight's power in an attempt to resurrect them using the power of the Death Knight. However, the power of the Death Knight could not bring the dead back to life, only turn them into undead creatures. But Sos did not believe this, and his obsession and hatred made him unwilling to give up. In the end, the ashes of Isolde and the half-elf girl turned into a strange black mist. This mist seemed to have its own consciousness. It would protect the Death Knight. But Sos also exhausted his remaining consciousness. His strength also fell from legendary to the abyss of this world, the underworld. Because of instinct and Sos's influence, this Death Knight had a strong hostility towards elves. So whenever an elf entered his territory, he would mercilessly attack. Solon's eyes lit up. That demon, and the celestial being from the heavenly plane, Vantion Divine Servant, are both very powerful. Can they be eaten? At this time, the Death Knight stared blankly at Salong. Salong slowly approached him, but the Death Knight was completely unmoved. Only the black mist around him tried to stop Salong. Salong looked at the Death Knight, and then the mental chain wrapped around him. Finally, Salong heard a voice from deep within the Death Knight's heart. "Thank you. Let me be free, the Death Knight is yours." The mental chain successfully connected with the Death Knight. Salong understood his meaning. Without Salong's accidental interference, Sos's fragmented consciousness would forever be trapped inside the body of the Death Knight. After all, Sost was already dead, and what was born anew was a Death Knight that grew from Sost's corpse. At this time, a blank consciousness was born within the Death Knight. Salong quickly imprinted his own spirit onto it, knowing that now was the best time to reclaim the Death Knight. With the original consciousness completely extinguished, the new consciousness had no way to resist him. "Who are you?" The confused consciousness transmitted a voice. "I am your master, the great dragon Salong," Salong said through the mental chain. "Master? Then who am I?" The consciousness asked again. "You are the Death Knight Arthas." Salong originally wanted to say Sost, but thinking about that guy's tragic life, he sighed. "Let's change the name. Let him be completely liberated. I am Arthas." Blue flames flickered in the eyes of the Death Knight. For Salong, it was far more profitable to subdue this Death Knight than to consume him as an ingredient. After all, by consuming him, he might gain the talent of a Death Knight, but by subduing him, he could possess the entire Death Knight. And Arthas was not comparable to any half-orc or high elf. After all, this guy became a legendary powerhouse after becoming a Death Knight. His strength would definitely continue to grow in the future. Salong felt quite comfortable. After all, this was his first subordinate with such prestige. Arthas's greatest ability was not actually how powerful he was himself, but his ability as the commander of the undead. He could use the black mist to turn dead creatures into various undead creatures to serve him. The quantity depended on the amount of black mist he had, and it should be noted that the birth of undead creatures required the right timing, location, and people, all of which were indispensable. And other Death Knights could only command undead creatures, but not create them. And Salong discovered that it was difficult to kill this guy. Ordinary undead creatures have a soul fire within their bodies. If the soul fire is extinguished, then the undead creature truly dies. But Arthas is different. Even if his body is destroyed, as long as the dark mist remains, he can be reborn in the mist. And to truly kill him, you must eliminate all the mist and his true form. This is what Salon learned from his memories. Salon estimates that the demon who caused his fall doesn't even know that he created such a thing. If he knew, that guy would probably pay any price to bring Arthas back. Salon suddenly had a bold idea. What if he brought this guy to the mortal realms? Would it really trigger a scourge of undead? After all, this guy has so much in common with the Arthas in Salon's memories. The armor style can be changed a bit. The only difference is that the current Arthas doesn't have the sword Frostmourne. Should he give him a weapon with the frost attribute in the future? Master, you actually tamed a Death Knight? Ellis looked at the obedient Death Knight standing behind Salon and was shocked. After all, it's not easy to make someone much stronger than an ordinary Death Knight submit. And these undead creatures are not afraid of death. After all, they have already died once. Arthas looked at the blue light in the eyes of the High Priestess in front of him even more. Master, I hate this creature. Arthas said through the mental link. She still has her uses, she can't die. Arthas, you stay here and wait for my orders. Salon flapped his wings slightly and flew away from here. Ellis looked at the Death Knight in front of her, who was staring at her tightly, and felt a bit uneasy. She quickly signaled her subordinates to leave with her. It looked like they were running away. Arthas, on the other hand, stared at Ellis as she left. He didn't know why he instinctively had so much hostility towards this person, but since his master told him to guard here, he would guard this canyon. Then the black mist slowly spread and enveloped the entire canyon. Ellis dared to look back only after escaping from the canyon. She had a feeling that if she didn't leave quickly, that damn Death Knight would definitely kill her. At this time, the high elf Maya walked out from behind a giant rock. She looked at the slightly disheveled Ellis and said lightly, "Lord Salon asked me to tell you to quickly figure out the situation in Charles City. After all, he doesn't need useless people." The last sentence was added by Maya herself, and she secretly felt satisfied. In the past, she wouldn't dare to say such things to a high priestess. But now it didn't matter. After all, she saw this person nodding and bowing, and the majesty of a high priestess no longer existed in her heart. Ellis didn't pay attention to Maya's attitude, but gently said, "Maya, right? I remember your mother died, right? I heard she died in a unique way." Maya's face instantly changed. On the other hand, Salon had already returned to the castle in Moonglade with Winnie. To be honest, he was not very interested in those Deroder cities anymore. After all, in Salon's opinion, one Arthas was worth dozens of Deroder cities. But a mosquito's leg is still meat, so he still had to get these Deroder cities. And Arthas' appearance this time gave Salon an opportunity. That is the existence of other planes. The plane where Salon is located is reasonably powerful. After all, there have been legends that celestial beings, angels, have been guarding the human kingdom. The angels of the human race do not interfere in their own wars. But if other creatures cause massive human deaths, then the angels will intervene. In the inherited memories, Salon knew that the angels in this celestial plane were not the kind of fair-skinned, beautiful, long-legged girls in the previous life's anime, wielding swords and killing people everywhere. They were a very unique kind of creature. The Vedic gods in Sost's memory are a type of angel. They are messengers or proxy beings from the celestial plane. They are sent by some deities to collect faith in various planes such as the material world, the shadow realm, and the fairy wilderness. The stories told by mortals about bringing hope and courage to good people are about these Vedic gods. They can take on any form, but they generally prefer to appear as mortals. However, their true appearance is that of a creature with silver skin, hair, and eyes that emit supernatural divine light. They are also tall, averaging over 4 meters in height, and have a pair of huge wings. They are extremely powerful in battle, at least on a legendary level. So Salong decided that when he couldn't kill legendary beings like the Butcher, he would focus on developing himself honestly. He wouldn't bother with those things. Instead, he set his sights on the resources in these small planes. After all, the power in these small planes wouldn't be too outrageous, and Salong could slowly develop while indulging in food and drink. When the time comes, he will challenge the plane he is in after stacking up several layers of feasts. So another order Salong gave to Arthas was to study the exile spell carefully. See if they could find other small planes. Be prepared, he wants the underground world, as well as the other small planes. The surface will also be his. Speaking of the surface, it seems like it's been a long time since he went back. Salong looked at Winnie beside him and said, "Winnie, go back to the entrance we came in and see how Xiong Er is doing. Has he been eaten by any monsters? After all, this is the only exit to the surface in this area. It still needs to be taken seriously." On the surface, in the Silmingster forest, heavy footsteps could be heard coming from the forest. Many monsters fled from here. Then a huge figure emerged from the shadows. Its skin was covered in a thick layer of dust and dirt, and it was wearing a stinky thick fur. Sticky and messy long hair covered its face. This was a 15-meter-tall giant, and it was a rare two-headed giant. "Ugh, where is the cave of the Greenfoot dragon snake? Do you remember the way?" said the head on the left. His head was covered in red totem marks. His big mouth, full of sharp fangs, exhaled a foul smell. "Doga, you walked this path yourself, and you're asking me?" said the head on the right, which had blue totem marks on it. "Idiot, it was clearly you. Stupid, it was clearly you." The two rough voices argued in giant language. "Damn it!" The head on the right controlled its right hand and gave the head on the left a punch. The head on the left didn't back down and continued to attack the head on the right with its left fist. After fighting for a long time, the two heads finally stopped due to exhaustion. "Why did we come here again?" the head on the left asked in confusion. "Who should I ask if not you?" The head on the right became annoyed. "It's all your fault for not finding the cave." "Cave? It was you who ate the messenger, causing us to lose track of the cave. I remember now, our mission was to investigate why the Greenfoot dragon snake, who guards the underground cave entrance, hasn't reported back for such a long time. The head on the left said, tapping the head on the opposite side. Then let's hurry up and find it. The head on the right became a little anxious. Why are you in such a hurry? The head on the left sneered. Do you want to be torn to pieces? The head on the right seemed to remember something that frightened it. Fine, let's find it quickly. Thinking of this, the two heads started to cooperate. It didn't matter if the messenger was eaten. The mission must be completed. But I really don't remember where it is. The head on the left was very distressed. Forget it, let's search slowly. This forest is so big, we'll find it eventually. Didn't the messenger give us some directions before? The two-headed giant walked heavily towards the depths of the forest. In the cave of the greenfoot dragon snake, a chubby earth-splitting bear yawned. It feels like it has never been so comfortable in its life. Except for that black dragon. It bullies the bear too much. But the character of the earth-splitting bear is stubborn. Since it has already decided to submit to Salong, it won't play tricks. At this moment, the earth-splitting bear heard a heavy footsteps. It is a natural earth-type monster, so it has a strong perception of the vibrations on the ground. Moreover, it has heard this kind of footsteps in this forest before. The earth magic power inside the earth-splitting bear surged slightly, and the earth and stones on the ground slowly covered its body. It looked like a huge stone. Boom 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 damn, this cave is so small. When I find that Qingzu Longxi, I must teach it a lesson. But it seems like we can't beat it. Even if we can't beat it, we have to fight. It's a matter of dignity. The two-headed giant grumbled and bent its body to enter the cave from outside. Damn Qingzu Longxi, come out quickly, you haven't come for so long. What's it called? The two-headed giant's meager knowledge was not enough. Report. The other head added. Yes, report. Seems like it's not here? The two big heads sniffed the air around them. There's no smell of blood either. No, there's a smell of something else. The two-headed giant suddenly stopped. It vigilantly observed the surroundings. The two heads looked at a huge rock in the distance and exchanged glances. Then the two-headed giant threw the hammer in its hand. Although the earth-splitting bear was hiding well, the two-headed giant's innate passive perception still sensed it. Got you, bug. Roar, an angry bear roar sounded, and the earth-splitting bear quickly dodged the attack. Boom, the huge hammer hit behind it. At this moment, the two-headed giant's feet suddenly sank. The tall giant knelt on the ground, but the two-headed giant was extremely excited at this time. It saw the earth-splitting bear in front of it drooling. So it's a bear, Duoga, we'll eat bear meat later. The two-headed giant pulled hard. The thick chain connecting the hammer directly pulled the hammer back into its hand. The two bears stood up and roared at the two-headed giant. Its 5-meter height should have been intimidating to ordinary creatures. But in front of the 15-meter tall two-headed giant, it was not enough. The two-headed giant held a giant axe in one hand and a hammer in the other. It was full of confidence in front of the earth-splitting bear. Roar spikes appeared under the two-headed giant's feet. The earth-splitting bear was also very clever. It knew that it wouldn't be a match for the opponent in a head-on fight. So it directly used its own magic power to contend with the opponent. When Winnie arrived at the entrance of the cave, she heard the loud roar and the angry roar of the earth-splitting bear. Winnie didn't dare to be careless. She hid all traces of herself and slowly approached the battlefield. At this time, the earth-splitting bear had a huge wound on its body, almost splitting it in half. It was caused by the two-headed giant's giant axe. If it hadn't timely added a layer of earth shield to itself, the flying axe would have split it in half. This was the scene that Winnie saw. Two-headed giant? Winnie didn't expect it to be a two-headed giant. Little bear, I'm going to tear you apart alive. The two heads of the two-headed giant made terrifying sounds, but the earth-splitting bear couldn't understand what this guy meant. It responded with a roar. Just when Winnie didn't know whether to intervene or not, Salon, who was enjoying a massage from Misha in the city of Mozablay, was already flying towards the cave. He had been switching Winnie's perspective with the mind chain, treating it as a movie to pass the time. Unexpectedly, he saw the two-headed giant. Winnie, find a way to help Bear too. Salong's voice echoed in Winnie's mind. Lord Salong. Winnie was surprised and uncertain. She looked around but didn't see any movement. This is a telepathic way of communication. I'll tell you when I turn around. Now, help Xiong'er by some time. Salong said again. Yes, Lord Salong. Winnie no longer hesitated and slowly pulled out two huge black claws from behind, which were weapons made of magic iron last time. They were specially prepared by Winnie to deal with large demons. Her original cat claws were not enough to scratch them, but now it seems that it's still not enough. The two-headed giant was eagerly watching the cracked earth bear in front of him as if he was looking at a dish. Although the opponent could cast spells, their physique was much stronger than that of the cracked earth bear. These spells were like scratching an itch for them. For example, the cracked earth bear's earth spikes could be easily shattered with a single axe. And the cracked earth bear couldn't outrun them either. After all, the distance covered by a 15-meter-tall giant in one step was not something ordinary creatures could achieve. This also gave them decent mobility. At this moment, one of the heads of the two-headed giant let out a roar. What is this? Winnie's claws pierced into the neck of the two-headed giant, but only pierced through a part of the skin and didn't even reach the muscles. This made the two-headed giant feel like it had been bitten by a mosquito. The other head saw Winnie's figure. So it's just a bug. One of the heads of the two-headed giant directly bit towards Winnie. Winnie endured the bad breath and the big mouth and dodged the bite of the two-headed giant. In this cave, Winnie appeared exceptionally agile. Just like an elegant little cat, the attacks of the two-headed giant couldn't touch her at all. Damn bug! The two-headed giant also realized that this place was not suitable for it. If it were in an open area, it could kill the bug with a few strikes. Xiong recognized Winnie. After all, the impression from last time was too deep. Thinking of this, Xiong spirit shook. If this cat has come, then the dragon won't be far behind, right? Roar excited, Xiong began to use earth magic to entangle the movements of the two-headed giant. The two-headed giant was also provoked by Winnie. It couldn't touch the opponent at all. The opponent was like walking on level ground on the top of the cave, completely helpless. Looking at the cracked earth bear next to it, which was casting magic in a despicable manner, it became angry. Forget it, let's eat bear meat first. I'm hungry. The two heads reached an agreement. They rushed towards the cracked earth bear together, completely ignoring Winnie's attacks. This stupid bear. Winnie was annoyed. Although she knew that the cracked earth bear was trying to help her, she didn't need any help at all. She could only rush towards the two-headed giant. Xiong saw the two-headed giant rushing towards it and immediately ran on all fours. The two-headed giant chased after it. Bang bang bang, Xiong ran to the deepest part of the cave. It panted heavily. This was the entrance that Salong went down last time, and it remembered it. Ha, the feast of bear meat is finally beginning. The two-headed giant looked proudly at the cracked earth bear. Just when the two-headed giant was excited, a huge figure broke through the cave and flew up. What is this? After breaking open a few boulders with its big hands, the two-headed giant looked at the figure in the field and was a little stunned. That black, huge figure, red eyes, and terrifying dragon's aura. This seems to be a dragon. This is definitely a dragon. Why is there a dragon? We have never dealt with dragons before. No matter why, let's be careful first. The two heads quickly communicated with each other. Salon, on the other hand, looked at the other side curiously. After all, although the two-headed giant was far from being as good as the 6 true giants, it was still a member of the giant race and the archenemy of true dragons. Xiong, on the other hand, kept roaring and provoking the two-headed giant. Lord Salong. Winnie's figure also appeared. She didn't expect Salong to come so quickly. Two-headed giant, where did you come from and what is your purpose? Salong asked in the language of the giants. We come from the giant plains. The head of the blue totem instinctively said upon hearing the familiar giant language. Idiot, that's a dragon. How could you tell him our origin? The other head quickly exclaimed. Saron looked at the two-headed giant. It seemed that the inherited memories were indeed correct. Two-headed giants were indeed mentally unstable. Bang bang bang, just as Saron shook his head, the two-headed giant turned around and ran away. Damn it, it seems that the snake was eaten by the dragon. We can't defeat that snake, but if it was eaten by the dragon, then we will surely be eaten by the dragon too. At this moment, the two-headed giant's thinking was clear, they needed to escape quickly. Saron watched the fleeing giant figure. He decided to retract his previous thoughts. Although the two-headed giant was mentally ill, it was still quite clever under certain conditions. But why did this guy think it could escape? Saron didn't spread his wings. The cave was now too narrow for him, and his wingspan of 32 meters couldn't fully extend. But it didn't matter. Saron chased after them directly. The two-headed giant ran while looking back. Seeing that the black dragon was catching up, it immediately threw its giant axe and nail hammer. But Saron paid no attention. Earth magic, slow spell. Suddenly, the two-headed giant in front felt its footsteps becoming heavier and heavier. What? Just as it was stunned, Saron had already pounced on it. The two-headed giant still wanted to resist. After all, its size was not smaller than Saron's. But Saron simply waved his dragon claw lightly. Instantly, the back of the two-headed giant had several huge wounds. Blood flowed. Dragon, I'm going to eat you. Both heads of the two-headed giants simultaneously bit towards Saron. Saron didn't dodge or avoid, he headbutted them. The two dragon horns on his head immediately pierced into the chest of the other. Saron then used his dragon claw to grab one of the two-headed giant's arms and swung his other dragon claw forcefully. A huge arm was chopped off. I need to know the details. You should understand what I mean. Saron stopped his attack and looked at the two-headed giant lying on the ground. Of course, if you don't tell me, I will twist off one of your heads and taste the giant brain. He knew that the two heads of the two-headed giant had independent thoughts, and these two-headed giants seemed different from what he remembered. Both heads of the two-headed giant felt a little trembling. They had eaten the brains of many creatures, but when their own brains were about to be eaten, they felt a wave of fear. Saron directly picked up the giant arm on the ground, intending to take a bite. But when he saw the thick layer of foul mud on it, he stopped the idea. Xiong-er, replenish yourself. Looking at Xiong-er behind him, Saron threw the arm in front of Xiong-er. Xiong-er happily pounced on it and started gnawing on the huge giant arm. This guy had just almost killed it, so it wanted revenge. The two-headed giant looked at its arm being eaten and didn't say anything anymore. After a while, one head said, "We come from the northern giant plains, ordered to come here to investigate why that greenfoot dragon snake is unwilling to do something." Report. Yes, the reason for reporting. You said the greenfoot dragon snake is from your place? You also have a giant tribe. Saron stared at the other party. Yes, but it's not just one giant tribe, it's several. Saron's heart moved upon hearing this. All giants were the mortal enemies of true dragons. These true giants were not easy to deal with, and one must be cautious when dealing with giants, because unlike regular true dragons, most giants lived in groups. In other words, if you provoke one giant, it's equivalent to provoking an entire giant tribe. With the explanation from the two-headed giant, Saron finally understood why this guy came here. The giant plains were located in the northern part of the Selmunst forest. The giant plains were bordered by the Troll Mountains and the Giant Running Mountains. And this region is ruled by some true giants. According to this two-headed giant, it should be a tribe of hill giants. And the greenfoot dragon snake is here to guard the entrance to this underground world, in order to one day enter the underground world and plunder its resources. Saron looked at the two-headed giant like an idiot. Everyone else in the underground world is trying to plunder resources from the surface world, but you're doing the opposite. We're done talking, you should let us go. The two-headed giant said to Saron. You must have something else to say. We really don't know anything else. Both heads shook simultaneously. Saron looked at this guy, suspecting that he didn't know much because he was too stupid. But I never said I would let you go. Saron extended his dragon claw and stabbed it directly into the giant's chest before he could react, crushing its hot, steaming heart. The two-headed giant stared at Saron with its 4 eyes, furious. You will definitely die. One of the heads said in broken giant language, finishing its curse. Saron didn't pay attention to the two-headed giant's words. After struggling for a few tens of seconds, this guy lost his breath. Saron never intended to subdue the two-headed giant, because it was impossible to enslave such giants. From the moment he saw the two-headed giant, he knew things wouldn't be so simple. Because two-headed giants are usually solitary giants, they rarely obey the commands of any creature. But what puzzled Saron was that according to the two-headed giant, the giant plains, the running giant mountains, and the adjacent troll mountains are all quite vast. There must be many powerful creatures in these places. How could the hill giants, who rank last among the 6 true giants, rule over these creatures? The 6 true giants are the hill giant, stone giant, frost giant, fire giant, cloud giant, and storm giant. But Saron was certain that it wasn't the storm giant. After all, truly powerful storm giants mostly live in isolated places, such as castles above the clouds or huge fortresses in the deep sea. Ordinary creatures simply cannot reach those places. Unlike other giants, they are born with the power of thunder and storms, so storm giants can naturally fly. Saron found it hard to imagine what it would be like when a hundreds of meters tall storm giant was flying. Not to mention anything else, a storm giant weighing hundreds of millions of tons could easily turn Saron into a pancake with one step. If it was this kind of storm giant, Saron would definitely run as far as he could. As for the other giants, Saron believed he could give them a try. And the greenfoot dragon snake was created by the storm giants, but they are very proud creatures. They won't easily obey the commands of other creatures, even other powerful giants. So Saron thought that either the two-headed giant was lying, or this guy's intelligence or level was simply not enough, and he didn't know enough. Saron felt a bit overwhelmed. The situation in the underground world hasn't been completely resolved yet, and now there's trouble in the surface world. The key is that he doesn't have any capable subordinates on the surface. Just a stupid bear, who was almost taken care of by the two-headed giant. Essentially, he's a commander without any troops. Now he misses Shadar and the others even more. They may be weak, but it's better than having nothing. Forget it, let's just accept it. We'll deal with it later. First, let's solve all the problems in the underground world as soon as possible. Then we can free up our hands to deal with those giants. If necessary, we can directly bring Arthas to the surface. I'll handle the killing, and Arthas will handle the conversion. This way, with Arthas's cooperation, we can quickly raise an undead army. Those giants won't stand a chance. Bear 2, don't resist. Seeing the cracked earth bear licking its wounds beside him, Salong had an idea. He directly linked this cracked earth bear with a mental chain. Just take a look. Xiong'er looked at Sarong in confusion, feeling like there was something in his mind. Xiong'er, you continue to guard here. If there are any more enemies coming, don't attack, just run away. After instructing Xiong'er, Sarong returned to the underground world with Winnie and the two-headed giant's bodies. In the underground world of the Mo Suable city, Ellis gathered some of her trusted followers to discuss the matter of Charles City. Mistress, Charles City is very powerful. It's too difficult for us to take it down without Sarong's help. A Zoyer elf looked at Ellis with an ugly expression. And the priestess of Charles City is truly favored by the Rose Goddess. Everyone spoke one after another. Because just now, Ellis actually said that they should rely on their own strength to take down Charles City. This must be a joke. Ellis looked at the many Zoyers. She touched her newly painted nail polish and said lightly, I don't need to say much about the Black Dragon's temper, you should know it yourselves. He said before that he doesn't want waste, otherwise he wouldn't mind having an extra meal. Ellis looked at the Zoyers present. In fact, the Black Dragon's intention was not for them to attack Charles City, but to gather intelligence. But Ellis didn't think so. She wanted to prove herself this time and gain the complete trust of the Black Dragon. She would go all out this time and use all her power. Taking down Charles City is not her goal, because she knows it's impossible. What she wants is for the Black Dragon to see her attitude. And these Zoyer elves present are her stepping stones. Mistress, I have an idea. A Zoyer elf suddenly said in a low voice. What idea? Let's hear it. Ellis looked at her fellow clan member with interest. We can transfer the main members of our clan to Charles City in batches under the pretext of gathering intelligence, and then request the protection of their priestess. With the combined strength of other cities, we can definitely kill the Black Dragon. Then we will be free. The young Zoyer became more and more excited as she spoke. Ellis smiled at the other party. She stood up and slowly walked to the young female Zoyer. You make a good point. The young female Zoyer was about to say something with a smile. Ellis' eyes flashed with cold light, and the head of the female Zoyer flew up. The young and beautiful female Zoyer still had an excited smile on her face, but she was already dead. Mistress! The other Zoyer elves were shocked. They looked at Ellis in astonishment. After all, Ellis killed her own clan member in such a situation. And she did it in such a brutal way. And it was done without provocation. I said we need to seriously take down Charles City. Ellis grabbed the head of the female Zoyer and looked at the other Zoyers in a gentle tone. She licked the drop of blood on her face. This made her already beautiful lips even redder. Understood. Yes, we must take down Charles City. We support Mistress's decision. The Zoyer elves present all echoed one after another. Although they had seen Mistress kill enemies before, this was the first time they had seen something so terrifying. Very well. Ellis licked the bloodstain on the corner of her mouth again, and her smile grew even wider. In Sarong's palace at this time, Sarong opened his crimson eyes. This Ellis is a bit unusual. He had been observing Ellis' perspective with a mental link. He watched her discuss with her clan members, and then finally kill that Zoyer. Originally, he thought Ellis might agree to the suggestion of the Zoyer elf. But now it seems that he was wrong. This guy must have deeper motives. But it doesn't matter, no matter what that guy is thinking, he has absolute power. And the soul chain can monitor her situation at all times. If it doesn't work, she can only have an extra meal. He will let the other party know the result of the ant provoking the dragon. Thinking of this, Salon switched to another perspective, the perspective of the female elf Maya. Since he had the soul chain, Salong had a way to pass the time. That is to treat the perspectives of these subordinates as little movies, just like watching short videos in his previous life. What is this round and white thing? The next second, he saw the figure of Misha, who was naked. Her fair skin, perfect figure with protruding front and raised back, and slender legs. Especially under the misty cover of water, she looked even more charming. At this moment, the bunny girl said happily, Maya, I didn't expect there to be hot springs in the underground world. Of course, and the hot springs here should be much better than those in the surface world. Soaking in them has many benefits for the body. We usually can't enjoy them. Maya's voice also came out. It turned out that they were soaking in the hot springs. Damn it, they didn't even invite me. After carefully watching for more than 10 minutes and confirming that this female elf had no ulterior motives, Salon switched to another perspective with satisfaction. He thought about whether he should let Misha stay next time to study the origin of life together. Salon thought for a moment and continued to study earth magic. This time, he aimed at 2 advanced earth magic spells. He also took a look at Xiong'er's place. Xiong'er had been maintaining the same appearance. Since the last time, Xiong'er had been using earth magic to dig tunnels most of the time, except for hunting. It wanted to create a safe environment for itself. Salon discovered that this guy had actually become enlightened. Salon guessed what Xiong'er meant. This guy was probably planning to create an underground maze for himself. And it would be the kind of maze that only giants could deal with a height and size that only allowed himself to pass through. Now let's see how powerful this so-called Charles City really is. Salon planned to personally launch an attack on Charles City 2 days before the feast cooled down. Of course, it would be even better if Alice could give him some surprises. In the underground world, in a palace full of white spider webs, a female elf with purple hair was kneeling on the ground, clasping her hands in prayer. Wearing a black off-the-shoulder dress, her perfect figure made her exceptionally charming, and the purple spider pattern on her forehead made her full of mystery. At this time, a female elf warrior in leather armor appeared behind the priestess. High Priest Nadia, there seems to be a new change in the Death Valley. The kneeling elf priestess opened her eyes. She opened her purple eyes and looked at the black mirror in the hands of the female elf warrior in front of her. It displayed the scene outside the Death Valley, and Nadia found that the black mist above the Death Valley seemed to have decreased a lot. Can the giant bats fly over from the areas not covered by the black mist? Nadia frowned and asked. I have tried it. The giant bats will still be covered by the mist the moment they pass through. In the legends, the Death Knights didn't have such powerful abilities. Nadia was a bit puzzled. She had personally fought against the Death Knight before. She had shattered the body of the Death Knight twice, but that guy kept resurrecting in the black mist, and his power was not affected at all. On the contrary, more than 100 elite elf warriors she brought were all killed by the Death Knight. This made Nadia realize how difficult this guy was to deal with. So she gave up the deal with the city of Mozablay. Keep a close eye on the situation there. Don't act rashly for now. Nadia gave the order. Yes, ma'am. The elf warrior quickly left the palace. Nadia, why don't you let me help you? As long as the 2 of us join forces, we can definitely defeat that Death Knight. A petite female elf appeared in the darkness. She looks like she's only 13 or 14 years old, with a naive and innocent appearance. Slowly, she hugged Nadia from behind and her hands began to wander upwards. Priestess Nadia caught the other person's hand and said sternly, Bridget, don't push me. Ha ha. Bridget laughed and sniffed Nadia forcefully. Nadia, it's all your fault for being so charming. I really love this mature and attractive scent. The priestess sighed and looked at Bridget in front of her. If it weren't for the fact that this person was a true servant of the goddess Rose and meant a lot to her, she would have turned her back on her long ago. Especially since she couldn't accept the other person's sexual orientation. You can transform into a better-looking form than me, Nadia suggested. You said it yourself, that's just a transformation, it's fake. I don't care. Bridget seemed a little disappointed when Nadia rejected her intimacy. Alright, let's not be like this. We're best friends, after all. Nadia reached out and patted Bridget's head. Bridget took the opportunity to hug Nadia's waist. Nadia shook her head inwardly. For now, this was the only way to control this person.